Chapter 1. Have I been reborn? Have I truly been reborn? After a violent bout of headache, Duja lay in bed, staring in shock at the time displayed on his phone. It was the day of XX month in the year XX. He had inexplicably returned to 10 years prior in a parallel world. Moreover, it was the very day his fate had irrevocably shattered. Duja gripped his phone tightly, his gaze icy. On this day a decade ago, he had been at home, fervently preparing for the college entrance examination. However, his goddess, the school belle Chu Mengyao, had suddenly appeared at his door, asking to borrow 1 million yuan. She claimed her sister, Chunya, was gravely ill, and without prompt treatment, her life was at stake. The hospital estimated that the cost for surgery and hospitalization would amount to 1 million. Her sister had exhausted her finances in supporting Chu Mengyao's pursuit of the arts. Thus, Chu Mengyao had no choice but to turn to her male friend Du Zi for assistance. Duja had pursued her relentlessly for 3 years, yet she continued to dangle the prospect of a romantic relationship, insisting that they could first establish a friendship. The two appeared inseparable daily, though Duja had only managed to hold her hand a handful of times. That day, she had come to borrow 1 million for her sister's treatment, promising to repay him even more once she entered university. Although 1 million was an astronomical figure, Chu Mengyao was his goddess, potentially destined to become a superstar. Thus, Duja gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Not only did he withdraw all his savings, but he also mortgaged the only house left by his parents before their disappearance. That day, Chu Mengyao had wept, vowing to repay him as soon as her sister recovered. It was laughable that Duja, in his naivety, believed her. It was only after the results of the college entrance examination were released that he realized with horror that the sisters had vanished without a trace. Even their phone numbers had become unreachable. He reported the matter to the police, but they could not locate those two deceitful women. Eventually, even at the Yanqing Film Academy, no record of Chu Mengyao could be found. From that point onward, Duja not only found himself unable to afford university, but also burdened with debts exceeding 200,000 yuan. He lost his home, and his life descended into darkness. Ultimately, he chose to venture out into the world to repay his debts. After years of arduous struggle, he managed to establish a small company through loans. Just as the company was on the verge of profitability, he unexpectedly fell into a commercial trap set by a conglomerate, leading to his utter bankruptcy and debts amounting to tens of millions. The media sensationalized the story, while employees and investors relentlessly pursued repayment. Duja's life was irrevocably shattered, forcing him to flee abroad and resort to becoming a mercenary. For 6 long years, he navigated through the hail of bullets, with his life hanging by a thread. Yet, he persevered, fueled by the desire for revenge. During this time, he not only repaid all his debts, but also spent a fortune investigating the whereabouts of Chunya and Chu Mengyao, as well as the CEO of the conglomerate who had wronged him. By chance, he learned that the CEO had married a woman named Chunya years earlier, who coincidentally had a sister, Chu Mengyao. Those wretches, they had not only swindled all his money, but continued to pursue him even years later. The mere thought ignited a murderous rage within Duja. Damn it, Chu Mengyao, Chunya, you two bitches have ruined my life. This time, I will make sure to end you. Duja's eyes gleamed with a chilling madness as he glanced at his phone. It was 4:24 p.m. In his previous life, it was also around this time that Chu Mengyao had come to borrow money. Duja let out a cold smirk, quietly awaiting her arrival at the door. Approximately 3 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed. Duja silently opened the door. Standing before him was a pure-looking girl clad in a chiffon dress, her skin fair, and her figure curvaceous indeed. It was that wretched Chu Mengyao. Despite her seemingly demure appearance, Duja understood all too well that she was merely a fraud. Leaning against the doorframe, he coldly inquired, "Mengyao, what brings you here?" Hearing the frosty tone in Duja's voice, Chu Mengyao's eyes widened in confusion as she gazed at him. This devoted admirer seemed somewhat different today, yet she dismissed her suspicions and feigned innocence. "Duja, my sister is gravely ill, and the hospital requires 1 million for medical expenses. Could you please lend me 1 million? Her voice was soft, tinged with embarrassment. 1 million was no trifling sum. Even though Duja's family was relatively well off, such an amount was not easily obtained. She quickly added, "If not, 70 to 80,000 would suffice. Not a problem. Just 1 million, right? Duja interrupted her with a smile. What? Just 1 million? Chu Mengyao gasped, covering her mouth, astonished by Duja's generosity. Do you actually have that much money? Of course. My parents left me quite a bit, Duja replied with an innocent smile. Lending you 1 million for your sister's treatment is absolutely fine. However, since the transfer amount is substantial, we need to verify several details, so you'll need your phone and ID. Chu Mengyao nodded repeatedly, hurriedly retrieving her phone and ID from her wallet, handing them to Duja. She had never dealt with such a large sum before and assumed she needed to use her ID and phone for some procedure. Duja accepted the phone and ID with a sly smile. Borrowing money, is it? Running away, are you? Ruining my life, are you? Borrow, borrow, borrow. Today, I shall let you borrow to your heart's content. He pretended to operate the phone while secretly opening a browser to access the most unscrupulous loan shark websites from his past. Over 30 loan websites, all infamous for high interest rates and relentless debt collection. Duja proceeded to input all of Chu Mengyao's ID information without a hitch. Photograph, authorization agreement. He faced almost no obstacles. The current loan websites were indeed convenient. As long as one was female, they could borrow as much as they desired. Duja subtly raised his eyes to glance at Chu Mengyao, noticing her cheeks flushed, biting her lip as if moved by his generosity. Damn it, you shameless harlot. What are you pretending for? In his previous life, Chu Mengyao had worn the same expression, deceiving Duja into fleeing abroad. This time, witnessing her downfall would be a delight. Duja then lifted his phone, brazenly taking a photo of Chu Mengyao. She evaded him a couple of times, asking, Duja, why are you taking my picture? Duja casually fabricated, oh, since the transfer amount is significant, the bank needs to confirm it's really you. He then pretended to take a few photos of himself. Seeing Duja's serious demeanor, Chu Mengyao was convinced. So it was true, it seemed Duja genuinely intended to lend her the money. It was worth the 3 years she had spent with him. At that moment, Duja suddenly interjected, Mengyao, repeat after me. I solemnly pledge that I am Chu Mengyao, with ID number. He'll record a video, and the money will be transferred. Upon hearing that the money would soon be transferred, Chu Mengyao was elated and quickly complied. I solemnly pledge that I am Chu Mengyao, with ID number. Duja finished recording the video, a wicked smile curling his lips. Success. After a brief wait, the 1 million loan began to trickle into his account. Indeed, these loan sharks were efficient. The funds arrived swiftly. Duja promptly deleted all records of information and websites, handing back the phone and ID to Chu Mengyao. The money has been transferred. Take a look. Chu Mengyao eagerly opened her bank account, revealing a balance of 1,095,287.36 yuan. Inside, there was indeed an unexpected sum of 1 million. Duja, this time, I truly thank you. Once I gain admission to the film academy, I will certainly repay you, Chu Mengyao said, her eyes glistening with tears as she clutched her phone. At this moment, she felt a flicker of genuine emotion toward Duja's unwavering affection. Duja suppressed a smirk in his eyes. What a foolish woman. She was entangled in high-interest loans, yet remained blissfully unaware. Did she truly believe I would be that naive again? It's nothing after all. If we end up together, it doesn't matter whether you pay me back or not. Chu Mengyao discreetly curled her lip. She regarded him merely as a sycophant. How absurd of him to dream of marrying her. The man I desire, Chu Mengyao, must be affluent and charming. Just based on you? Oof. Once I am accepted into Yinjing Film Academy, I shall repay you and sever all ties. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Mengyao departed with the funds from her loans. Duja coldly observed her retreating figure and spat disdainfully. He turned and entered his home, lying on his bed with a frosty expression. It would not be long before the loan sharks would come knocking on Chu Mengyao's door. Given the nature of those thugs, they would not allow her and Chunya to escape as they had in their previous lives. When Chu Mengyao and Chunya found themselves cornered by their creditors, that would be the moment for me to emerge and exact my vengeance upon them. Did they not have the audacity to borrow from me? Did they not wish to vanish and evade repayment? Escaping from me is futile. They do not owe me money. Whatever they have to say, let them address it to those loan sharks. Let's see if those scoundrels will spare these two wretched women. A cold smile crept onto Duja's lips. In my past life, I was forced to hide from debt collectors, driven to become a mercenary abroad, constantly living on the brink of death. This time, I must not repeat those mistakes. I must accumulate substantial wealth and avoid a life filled with dread and the constant fear of demise. Moreover, I must exact a ruthless revenge on the despicable duo, Chu Mengyao and Chunya. I shall suffocate them with money. I want them to experience the torment I endured in my past life. By then, I will possess an endless supply of wealth, ensuring that Chu Mengyao and Chunya lose all semblance of dignity and boundaries. Two wretches. I will not allow them to repay me as if I am a fool. I, Duja, cannot afford to squander this opportunity of rebirth. And as for the shadowy figure who destroyed my company in my previous existence, I shall ensure that their family is left in ruins, with their loved ones scattered. Chapter 2. What? Money borrowed through one's own merit must be repaid? Meanwhile, in a hospital, Chu Mengyao anxiously awaited outside the operating room, pacing back and forth. She silently prayed. Finally, the lights in the operating room dimmed. The doctor emerged, announcing that the surgery had been a resounding success. Her sister, Chunya, was out of danger. After a brief interval, medical staff wheeled Chunya into the ward. Appearing to be in her mid-30s, Chunya had a curvaceous figure, her ample waist and hips evident even beneath the blankets. Her measurements were an astonishing 103-7099, even more outrageous than Chu Mengyao's. Although she was in her 30s, her beauty remained striking, akin to a perfectly ripe peach. No wonder in my past life, she could marry a powerful CEO while bringing along an 18-year-old sister. Chunya was merely a decade older than Chu Mengyao, and they bore no blood relation whatsoever. Chunya's complexion was pale, and it took her a while to open her eyes. "Sister, you finally woke up. How do you feel?" Chu Mengyao exclaimed with delight. "Yao Yao," Chunya replied weakly. "I feel much better, but where did you get the money for the surgery?" Chunya distinctly recalled that their family had little left after Chu Mengyao pursued her artistic studies. With tears in her eyes, Chu Mengyao said, "Sister, do you remember Duja? Isn't he that sycophant from your school who pursued you?" Chunya asked, astonished. "Yes, it's him. I asked him for $1 million, and that's how I managed to cover the surgery expenses," Chu Mengyao replied. Hearing that her sister had borrowed from that sycophant, Chunya grew anxious. "Yao Yao, did he coerce you into anything? Did you sign some contract or pay a price? You must tell me." Seeing her sister's distressed demeanor, Chu Mengyao was puzzled. "No, sister. Duja merely took my phone and transferred $1 million directly into my account. He didn't ask you to do anything in return?" Chunya's gaze fell between Chu Mengyao's legs, as if inspecting something. "Sister." Chu Mengyao's face flushed with embarrassment. "He truly didn't ask for anything. He just gave me the money. Why must you always think the worst?" When Chunya realized Chu Mengyao was speaking truthfully, she reluctantly accepted it, though still felt uneasy. "Yao Yao, I have worked tirelessly for years to ensure you get into the film academy and become a star. You absolutely must not get involved with that boy." Chu Mengyao lowered her head, nervously clutching her skirt, feeling bashful. "Sister, what are you saying? He is merely a sycophant. I have no feelings for him. That is for the best," Chunya replied. "In these 3 years at school, he has spread numerous rumors about you. What if it hinders your chances of becoming a star in the future? Had it not been for him lending us $1 million, I would have confronted him to make it clear that he should not harbor any delusions." Listening to Chunya's incessant chatter, Chu Mengyao interjected, "Sister, that was money Duja lent us, and I will have to repay it." Immediately, Chunya exclaimed, "What? Repay it? That sycophant has been clinging to you for 3 years, yet he is so stingy that he won't even give you $1 million outright." Chunya's voice pierced through the air, filled with indignation. "You are about to attend Yanjing Film Academy, and the expenses will only increase from here. If you lack funds, it will be impossible to stand out there. How could he possibly expect you to repay him?" Chu Mengyao's face turned crimson. Thankfully, the hospital had arranged for a private room, ensuring that no one else could overhear. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. "Sister," Chu Mengyao stamped her foot, exasperated. "I intend to become a star. If I don't repay the money, wouldn't I have a dark past in the future? That would affect my career." Chunya looked at her irresponsible sister with disappointment. How could someone so astute like herself have such a knave sister? "Yao Yao, I'm not saying you shouldn't repay it, just postpone it for a few years. Consider this. The Film Academy is an expensive place. If you want to become a star, you cannot afford to compromise on your living standards. If you lack money, how will you manage? Chunya continuously instilled her thoughts into Chu Mengyao. Initially, Chu Mengyao resisted, but the more she listened, the more she felt it made sense. Indeed, that was 1 million. As I just entered university, this is precisely when I need funds. If I use it all to repay debts, how could I possibly compete with those affluent students who have resources? If I can't compete, my chances of becoming a star are virtually non-existent. Thus, Chu Mengyao carefully considered Chunya's words. The sisters deliberated on how to navigate this predicament. After about an hour, Chunya, having just undergone surgery, fell asleep. Chu Mengyao sat quietly by the bedside, her resolve much stronger than the day before. Sister was right. This 1 million must not be repaid now. If I gain admission to the Film Academy, and if all my earnings go toward repaying dues, I will be unable to establish myself amidst the throng of stars in Yenying. No matter how beautiful or talented I am, if I lack the funds to buy bags, clothes, or cosmetics to enhance my appearance, no renowned directors or production teams will notice me, let alone become a star. Currently, my sister's medical expenses had amounted to over 70,000. Furthermore, Chunya insisted on recovering at home without further hospitalization, saving an additional 50 to 60,000. That left me with just over 400,000 for university funds. This money is crucial for competing against other girls during my university years. Chu Mengyao bit her lip tightly. I apologize, Duja. After all, you can nonchalantly produce 1 million. You must be quite affluent. Once I become a star, I will certainly repay you double or even triple. Chunya advised her to head straight to Beijing once the college entrance examination results are out. She planned to sever all ties, changing her number to avoid any contact with Duja. Chunya believed that since Duja could casually produce 1 million, his family must possess some wealth. Moreover, his unwavering affection for his sister, having willingly played the devoted admirer for 3 long years, indicated that he would not publicize their departure. Once Chu Mengyao firmly establishes herself at the Yanqing Film Academy, gaining connections and resources, she could reach out to Duja to repay him several million. The two of them discussed this plan and unanimously agreed it was feasible. They resolved that as soon as the examination results were announced and they achieved the necessary scores for the Yanqing Film Academy, the sisters would immediately fly to Beijing. After a refreshing night's sleep in the familiar room, Duja did not rise until noon the following day. He had already formulated a plan. Since he had been reborn, he vowed never to endure the same destitution he once faced. Armed with a decade's worth of advanced knowledge, he was confident it would be sufficient to amass an abundant fortune. After washing up, Duja changed his clothes and prepared to head downstairs for a meal. He had a preliminary plan in mind. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, but his memories of his past life were strikingly vivid. Perhaps I should visit the antique market. That signed silver dollar by Louis George should still be there, Duja mused as he walked, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3. Childhood Sweethearts in the Realm of Antiquities. A significant piece of news once emerged shortly after an examination. A man, attempting to sell his grandfather's relics, was confronted by security who demanded a stall fee. As the two engaged in a dispute, a shop owner intervened, casually purchasing a silver dollar from the man as display. This particular coin was later authenticated as a signature piece by Louis George, valued at a staggering 3 million yuan. The report reverberated throughout the nation, causing quite a stir. Presently, the protagonist felt inclined to try his luck. As he pondered, Duja descended the stairs, surveying his surroundings before entering a familiar little restaurant. Upon stepping through the door, he was greeted by an enthusiastic voice. Duze, what brings you here? A girl, donned in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, with a sweet appearance and a long ponytail, approached him with delight. Duja gazed at Lin Qingning, her radiant smile evoking a sense of nostalgia. They had been classmates from elementary through high school, sharing a close bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. However, since entering high school and becoming enamored with Chu Mengyao, he had spent less time with her. During his most desperate times, when he had lost all his money, Lin Qingning and her aunt had shown him considerable kindness, providing substantial assistance. Duja teased, what's wrong? Did you miss me and couldn't resist coming to see me? Lin Qingning's cheeks flushed slightly. You always know how to tease me. We aren't kids anymore. Duja leaned closer, playfully tugging at her ponytail. Xingning, I'm a bit hungry. Could you prepare a bowl of dumplings for me? Lin Xingning, feeling her face heat up like an apple from his attention, replied, Sit tight. I'll go cook for you. She turned towards the kitchen, her ponytail swaying, vibrant with youth. Duja settled at a nearby table. And soon Lin Xingning returned with a steaming bowl of dumplings, her face aglow with joy. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we can continue studying upstairs. Duja picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and took a bite. Delicious. It's been ages since I savored Aunt Lan's dumplings. Enjoy them. If you want more, I can make another batch, Lin Xingning said, her eyes sparkling as she watched him. She had harbored feelings for Duja since childhood, admiring his handsome features and height, not to mention his kindness. Had it not been for the formidable competition posed by Chu Mengyao, she would have confessed her feelings long ago. Now, she concealed her affection, content merely to see him at school. After a brief period of idle chatter, Lin Xingning attended to other customers. Meanwhile, Duja munched on dumplings, sorting through the information in his mind. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Lin Xingning's voice, tinged with fear, directed her gaze toward three unruly diners. The leader, a man with yellow hair and tattoos of dragons and tigers adorning his body, appeared far from innocent. He leered at the beautiful and innocent Lin Xingning. You're stunning. Truly stunning. All I wanted was to add you on WeChat. Why shout so loudly? The two henchmen beside him jeered. Exactly. Our brother Long is willing to add you on WeChat. That's a compliment, so don't be ungrateful. If you can't even grant this small favor, we want to be paying for our meal. Their laughter grew increasingly boisterous, leaving Lin Xingning on the verge of tears. The other patrons in the restaurant averted their gazes, unwilling to engage in the escalating trouble. Aunt Lan, busy in the kitchen, rushed out to stand in front of Lin Xingning, protecting her. Aunt Lan, Lin Xingning's aunt, had raised her alone. With a stunning visage and youthful skin, she resembled a woman in her late 20s. Her figure was voluptuous, and her proportions were strikingly exaggerated, creating an aura of grace that surpassed even that of Chu Mengyao's sister, Chunya. Standing before Lin Xingning, they appeared almost like twin sisters. I apologize. My niece is still young. Consider this meal on the house, Aunt Lan offered, attempting to diffuse the situation. However, the yellow-haired ruffians gazed at her with lustful eyes, clearly excited by her unexpected beauty. Wow, we thought there was just one lovely girl, but now we see there are two. What luck! One of the henchmen whistled. Brother Long, we'll have to frequent this place. It's a feast for the eyes. The yellow-haired leader stepped forward, leering at Aunt Lan. What do you think you're doing? You'll find out soon enough. He reached out towards her, but before he could make contact, a large hand suddenly intervened, grasping his fingers tightly. Are you seeking death? Duja's cold gaze bore into the yellow-haired man, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Years of mercenary experience had instilled a ferocious spirit within him. Aunt Lan and Xingning were among the most significant individuals in his past life, and he would not allow anyone to threaten them. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip, eliciting a pained cry from the yellow-haired man. Who the hell do you think you are? He began, but Duja's hand met his face with a resounding slap, knocking out several of his teeth and leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. As the yellow-haired man stumbled, he cursed you. Before he could finish, Duja delivered a powerful kick, sending him. The young man with golden hair appeared utterly breathless, as if he had encountered a divine being from the heavens. Every patron in the shop gazed at Duja in astonishment. This young man, with just a few swift strikes, had reduced several unruly thugs to such a pitiful state. Aunt Lan's delicate face was a portrait of shock, her mouth covered in disbelief as she regarded Duja. Meanwhile, Lin Xingning's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression one of infatuation. Previously, she had admired the reader's gentle demeanor, yet she never anticipated that he could exhibit such fierceness and brutality. It was utterly captivating to her. Chapter 4. The Louis George Silver Dollar, 3 million. Inside the shop, Duja's gaze was icy. He gripped the neck of the yellow-haired thug and hurled him to the ground. The two other small ruffians also regained consciousness, clutching their faces and wailing in agony. Apologize to Aunt Lan immediately, or prepare to suffer the consequences. Duja's words were not mere threats. Years spent as a mercenary abroad had honed his combat skills to an extraordinary level, exposing him to numerous bloody scenes, rendering him indifferent to the lives of such scum. Should Duja's anger reach its peak, he possessed 100 ways to ensure these individuals met their silent demise. The yellow-haired thug gasped for breath. Fear etched across his face as he beheld the towering figure of Duja. The terror was palpable, a feeling that could chill one to the bone. After a brief moment of hesitation, the yellow-haired thug realized he had kicked his steel plate. Apologize. I must apologize. Without delay, he and his two accomplices knelt before Aunt Lon and Lin Qingning. We are truly sorry. It is entirely our fault. Please forgive us. Aunt Lan's face flushed a bright red, her complexion radiant. Just moments ago, these three had been so arrogant, yet now they knelt before her, begging for mercy. This turn of events left the usually gentle Aunt Lon somewhat bewildered. Is this truly an apology? There is not an ounce of sincerity in it. Duja delivered a kick to the yellow-haired thug's face, sending several teeth flying. The thug cried out for his mother, prostrating himself on the ground. Mother, I truly understand my mistake. I will never dare again. Please spare me. Aunt Lan's voice trembled as she said, You may leave now, but do not return here. Upon hearing this, the three thugs scrambled to their feet, attempting to flee. However, Duja called after them. Aren't you going to pay for your meal? Yes. We will pay right away. They hastily gathered their meager funds, managing to scrape together only 58 yuan and 6 cents, a pitiful sum indeed. They placed the money on the table, not waiting for Aunt Lon to return change, and hurriedly fled. Lin Qingning's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So handsome. How could Duja be this charming today? I envy Chu Mengyao. If Duja were my boyfriend, I would be the happiest person alive. Aunt Lon, too, was filled with gratitude, her cheeks flushed, exuding an alluring charm. The way Duja had intervened to protect them instilled a profound sense of security within her. She remembered him as merely a child. How had he transformed into such a formidable figure in the blink of an eye? Aunt Lon bit her lip, her tender lips seeming almost capable of yielding moisture. Duja, I truly owe you my thanks. Duja waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, It's nothing. Aunt Lan, if they dare return, just call me. I will handle them. Th. Thank you, Duja. Aunt Lan gazed at Duja's mesquin phone, her face reddening as an inexplicable sense of fluster washed over her, prompting her to avert her gaze and absent-mindedly tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Lin Qingning joyfully approached Duja, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing tightly, her eyes filled with shyness and admiration. Duja, you were incredible today. You single-handedly took them down. Duja affectionately ruffled Lin Qingning's hair, chuckling. They were just a bunch of small-time thugs. It's nothing, Qingning. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lin Qingning nodded obediently, her expression still brimming with excitement. So handsome. Duja actually patted my head. As Duja reached the door, a sudden thought struck him. He turned to the adoring Lin Qingning and said, Qingning, please help me ask the head teacher for a day off tomorrow. Tell them I won't be attending school. Surprised, Lin Qingning replied, Why? The school is covering important exam topics these days. In response, Duja offered her a confident smile. Those topics are of no consequence to me. Just remember to help me request the leave. With that, he departed. For Duja, who had meticulously compared his estimated scores with the previous year's examination answers, this was a trivial matter. Once Duja had walked far away, Lin Qingning excitedly turned to Aunt Lon, exclaiming, Auntie, wasn't Duja incredibly handsome today? Have you noticed how he seems different now? Aunt Lon, momentarily caught off guard by her earlier days, blushed as she touched her radiant face. Why, yes, it seems he's changed somewhat. He has become more aggressive, yet simultaneously more manly. In the late afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Duja changed into a new outfit and donned sunglasses before hailing a taxi to the antique market. Today, he aimed to see if fortune would lead him to the coveted silver dollar. After approximately half an hour, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the antique market, where a plethora of items were on display, albeit with few genuine treasures, resembling a flea market. He moved swiftly, never pausing to glance at the shops. only focusing on the stalls set up outside, searching for his elusive target. After wandering for over half an hour, his pupils suddenly constricted. He had found it. There, a young man dressed in black was looking around furtively, pulling out a collection of trinkets from his travel bag. He hastily laid out a tattered burlap sack on the ground, preparing to display his wares. However, before he could finish, several security guards intercepted him, demanding 100 yuan as a stall fee. The two parties engaged in a heated argument, but the guards, outnumbering the youth, ultimately gained the upper hand. Just as the youth was about to be forcibly removed, a voice rang out, "I will cover his stall fee. Let him stay." The security guards and the young man turned to see a tall figure, clad in sunglasses, striding toward them. It was none other than Du Jia. He retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the guard. Seeing someone willing to pay such an extortionate fee, the guards gladly released the young man. Before departing, one guard cautioned Du Jia, "Sir, this fellow only has worthless junk. You may look, but do not purchase anything." The young man, incensed, retorted, "What are you saying? Everything here is valuable." Du Jia crouched down, intrigued as he examined the eclectic assortment of items within the burlap sack. "Thank you so much. Feel free to choose anything you like. It's on me," the young man said, thumping his chest in generosity. Among the myriad of items, Du Jia's keen eye quickly spotted the silver dollar nestled beneath an old leather-bound book. He gently moved the book aside and retrieved the silver dollar, scrutinizing its surface. The right corner bore the inscription L. Georgie. Indeed, it was the signature version of a Louis George silver dollar, valued at 3 million. P.S. Listening to the sound of Water Pavilion, the great door opens. Standing tall in the clear sky, moonlight spills across the stone steps. Dreams echoing with the melodies of old, tears staining the rouge upon awakening. Chapter 5. Listening to the spring pavilion upon encountering the silver dollar. Du Jia felt a surge of excitement within, yet his exterior remained entirely composed. Casually, he tossed the coin aside, feigning indifference. He then picked up several other antiquities, scrutinized them briefly, and shook his head in disapproval. While these items were indeed aged, they bore little significance. Perhaps it was best to allow them to settle further in time. With that thought, he prepared to depart. However, the young man was anxious. After much anticipation for an intrigued customer, he could not let Du Jia leave so easily. "Hey, handsome, why not take another look? If it's not to your liking, we can offer a buy one get one free deal. Even if they're of little use, they might add a touch of vintage charm to your home." Under the young man's enthusiastic persuasion, Du Jia feigned disinterest and casually sifted through a few more items. He inadvertently picked up the silver dollar once more. "I'll take these few items. They might evoke some nostalgia for the elders at home." "How much?" Seeing that Du Jia had chosen items of little value, a trinket, a few walnuts he had wholesale, a tattered book, and a seemingly counterfeit silver dollar, the young man shrugged it off. "Just a small amount. Consider it a contribution to my stall fees." Du Jia rose with a beaming smile. "All right then, goodbye." He promptly turned and exited the market. Upon reaching the roadside, he hailed a taxi. Once inside, he instructed the driver to listening to the spring pavilion. After a short journey, the taxi halted in front of an establishment that exuded classical charm. The driver announced, "We've arrived, handsome." Du Jia nodded, paid the fare, and stepped out, making his way directly into the pavilion. The crisp chime of a doorbell echoed as he entered. "Welcome, dear guest. How may I assist you?" A charming receptionist in uniform greeted with a warm smile. Du Jia approached the counter, captivated by the beauty before him. Although she perceived him as quite young, his handsome visage and an indescribable aura set him apart. With a sugary smile, she inquired, "Are you here for an appraisal?" Placing a hand firmly on the counter, Du Jia replied coolly, "I wish to see your boss. Please arrange it." The receptionist, slightly taken aback, apologized, "I'm sorry, but our boss is currently occupied. If you're looking to sell something, I can assist you with that if you'd like." Du Jia shook his head. "My items are of significance, and I wish to convey them with intent. You cannot make that decision. Take me to your boss." The mention of such professional terminology sparked a flicker of surprise in the receptionist's eyes. This handsome man seemed far from an ordinary patron. With a newfound urgency, she said, "My apologies, please follow me upstairs." Du Jia nodded and ascended the staircase behind her. The receptionist's figure was impeccably proportioned, clad in a fitted skirt, black stockings, and heels that clicked rhythmically on the steps, almost as if deliberately captivating his gaze. Having been immersed in a life of indulgence while abroad, he found himself momentarily spellbound, the habits of his former life challenging to shed entirely. Soon, they arrived at a small room on the third floor. After knocking, Duja entered a lavishly decorated space filled with an array of antiques adorning the walls. At a large table sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Duja, he extended a warm handshake. "Dear guest, what item might you be interested in?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duja retrieved the silver dollar from his bag. "This has been passed down through my family. I wish to present it for your appraisal." The moment the expert laid eyes on the coin, his expression shifted to one of gravity. As a specialist in ancient currency, he recognized the authenticity of the silver dollar immediately. The patina was commendable. However, such coins typically fetched around 2,000. Logically, this should not warrant his attention. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty on the expert's face, Duja offered a calm smile, pressing the coin into his hands. "Take a closer look." The expert examined it meticulously, weighing it in his palm, approximately 26.7 grams. The material and wear were impeccable. Suddenly, a string of English letters near the coin's edge caught his eye. "This is El Georgie." His excitement surged, hands trembling as he regarded the coin as if it were an extraordinary treasure. No wonder he exudes such confidence. This is indeed a valuable item. Once he regained his composure, the expert inquired, "Such an intriguing piece. May I ask what price you have in mind?" He aimed to gauge his understanding of the market. Duja, with a knowing smile, replied, "I am sincerely offering it for 3 million. I know my worth." The expert hesitated, realizing that this price was indeed at the upper limit of what he had expected. Even if he were to acquire it, he could only hope to resell it for approximately 300,000 more. His gaze returned to the silver dollar, growing increasingly enamored with it. After much contemplation, he gestured to the receptionist, who nodded in agreement. "I will need some time to consider. Please excuse me," the expert said with a smile. Duja nodded, "Of course. Take your time." As the expert left, Duja contemplated exploring the room when he noticed the receptionist casting a flirtatious glance his way, her smooth complexion radiating allure. "Your asking price is rather ambitious. 3 million is a figure typically reached only through auction," she remarked. Duja regarded her playful demeanor with amusement. "What do you propose, then?" With a coy smile, she lowered her gaze. "I couldn't say." Time passed, and after half an hour, the receptionist excused herself to the restroom, frequently glancing back, astonished. "Goodness, this person is remarkable," she mused, suspecting Duja had orchestrated the end of their encounter, as she felt ill-equipped to handle him. Moments later, the expert returned, accompanied by the receptionist, grinning. "Dear guest, 3 million is simply unattainable in this market. After discussing with my colleagues, would you consider 280,000? The receptionist, having refreshed her lipstick, stood behind him, winking at Duja with an enticing smile. Her cheeks flushed, as if suggesting she might offer him some personal benefits should he agree. Yet, Duja remained unperturbed. "A mere woman holds no sway over me. If I desire, I can have many. Compared to wealth, what does she represent?" He reclined his chair, chuckling. "I stated 3 million, and that is my final offer. If listening to the Spring Pavilion cannot meet it, I shall seek out the National Treasure Hall. I am certain they would be eager to pay that price." The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. She was momentarily stunned. Had all her efforts been in vain? How could you simply dismiss us? The expert, equally bewildered, wondered, hasn't it only been half an hour? Why does his attitude remain so resolute, his voice filled with vigor? Shouldn't he have assumed the posture of a sage by now, allowing himself to be undervalued? The middle-aged man glanced back at the receptionist. "Haven't you exerted your full effort?" The receptionist innocently lowered her head. Clearly, it was merely that the other party was too formidable. This approach was ineffective. Duja had no time to watch their little play unfold. "How are your considerations coming along? If it doesn't work out, I shall take my belongings and head to Guabao for assistance." Upon hearing that Duja intended to approach his sworn rival, the middle-aged man became anxious. No. Since you are genuinely intent on conveying this, Let us settle on 3 million and become friends. I shall accept it. Immediately, the middle-aged man prepared an invoice and receipt, fearful that Duja might change his mind. A mere 10 minutes later, Duja emerged with his backpack, a smile adorning his face. In just a single day, he had earned a substantial 3 million. While this sum may not be enormous, it was more than sufficient as his seed capital. The upcoming World Cup will be the true moment for him to reap quick and significant profits. Chu Mengyao prepared to beg for mercy, he declared, vowing that these two vile women would soon find themselves in a position of supplication. Chapter 6. Teacher Gong Ziyuan upon returning home. It was nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Duja opened the door and stepped inside. The late May sun still bore down with considerable heat, exacerbated by the sweat that had accumulated from his day-long wanderings. He tossed his bag onto the sofa and made his way to the bathroom for a shower, indulging in nearly half an hour of cleansing. Only when he felt utterly refreshed did he emerge, wrapped in a towel. Ah, what bliss! His initial capital had successfully arrived, an impressive 3 million. Now, he could set his sights on the next lucrative venture. Duja's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the time on his phone. At this hour, he vaguely recalled that the Samba World Cup was about to commence, likely just a few days after the college entrance exams. Reflecting on the World Cup that year, a twinge of nostalgia washed over him. The formidable Samba team, once so powerful, had ultimately succumbed to the German juggernaut in a staggering defeat of 7-1. That match was undoubtedly one of the most devastating in World Cup history, leading countless individuals to financial ruin. It was said that only one Dutchman, inebriated, had wagered on Germany to win with that scoreline, reaping a staggering 6,500-fold return and netting a remarkable €3 million. As Duja scrolled through various World Cup news articles on his phone, a smile crept onto his lips. This year's World Cup, known to him in advance, offered an opportunity for effortless betting. As long as he maintained a measured approach, he could amass substantial wealth in no time. This boon of reincarnation was indeed something Duja intended to seize with fervor. Just as he reminisced about the most memorable matches of his past life, a sudden ding-dong from the doorbell startled him. Who could it be? Perhaps it was Chu Mengyao. Furrowing his brow, Duja, clad only in a loosely wrapped towel, ambled over to answer the door. To his surprise, he was met by the sight of a voluptuous figure in an apron, her lovely curves subtly accentuated even beneath the billowing fabric. Aunt Lon, holding a platter of food. She smiled warmly. Duja, thank you for helping me today. This is a meal I prepared for you. Suddenly, mid-sentence, Aunt Lon shrieked and swiftly turned her head away. It dawned on Duja that he was only in a towel. Oh dear, he should have checked the peephole first. I'm sorry, Aunt Lon, I just finished my shower. He apologized hastily. Aunt Lan's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The little boy from years past had grown into quite a young man. Duja hurried back inside to don a short-sleeved shirt before accepting the meal from Aunt Lon. Thank you, Aunt Lon. I'll return the dishes once I'm done. All right, she stammered, clearly flustered. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. With that, she quickly departed, setting the meal on the table. Duja observed Aunt Lan's hasty retreat with mild curiosity, but soon dismissed it from his mind. He sat down to enjoy a hearty meal of chicken noodle soup and 2 meat dishes, savoring the flavors. After finishing, he cleaned the dishes and made his way downstairs to return them to Aunt Lan's restaurant. Inside, only Aunt Lon was busy in the kitchen. He did not see Lin Qingning. After greeting Aunt Lon, he placed the dishes on the counter and left. Back in his room, Duja commenced a rigorous training session without equipment. All his movements were rooted in the combat techniques he had acquired as a mercenary in his past life, direct and lethal, devoid of any embellishments. Even in this rebirth, he remained vigilant, knowing these critical skills could one day save his life. He trained for 3 solid hours, drenched in sweat, before taking a brief shower and succumbing to sleep. On the soft bed, Duja was in deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggily, he reached for it and pressed the answer button. An anxious female voice burst forth. Duja, why didn't you come to school for review today? Do you realize that today's lessons cover the key points for the exam? Hurry and come to class. Recognizing the voice as that of his homeroom teacher, Gong Ziyuan, He recalled that she had joined the school only in the latter half of the year, just before the exams. With her striking beauty and commanding presence, she had left a lasting impression on him. He replied casually, "Teacher Gong, I've engaged a top-notch tutor at home for guidance." Upon hearing this, Gong Ziyuan seemed relieved. "All right then, but remember to come and collect your exam admission ticket on the 6th. Your grades are quite good. Make sure to study hard for a chance at a prestigious school." "Understood. Thank you, teacher." With that, she ended the call. Duja smiled faintly as he tossed his phone aside. Although only 2 days remained until the exam, he felt no anxiety. After all, he possessed the answers to the questions. While he couldn't guarantee a score above 700, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Yanda would be well within reach. He refrained from appearing overly ambitious, as his previous best scores had barely crossed the 211 threshold. Aiming for a stable 670 would suffice to secure a place in a top-tier 985 institution. He had already set his sights on Binhai University, not only an economic hub, but also destined for global prominence, providing a solid foundation for his future. Chu Mengyao, Qinya. Just wait. When those debt collectors come knocking at your door, you'll find yourselves in dire straits while I revel in unending wealth. With that thought, Duja opened the long-neglected textbooks, diligently recalling the exam questions and problem-solving methods from his previous life. Some topics he had mastered long ago, though the exam had introduced some innovative challenges. Fortunately, the clarity of his memories post-rebirth afforded him the confidence to aim for high scores. After a full day of focused study, Duja successfully recalled most question types and problem-solving approaches. He had chosen the sciences in high school, comfortably securing around 270 points in the comprehensive science exam. He could afford to be lenient with his reading score in Chinese, easily aiming for 130. Mathematics will be a modest 145, foregoing a perfect score. As for English, despite excelling in other subjects, he had struggled considerably, scoring only 47. Had it not been for his prowess in other areas, he might have been at least at the lower tier of the 985 schools. Thankfully, his time as a mercenary abroad had exposed him to various languages. Although the exam-oriented English in Long Country differed, the underlying principles remained the same. For someone familiar with the answers, that posed no challenge. Closing the textbook, Duja rubbed his tired eyes. A day of study had indeed worn him out. Afterward, he ventured outside to buy some food, changed into fresh attire, and headed to the gym. After all, health is the foundation of everything. In his previous life, it was his relentless pursuit of physical fitness and mastery of survival techniques on the battlefield that had sustained him. I fear that I may have long perished on foreign battlefields. Although I have now returned to the vigor of an 18-year-old physique, I must not become complacent. It is imperative to maintain a robust constitution at all times. Otherwise, in my later years, I shall truly comprehend the meaning of each day worse than the last. Chapter 7. Duja, do you not like me alone? Soon, it was the morning of the 6th. Duja had just finished his morning routine when a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a vibrant and youthful figure, Lin Qingning, who stood there with a cheerful smile. Her ponytail swayed gently, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Dressed in a simple white short-sleeve top and snug sports shorts that clung to her legs, complemented by immaculate canvas shoes, she radiated the vivacity of youth. "Duzi, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. We need to go to school today to collect our admission tickets." "Did you just wake up?" Duja scanned Lin Qingning from head to toe, surprised at how well she had blossomed. "Are you ready to head out?" he asked. "Absolutely," Lin Qingning replied, brimming with excitement. It had been quite some time since they had gone to school together. Ever since Duja had bravely chased off 3 troublemakers of the store, he had firmly occupied a special place in Lin Qingning's heart. For 2 consecutive nights, she dreamt of him, which compelled her to visit him that day. She never anticipated that Duja would suggest they go to school together, which delighted her immensely. After about 10 minutes, Duja finished gathering his belongings, and they set off for school together, chatting and laughing about fond childhood memories, gradually restoring their once-cherished bond of childhood friends. Before long, they arrived at the school and entered the office of the third-year teachers. Upon entering, they spotted a stunningly beautiful female teacher seated at her desk, elegantly attired and possessing a graceful figure. It was none other than Duja's homeroom teacher, Gong Ziyuan. Rumor had it that many students secretly photographed her, taking a peek at the alluring images during the stressful nights of study. "Duja, you're here," Gong Zin exclaimed with a smile, rising from her desk. She picked up a set of notes and handed them to Duja. "You were the only one who missed yesterday's class on key points. Here are the notes I prepared for you. Be sure to study them well." Duja accepted the notes and flipped through several pages, astonished by the thoroughness of the material. It contained numerous pages densely filled with potential exam questions covering various types. "Thank you, teacher. I appreciate your thoughtfulness," he said gratefully. Gong Ziyuan waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "No need for thanks. Your focus on preparing for tomorrow's examination is what truly matters." Duja nodded in acknowledgement. Then he and Lin Qingning requested their admission tickets from the director. After receiving them, he waved goodbye to Gong Ziyuan. Once they left the office, Gong Ziyuan observed their departing figures and murmured to herself, "How curious. Didn't Duja claim to have fervently pursued Mengyao for 3 years? Why is he now so close to Qingning?" She found the complexities of young love utterly perplexing, despite being merely 24 herself. Outside the school gate, Duja and Lin Qingning continued their light-hearted banter. Lin Qingning suggested they indulge in some delicious food to relax before the exam. Duja playfully pinched her cheek and agreed. During his times of hardship, it was Lin Qingning, his childhood friend, who had been his greatest support. Casually glancing behind the security booth at the school gate, Duja led Lin Qingning away. After some time, Chu Mengyao emerged cautiously from behind the booth. Once she confirmed that Duja had walked far enough away, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had initially thought that arriving later would prevent her from running into him, but it had been a near miss. She dreaded the thought of him bringing up the matter of the 1 million. However, upon seeing Duja and Lin Qingning walking away together, a pang of resentment stirred within her. "Duja, did you not claim to have feelings for me? How can you be so close to Lin Qingning?" She was aware of their childhood bond, yet during their 3 years of high school, Duja had hardly interacted with other girls, including Lin Qingning, which had comforted her. Yet, witnessing their cheerful exchange today, heading home together, ignited her anger. "Duze, I once believed your devotion to me was profound. How could you move on so quickly?" She clenched her teeth, feeling betrayed. "You pursued me for 3 whole years, even though I rejected your advances, leading you on for all that time, and even took that 1 million from you. You should not betray me by being with someone else. Even if you know I will become a star, you're not worthy of me. But what if you persevered for another decade or so? Perhaps I would have been moved and chosen to be with you. But how have you repaid my feelings? Duze, I truly misjudged you." With a frustrated stomp, Chu Mengyao strode into the school to collect her admission ticket. Inside the office, she approached Gong Ziyuan. "Teacher, I'm here to pick up my admission ticket." Gong Ziyuan looked up, recognizing Chu Mengyao. She smiled and handed her the ticket. "Mengyao, good luck on the exam tomorrow. With your abilities, gaining admission to the Performing Arts Department of Yinjing Film Academy will be a breeze." Chu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you, teacher. I will do my best." She accepted the admission ticket and left, while Gong Ziyuan watched her hurried departure, shaking her head in disappointment. What a pity. Chu Mengyao was a top-tier student with a score of 247 in her arts examination. As long as she surpassed the undergraduate threshold in the college entrance exam, admission to Yinjing Film Academy was practically guaranteed. Alas, it's unfortunate for Duja. They seemed like a good match. Who would have thought they split? Gong Ziyuan sighed, pondering the whims of fate. Outside Yang Fu's spicy hot pot shop, Duja and Lin Qingning exited together. Although the food was delightful, Lin Qingning wore an expression of regret. "That was so pricey. You spent over 40 yuan, and it wasn't even that much better than other places. We should just cook at home next time." Duja couldn't help but chuckle at her distress over such a small amount. If she knew he possessed 3 million, her shock would be unimaginable. "It's fine. Money is meant to be spent. Once it's gone, we can always earn more." He wrapped his arm around Lin Qingning's shoulders, causing her cheeks to flush. "Let us head back. The exam is tomorrow." Lin Qingning nodded shyly, suddenly recalling something. "Wait a moment. Let me take a picture." She pulled out her phone from her shorts pocket and activated the front camera. Duja questioned, "There's no scenery. Why take a picture?" Lin Qingning shot him an exasperated glance. leaning against him, her soft form pressed slightly closer. Today marks the first time in 3 years that you've taken me out to eat. Of course, we need to capture this moment. With that, Lin Xingning snapped over 20 pictures of the two of them, gleefully selecting the most flattering ones. It dawned on Duzhe that, in her eyes, he held significant importance, even to the extent of cherishing a simple meal together enough to warrant a photo. He lamented his past choices, realizing how foolish he had been to pursue the superficial Chu Mengyao instead of cherishing the genuine connection he had with Lin Xingning. Thank goodness he was granted a second chance in life. He vowed never to repeat his previous mistakes, while Lin Xingning continued to browse through her photos, contemplating which ones to upload to her social media. Her mobile phone is still the humble Xiaomi 1S from 2 years ago, purchased for $1,500. The screen bears several cracks, and the charging port is misaligned. Yet, Lin Xingning hesitates to replace it, let alone repair it. She understands how challenging it is for her aunt to raise her alone. How could she justify frivolous spending? While Lin Xingning meticulously selects photos, Duzhe suddenly takes her hand. "Hey, what is going on?" she inquires, perplexed as she is pulled along with surprising force. Duzhe snatches her phone and declares, "I will get you the latest model." P.S. Lin Xingning blushes and softly murmurs, "Reader brother, you are so kind to me. I hardly know how to repay you." Chapter 8. The iPhone 5S and Driving School. The streets were bustling with people as Duzhe led Lin Xingning along. They soon arrived at the entrance of an iPhone store. In that year, the iPhone 5S had become a sensation in the country, boasting the highest price and popularity among smartphones. Only the Xiaomi brand, which focused on the sinking market, could barely compete with its sales at that time. As Lin Xingning was pulled to the front of the store, she protested, "Oh no, it's unnecessary. My phone still works, and besides, how can I spend your money? Let us hurry along, Duzhe. We have the college entrance exam tomorrow." She clutched his hand, attempting to drag him back home, but Duzhe was unyielding. With a firm tug, he pulled her against his chest, asserting, "No, you're coming in with me to get a new phone right now." Lin Xingning felt her cheeks flush as she leaned against Duzhe's chest, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. What was she to do? He was so domineering, yet she found herself enchanted by it. Without further ado, Duzhe dragged Lin Xingning into the store. Upon entering, a cheerful staff member approached them. "Welcome. Which model are you looking to purchase?" Duzhe glanced at the display, where the iPhone 5S dominated the shelves, starting at a price of 5,288 renminbi, an exorbitant cost for that year. He pointed to 3 units of the 32 gigabytes iPhone 5S. The staff member's eyes sparkled at the sight. With the iPhone 6 launching soon, it was remarkable that someone was willing to buy 3 5S models without hesitation. "All right, sir. I can offer you a discount, just 17,000 RMB for all 3, she said eagerly. Duzhe nodded. To him, that was a trivial amount. However, Lin Xingning was taken aback. "That's too expensive. I can't afford it." She clutched Duzhe's shirt, distressed. "Let us not buy it. We should leave," she insisted, trying to pull him away. The staff member patiently observed, clearly aware that the decision lay with Duzhe. He gently patted Lin Xingning on the head, reassuring her. "It's all right. Money is no concern for me right now." But over 10,000. Lin Xingning's eyes glistened as she felt a pang of guilt. Duzhe smiled softly and turned to the staff member, saying, "Wrap them up. I'll transfer the money through my app." Of course. The staff member was thrilled as she prepared to package the 3 phones, even adding some exquisite accessories as a bonus. Holding the brand new phone, Lin Xingning felt a mix of joy and regret. She was touched that Duzhe would gift her such a precious item, yet she lamented the sum he had spent. "You silly, I'll definitely pay you back after my summer job." As they exited the store, Lin Xingning was still reeling from the shock of the expenditure. Duzhe handed her another phone. "Take this one back for Aunt Lon and tell her it's for me." "What? You want to give my aunt a phone too?" Lin Xingning waved her hands in protest. No. Just this one is too much. I can't accept it." However, Duzhe simply shoved the phone into her arms, tugging at her ponytail playfully. "You don't have to pay me back. Consider it an early gift for your college entrance exam." Lin Xingning's face flushed deeper as she felt dazed, allowing Duzhe to guide her home. Meanwhile, at a mobile service center in the distance, Chu Mengyao seethed with rage upon witnessing the scene. She had come to obtain a new phone card, hoping to cut off any contact from Du Jia. Instead, she saw him lavishly gifting Lin Qingning not just one, but two expensive phones. You pursued me for 3 years, yet never gifted me an iPhone. Chu Mengyao thought furiously. Du Jia, just you wait. I will ensure that you repay that 100,000 over 7 or 8 years. Begging me for mercy, with a storm of emotions brewing inside her, she stormed back home. Around 1:30 p.m., Du Jia dropped Lin Qingning off at her house. Noticing Aunt Lon was busy cooking for guests, he refrained from interrupting, exchanging a few words with Lin Qingning before leaving. Once home, he exchanged his old phone for the iPhone 5S, aware that the iPhone 6 would soon be released. He could not bear to keep his outdated HTC after 10 years of using smart devices. After transferring his data, Du Jia changed his clothes and headed downstairs, catching a taxi to the largest driving school in the city. He intended to obtain his driver's license promptly, facilitating future car purchases and driving. Upon entering the driving school registration area, a staff member greeted him with a smile. "Young man, you've arrived early. The discount for students begins in a couple of days." Assuming Du Jia was a student, the staff member kindly offered him a discount. Du Jia glanced at him and directly inquired, "I want to enroll in your most expensive class. How soon can I obtain my license?" The staff member was taken aback. Did he misjudge this young man? Was he actually a wealthy heir? The most expensive option is the Supreme VIP class for 15,800 renminbi. If all goes well, you can receive your license in a month. After hearing this, Du Jia shook his head. 10 years ago, large driving schools had their own unique methods, including queuing, appointment scheduling, and even paid exam assistance. Without further ado, Du Jia produced his phone and displayed his substantial balance. "I'll pay 30,000. I want my license within half a month." The staff member gaped at the balance displayed on Du Jia's phone. A wealthy heir. This was a lucrative opportunity. "Absolutely. I'll assist you with the paperwork right away." The driving school was conveniently located next to the traffic management office. After settling the payment, Du Jia followed the staff member inside to complete the necessary procedures. In merely half an hour, all registrations were finalized. On Du Jia's strong request, the staff member arranged for him to take the first subject exam early. With some maneuvering, he managed to pass with nearly full marks. Following this, Du Jia demonstrated his driving skills at the school, performing single-side bridges, parallel parking, and reversing with the finesse of an experienced driver. Impressed, the staff member scheduled Du Jia for the second subject exam 3 days later. If he passed, he could take the third subject exam just 3 days after that and finally receive his license. By the time Du Jia returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening. He spent a moment reviewing questions in preparation for the upcoming college entrance exam. Taking out his phone, he noticed advertisements heralding the impending Samba World Cup, and a smile crept onto his face. The opportunity to soar was finally at hand. Chapter 9. Knowing the answers and controlling the scores on the morning of the 7th, Du Jia rose early and, after completing his morning routine, descended to find Lin Qingning. At the entrance of the small restaurant, Aunt Lon had already prepared 2 breakfasts. She incessantly reminded Lin Qingning not to be nervous during the exam, to skip any questions they couldn't answer, and to give it their all. Lin Qingning nodded repeatedly, though her gaze remained fixed in the distance. At last, Du Jia's figure gradually appeared. "Du Jia, come here quickly. My aunt made a breakfast for you too," she exclaimed with delight, dashing towards him to hand him the meal. Taking the breakfast from her, Du Jia smiled at Aunt Lon, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Lon." Aunt Lon looked at him with satisfaction and replied, "It's nothing. You two hurry off to the exam. Aim to get into a good university this year." Thus, Du Jia and Lin Qingning walked together to the examination venue, which was conveniently located at their school. They arrived effortlessly amidst the throng of students, with thousands of candidates gathered at the entrance. Du Jia quickly spotted a striking figure, teacher Gong Ziyuan. The allure of the beautiful headmistress captivated the attention of many. In front of her stood several of Du Jia's classmates, all awaiting entry into the examination hall. As Du Jia and Lin Qingning approached, Gong Ziyuan's eyes lit up upon seeing them, though her gaze lingered more on Lin Qingning. With her remarkable performance at the first high school, Lin Qingning ranked among the top 10, a promising candidate for prestigious institutions. "Du Jia, Qingning, how are you both preparing?" Teacher Gong inquired with a smile. Lin Qingning replied cheerfully, "Don't worry, Teacher Gong. We are both thoroughly prepared." Duzha nodded as well, having dismissed the exam as inconsequential. Seeing their confidence, Gong Ziyuan felt reassured. In another examination room, Chu Mengyao stood in a light-colored half-sleeve shirt, her fair skin and graceful stature drawing the attention of those around her. Yet, there was no trace of pride on her face. Instead, her mind was consumed by the sight of Duzha and Lin Qingning together the previous day. She had struggled to concentrate on her studies all afternoon and even lay awake at night mulling over the incident. That infuriating Duzha, he lacked the willpower to persist after just 3 years of pursuing me. And Lin Qingning, who doesn't know that Duzha likes me? How shameless of you to steal someone else's affection. She thought bitterly. Just wait. Once I become a star, I will make you both regret it. Before long, the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, and candidates filed into the room. Chu Mengyao shook her head, clearing her thoughts. She promised herself to focus entirely on the exam and gain admission to the Beijing Film Academy. She then joined the flow of students entering the examination hall. Within the first high school campus, Duzha encouraged Lin Qingning, good luck on the exam. Lin Qingning blinked, replying, "You too. Let us aim to attend the same school." They then parted ways to their respective classrooms, awaiting the exam. As the papers were distributed, Duzha perused the exam sheet, unable to suppress a smile. When the bell rang, he immediately began writing with fervor. The sound of his pen filled the air as he swiftly filled in his answers. He allowed himself some leniency on the reading comprehension section, but nearly all other answers were correct. After the exam concluded, Duzha exited the hall with great confidence, estimating his Chinese score around 135, which he deemed satisfactory. Observing the varied emotions of his fellow candidates, some jubilant, others dejected, and a few in tears, he reflected on the significance of the exam as a chance to alter one's fate. A good performance could elevate one's social standing. As he navigated through the crowd, he marveled at the wonders of life, pondering how, had he not been reborn, he might never have encountered this opportunity to transform his destiny. At noon, Duzha found Lin Qingning, and after sharing a meal, they reviewed for the upcoming math exam outside the school. Around 2:30, thousands of candidates gradually entered the hall again. Duzha maintained his composure during the mathematics exam. Within an hour, he had filled his answer sheet completely. Mathematics was easy to manage, and he held nothing back, aiming for a score above 140. After a brief rest, the bell for the end of the exam rang. Candidates filed out of the classrooms, marking the conclusion of the first day. Duzha and Lin Qingning reunited outside the school and returned home together. That evening, Duzha casually flipped through a book but did not continue studying, feeling confident about the next day's exam, which seemed effortless to him. On the following day, he entered the examination hall with renewed confidence. The comprehensive science exam posed no challenges for him. After controlling his scores, he settled at around 270 and then set down his pen to relax. The afternoon English exam followed the same pattern. He intentionally made minor errors in the reading and closed sections, while his essay was hastily composed, yielding an overall score of about 120. Finally, the bell signaling the end of the crucial examinations echoed, and Duzha exited the first high school gate with a sense of relief, ready to embrace newfound freedom. He had not yet fulfilled his promise to treat Lin Qingning to a meal, so after spending a brief moment with her, he returned home. For the past few days, he had not communicated with Chu Mengyao, and it was time to reach out. A cold smile crept across his face as he picked up his phone and sent her a message. "How do you feel about the exams?" After a considerable wait, Chu Mengyao replied, "Not bad. I should be able to get into the Beijing Film Academy." Duzha responded, "That's good. How is Sister Chun's health?" Upon seeing his quick inquiry about her sister's illness, Chu Mengyao initially thought he was reminding her to repay the money. "My sister is nearly recovered, but she still needs some time in the hospital for rehabilitation." Nearly recovered meant it was time to flee. Duzha's eyes turned icy. In his previous life, they had escaped easily. This time, however, they were burdened with 1 million in high-interest loans, with creditors closely monitoring their every move. He mused, "Let us see how far you can run." He knew well that those who lent money often had intricate connections. If a borrower attempted to flee, They could be intercepted almost immediately. Treat Sister Chen well. I believe she will recover soon. After sending the message, Du Zhe tossed his phone aside. No longer interested in Chu Mengyao. Surprised, Chu Mengyao stared at the screen, expecting a demand for repayment, yet he had not mentioned money at all. It made sense. Du Zhe had always been generous and likely did not regard the sum as significant. Besides, he had betrayed her and was entangled with Lin Qingning. Where was the face to ask for that million? Setting her phone down, Chu Mengyao gazed at Du Zhe's profile picture. Du Zhe, it's not that I refuse to pay you back. It's you who chose not to ask. Just wait until I become a star. I will make you regret choosing Lin Qingning. Chapter 10 The Samba World Cup is about to begin the following morning. Du Zhe rose early. He first went for a 10-kilometer jog in the park. Upon returning home, he indulged in a warm shower. When he checked his phone, he was surprised to find several messages from Lin Qingning. Du Zhe, I just finished my college entrance examination today. Would you like to go hiking together? With the exam admission ticket, we can get in for free. Eager, Du Zhe politely declined, perhaps another time. I have some matters to attend to. Lin Qingning replied, all right. They exchanged a few more casual messages. Lin Qingning mentioned that her aunt would not accept the iPhone 5S that Du Zhe had gifted her, which had remained unopened for 2 days. Moreover, she intended to return it to the store. Du Zhe advised her to inform Aunt Lan that Apple has strict management policies regarding returns once the phone has been dispatched. He encouraged her to accept it as a gift from him. After their conversation, he changed his clothes and took a taxi to the driving school. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the same staff member as before, who informed him that everything was arranged. Du Zhe would be the last to take the test. With no one else around, he nodded in acknowledgement, and the staff member drove him to the testing center for the second driving exam. The testing area was bustling with anxious candidates, as the cost of obtaining a driver's license in this era was considerable. Failing even once could result in a loss of thousands of yuan. After waiting for the entire morning, Du Zhe observed the small shop outside the testing center sell hundreds of packs of cigarettes, each labeled for easy reclaiming by the examiners. After about 3 hours, it was finally Du Zhe's turn. True to what the driving school had said, the testing area was now relatively empty. The examiner glanced at Du Zhe's identification, nodded, and signaled for him to enter the vehicle. The second exam was notoriously complex, featuring narrow passages, single-sided bridges, and undulating roads. Numerous candidates had failed multiple times. However, Du Zhe's driving skills were exceptionally refined, and he swiftly passed the examination with flying colors. The examiner looked on in astonishment, questioning why someone so competent would seek any shortcuts. He promptly marked Du Zhe's file with a series of checks. Subject 2 was completed with perfection. Upon exiting, the staff informed him that he could take the third subject exam in 3 days and receive his license that afternoon. Du Zhe nodded. The progress was rapid and justified the 30,000 yuan he had spent. Subsequently, he took a taxi to the nearest internet CAF. The establishment spanned 2 floors. It was entirely full, with patrons engrossed in games. The screens displayed either Crossfire, League of Legends, or racing. Lacking the patience to wait, Du Zhe approached a player engaged in League of Legends and handed him 100 yuan, requesting that he return the next day. The player, seeing Du Zhe's generosity, readily relinquished the computer. Du Zhe promptly logged out of the game and opened the webpage for the Samba World Cup. He began cross-referencing the schedule listed before him with the information in his mind. A total of 32 teams would first compete in the group stage, followed by the knockout round leading to the round of 16. The opening match would feature the Samba team against the Croatian squad. This match was expected to be a clear victory for the Samba team, the host nation and one of the strongest contenders for the championship. Countless Brazilians were eagerly anticipating the return of the coveted World Cup trophy. However, to everyone's shock, they were ultimately crushed by the German team, losing 7-1. Du Zhe skimmed through the schedule, recalling a significant portion of the matches. The Samba team's score against the Croatians was 3-1, slated for the early hours of the day after tomorrow. He had ample time to monitor the fluctuations in betting odds. Although domestic betting was not as liberal as that abroad, the globally celebrated World Cup still garnered substantial attention. Du Zhe currently had nearly 3 million yuan in his account. Despite this being the opening match, the bookmakers had invested heavily, and the odds were not exceedingly high. as it was common knowledge that the Samba team had a greater chance of winning. Hence, Duja intended to place a direct bet on the score, 2 million on the Samba team winning 3, 1 against Croatia, and 1 million on a 2-1 victory. This strategy would neither seem extravagant nor yield a modest profit. After approximately 2 hours, Duja rose from his seat and approached the Internet CF's front desk, transferring 2,000 yuan to arrange for a dedicated computer in a corner of the second floor on a monthly basis. The attendant, impressed by Duja's generosity, assured him of the arrangement. After all, 2,000 yuan was sufficient for countless hours of gaming over several months. Duja merely requested 1 month, a clear win for him. Following the scanning of his identification, he returned home, where he would patiently await the commencement of the World Cup, his opportunity to soar to new heights. Upon returning home, Duja reclined on the sofa, momentarily feeling a sense of leisure. In his past life, amidst the battlegrounds abroad, he had constantly remained on high alert, aware that death could strike at any moment. Consequently, he often indulged in the company of fellow soldiers, partaking in the company of young women living alone. Each of them was willing to spend money, as the pressure of life and death could only be alleviated through the most primal means. Duja was no exception. In his previous life, he had sought release almost weekly. The prices for such encounters abroad were not low, with each woman costing as much as $300. Duja typically sought 2 at a time, casually spending $600. Yet, even so, the exhilarating madness following each narrow escape lingered on. It was all due to Chu Mengyao and Chunya, those 2 vile women. Duja's gaze turned cold. Had it not been for them, his life would not have reached such a tragic conclusion. He resolved to pay a visit to Chu Mengyao's residence for observation. Based on his memories of borrowing money during his entrepreneurial endeavors, he recalled that once high-interest loans were taken, the lenders would meticulously investigate the borrower's address and the accuracy of their information. They would closely monitor all of the borrower's actions. At the slightest hint of evasion, they would take action. Duja had lent money through over 30 websites to Chu Mengyao, with each loan amounting to around 30,000 yuan, neither too much nor too little. Positioned right on the edge, he surmised that those seeking repayment would not rush. Reminders would likely come around 10 days later, coinciding with the release of exam scores. After hailing a taxi, Duja arrived at the residence shared by Chu Mengyao and Chunya. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he spotted Chu Mengyao in the distance, dressed in a striking outfit and carrying several shopping bags. Judging by their size, they were likely filled with clothing and cosmetics. She appeared elated, occasionally glancing at her luxurious possessions. Chu Mengyao lovingly caressed the iPhone 5S in her hand, reveling in her satisfaction. "Duzi, if you won't gift it to me, I'll just buy it myself," she thought simply. She was confident that her admission to Yanjing Film Academy was assured. Next, she planned to purchase some clothing and accessories to enhance her appearance, preparing to shine during her time at the academy and attract the attention of film companies and renowned directors, fulfilling her dream of becoming a star. She strutted in her high heels, clicking her way into the house. Duja observed from afar, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Buy away, you shameless girl. When the time comes for debt collection, let's see what you have to offer in repayment." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 11. A windfall of 15 million. Thus, 2 days passed. Duja remained at home, pondering and refining his money-making plan. When meal times arrived, he did not need to lift a finger in the kitchen. Aunt Lan would prepare sumptuous dishes and deliver them to him. Perhaps it was due to the gifts of high-value mobile phones he had bestowed upon her and Lin Qingning. But Aunt Lan's culinary offerings were exceptionally lavish, with each meal featuring 4 dishes and a soup, almost never repeating. This allowed Duja to thoroughly enjoy his time at home. Before he knew it, the night before the World Cup had arrived. Duja made his way to the Internet CAF, occupying his prepaid computer. In just 3 to 4 hours, the opening match of the World Cup would commence. To stay abreast of the dynamic odds of the match, he first logged into a betting website to observe the win-draw-loss ratios. He then navigated various World Cup forums and subsequently tuned into Channel TV5, which was broadcasting highlights of past UEFA Champions League and Premier League matches. After ensuring that there were not many patrons around him, he took out his phone and opened Wealth Treasure, transferring all his remaining funds into the account. The potential of Wealth Treasure in that year was truly unimaginable. It allowed for online betting to occur seamlessly, with returns typically credited within a few hours, enabling him to place his next bet swiftly. The aim was to entice people to indulge in this quadrennial celebration. Countless individuals had lost everything due to gambling on football, some even leaping from rooftops in despair. Yet, such tragedies were not destined to befall Duja. The scores were already etched in his memory. He proceeded to wager $2 million on a score of 3, one in favor of the Samba team against the Croatians, placing 50 times the stake with 20,000 bets. He then allocated another $1 million for a score of 2, one, again at 50 times the stake, but with only 10,000 bets. This second $1 million was a strategic ploy to create confusion, as many still regarded the Croatian team's prowess as formidable. Sitting quietly before his computer, he watched the highlights of past matches, eagerly awaiting the official commencement of the World Cup. The surrounding noise was a cacophony of gamers' shouts and exclamations. "Not you, buddy. Take the shot. A shot to the head. Damn it. I shot 97 and didn't T die. To hell with it. I won T back down." The vast majority of the patrons in the CAF were engrossed in gaming, their shouts and insults resonating throughout the space, which brought Duja a sense of nostalgia and comfort. After spending a little money to have the attendant fetch him some skewers and beer, he relished both the match and the delectable food, feeling utterly content. The screen displayed the UEFA Champions League semi-final, Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich, showcasing the peak of the BBC trio, Bale, Benzema, and Cristiano Ronaldo, shining brightly for Real Madrid. Shortly into the match, the commentary became increasingly thrilling. The first corner kick of the first half belonged to the visiting Real Madrid. Modric took the corner, the ball curving elegantly. In front of the goal, Ramos leaped for a header. An away lead, Real Madrid 1 o'clock. Bayern responded with fervor, bringing down Ronaldo and receiving a yellow card. However, in their haste, they granted Real Madrid another free kick. Ramos, a second header. What a performance from Ramos today. Subsequently, Bayern appeared rattled, launching frantic attacks. Yet Real Madrid's defense was remarkably solid. Pepe, Ramos, and Carvajal defended fiercely. Di Maria's long pass found Benzema, with Bale in the center and Ronaldo on the far side. Bale, like a red hair, passed to Ronaldo. Shoot. 3 o'clock, a decisive lead. The BBC trio was simply too formidable since the Champions League's restructuring. Cristiano Ronaldo had scored 15 consecutive goals. Before long, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Real Madrid triumphed 5 o'clock, eliminating the previous champions, Bayern Munich, and returning to the Champions League final after a 12-year hiatus. As the highlights concluded, Duja checked the time. Almost 2 o'clock, when the world would turn its gaze to the Samba World Cup. Soon, the grand opening ceremony of the World Cup commenced, featuring over an hour of performances with a star-studded lineup and more than 60,000 fans celebrating in the stadium. Duja watched intently for a while, finding it entertaining at first, but soon grew weary, wishing for the match to commence. Finally, as the clock approached 4, the opening match between the Samba team and the Croatians began in earnest. Both teams possessed significant strength, and from the outset, the competition was fierce. At the 10-minute mark, Orsic advanced, with teammates in tow. However, Marcelo from the Samba team inadvertently deflected the ball into his own net, an own goal. The Croatians took the lead. The Croatian fans erupted in jubilation, while Samba supporters, not to be outdone, rallied behind their team, confident in their superior skills. Soon the tides shifted. The Samba team executed a midfield rotation. Neymar, dribbling past an opponent, elegantly found the back of the net. The crowd erupted, Neymar the superstar. Then the Samba team, seemingly invigorated, received a penalty opportunity in the second half. Neymar took the penalty, his yellow number 10 jersey darting across the pitch. A powerful strike. The Croatian goalkeeper desperately lunged, managing to touch the ball, but the speed was too great. It nestled into the corner. Samba team 2-1. The match remained tense as it approached the final moments of stoppage time. Even Duja, who already knew the outcome, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. At last, in a dramatic turn, Oscar from the Samba team surged through the center, catching the Croatians off guard. The ball found its way into the net. 3-1. The Samba team claimed their first victory. As the match concluded, Duja exhaled deeply and glanced at the betting page on Wealth Treasure, a faint smile gracing his lips. By the next day, he would likely transform into a millionaire. He then perused various forums, finding little of substance, dominated by predictions of win-loss scenarios with paltry odds. Only the dynamic odds on the betting site captivated his attention, with the final odds for the Samba team at 3-1 against the Croatians at 7-6. Although the final figure did not guarantee the outcome, the fluctuations would not be drastic. With 2 million wagered, he stood to gain over 10 million. Duja shut down his computer, packed his belongings, and returned home, collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion. After a night of anticipation, even he was weary. It was nearly 11 in the morning when he groggily awoke. The first thing he did was check his Wealth Treasure account balance. 15,520,715. 15,520,000. Duja, an instant millionaire. His excitement was palpable. The sheer profit was astonishing. No wonder so many were willing to gamble their entire fortunes. The spectacle of overnight wealth was utterly breathtaking. 2 million in, 15 million out, and with no tax liabilities on his winnings. Compared to the several million earned through life and death struggles on the battlefield in a previous life, this sum brings Duja unparalleled joy. However, this is merely an appetizer. The most exhilarating and lucrative opportunity during the World Cup invariably occurs during the semi-finals when the Samba team faces off against the Chariots. A staggering 7-1, with astronomical odds of 6,500 to 1. Though the domestic figures may not reach such outrageous heights, the disparity will certainly not be vast. It is at that moment that he will truly transcend his social class. Many might deem overnight wealth to be an exaggeration, unrealistic even, but who is the protagonist? It is none other than Duja. Dashing and charismatic, even winning 10 million every day would be a mere trifle for him. Chapter 12. Auntie. After taking a light breath, Duja donned his clothes and rose, preparing to descend to Aunt Lan's home for dinner. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for having Aunt Lan deliver meals to him daily. Just as he reached the doorway, he noticed the bag he had carelessly tossed onto the sofa a few days prior. It contained some trinkets he had unearthed from the antique market. Without hesitation, Duja emptied the contents, intending to discard them. However, an old, tattered book captured his attention. When he initially picked it up, he hadn't examined it closely, but now, in his hands, its unique texture intrigued him. Curiosity piqued, he slowly opened the book while seated on the sofa. The first page bore 2 large characters written in brush. Auntie. This book does not involve immortality. It is merely an auxiliary for the protagonist to strengthen their body. Strengthening the body indeed. What could this mean? Duja, having read numerous novels, had heard of Extreme Yang, but had never come across a book named after it. He flipped to the next page and began to read slowly. The text on each page was sparse, only a few dozen characters, accompanied by illustrations depicting a person in various peculiar poses. The paper was thick, and after flipping through about 20 pages, he had finished. This book seemed to resemble one of those deceptive martial arts manuals. It spoke of harnessing yang energy, circulating it throughout the body, cleansing the bones, and refining the marrow, creating a sensation of qi. The more he read, the more fascinated he became. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a strong impulse to try the movements and techniques described within. Duja had always believed in the existence of extraordinary individuals in the world. After all, Tai Chi was just a series of simple moves, yet it could significantly contribute to one's health. The exercises in this book appeared easy to learn, so why not give it a try? Resolutely, he focused on the instructions, starting from the first page. Cultivating yang energy in the dantian, moving it through the abdomen to circulate throughout the body. Following the book's guidance, he moved slowly. Initially, the motions felt awkward and the instructions were somewhat cryptic. It took him 2 full attempts to grasp some of the essentials. However, halfway through his 3rd attempt, Duja felt no extraordinary sensation. Was it all just a figment of his imagination? If such a treasure truly existed, it would surely not fall into his hands. Perhaps it was best to abandon the endeavor. At that moment, just as he was about to rise and head downstairs. An inexplicable wave of scorching heat erupted from his lower abdomen, instantly enveloping his entire being. What was happening? Je vous allante. The heat coursed through him as though it intended to ignite his very essence. He immediately recalled the passage from the book. Could this be the yang energy circulating throughout his body, cleansing his channels and refining his marrow? If so, did it mean this book truly held power? Elated, he realized that if he continued practicing, he might indeed cultivate the sensation described in the text. Suppressing the overwhelming heat, Duja persevered with the subsequent movements. His body felt as if it were melting, enveloped in warmth, exceptionally comfortable, akin to having soaked in a hot spring for hours. As he practiced the 9th cycle, the burning sensation finally dissipated, leaving his entire body feeling remarkably cool, save for a subtle energy in the dantian area. Chi! This must be the sensation the book referred to. Duja was overjoyed, astonished that this book he had casually acquired was genuinely effective. He wondered if it could elevate him to the status of a martial arts master. Approaching the mirror, he scrutinized the changes in his physique. His skin appeared more radiant and resilient, while his muscles seemed more pronounced. Although the transformation was not drastic, his overall demeanor radiated a newfound vigor, reminiscent of a man refreshed after a rejuvenating bath. Satisfied with his reflection, Duja marveled at the remarkable effects and pondered his current physical capabilities. Would they surpass his previous state? He resolved to test this later in the afternoon. Descending the stairs, he made his way directly to Aunt Lan's restaurant. Dude, you're here. I was just about to bring the meal over to you, Aunt Lan exclaimed upon his entrance, revealing a bag of prepared dishes. No need to trouble yourself. Aunt Lan, I feel a bit guilty having you run back and forth. He replied with a smile as he sat at the table and eagerly opened the bag to eat. Aunt Lan observed him with a smile, noting that his aura seemed to have shifted since he arrived, appearing more masculine and handsome. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a generous bowl of rice. Within 20 minutes, Duja had devoured everything but still felt unsatisfied, as though the food had been rapidly consumed. It was no wonder they said martial arts training could deplete one's resources. Resolving to eat more, he sheepishly requested, Aunt Lan, I'm still hungry. Could I have another bowl of noodles? Huh? Still hungry? Aunt Lan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had already prepared a substantial meal, yet Duja still craved more. Yet, it made sense. Boys aged 18 or 19 typically had hearty appetites. Aunt Lan casually glanced at the muscles on Duja's arms. Her cheeks flushing, shaking her head, she retreated to prepare more noodles for him. What was happening to her lately? Had her long period of solitude caused her to feel youthful again? Duja subsequently finished 2 large bowls of noodles before departing under Aunt Lan's astonished gaze. Upon returning home, he spent the entire day immersed in the wonders of cultivating Yanji. The sensation of constantly growing stronger was utterly intoxicating. He completed 200 diamond push-ups, breaking only a light sweat. He had indeed become significantly stronger. Previously, performing 100 push-ups of this caliber would leave him utterly exhausted. He then attempted sit-ups and single-arm push-ups, both of which had improved exponentially. To think that merely an afternoon of practice could yield such remarkable results. As the afternoon wore on, Duja visited a nearby barbecue restaurant, purchasing 3 pounds of grilled meat. After finishing, he bought some cooked beef, finally feeling his hunger abate. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 7 in the evening. The competition would not commence until midnight. Perhaps he should take a nap. After a full day of training, he felt quite fatigued. Yet, a peculiar heat lingered in his lower abdomen, preventing him from falling asleep easily as he tossed and turned for quite some time. At Chu Mengyao's residence, she wore a light makeup that accentuated her delicate beauty, adorned in designer clothing, with a hint of alcohol on her breath. Shinya brought her a cup of hot water. Yao Yao, you are destined to become a big star. Stay away from bars in the future. Chu Mengyao took the water, sipping it. Don't worry, sister. I went to KTV with my classmates, not a bar. Today, she had gone to KTV with her close friends to sing. They all envied her designer clothes and iPhone 5S, proclaiming that she would undoubtedly stand out at the Beijing Film Academy in the future. Becoming a sensational superstar brought immense joy to Chu Mengyao, who celebrated until now before returning home. Suddenly, Chunya, gathering her hair, softly said, Yao Yao, my chest feels a bit painful today. Could you lend me some money so I can visit the hospital? Money? Chu Mengyao bit her lip, hesitating. Over the past few days, she had already spent 100,000 yuan on luxury brands. If her sister went to the hospital again, it would diminish the funds she needed for university. Wouldn't that jeopardize her aspirations of becoming a superstar? P.S. Chu Mengyao clutched her bank card tightly. This was her money for achieving stardom, and even her mother could not touch it. Chapter 13. The Data of Spinach. However, Chu Mengyao could not bear to see her sister, Chunya, suffer any longer. Sister, aside from the pain in your chest, do you feel unwell anywhere else? Chunya furrowed her brow, clutching her full chest. No, just a feeling of tightness and a dull ache and discomfort while sleeping. Upon hearing that her sister's condition was not severe, Chu Mengyao felt a sense of relief. She then embraced Chunya's arm and reassured her, Sister, you are fine. It must be because you have just undergone surgery and your body is still a bit weak. Just remember to rest more and eat some nutritious food, and you'll be back to normal in no time. Chunya nodded, realizing that what Chu Mengyao said made sense. After all, she had only recently had surgery, and it was natural to feel a bit unwell. To go to the hospital for such minor issues would only delay her sister's college plans. You're right, I was overthinking it. Chunya forced a smile. Yao Yao, would you like something to eat? I made some soup for you. Chu Mengyao had already indulged in numerous snacks outside and was not hungry at all. I'm not eating. I'm a bit tired tonight, so I'm going to sleep in my room. Saying this, she walked into her room and shut the door with a slam. Chunya felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Ever since her sister finished the college entrance examination, she seemed to have changed. Not only did she stay out late, but upon returning home, she would retreat into her room, leaving Chunya in the dark about what she was up to. Alas, my sister has grown up. It's hard to manage her now. Chindelimentif. Blaming herself for having worked tirelessly to earn money and not spending enough time with Yao Yao. With a sigh, she quietly began to clear the dishes. Soon, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and had to sit on the sofa for a while to recover. Never mind. Once Yao Yao gets into college and becomes a big star, I will have peace of mind. Duja slept soundly until 10:30 in the evening, awakened only by his alarm clock. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at the time. There was still over an hour until the second match of the World Cup began. He quickly got dressed, and after a couple of stretches, he felt more awake. He then headed downstairs to buy some skewers and grilled meat before going to the internet CAF. As long as the score tonight remained consistent with his previous life, he would not have to keep a constant watch over the games at the CAF. After all, he could accurately predict the outcomes of nearly every match. The odds didn't matter much to him. He still held a winning ticket for a match that ended 7-1. Upon entering the CAF, it was already 11:30. While enjoying his grilled meat, he awaited the start of the match. At midnight, Mexico's chicken roll team was set to face the African Lions. With a predicted score of 1 o'clock, it was not particularly thrilling, as both teams were evenly matched. At 3 o'clock, the bullfighters were to compete against the Orange Army. With an anticipated score of 1-5, a shocking upset, the bullfighters were the champions of the last World Cup, and everyone believed they would win easily. No one expected such a devastating defeat at the hands of the Orange Army. This match was truly unexpected, leaving many in tears, while others may have taken drastic measures in despair. Before going to bed, Duja had already placed his bets. He opted to wager on the scoreline again, but this time he was more cautious. Because both the Mexican chicken roll and the African Lions were of average strength, not many people were betting on them. He wagered 2 million on the Mexican chicken roll winning 1 o'clock against the African Lions and another 2 million on the opposite outcome. This created an illusion that he was leaning towards a draw. The odds for this bet were not too high, but he could still make some profit. However, the odds for the bullfighters versus the Orange Army were a staggering 500-1. It was sensational. Though the odds were tempting, Duja suppressed his desire. He placed 2 million on a score of 1-2 and 1 million on 1-3, deliberately choosing to lose 3 million to maintain the facade that he was just an average bettor, not someone who could predict major upsets. The more he aimed for the big wins, the more he needed to play it safe. In online betting, regardless of the funds involved, there were always processes like deposits and withdrawals. There would always be someone capable of tracing his information. If they discovered he had only recently been a student, but suddenly had large amounts of money to gamble with, and was consistently accurate, it would raise suspicions. He could even be pulled into investigations regarding match predictions. It was wiser to proceed cautiously. Soon, the match commenced. The initial exchanges were intense, with the Mexican chicken roll team launching several attacks. The African Lions struggled with midfield control, losing possession frequently. However, their defense held strong, thwarting many attempts. The first half ended with neither team able to gain the upper hand. As the second half progressed, the match reached a boiling point. What an excellent opportunity! The Mexican chicken roll team penetrates the penalty area. A shot. Blocked. Oh, another shot. Goal. The ball is in. The Mexican chicken roll team leads 1-0 against the African Lions. The match continued for a full 90 minutes, and despite the African Lions' long passes and attempts, they could not find the net. The game concluded around the 94th minute, and the outcome was settled. The fans in the stands erupted in wild celebration, their cheers echoing through the venue. A smile crept on Aduja's face as everything aligned perfectly, the score mirroring his previous life exactly. He no longer needed to stay glued to the CAF. He had time to pursue other endeavors. Afterward, Aduja lay his head lightly on the table for a brief rest. He still had to watch the match where he had bet $3 million against the bullfighters at 3 o'clock. Regardless, he was determined to see the game through. The clash between the bullfighters and the Orange Army soon commenced, reaching a fever pitch. Robin and Van Persie's performances were nothing short of spectacular, executing stunning headers and incisive passes that obliterated the value of the bullfighters' goalkeeper, Casillas. Even Piku of the bullfighters could only cover his face in disbelief, clearly overwhelmed. In such a situation, even when facing Real Madrid with Barcelona, he had never felt so lost. As expected, the shocking match concluded with the bullfighters suffering a humiliating 1-5 defeat. Aduja lost an entire $3 million. He promptly shut down his computer and returned home. To capture that astounding 6,500-1 scoreline, sacrificing a small sum up front was certainly worth it. The World Cup was secure for now, and it was time to consider a more substantial future. He was determined to enroll at Binhai University for his higher education and would likely remain in Binhai. It was high time he visited the city. Who still remembers the pain of Germany's 7-1 victory over Brazil? Countless individuals became impoverished overnight. Chapter 14. Senior Tian Xingli. Female real estate salesperson in a former life, Binhai City was the economic center, known for its unprecedented development and nicknamed the Magic City. Although the current year is XX, the number of individuals investing and developing in that region has long been countless. Lying in bed, Aduja pondered his next course of action. In his previous life, he had been compelled to work in Binhai City to repay debts, enduring hardships for 3 to 4 years, which gave him considerable familiarity with the area. If there was still any project worth competing for, it would undoubtedly be real estate. The average housing price in Binhai currently hovers around $15,000, while the prices in high-end communities have soared to over $40,000. Many individuals speculate on properties in Binhai, hoping for a meteoric rise. However, aside from those who can only secure prime properties through connections, no one knows where the next price increase will occur. Aduja, however, was an exception. He was fully aware of the prevailing circumstances. Currently, he possessed approximately $10 million, and after a few more days of the World Cup, he aimed to accumulate around $40 million, which would be sufficient for a tour of Binhai. After a brief nap, Aduja awoke and checked his wealth app, discovering an account credit of $360,000. Subtracting the fabricated $500,000 and the $200,000 wagered, he realized he had incurred a loss of $340,000 in the match. Compared to the previous night when he became a millionaire, this was indeed a significant loss. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The prize pool for the World Cup only grew larger as time progressed. The same amount of money earned during the group stages differed vastly from that earned in the semifinals. He meticulously prepared his betting data so that even if he later made substantial profits, it wouldn't raise too many suspicions. After a brief rest, Aduja resumed his practice of Auntie. The pursuit of martial arts was truly addictive, especially after his experiences as a mercenary on the battlefield in his past life, which deepened his understanding of the importance of strength. Regardless of future wealth, one could not escape the threat of malicious individuals. With Yangji, at least in domestic settings where firearms were scarce, his sense of security would significantly increase. However, Yangji also left Du Zhi somewhat troubled, as he could not suppress the urge to seek out women. A restless fire simmered in his lower abdomen, refusing to be quelled. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that when he visited Huhai in a few days, he would take the opportunity to relieve some pressure. It was better to express such feelings rather than suffer in silence. In the following days, Du Zhi placed bets of 1,000,000 in nearly every match, experiencing small wins and significant losses, ultimately losing around 3,000,000. Yet, all of this was to establish his betting data. Wins and losses were part of being an ordinary player. If he were to keep winning, it might raise questions about whether he had a system assisting him. Naturally, to raise funds, Du Zhi would not feign losses indefinitely. For instance, in a match from Group G, when he had only around 500,000 left, he boldly wagered 4,000,000 on the match between Team Tank and Team Grape. The outcome was a resounding 4 o'clock victory. The match concluded with an astonishing shutout, as Team Tank decisively crushed Team Grape, led by the superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, shocking the entire football world. Everyone assumed that even if Team Grape fell to Team Tank, they would at least score 1 or 2 goals. Yet, even the official betting companies were unprepared for such a dismal outcome. The odds for this match were not particularly high, but those like Du Zhi who boldly wagered 200,000 on a 4 o'clock scoreline reaped tremendous rewards, effectively capturing over 90% of the bets placed on that score. Although the dynamic odds of betting adjusted continuously, the disparity in the score still resulted in explosive odds of 34 times. While Du Zhi was unaware of how much profit those at the upper echelons of betting could amass, he had triumphed over 99.9% of the participants. Du Zhi had once again become extraordinarily wealthy overnight, with a staggering 68 million. This amount would not be credited until the following noon, and due to its magnitude, the Wealth app automatically deducted 20% in unexpected income tax, leaving him with 54,400,000. Observing the series of figures displayed on the Wealth app, Du Zhi nodded to himself. It was time for a trip to Binhai. In the days leading up to his departure, he meticulously monitored the activities of Chu Mengyao and her sister Chunya. For several consecutive days, he refrained from messaging Chu Mengyao, who equally hesitated to contact him, fearing he might bring up the matter of the 1,000,000. He noted that for the past few days, Chu Mengyao had continued her early departures and late returns, frolicking with fellow students preparing for art exams in high school, flaunting her various designer outfits, claiming it was for early preparations for the Yanqing Film Academy. Du Zhi couldn't help but smirk at this. You flaunt now, but when the debt collectors come knocking, you will have your moments of regret. Similarly, he observed Chunya, who had ventured out twice in recent days, once to a small clinic for medication and once to a traditional medicine shop for some herbal remedies, spending a modest sum. Du Zhi deduced these were pain-relieving and gas-dispelling medications. Could there be residual effects from a previous surgery that still required treatment? He knew that Chunya had opted not to remain in the hospital for further observation to save money for Chu Mengyao and had returned home to recuperate. It seemed that Chunya indeed had some health issues. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Du Zhi cast a cold smile at the floor where the two sisters resided before heading home. The following morning, Du Zhi packed a few changes of clothes and boarded a flight to Binhai. Around 1 in the afternoon, he exited the airport terminal, dressed in casual attire and wheeling his suitcase. He hailed a taxi and headed to the Mingzhu Real Estate Center. After a half-hour ride, the taxi came to a steady stop at the entrance of the real estate center. Du Zhi alighted and walked toward the entrance, where he was greeted by a bright young woman in an OL uniform and black high heels, her ample bosom barely contained. She briskly approached him, her heels clicking on the pavement. "Are you Mr. Du Zhi? I am Tian Xingli from Mingzhu Real Estate. It is a pleasure to serve you." Tian Xingli extended a delicate hand adorned with a DR diamond ring. "Hello, I'm the Du Zhi you were in contact with a few days ago." Du Zhi's gaze lingered on the diamond ring for a moment before he smiled and replied. After a brief handshake, they entered an office within the real estate center together. Tian Xingli enthusiastically poured Du Zhi a glass of water and sat across from him. Unbeknownst to her, or perhaps deliberately, her attire revealed a considerable expanse of her fair skin. From Duja's vantage point of 1 meter 87, the view was strikingly clear. I didn't expect Mr. Du to be so young. I thought you were my age based on our chats on WeChat, she remarked with a playful smile. Duja chuckled lightly. You flatter me. Miss Tian, I simply have some spare funds from home. His gaze unabashedly settled on her décolletage. After all, it was her choice to present herself this way. Who could consider purchasing property from here to be mere spare change? Tian Xingli giggled softly. Mr. Du, would you like to view the available properties first, or... She sensed Duja's gaze but showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, it seemed as though she stood tall with confidence. This is precisely the strategy one ought to employ in sales. In coastal areas such as this, affluent tycoons are abundant. If one does not leverage their remaining charm, how could they possibly sell properties smoothly and secure commissions? Duja took a delicate sip of tea, a half-smile playing on his lips as he remarked. The scenery here is vast. Perhaps you could show me some available properties. Upon hearing these words, Tian Xingli appeared to awaken to the moment. Hastily clutching her chest and casting a bashful glance towards Duja. Very well, Mr. Du. I shall fetch the car immediately. Please hold on a moment. With that, Tian Xingli rose, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor as she made her way outside. Duja, however, diverted his gaze from Tian Xingli's alluring silhouette. For his primary purpose in this visit was the property poised for an astronomical appreciation in value. While it was undeniable that Tian Xingli resembled a plump peach, the pressing priority remained securing the property. In the future, these homes would witness a tenfold increase in price. Making a wise investment now would undoubtedly yield substantial returns later. P.S. Tian Xingli pressed her lips together tightly. To the handsome readers present, should you wish to purchase a property, you may seek out Xingli, who will undoubtedly strive to assist you. Chapter 15. The dormitory building transforms into a school district residence. The actual location of the property was a full 20 kilometers away. Duja sat in the passenger seat, appreciating the scenery along the way. Tian Xingli, though not tall, had to sit upright in her seat to see the road clearly. Duja's gaze remained fixed on the steering wheel and the headlights. With nothing else to occupy her, Tian Xingli struck up a casual conversation with Duja to foster a sense of closeness. It turned out that she was not a local of Binhai, but had come from another region to work. Despite lacking formal education, her eloquence and striking appearance had enabled her to become a competent real estate agent. Duja glanced at the DR diamond ring on her finger and chuckled. Miss Tian, are you already married? Tian Xingli exclaimed in surprise, then quickly clarified. Not yet. Mr. Du, it's merely an engagement ring. I plan to marry next year or the year after. Duja nodded. Does your fiancé also work in Binhai? No, it's just me here, Tian Xingli sighed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. He runs a small grocery store back home, earning 2,000 to 3,000 a month. I wanted him to join me in Binhai, but he can't bear to leave the store. I have no choice but to strive alone in Binhai. Once I save enough money, I'll return home to live a good life. Understanding her situation, Duja observed the expensive clothing and jewelry she adorned. In a prosperous city like Binhai, after witnessing countless scenes of high society, it was rare to find individuals who remained true to their convictions. The idea of a beautiful, capable woman like Tian Xingli returning home to marry her fiancé after earning enough money seemed almost implausible. Then I wish you happiness, Miss Tian, Duja said. Tian Xingli, her face radiating charm and maturity, playfully replied, I don't know what the future holds, but if Mr. Du supports my business today, perhaps I will find great happiness. Absolutely, Duja responded with a smile. She thought he was merely going to purchase a house, unaware that today's performance could yield a fortune beyond her wildest dreams. Soon, the car came to a stop in a relatively quiet area, dotted with clusters of residential buildings. Behind the community lay a vast expanse of desolate land, a significant 20 kilometers away from the high-rises, far removed from the city center. In Binhai, this area was among the cheapest for renting, and few would choose to buy a home here, preferring instead to take out loans for smaller residences in the city center. Monsieur Du, please wait a moment while I grab my shoes, Tian Xingli said with an embarrassed smile, unbuckling her seatbelt. Her curvaceous form leaned into the back seat. revealing an alluring silhouette. It took her a full 2 minutes to retrieve her shoes, and just as she began to feel awkward, Duja opened the car door with a decisive click. "Miss Tian, I will go ahead and take a look," he announced as he exited the vehicle. Upon his departure, Tian Xingli felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed this deal was slipping away, and she had already tested Duja's interest twice, yet he remained indifferent. A simple tease or a light touch would have assured her of the sale, but she had not anticipated his complete lack of response, leaving her disheartened. Despite feeling hopeless about the sale, she dutifully followed him upstairs to present the property. "Mr. Du, this apartment is of exceptional quality. It features 2 units per floor, has a classic north-south layout, and is beautifully furnished. The total area is 180 square meters with approximately 15 shared space, consisting of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and an independent balcony and cloakroom." As she walked in her high heels, she meticulously showcased the apartment's amenities, explaining each detail. "The decor is cozy and comfortable, but if you're not fond of it, you can always change it later. Also, Mr. Du, regarding that vacant lot outside, I've heard that a factory is set to be built in the coming years, which will undoubtedly increase property values. Purchasing now would guarantee profit." Duja listened with keen interest, yet he interjected, "But I've heard that the factory has been delayed for years without approval." Tian Xingli's face flushed with embarrassment at being caught in her sales pitch. It was common knowledge that properties near infrastructure tend to appreciate in value. Many had bought into the building with the expectation of the factory's imminent construction. However, after 5 or 6 years of waiting, it remained unapproved, leaving many apartments vacant, including hers, which she rarely visited. Duja stepped onto the balcony, gazing out at the empty land, which was his primary objective for this visit. In his past life, while working in Binhai, he could not afford to rent a place close to work, settling instead for a small room in the outskirts. He often saw that parcel of land, where rumors had circulated about a factory being built, which had once driven property prices sky high. Yet, as the factory's prospects faded, so too did the property values, plummeting to their lowest. Just when it seemed the area was destined for collapse, a surprising policy was enacted. To attract talent to settle in Binhai and address educational needs for their children, the government designated that vast empty lot for a prestigious school. The situation had taken a dramatic turn, transforming the dormitory building into a coveted school district residence. The property values in the surrounding buildings soared, and the overall value of the development increased by nearly 2 billion. Those who had missed the opportunity to buy here or had sold prematurely were left lamenting their decisions. Filled with regret, Duja exhaled, turning to Tian Xingli. "Miss Tian, what is the current price per square meter?" "Huh? The price?" Tian Xingli snapped back to reality. Having just been caught at her own sales tactics, she assumed Duja had lost interest. To her surprise, he asked about the price. "The current lowest price is 12,900 per square meter. If you are genuinely interested, I can authorize a discount to 12,500 per square meter. What do you think?" Duja pondered in Zilengsa. At 12,500 per square meter, a unit would cost around 2 million, quite reasonable for properties in Binhai. With over 50 million at his disposal, investing a significant portion in real estate promised substantial returns. Noticing his prolonged silence, Tian Xingli grew anxious. "Mr. Du, if you're still unsure, I can sweeten the deal by offering you an underground parking space. Typically, a parking spot costs 50,000, but how does this incentive sound?" Duja was taken aback. Before he even spoke, she was ready to give away a parking space. With the school district policy in effect, parking spots had skyrocketed to over 100,000. Without uttering a word, Tian Xingli had just gifted him a considerable sum. What if he negotiated further? Feigning hesitancy, Duja inquired if further concessions could be extended, remarking that the location hardly justified the exorbitant price. Tian Xingli, in a coquettish tone, playfully chided him, reminding him of his earlier well wishes for her happiness. She emphasized that her salary in Binhai was modest, and further haggling would leave her in dire straits. The sight of a youthful, comely woman, clad in professional attire, cohabitating with a man in a suite, her proximity and alluring demeanor piqued Duja's interest. His thoughts, initially innocent in the office, now took a different turn. With a delicate gesture, Tian Xingli adjusted her hair, subtly closing the distance between them. Her voluptuous figure nearly brushed against Duja's arm. Noticing the amorous glint in her eyes, Duja understood the situation. Having endured days of torment, he succumbed to the temptation. He seized her, pulling her into the lavishly decorated bedroom amidst her feigned protests and delicate struggles. He quipped that her happiness was not merely a matter of words, but depended on her skills and whether they warranted his investment. Tian Xingli responded with playful coyness, expressing her infatuation. Practice? What practice? I hoarded a bunch of unfinished buildings. I admit I had a gambling component, but I bet right. The unfinished buildings have become school district housing. Chapter 16. I'll take 20. Inside the room, Duja reclined on the bay window of the bedroom. Clothes hung neatly on the rack. Some salespeople possess an exceptional gift of gab, capable of charming customers within a mere half hour. Content displayed in the comment section. Tian Xingli respectfully addressed Duja. Mr. Du, allow me to freshen up with a shower. I won't be long. Duja waved his hand, urging her to proceed. Shortly thereafter, Tian Xingli emerged, draped in a bathrobe. Just as she reached the bedside to gather her hair, she was taken aback by Duja's words. There's no need to remove the diamond ring. Tian Xingli paused, refraining from further comment, and retreated to the bathroom. 2 hours elapsed. It was past 1 in the afternoon. Duja donned his attire and exited the room. Observing Tian Xingli's languid state, he remarked with amusement, "Shall I procure some medication for you?" Tian Xingli gasped for air, her voice weak. "No need, Mr. Du. I have some in my bag. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it for me?" Duja nodded and extracted a pill from her purse, handing it to Tian Xingli, who remained in the room. Subsequently, he ordered 2 takeout meals and patiently waited in the living room. A full half-hour passed before Tian Xingli emerged from the room, sauntering unsteadily. Her face flushed, her eyes glazed. She cast a glance at Duja on the sofa. Incredible. He's superhuman. Seated on the sofa, Tian Xingli massaged her cheeks, taking a moment to regain her composure. Soon, the takeout arrived, and after they had finished their meal, Tian Xingli's face radiated delight. She inquired with a smile, "Mr. Du, what do you think of this apartment?" Duja responded with a smile, "This property is quite appealing, and Miss Tian's service is commendable. I'll take it." Upon hearing these words, Tian Xingli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her sales commission was 1.8%. If she successfully sold this apartment, she would earn a substantial 40,000 yuan. This sum was considerable, as Tian Xingli often went months without closing a deal. This was truly a windfall. In that case, "Mr. Du, please wait a moment while I fetch the contract," Tian Xingli said, rummaging through her bag for the document. However, Duja interjected, "Miss Tian, there's no rush." Tian Xingli's movements faltered. Could it be? He had already slept with her. Was he about to renege on the deal? But Duja's subsequent words left Tian Xingli speechless. "Based on the current discount for this apartment, I'll purchase 20 units. Beside the sofa, Tian Xingli stood frozen, contract in hand. Did I hear correctly? He wants to buy 20 units? That's over 40 million. How could someone so young possess such wealth to purchase so many apartments? This must be an excuse to avoid buying." Tian Xingli gritted her teeth, growing increasingly resentful. She felt as though she had been taken advantage of. Duja must be deceiving her. Even if he did possess such funds, why would he buy 20 apartments in such a remote location? He knew that there were no plans to build factories here. Even as an investment, this venture would be a colossal failure. Noticing Tian Xingli's astonishment and skepticism, Duja realized that she doubted his sincerity. He promptly produced his phone, displaying his account balance to dispel any doubts. The string of digits on the screen captivated Tian Xingli's gaze. Over 50 million. Du possesses over 50 million. Tian Xingli was on the verge of throwing herself at Duja in excitement. Heavens, he wasn't joking. Duja was genuinely going to buy 20 apartments. The potential profit she could derive from this transaction was beyond her wildest dreams. Duja chuckled softly. Well, 20 apartments, all at the current discounted rate of 12,500 yuan per square meter, with a complimentary parking space for each unit. Can you authorize that? Tian Xingli nodded vigorously, barely containing her excitement. Yes, absolutely. Mr. Du, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary man. Your capabilities are truly remarkable. Are you certain about purchasing 20 apartments? I can retrieve all the contracts right away. Heavens, 20 apartments. Tian Xingli nestled against Duge, her smile radiating allure. Today had been incredibly rewarding. Not only had her physical desires been satisfied, but her spirit had also been uplifted. With this thought in mind, Tian Xingli's passions were reignited. She gazed at Duja with seductive eyes, gesturing towards the bedroom. Duja understood her intentions and swept her into his arms. Bursting through the bedroom door, Duja glanced at his phone. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. He then roused the unconscious Tian Xingli. "Miss Tian, are you still able to move?" Tian Xingli lazily turned over, struggling for a moment before rising to dress and adorn herself with jewelry, preparing to return to the company and retrieve the contracts. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong? Do you inquiète, puzzled?" Tian Xingli clutched her head in frustration, on the verge of tears. "I just remembered that company policy dictates that I can only sell a maximum of 10 apartments to a single client per month. There's such a bizarre rule." Duja was initially surprised, but then realized that such regulations were indeed in place in some areas of the real estate industry. It was common for individuals to arrange for their acquaintances to work as salespeople in real estate companies to secure the lowest possible prices and earn commissions, essentially profiting from both ends. While the developers didn't suffer significant losses, they were nonetheless displeased. Hence, such regulations were implemented. After all, aside from pre-sale launches, the only individuals capable of selling 10 apartments in a single month were likely undercover agents. Someone like Du Zhe was a rare exception. Then you'll have to handle it yourself. Find another trustworthy individual at your company and work together, Du Zhe suggested. Tian Xingli pouted. It was a shame to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. However, she had no other choice. Otherwise, the generous discounts she had offered might lead to her termination. Soon, Tian Xingli descended the stairs and drove back to the company. She needed to carefully consider who to enlist as her partner to secure a portion of the referral fee. Shortly after, Tian Xingli arrived at the company. As she entered the building, she noticed a stunning woman with a more refined air passing by. Tian Xingli's eyes lit up, and she promptly intercepted the woman. "Baya, are you interested in making a deal?" Chapter 17. Purchasing a home inside the office. Two elegant women dressed in professional attire sat facing each other. Tian Xingli earnestly urged, "Sister Bai, what are you still hesitating for? This is such a splendid opportunity. Why don't you seize it?" Opposite her, Bai Jie, who appeared to be in her mid-30s, exuded a graceful charm with her voluptuous figure and a height of 1.68 meters, slender and poised. With a blush on her cheeks, she softly replied, I still can't bring myself to do it." Just moments ago, Tian Xingli had shared the enticing prospect of a wealthy boss who could effortlessly purchase 20 properties, yielding commissions in the hundreds of thousands. A notion that stirred Bai Jie's heart. Yet that very boss had only agreed to buy after being with someone like Tian Xingli. If Bai Jie wished to earn money as well, would it not imply having to align herself with that affluent individual? This thought made her feel uncomfortable. Despite having worked in sales for several years, she had never resorted to such tactics to boost her performance. While her colleagues thrived through these means, Bai Jie steadfastly adhered to her principles, unwilling to trade her integrity for success. This decision had resulted in her stagnant salary over the years. Were it not for her striking beauty, which occasionally attracted buyers attempting to flirt, she might have been dismissed long ago. Seeing Bai Jie still resisting, Tian Xingli grew anxious. This sister not only had a gentle disposition and was easy to converse with, but her beauty and figure surpassed even her own. Hence, she had been willing to share the commission from 10 properties with her. If Duja, the boss, were to think that Tian Xingli had misunderstood his intentions and decided against buying, what would they do then? Without hesitation, Tian Xingli moved closer to Bai Jie, linking their arms. "Sister Bai, the other party is a young gentleman, not a withered old man. And even if you are reluctant to earn this money, you must consider your sister's health. Her condition could worsen at any moment. It cannot be delayed indefinitely." Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Bai Jie became momentarily lost in thought, her defenses wavering. She had come to Benhai initially to save money for her sister's treatment. Now, With such a promising opportunity before her, to let it slip away would mean her sister might never have the funds for necessary medical care. For a moment, Bai Jie bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions as she sat in silence on the sofa. Noticing Bai Tian Xingli seized the moment, stating, "Sister Bai, your sister's illness can only be treated at the top hospital in Binhai. Without at least 2 million, it is simply impossible to provide the care she needs. Think carefully. What holds more significance, a fleeting sense of purity or your sister's health?" Having said this, Tian Xingli refrained from further persuasion, knowing that her sister had always been Bai Jie's utmost priority. Once this trump card was played, Bai Jie would surely no longer hesitate. Indeed, less than 3 minutes later, Bai Jie wiped her eyes and, her voice somewhat hoarse, declared, "All right, Xingli, I agree." Hearing this, Tian Xingli was overjoyed and embraced Bai Jie tightly. "Sister, rest assured, we are good sisters. I will ensure you are well compensated for this deal." The two beautiful women embraced, a sight that was particularly delightful. In another part of the room, Duja had just placed a bet for the World Cup when he heard a knock at the door. It seemed Tian Xingli had arrived with another person. Good, he thought. It was time to settle these affairs quickly. He intended to purchase a villa near Binhai University in preparation for balancing his studies with entrepreneurial pursuits. As the door swung open, 2 stunning women stood gracefully at the entrance, both clad in well-tailored professional outfits that accentuated their curves. With wine-red silk scarves around their necks and adorned in short skirts, black stockings, and high heels, they exuded an alluring charm. Duja looked at Tian Xingli in confusion. "Did you misunderstand my request? I merely asked you to find someone to handle the contract signing. What are you doing?" Tian Xingli smiled at Duja and replied, "Mr. Du, how about letting her take over the contract signing? Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Bai Jie's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Too shy to meet Duja's eyes. Although he could not see her face clearly, a quick glance revealed that her beauty surpassed even Tian Xingli's. As Bai Jie nervously raised her gaze to meet Duja's, her face grew even warmer, her eyes sparkling. This Duja appeared so youthful and handsome. She wondered if he would mind that she was already in her 30s. However, for the sake of her sister's treatment, she had no choice but to proceed. Bai Jie fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and, in a soft voice, introduced herself. "Mr. Du, hello. I'm a sales representative from Mingzhu Real Estate. My name is Bai Jie. It is a pleasure to meet you." Duja nodded, gesturing for her to enter. "Please, come in." With a smile, Tian Xingli ushered Bai Jie into the room. The 3 settled in the living room, laying out all the contract documents. The procedures were comprehensive. They simply needed signatures for the contracts to take effect. Duja intended to purchase 20 fully furnished properties at a price of 12,500 per square meter, equating to 25 million each, an amount that represented a lifetime's earnings for an ordinary person. Furthermore, each property would come with an exclusive parking space, totaling 20 parking slots. The entire transaction amounted to a staggering 45 million yuan. This was an astonishing figure, capable of burying an individual beneath its weight in cash. Neither Tian Xingli nor Bai Jie had ever encountered such a vast sum of money. Both women anxiously watched Duja, fearing he might suddenly change his mind. However, after a cursory glance at the contracts and confirming their validity, Duja proceeded to sign without hesitation. "It's just over 40 million, he thought. With the impending educational policies for the new school, he was poised to reap profits exceeding tenfold, given that the transfer of property would take several days. Duja could not possibly transfer all the funds immediately. Thus, he decided to pay a deposit of 10 million yuan first, with the remaining balance to be settled once the paperwork was finalized. When the 2 women saw the company account reflect the 10 million deposit, Tian Xingli was overwhelmed with excitement. "Mr. Du, you are incredibly generous. It is truly an honor to do business with you. Thank you so much." That deposit alone could earn her tens of thousands, a significant sum for her. Duja smiled, looking at her lips. "It's nothing. This is the result of your hard work." Tian Xingli blushed, still feeling a twinge of pain from earlier. Meanwhile, Bai Jie gazed at the company account in a daze. 10 million. They had indeed sold 20 properties. Her eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. Upon arriving, Tian Xingli had informed her that she would receive a 5,000 yuan referral fee, with the remainder being hers. Each property would yield approximately 40,000 in commission, totaling 400,000 for 10 properties. Bai Jie would earn a staggering 350,000 in commission, although this amount was still insufficient for her sister's treatment. It undoubtedly provided her with renewed hope to persevere. Suddenly, Bai Jie lifted her head, gazing gratefully at Du Jia. He had become a savior for both her and her sister. If she could adequately attend to this esteemed Du Jia, the funds for her sister's treatment would increase by over 300,000. The mere thought of this brought tears to Bai Jie's eyes. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Du Jia, noting that everything regarding the contract was nearly in order, took the initiative to step into the room. Bai Jie inhaled deeply, driven by her love for her sister. In her high heels, she clicked rhythmically as she entered. For hours later, Du Jia stood quietly by the window, observing the vibrant nightlife of the coastal city. The examination results were only days away. It would not be long before he arrived in this bustling place. Chu Mengyao, Chunya, you wretched girls, enjoy your laughter while you can. Chapter 18, Du Jia, save me. At the break of dawn the following day, the reader awoke in a tranquil room, the woman beside him still enveloped in slumber. Upon checking his financial app, he discovered an impressive gain of over 8 million, a result of his wagers on the Kangaroo team, the Orange Legion, the Bullfighters, and the Chilean match from the previous night. During this period, he had incurred losses amounting to approximately 6 million, translating to a net profit of around 2 million. He had been consistently in the profit zone lately, and the results were quite satisfactory. Some of the less popular matches had slipped from Du Jia's memory, leaving him to rely solely on the teams competing in the knockout stages to determine outcomes. His bets predominantly centered on win-draw-loss scenarios, occasionally losing all stakes during overtime matches. Yet he remained unfazed, for his ultimate ambition still lay in that infamous match where the Samba team fell to the War Machine team with a staggering score of 1-7, a golden opportunity to secure a substantial turnaround. After a while, Du Jia rose, refreshed himself with a shower, and proceeded to practice his Yangji Gong exercises in the living room. Following his routine, he settled onto the sofa and began messaging Lin Qingning for a chat. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Jie staggered out of her room, struggling to walk steadily. Du Jia had already prepared a lavish spread of high-protein meats, enough to satisfy 7 or 8 people, yet he devoured it voraciously post-exercise. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli, having brushed their teeth and washed their faces, merely sat on the sofa, silently observing Du Jia's astonishing appetite. They were not hungry at all. Rather, they were in awe, watching him consume what was ostensibly a feast meant for several. Bai Jie gazed at Du Jia's face, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head. How mortifying! She had initially intended to earn money through this arrangement, yet here she was appearing infatuated. Meanwhile, Tian Xingli, captivated, covered her face while gazing at Du Jia, increasingly enamored. He was truly remarkable. Oh heavens! I think I'm falling for him. Once Du Jia finished his meal, the trio descended to the ground floor, preparing to return to the real estate company to finalize the transfer procedures and other paperwork. As they entered the car, Tian Xingli suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Bai Jie inquired. With a playful glare at Du Jia, Tian Xingli lamented, "My leg cramped up. I can't drive now." Du Jia's eyelids twitched. He turned to Bai Jie in the back seat, signaling for her to take the wheel. However, Bai Jie appeared to be in an even worse state than Tian Xingli. With a resigned sigh, Du Jia decided, "Never mind, I'll drive." Tian Xingli happily vacated the front seat, moving to the back. Du Jia fastened his seatbelt and pressed the accelerator, swiftly heading toward the Mingzhu Real Estate Center. Upon arrival, he wasted no time. He instructed Bai Jie to present all the necessary documents. After reviewing them, he promptly signed, delegating any subsequent issues entirely to them. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were overjoyed at Du Jia's straightforwardness. Entrusting them with tens of millions of assets demonstrated his complete faith in their capabilities. Bai Jie's gaze towards Du Jia became increasingly affectionate, her heart fluttering. After signing all the paperwork and transferring the remaining 35 million to their company account, she raised her eyebrows at Du Jia, her demeanor suggestive of unspoken words. Witnessing this, Duja rubbed his temples in exasperation before locking the office door. 3 hours later, Duja had departed, having purchased a ticket for a flight scheduled to depart at 1 o'clock that afternoon, anticipating an arrival home around 4. At Binhai Airport, Duja carried several exquisitely packaged boxes filled with clothing and jewelry he had purchased from mall. The collection included dresses, high heels, bracelets, and necklaces. Uncertain of their preferences, he opted for 3 complete outfits for each of them, all selected by the store attendants, who assured him they were styled for women in their 30s and those in their late teens, promising an absolutely stunning appearance. He boarded the flight home, having opted for the finest first-class ticket, unwilling to deny himself comfort now that he had the means. After declining the flight attendant's attentive service amidst her disheartened gaze, Duja requested that she convert his seat into a bed, reclining to rest. Although he didn't mind resting on the plane, he had already done so multiple times today and decided against it. Chapter 19. The Crown Club inside the small restaurant, every table and chair lay overturned, with bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates shattered into a chaotic array on the floor. The typically tidy establishment now resembled a battlefield. Aunt Lon, her hair disheveled, sat amidst the shards of glass, clutching the sobbing Lin Qingming tightly. A vivid red handprint marred Lin Qingming's face, and at her feet lay her shattered iPhone 5S. Surrounding them were a dozen burly men adorned with tattoos, their expressions menacing as they glowered at the 2 women. The leader, a portly man with a face of excess, wore a thick gold chain around his neck and leered at Aunt Lon with a depraved grin. "What a voluptuous beauty," he sneered. He seized a bottle and slammed it down in front of Aunt Lon, causing glass shards to scatter and slicing her calf. "What do you want from us?" Aunt Lon questioned, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to suppress her fear. Lin Qingming, her face still flushed, glared defiantly at the ruffians. "You worthless cooks have made my brother sick with your food. Now, cough up 100,000 from medical expenses," the portly man shouted, prompting a nearby thug to clutch his stomach theatrically. Aunt Lon gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain in her leg as she slowly rose. "You didn't even order any food. How could you be sick? I've already called the police. If you continue this ruckus, they'll be here to sort things out." The portly man roared with laughter, his gaze lewdly fixated on Aunt Lan's curvaceous figure. "Police? By the time they arrive, I'll have finished my business here. Ha ha ha." He advanced toward her, his intentions clear. Aunt Lan's heart raced as she saw his brazen demeanor. Panic overtook her as she retreated against the wall, her face pale. What do you want?" "The police will be here soon." With a revolting grin, the man licked his lips, his gaze roaming over Aunt Lan's body. "Whether the police come or not, today you either hand over 100 grand, or, well, let's just say you'll entertain me." The thugs encircled, leering and rubbing their hands together. "Come on, big bro, share the fun with us too." "Of course," the portly man replied with a wave of his hand. "Stick with me, and you'll all get your share." He continued to close in, saliva dribbling from his lips. Aunt Lan's eyes widened in terror as she found herself cornered. Just as the portly man prepared to pounce, a furious voice rang out. "Don't you?" The temperature in the room plummeted to freezing point. The corpulent man, terrified, retreated hastily across the floor. "What do you intend to do?" "I am a member of the Crown Club. Provoke me, and you shall await your demise." "The Crown Club? What is that supposed to signify?" Duja dismissed the man's connections with disdain, striding forward with intent to teach him a harsh lesson. Suddenly, the blaring of police sirens pierced the air outside the establishment, followed by the authoritative voice of an officer instructing everyone inside to remain still and stand in place. The corpulent man, elated, quickly rose and laughed mockingly at Duja. "You think you're so formidable, but what good is it? Look at Aunt Lon and Lin Qingming over there." He sneered at Duja, taunting, "Why not finish me off? You must think you can take them out while I'm not around." With that, he turned to stride toward the exit. Outside, the police struggled to assess the situation due to a collapsed wall and a blocked taxi. Upon realizing that the police station was their backing, Lin Qingming felt a surge of anxiety. However, Duja remained unfazed and stepped forward resolutely. "Planning to leave? Have you consulted with me first?" The corpulent man spun around, fear evident on his face as he saw Duja advancing. What do you intend to do? Du swiftly delivered a powerful kick, shattering the man's nose. The man let out a piercing scream, blood gushing forth, and called Chapter 20, Duja, I like you. At 9 o'clock in the evening, outside the police station, Duja supported the mobility-impaired Aunt Lon with one arm, while holding the furious Lin Qingning with the other. The trio slowly emerged from the station, with Lin Qingning lamenting their plight. They are clearly in cahoots with that gang of ruffians. They were the ones who bullied us first. Yet they have the audacity to label it as mutual fighting. It's simply a protective umbrella for evil forces. Aunt Lon leaned heavily on Duja, her injured leg. Although treated, continued to bleed. She glanced at Lin Qingning, whose cheek bore the marks of distress, her eyes filled with sorrow. It's my fault, Qingning. I was reluctant to install surveillance cameras in the store. Now we lack evidence to confront them. Thankfully, Duja returned just in time, otherwise, seeing her aunt in tears. Lin Qingning quickly embraced her arm, offering comfort, and they both wept uncontrollably. Duja, witnessing the sorrow of the two women beside him, could no longer suppress the fury brewing within him. The Crown KTV, along with that blatantly complicit police chief, they were colluding, shamelessly conspiring to bring such grief to Aunt Lon and Qingning. He vowed that he would not rest until they were dealt with, for he owed a debt of gratitude to Aunt Lon and Qingning for their past kindness. After soothing the two women, Duja hailed a taxi to take them to his home. Aunt Lan's house had been vandalized, leaving a chaotic scene outside. For the night, they would have to stay at Duja's place. By 9:30, Aunt Lon sat upright on a small stool while Duja knelt on the floor, carefully applying medicine to her legs. At just 34, Aunt Lon was still in her prime, and Duja found it difficult to raise his gaze above her legs. The medicinal solution stung, causing her to bite her lip. Meanwhile, Lin Qingning was bathing in the adjacent bathroom, the sound of water echoing softly. Aunt Lon's gaze remained fixed on Duja, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. He had once again come to the rescue of both her and Qingning. Unbeknownst to her, the little boy she once knew had grown into a towering figure, capable of shielding them both from harm. It was Duja who had intervened the last time they faced trouble with those thugs, and now, amidst a dozen gangsters, he had appeared just in time. She could hardly fathom what those brutes might have done to them otherwise. Duja was indeed their savior. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Aunt Lan's gaze softened further. After a while, Duja stood up and retrieved a roll of bandage from the first aid kit. All right, Aunt Lon, let me wrap this up for you. In about a week, your leg will be as good as new. Thank you, Duja. Aunt Lon smiled sheepishly. He looked at the neighbor who had practically watched him grow up. It's nothing, Aunt Lon. You've helped me when I was injured too. Onlan Yukai. All right, I almost forgot. You used to stick to Qingning and come over every day. They shared a light-hearted moment when suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a bang, releasing a cloud of steam. Lin Qingning emerged, her damp hair elegantly piled up, wrapped in a towel, revealing her radiant skin glistening with droplets of water. Her legs were slender and smooth as jade. Aunt Lon blushed. Qingning, why did you come out like this? We're at Duja's house. Oh, come on, silly niece. We're at Duja's place, not at home. At least show some decorum. Duja interjected with a smile. It's all right, Aunt Lon. You both can treat this place as your own. He genuinely wished to share everything he had with them. Lin Qingning gazed at Duja with affection. See, Aunt Duja doesn't mind. Aunt Lon, noticing the glimmer in her niece's eyes, realized her feelings for Duja were unmistakably clear. It was evident that Qingning had completely fallen for him, and her presence felt like a glaring spotlight in the room. Aunt Lon then stood up, placing her hand on her forehead. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head to my room for some rest. Duja's home had 3 bedrooms and a living room. Aunt Lon entered the room on the right, leaving Duja and Lin Qingning alone in the living room. Duja glanced at the time. It was 10:20. He resolved that vengeance could not wait until morning. He intended to confront those who had tormented Aunt Lon that very night. He nodded subtly at Lin Qingning. It's getting late. Dry your hair and get some sleep. With that, he turned and entered his room. Duja. Lin Qingning began, but the door had already closed behind him. What was going on? Wasn't it said that men could hardly resist the allure of a woman fresh from a bath? Why did Duja show no reaction to her? Did he still harbor feelings for Chu Mengyao? The thought pierced her heart with an ache. Once inside, Duja pulled out a black long-sleeved shirt and pants from his wardrobe. He donned a hoodie and a mask, ensuring that his face was concealed. Standing before the mirror, he admired his dark attire, feeling a slight surge of confidence akin to that of a superhero. He retrieved a pen from his pencil case, testing its sharpness, before settling on the edge of his bed, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. "Duja, are you asleep?" Hearing Lin Qingming's voice, he opened the door. Standing at the threshold in an adorable cartoon t-shirt, she looked shyly at the ground. Before he could ask, she suddenly leaped into his arms. Lin Qingming was slightly taller than Aunt Lan, and the moment their bodies touched, it was an exquisite sensation. She buried her head in his chest, her voice trembling. "Duja, take me. I don't care if you still love someone else. As long as you're willing, I will follow you for life." Duja chuckled. "I'm quite the flirt. Having only you by my side in the future won't suffice." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she squirmed, the towel threatening to slip. In a barely audible whisper, she replied, "As long as you hold me in your heart, I don't mind who else is there." Duja's gaze sharpened, tempted to tease her by saying he wanted Aunt Lan instead. But he quickly dismissed the thought as inappropriate. Instead, he gently wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, caressing her softly. As Lin Qingming's breath quickened, he scooped her up in his arms amidst her startled gasp and closed the bedroom door behind them. Meanwhile, Aunt Lan, in the next room, wore an expression of exasperation. These two little troublemakers didn't even consider that a widow lived next door. At 2 a.m, Duja kissed the sleeping Lin Qingming gently, donned his clothes, slipped the pen into his pocket, and quietly slipped out the door. Chapter 21. Annihilation. Navigating the secluded alleyways, Duja circumvented the sparse surveillance of the era, eventually arriving at a bustling open-air food stall 3 kilometers away. From there, he hailed a taxi to the Crown Club. 20 minutes later, Duja alighted before the club's somewhat ostentatious entrance, a 4-story edifice guarded by 4 sentinels. Such a display hinted at clandestine activities within. Subsequently, Duja circled to the rear of the club and, under the cloak of night, scaled the building via pipes and air conditioning units. On the top floor, in an expansive chamber, resided over 20 individuals, many swathed in bandages, groaning in discomfort, the very cohort from the daylight altercation. Their leader, a burly man in a plaster cast, venomously cursed. "Damn it, summon reinforcements. We'll obliterate that scoundrel tomorrow and abduct that mother and daughter, forcing them to cater to my every whim. To think, a mere stripling dared to inflict such injuries. My reputation in this district is at stake." Seated on a facing sofa, a man in police uniform furrowed his brow. "Temper your actions. The incident today was already challenging to manage. Should photographic evidence surface online, it would prove exceedingly problematic." The burly man scoffed at the precinct chief. "And you, why not simply sentence him to detention, allowing me to dispatch him?" The precinct chief exhaled a plume of smoke. "Considering the commotion you stirred, I've already exerted considerable influence. Recent scrutiny is intense. Await a more opportune moment. Even Tiger would advise restraint." Upon hearing the name Tiger, a flicker of fear crossed the burly man's eyes. He was but a henchman. Tiger was the true underworld kingpin, orchestrating gambling, loan sharking, kidnapping, smuggling, and drug trafficking, with a trail of fatalities in his wake. The burly man swallowed hard, acquiescing. "Understood. We shall postpone their demise. Once the storm subsides, we'll eliminate them. Enough of this talk. Tonight, we drown our sorrows." The group amplified the music and began to imbibe champagne. In a third-floor restroom, Duja subdued a waiter, donned his attire and gloves, and proceeded to search for his quarry. The third floor consisted primarily of enclosed, soundproofed rooms, ensuring utmost privacy. However, masquerading as a waiter, Duja witnessed much. Forced prostitution, syringes, and illicit powders were rampant. Despite the nation's stringent drug enforcement, many still dared to defy the law. As Duja approached the fourth-floor staircase, 2 bouncers intercepted him. Ignorant of protocol, the boss is entertaining guests. This area is off-limits. Duja smirked at the gatekeepers. "It seems I've arrived." He produced a ballpoint pen. The bouncers, incensed by the waiter's insolence, lunged at Duja. "Insolent whelp, You dare disregard us. Yet against Duja, they were as chicks before a raptor, succumbing without resistance. Thrust. Thrust. The ordinary pen transformed into a lethal instrument, piercing their throats with precision. Their demise was instantaneous. For these purveyors of vice, Duja felt no compunction. He ascended to the 4th floor. Only a single, expansive room occupied this level, its walls resonating with revelry. Found them. He delayed his assault, locating the electrical panel and plunging the floor into darkness. What's happening? A blackout? Summon an electrician. Why now? The burly man and his cohort clamored in the gloom, unaware of the silently opening door. Duja slipped inside, swiftly silencing a large man, the pen finding its mark. The victim expired without a sound. The cacophony masked the death. It was only after Duja dispatched 7 or 8 that alarm arose. Where are the others? Intruder. F. The speaker was silenced. The burly man and the precinct chief reacted, the latter's face grave. Exposure of his presence here would be catastrophic. Who dares trespass on my territory? The burly man blustered, ordering his men to arm themselves with machetes. The precinct chief drew his weapon, shielding the group. There! On accomplisse petit Duze. The mob surged forward. Duja scoffed, hurling a corpse aside and engaging the throng, his pen a blur, striking throats with unerring accuracy. Mother of God! The burly man, witnessing the carnage, was paralyzed. Bang! The precinct chief fired. Identify yourself. Cease your crimes, or face lethal force. Duja recognized the voice. The corrupt official was present. How convenient. He seized a corpse and charged, bullets impacting the human shield. As the footsteps neared, the body slammed the precinct chief to the ground. A well-defined case of mutual combat. The youth from earlier? The precinct chief was filled with regret. Before pleas could form, a searing pain erupted. His eyes bulged, blood gushed. And he died. The chamber was a charnel house. Duja's footfalls echoed. Crash! A flying sofa revealed the burly man, cowering in terror. Sobbing profusely, he kowtowed repeatedly. Imploring du chi for mercy. Have pity, sir, I beseech you. I'll relinquish all the money to you. Only spare me. Duja produced his phone, activating the flashlight to illuminate their faces. Weren't you threatening me earlier? Utter another threat, I dare you. The corpulent man tremulously raised his head, instantly recognizing Duja. It's you. As he lunged forward, a sharp sound echoed. A ballpoint pen had been thrust directly into his throat with such force that it nearly pierced through his entire neck. Duja extracted the pen, wiping it clean on the man's attire. After ensuring there were no survivors, he turned to depart. Before leaving, Duja discovered numerous syringes and powders in other areas of the 4th floor, depositing them all within the private room. Upon departing the Crown Club, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Duja glanced at the time, noting that the World Cup matches were soon to commence. Disinclined to take a taxi home, he opted to visit a nearby internet cafe. He intended to watch a couple of matches and analyze some data, laying the groundwork for the Chariot team's peerless shutout of the Samba team in the semifinals. Chapter 22 At 4 in the morning. A slightly inebriated Chu Mengyao staggered home from the bar. Upon seeing her exquisitely curated social media post flooded with likes, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. This was the life she aspired to, a future where she would gain admission to the Yanqing Film Academy and emerge as a celebrated star, earning wealth and status as a true socialite. With a soft click, Chu Mengyao opened the door and switched on the light, only to be struck by the sight of her sister, Chunya, lying unconscious on the floor. Sister, what happened? In the hospital, a doctor examined the test results and addressed Chu Mengyao. Your sister is experiencing some lingering effect from her illness and will need to remain hospitalized for further treatment. Anxiety etched across her face. Chu Mengyao implored, Doctor, how long until my sister recovers? And how much will it cost? Adjusting his glasses, the doctor replied gravely, approximately another 2 weeks, and the expenses will be around several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? That would mean losing half of her remaining funds. She was down to 400,000 already. If it were to decrease by half, the doctor departed, leaving Chu Mengyao alone before the hospital bed, her gaze flickering with distress. After what felt like an eternity, Chunya slowly regained consciousness. Yao, what is wrong with me? Chu Mengyao recounted her sister's condition and the subsequent need for treatment due to the lingering effects of her illness. Upon hearing the hefty cost of her recovery, Chenya's expression dimmed. She had already spent a considerable amount on her treatment. If further funds were drawn from her sister's education, all the sacrifices made over the years to support Yao Yao's artistic pursuits would be in vain. With a heavy sigh, Chenya urged Yao Yao, "Don't worry about my treatment. Focus on your studies. Once you become a big star and have the means, you can help me then." Hearing this, Chu Mengyao collapsed into her sister's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Although she had initially thought the lingering effects were minor and non-life-threatening, hearing those words from her sister stirred deep emotions within her. "Sister, I've consulted the doctor. The lingering effects are merely minor issues that pose no threat to your life. Rest assured, sister, in a couple of days, my exam results will be out. I am determined to be accepted into the Yanqing Film Academy and become a star in the entertainment industry. When that time comes, I will hire the best medical team for you." Moved by her sister's devotion, Chenya's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced her. "You truly are a wonderful sister. All these years, my love for you has not been in vain." Around 6 in the morning, Duji yawned and idly fiddled with his computer. In the world of sports, Belgium led 1-0 against Russia, and the match between the United States and Portugal ended in a surprising 2-2 draw. Duja had intentionally wagered $4 million on the latter and recouped $2 million on the Belgium-Russia match. After stretching, he glanced at his phone and sent Lin Qingning a message, informing her that he had gone for a morning run and urging her to rest and recuperate after their adventurous night together. Not receiving a response, he assumed she was still asleep, and feeling somewhat bored, he opened League of Legends on his computer. It had been a long time since he had played, and he yearned to relive those exhilarating moments. The interface loaded, revealing his rank, Bronze. He clicked to matchmake and began typing fervently. Mid lane Yasuo, ready to carry. Within half an hour, his crystal shattered. "Damn it," he exclaimed, slapping his keyboard in frustration. Thankfully, he restrained his force. Otherwise, the keyboard would have met its demise. Just as he was feeling disheartened, a voice echoed through the internet CAF. A tall, fair-skinned girl settled into the seat next to him, booted up her computer, and also selected League of Legends. However, as soon as she launched the game, a chilling automated voice filled the CAF, stunning all the early risers. "Player from Black Rose. Diamond rank. Wishing you a pleasant experience and happy gaming." Diamond rank. Many patrons turned to gaze at the stunning girl, whose icy demeanor belied her impressive skills. A diamond rank was akin to being among the elite in League of Legends, surpassing 99 of players. Ignoring the astonished stares, the girl quickly entered a ranked match. Waiting nearly 5 minutes to queue, she too chose Yasuo, starting with a longsword. Within 2 minutes, she secured first blood against her opponent in mid lane. By the 25th minute, she had attained a full build, weaving through the enemy team with finesse. By the 30-minute mark, she boasted an astounding 16-2 victory. Duja watched in disbelief. Diamond rank, and she made it look so effortless. This was likely professional-level skill. Astonished that a woman could wield such prowess, he continued to observe her gameplay throughout the morning. It seemed she was boosting accounts, switching between several with ranks hovering around platinum, consistently dominating each match. As he marveled at her exceptional talent, a thought began to brew in Duja's mind. Following the World Cup, he anticipated substantial financial gains. However, to challenge the formidable stepfather that Chu Mengyao had found in her previous life, he would need far more than what he had. This man was reputed to wield considerable power and wealth, seemingly backed by influential forces. Thus, Duja resolved to establish his own enterprise in Huai, a bustling metropolis synonymous with extravagance and indulgence. To thrive there, he would have to delve into lucrative industries. The year marked the rise of online streaming, a platform ripe for attracting vast audiences and amassing a following, with future prospects extending into e-commerce and beyond. The potential profits were staggering. At noon, the girl concluded her gaming session and prepared to leave. Duja followed suit, and as they exited, a fleet of police cars pulled up outside the Crown Club, obstructed by a group of men in black. The tension between both parties was palpable, neither willing to yield. Duja paid them no mind. The gang-related skirmish was none of his concern. He had been engrossed in the CAF, watching games. Trailing behind the beautiful girl, he pondered how to approach her. After a few moments, his gaze began to wander. Wow, those legs were long and fair, at least a meter long. After navigating several intersections, the girl finally turned around, her eyes narrowing in disdain as she glared at Duja. If you continue to follow me, I will call the police. Realizing the disdain in her gaze, Duja recollected his purpose for being there. Damn, he had been so distracted by her legs that he lost sight of his objective. Duja touched his nose and chuckled. Do not worry, I am not a bad person. I am the one who sat next to you in the internet CAF. The beautiful girl, noticing Duja's sunny and handsome appearance, felt he did not seem like a villain. However, her guard remained firmly in place. She replied coldly, Oh, what do you want? Duja stepped closer. I noticed your gaming skills are quite impressive, and I would like to offer you a job. Upon hearing his words, the girl's expression suddenly turned icy, and she swiftly turned to leave. Get lost. If you take another step closer, I will call the police. Seeing her inexplicable anger, Duja hurriedly blocked her path. Please, do not misunderstand. I'm not a scammer. I genuinely believe your skills are remarkable, and I wish to offer you a lucrative opportunity, one that pays better than your current gig. The beautiful girl scrutinized Duja's face, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Aren't you just looking for a pretty little mistress who can play games? I have encountered many repugnant individuals like you. With that, she shoved Duja aside and continued on her way, leaving him bewildered. A mistress? I'm not even considering that. He exclaimed. Wait, you misunderstand. What I mean is, game streaming. What is that? She inquired, curiosity etched on her face as she sat on a nearby bench. Noticing her lack of knowledge, Duja took the time to explain the concept in detail. After several minutes, the girl nodded. So, I only need to sit and play games, and you will provide the computer and streaming equipment? Duja snapped his fingers and smiled. That's roughly the idea. What do you think? The beautiful girl lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before her eyes sparkled with interest as she asked, How much can you pay me per month? Duja replied earnestly, I will offer you a base salary of 8,000, with a 50-50 split on gifts and bonuses calculated separately. An 8,000 yuan base salary. Even in the year XX was substantial. Even a graduate from a prestigious university would be thrilled to earn that amount. Hearing such favorable terms, the girl could hardly believe her ears. Could she truly be worth that much? Although still skeptical, she decided it was worth discussing further. After a considerable pause, she extended her delicate hand, fair and pristine. Duja smiled as he took her soft hand in his. Duzi. Chapter 23. Persuasion on the top floor of a building. Duja followed by Ching as they descended the steel ladder extending from the skylight, eventually reaching the highest terrace. There stood a small attic. Duja, incredulous, remarked, You live here? Climbing up and down all day? Ching nodded nonchalantly, explaining that it was quiet and the rent was remarkably affordable. Duja surveyed the surroundings. This so-called attic resembled a diminutive house constructed atop the terrace. Merely a few dozen square meters in size, cluttered with various items. Outside, a rudimentary shower stall fashioned from a plastic canopy added to the disheveled appearance. Yet, upon entering the attic with Ching, he was taken aback to find that, although modest, her room was adorned with warmth. A lace-covered steel bed, a bookshelf draped with handmade fabric curtains, and a white vase of flowers emanating a faint fragrance adorned the space. A hand-painted canvas calendar hung on the wall, exuding a sense of nostalgia. On the table, an induction cooker sat beside an array of spices and unfinished dishes. You live in such a place? Duja inquired. Ching shrugged, stating that it was inconsequential where one lived, as it cost only 200 yuan a month. Duja was at a loss for words, contemplating the gravity of her situation. Your parents would be heartbroken to know, he said softly. Ching's expression remained impassive as she revealed that her parents had passed away when she was young, and her sister was working in another city, leaving her to reside alone. The sweltering June heat enveloped them, and the attic's only source of relief was a decrepit fan. They just climbed up, and while Duja managed, Ching was visibly sweating. She soaked a towel in water to wipe her brow and knelt on the bed, turning to remove her short-sleeved shirt, only to find Duja staring intently at her. Hey, she exclaimed. Duja continued to gaze. Hey, she insisted. What is it? I need to change. Oh. Duja realized, quickly turning away to face the wall. Bai Qingqing bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. Initially, she had intended to ask him to leave, but upon seeing him turn, she refrained from saying more. All right, Bai Qingqing finally said after a moment. Duja turned back around, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her in a pale yellow short-sleeved shirt, which accentuated her fair skin, full figure, and long legs, combined with her aloof demeanor, rendering her a natural beauty. Bai Qingqing's heart raced, her face warm. This was the first time a boy had come to her home, and she had changed clothes behind him. There is something I must tell you beforehand, she began. Duja, intrigued, inquired, what is it? I may not be able to work under you for long, at most a few years. Her expression dimmed. A few years? How can that be? Cultivating a top streamer is certainly a long-term endeavor. A few years is merely the beginning. The initial phase is the most financially demanding, and profit only comes later. A newcomer streamer working for just a few years can hardly expect any returns. May I ask why? Duja asked, sitting at the edge of the bed. Bai Qingqing took a deep breath and said, I have leukemia, and I've been battling it for 4 years. Duja was taken aback, standing abruptly. So, you're saying, I can only take targeted medication to prolong my life, she replied, turning her head and smoothing her hair. Understanding dawned on him. They conversed for a while, and Duja gradually learned about Bai Qingqing's family situation. Diagnosed at 15, she had dropped out of school, and her sister worked in a coastal city to save money for her treatment. Rather than residing in an expensive clinic, Bai Qingqing had saved her sister's money, renting this small place instead, earning a living through odd jobs and gaming. Silence fell between them, the atmosphere growing awkward. Observing Duja lost in thought, Bai Qingqing bit her lip and hesitantly asked, Are you regretting this? I actually wanted to tell you earlier, but what did you think? Duja interrupted with a smile. There are top hospitals in Binhai City that can successfully treat leukemia. Your condition is hardly a concern. Bai Qingqing lowered her gaze. I know, but I can't afford the surgery. I promised you to see if I could earn enough money for treatment. I didn't want to deceive you, so I thought I should be upfront. Duja stood, pacing around her. His gaze lingered on her, prompting her to instinctively cover herself. What are you doing? Duja chuckled. I'm just assessing whether you're worth my. Duja was somewhat taken aback. Are you not afraid that I might manipulate the contract? Bai Qingqing's eyes were red-rimmed as she rubbed them. Given my current state, what do I have left to fear? Duja chuckled softly, then presented an iPhone 5S before her. This is your work phone. Consider it an early reward. Upon recognizing the brand, Bai Qingqing immediately understood the phone's exorbitant value and hurriedly shook her head. No, I can't accept something so precious. However, Duja swiftly snatched her already cracked phone and proceeded to upload various applications onto the new device. No refusal allowed. I am your employer now. This is part of your early salary. Bai Qingqing found his domineering demeanor overwhelming, as if she had no choice but to accept. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, muttering, You're merely my boss. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? What did you say? In nothing. Duja accessed Bai Qingqing's wealth account and then opened his own on his phone, entering a series of numbers. Bai Qingqing, bewildered by his actions, observed silently. When he handed the phone back to her, a clear electronic notification echoed in her ears. $50,000 credited. WH what? Was she mishearing? Bai Qingqing stood frozen, her expression dazed. 50,000? Is this for me? She looked at Duja in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Duja, amused by her reaction, remarked, The money has been transferred to your account. You can check for yourself. After a significant pause, Bai Qingqing finally mustered the courage to glance at the screen. Her hands trembled slightly as the balance displayed was unmistakably visible. $500,074. He had transferred a staggering amount. At that moment, a wave of unprecedented emotion surged within her. Her voice quivered. What? What does this mean? Duja shrugged with a smile. This is merely an advance on your salary. Use it for now, and in due course, we shall go to the coastal hospital for your treatment. Let's prioritize curing your ailment. As for repayment, we can deduct it from your future wages. Tears sparkled in Bai Qingqing's eyes. How could he be willing to go to such lengths for her? Aren't you afraid that my illness might not be curable, or that I might run away after my recovery? Her voice trembled as her body shook. Duja stood before her, leaning closer. I am confident your illness can be cured, and I trust you will not betray that trust. How could he be so kind? They had merely just met, yet he believed in her so wholeheartedly, even offering her such a substantial sum and promising to take her for treatment. In that moment, Duja appeared monumental in her eyes, occupying a significant place in her heart. Gazing at his handsome visage, Bai Qingqing felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Since her illness, she had been morose, shutting herself off from everyone except her sister. Yet, in this instant, the suppressed emotions that had built up over the years erupted forth. She realized she, too, was worthy of compassion, particularly from this remarkable man who had sacrificed so much for her. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she leapt into Duja's embrace. Before he could react, her lips were upon his. "Thank you. Truly thank you," she sobbed, her gratitude spilling over. "I'm unsure if I will ever have the chance to repay you, but for now, I just wish to express my appreciation for everything you have done for me." As the fragrant aura enveloped them, Duja found himself somewhat flustered. Not again, he thought. Just last night, Qingning had approached him similarly, and now Bai Qingqing, his first-choice employee, was doing the same. As her employer, he should maintain professionalism and boundaries, especially given her serious condition. Acting otherwise would be akin to bestiality. Duja shook his head, preparing to extricate himself from the situation. Yet Bai Qingqing's flushed face and her soft, kitten-like sounds were irresistibly alluring. In a moment of impulsivity, he thought, well, if I am to be a beast, then I shall not be lesser than one. P.S. Bai Jie exclaimed angrily, "Qingqing, you must leave Duja." Bai Qingqing wept, "Why, sister? I love him. Why can't I be with Duja? I cannot live without him. Why won't you allow us to be together?" Bai Jie covered her face, distressed. "Because Duja is the HB I told you about." "So what? I don't care. Chapter 24. No. She's my aunt." Like that hurried year, etched with the eternal promise of togetherness. Such a beautiful rumor. The phone rang. Duja reluctantly released one hand. Noticing the call was from Lin Qingning. He hastily pressed the answer button. "Duja, I woke up and couldn't find you. Where did you go?" Lin Qingning's voice echoed from the phone. Duja embraced Bai Qingqing, his hand resting possessively upon her. Bai Qingqing, though aware of the female voice, remained silent, nestled obediently against Duja's chest. "I went out to learn to drive. I'll be back soon. How are you feeling?" Lin Qingning blushed on the other end of the line. "Still a little sore. I haven't gotten out of bed yet." Duja apologized. "Sorry, Qingning. I was too exuberant last night." Lin Qingning hid her face in the blankets, shyly replying, "Oh, don't say any more. It was my insistence. Where's Aunt Lon?" "Annie went out this morning and hasn't returned." "Have you eaten yet? I'll bring you something back." "No need. I'm not hungry." "Duzi, you go ahead and do what you need to do. I'm not going to bother you. Come back early. I'm hanging up now." Duja planted a kiss on the phone. Lin Qingning made a soft sound and returned the kiss before the line went dead. Bai Qingqing drew circles on his chest, playfully inquiring, "Girlfriend? Are you jealous?" Duja smiled and ruffled her hair. Bai Qingqing shuddered slightly, feeling an odd current course through her. Her cheeks flushed. "No, I'm content just being by your side." Seeing Bai Qingqing's docile demeanor, Duja couldn't resist kissing her again. This kiss stretched into an hour. Duja said. He kissed Bai Qingqing's face once more before turning to leave. After Duja departed, Bai Qingqing struggled to her feet. She dressed and went to the table, retrieving a pair of scissors. She lifted the covers and carefully cut out the vivid red stain from the sheets, folding it neatly and placing it in a drawer. This was her first time. Though Duja already had a girlfriend, she didn't care. As long as Duja didn't despise her, Bai Qingqing was willing to stay by his side. She would be Duja's woman, even if it meant being a so-called mistress. In less than 20 minutes, Bai Qingqing, who was mending the sheets, heard footsteps outside. Puzzled, she opened the door to find Duja smiling at her. He had returned. Overjoyed, Bai Qingqing threw herself into Duja's arms, tears welling in her eyes. "Why did you come back?" "Duja kissed here for it. I saw an apartment for rent downstairs and rented it. I'll help you move your things down." Deeply moved, Bai Qingqing cried, "No, I'm happy here. Don't waste so much money." Duja stated firmly, "No, you're my woman, and you must listen to me." Bai Qingqing's eyes welled up again. She embraced Duja's neck and kissed him once more. Another hour dissolved into their embrace. By the time Duja returned home, It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Aunt Lon had not yet returned. Duja went straight into the house with the female tonics he had just bought. Lin Qingning, huddled in the covers, embraced Duja as soon as she saw him. Duja kissed her tenderly. I bought you some tonics. I'll cook some for you later. Lin Qingning nodded obediently. Duja then prepared a bowl of blood-nourishing soup for Lin Qingning and took out a serving of a jiao paste. Lin Qingning felt a warm sensation throughout her body after drinking it. I also bought you some clothes yesterday. Would you like to try them on now? Duja asked, stroking Lin Qingning's hair. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Qingning's eyes. It had been a long time since she had bought new clothes. She had originally planned to go out with Duja during the summer vacation to buy them. She didn't expect Duja to bring her new clothes when he returned from out of town. She nodded quickly. Yes, I want to wear them. Duja then took out the clothes he had brought back from Binhai and let Lin Qingning try them on. A white dress with intricate floral patterns. A sun hat adorned with pearls. Diamond clasps paired with a silk scarf. A Cartier bracelet and earrings with a youthful design, sparkling brightly. Lin Qingning looked as if she were a well-bred young lady from a wealthy family. There were 3 sets of such exquisite clothing, each unique, for Lin Qingning to choose from, as well as 2 exquisite and valuable handbags. Lin Qingning loved each piece. She put them on and kept looking in the mirror. Duja, do I look good in them? Will they clash with my temperament? Duja looked at the extremely adorable Lin Qingning and smiled. They match perfectly. If I didn't know you, I would have thought a big star had come to my house. It's not that exaggerated. You're just flattering me. Lin Qingning pouted, then thought a question. These clothes are so beautiful. They must be very expensive, right? Lin Qingning reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the beautiful clothes and looked at Duja with concern. Why don't we return them? My old clothes are fine. Duja chuckled. They're not expensive, only a few hundred yuan each. I bought some for Aunt Lon too. You're my darling. What's wrong with buying some clothes? Lin Qingning was soothed by Duja's words. Her face flushed. She then quietly raised her leg, showing Duja her white silk stockings. Her delicate and smooth legs were straight and slender. Enhanced by the expensive clothing, Lin Qingning looked even more beautiful. Duja looked at the time. It was only 5 o'clock. He then carried Lin Qingning aside. Hey, wait a minute, the clothes will get wrinkled. We'll just buy more if they get wrinkled. At 7 in the evening, Aunt Lon knocked on the door, dragging her tired body. Lin Qingning opened the door and quickly helped Aunt Lon in. Auntie, you're back? Duja also walked out of the kitchen, carrying plates of steaming dishes. Aunt Lon, let's eat. Aunt Lon looked at the two of them and said bitterly, Duja, I want to ask someone to redecorate the shop, but I'm afraid of those people's revenge. I really don't know what to do. Hearing Aunt Lan's worries, Duja smiled and comforted her. It's okay, Aunt Lon. I went to the police station again this morning. They said those people won't come out to do evil again. Aunt Lon was surprised. They really said that? Those people looked so fierce, and they might even have the support of the police behind them. How could they give up so easily? Duja placed the rice in front of Aunt Lon. Of course, they won't appear in front of us again. At 8 in the evening, Lin Qingning took Aunt Lon into the room to try on the clothes Duja had given them. Aunt Lon looked at the outfits and felt a little shy. The style of these clothes is too novel. A shoulder-bearing mini dress that perfectly accentuated the curves of the body. An elegant silk shawl draped over it. Her fair and jade-like shoulders and graceful collarbones were revealed without reservation, exuding sensuality and charm. The diamonds on the bracelet sparkled, complementing the red-soled Valentino high heels. Adorning her alabaster neck was a Caro Dia crystal necklace, descending gracefully into her D-colletage. A Chanel black and gold CH handbag and Jimmy Choo stiletto earrings completed the ensemble, accentuating her figure and imbuing her with a captivating allure. Lin Qingning gazed in astonishment at her mother, exclaiming that her aunt resembled a glamorous socialite from a film. Almost unrecognizable, Aunt Lon demurred, her ears tinged with crimson, as she pirouetted before the mirror, increasingly enamored with the attire. The garments Duja had procured for her were exquisite, albeit somewhat revealing, hinting at a nascent sensuality. She felt the dress barely concealed her posterior, and the style was audacious for a woman of her age. However, mindful that Duja had gifted her the clothes, she relented. Subsequently, Lin Qingning, with flushed cheeks, led Aunt Lon from the room, their combined beauty illuminating the living area. Qingning exuded an innocent charm, while Aunt Lon radiated a mature seductiveness. Du visibly impressed rose to his feet, his gaze filled with admiration. Aunt Lon and Lin Qingming appeared as sisters, their loveliness and allure undeniable. Aunt Lon, her voice barely audible, her eyes averted in shyness, confessed her unease about wearing such attire at her age. Lin Qingming embraced her aunt, assuring her of her youthful appearance and the attention she would undoubtedly attract. Du echoed the sentiment, praising Lan's youthful visage and comparing her to Qingming as if they were twins. Lan, flattered by Du's compliments, lowered her head, her cheeks burning with an uncharacteristic coyness. Chapter 25. By Jie and by Qingqing nightfall enveloped the pristine and orderly bedroom. By Qingqing lay upon the soft bed, clutching the iPhone that Duja had procured for her earlier that day. Yet, as she absent-mindedly swiped across the screen, her thoughts wandered to the events of the day, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. How could she have succumbed to such impulses? Duja already had a girlfriend, and yet she had. In an instant, her face burned brighter. Despite this, regret was a stranger to her heart. Duja was the kindest person she had encountered, apart from her sister. They had known each other for less than half a day, and yet he willingly offered her a lucrative job contract, even providing her with 500,000 yuan. He had arranged for her treatment in Huhai and secured a spacious residence for her before their departure. Their bond was a mere acquaintance, yet he was prepared to invest so much in her. Young, affluent, and strikingly handsome, Duja effortlessly captured by Qingqing's heart, which had long been encased in solitude. Fear not, Duja, I shall remain by your side forever, as long as you do not cast me aside. I, by Qingqing, am willing to be your humble subordinate. As Bai Qingqing closed her eyes to reminisce about her encounters with Duja, her phone buzzed insistently. The screen illuminated with the two characters, sister. Only then did she remember the magnitude of the events that had transpired and how she had neglected to inform her sister immediately. The thought of her sister, who had toiled for years in Binhai to save money for her treatment, brought tears to her eyes. However, she resolved to keep her newfound fortune a secret until Duja brought her to Huhai, intending to surprise her sister. Wiping away her tears, she answered the call, her voice tinged with emotion. Sister, on the other end, the woman's voice resonated with excitement. Qingqing, I have wonderful news. A few days ago, I completed a significant deal and sold 10 houses. I earned over 300,000. If I work hard for a few more years, I will have enough to cover your treatment. If Duja had been present, he would have immediately recognized the voice of the saleswoman, Bai Jie, whom Bai Qingqing had encountered in Binhai just days prior. Upon hearing of her sister's earnings, Bai Qingqing felt not joy, but a pang of sorrow. Her sister had sacrificed so much while working alone in Binhai, without any qualifications, and at an age where opportunities were scarce. What hardships must she have endured? Through tears, Bai Qingqing exclaimed, Sister, you need not work so tirelessly. I can earn my own money now. The woman on the other end gently reassured her, Good. My dear sister, you are the best. After a lengthy conversation, they finally hung up. In a shared rental apartment in Binhai, Bai Jie wiped away her tears. Beside her, Tian Xingli, who was removing her makeup, remarked with a smile, You know, Bai Jie, if you had let go of your pride sooner, you would have had enough to cover your sister's medical expenses by now. Bai Jie nervously replied, Xingli, this time we were merely lucky to encounter a wealthy man like Duja. If I were to do such things again, I might struggle to go through with it. Tian Xingli, wiping her face with a warm towel, stated, In our line of work, if one wishes to earn, there is no other way. Look at me. I have no education, no background, and I arrived in Binhai with nothing. I have faced countless setbacks, and it is only through perseverance that I have learned how to survive here. As women, we have few means of making a living apart from ourselves. Sacrificing a little now for a better future is hardly a burden. Bai Jie frowned. That may be true, but I fear Qingqing will be heartbroken if she learns what kind of person her sister is. Seeing Bai Jie's somber demeanor, Tian Xingli quickly reassured her. Do not fret, Bai Jie. Everything you do is for your sister's sake. Even if she finds out, she will surely forgive you. Bai Jie wiped her eyes, sobbing, I hope so. As long as Qingqing's illness can be treated, I will be content. Tian Xingli sighed, acknowledging that every family has its own struggles. Was she not also here to secure a better future with her fiancé? However, she had no lofty moral standards, having witnessed everything and been high over the years. She had become pragmatic. After a few minutes, Bai Jia, her mood slightly lifted, inquired playfully, "Enough about me, Xingli. What about your fiancé? It has been years, and I've never seen you video chat with him." Tian Xingli rolled her eyes and sat up. "Him? He doesn't even own a smartphone. We only talk on the phone. It has been years since I returned home. I've almost forgotten what he looks like." Bai Jia chuckled. "At least you have a fiancé to rely on. But what good is he? He merely manages that little rundown supermarket, earning meager pay. He will never be able to support me." Tian Xingli's eyes revealed disdain. "I have already decided to break up with him. My family insisted I get to know him. I never liked him in the first place. I will stay in Binhai and find a wealthy boss. I don't care if he has a wife or kids, or if he is much older than me. As long as he can provide for me, I would gladly be his mistress for life." Bai Jia stared in astonishment at Tian Xingli's resolute expression. She understood that such a choice seemed unseemly, betraying her fiancé, but this was the reality of society. Without even a modest sum, completely disconnected from modern conveniences, one could not expect a beautiful woman, accustomed to city life, to return to a secluded town. Moreover, women like Tian Xingli, who knew how to seize opportunities, having earned over 400,000 from a single day's dealings with Duja, would not settle for mediocrity. Bai Jia let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps Tian Xingli's approach was justified. She might never encounter another opportunity like the one presented days ago. If her sister's condition worsened and she could not afford treatment, she too might pursue a wealthy benefactor, willing to provide for her sister's needs, even if it meant accepting a lifetime of servitude. As the two women, each with their own aspirations, prepared to sleep, suddenly, Tian Xingli's phone chimed. Who could be messaging at this hour? She picked up her phone and opened WeChat, only to find a message from the affluent Duja. "Once again, the same properties, purchased 10 more houses, with you and Bai Jia handling everything. I will send you 10 million as a deposit tomorrow, and upon completion of all procedures, the remaining 10 million will be paid." It was Duja. He intended to buy more properties. My goodness, how could he be so wealthy? Tian Xingli was left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating finding a wealthy benefactor, and now Duja had messaged her about purchasing 10 more houses. That would amount to over 20 million. Tian Xingli was so exhilarated that she felt compelled to run a couple of laps around the floor. He was indeed her lucky star. Wasn't such a person precisely the wealthy boss she had been searching for? Moreover, he was incredibly handsome. Without delay, she hastily replied, "All right, boss do. However, I am unable to offer the same discounted price as last time. Therefore, the price may be slightly higher than before. Would that be acceptable to you?" Duja quickly responded, "Money is not an issue, as long as it's still those few buildings." "Understood, boss do. I will arrange it for you immediately." Baya, observing Tian Xingli's exuberance as if she might take flight, inquired, "Who sent you that message, making you so elated?" Tian Xingli tossed her phone aside and embraced Bai Jia tightly, exclaiming joyfully, "It's Duja. We're going to make a fortune again." Bai Jia, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Juzi, what did he say to you?" "He just messaged me, stating he wants to purchase another 10 properties, and we're to be fully responsible for it." "Really?" Bai Jia was equally thrilled, sitting up straight. She had just received a commission of around 300,000, and now Duja was bringing in more business for her. Could it be that Duja was the significant boss she would depend upon in the future? Bai Jia quickly covered her flushed cheeks, scolding herself. "What am I thinking? He is so much younger than me. How could I dare?" Meanwhile, Tian Xingli, disregarding the time, immediately called the real estate manager. The manager, surprised to receive a call so late, was about to express his annoyance when he suddenly heard Tian Xingli assert that she could still sell those dilapidated properties. She urged him to approve it quickly, disregarding any so-called rules. If we wait any longer, the clients might back out. This time, Tian Xingli spoke with an air of superiority, showing no sign of intimidation towards the manager. "Nonsense. I can sell those worthless houses again, 10 units at that." Such an achievement would be unprecedented in the entire company. If he dares to lecture me about rules, I'll give him a few slaps. Let those buildings rot there, never to be touched again. Chapter 26. Buying a car and sending sales at 7 o'clock in the morning, Duja awoke punctually. He first practiced Yangji in his room several times, feeling a noticeable improvement in his physical fitness. The speed of his progress left Duja marveling at the extraordinary nature of this peculiar martial art. The previous night, Lin Qingning and Aunt Lan had engaged in a heartfelt conversation, leaving Duja feeling somewhat bored. He decided to endure the day as a test of his willpower. Upon opening his wealth app, he was greeted with the astonishing news that over 30 million had been deposited. Several days prior, while analyzing data, he had suffered continuous losses and was left with less than 10 million. Thus, he made a significant wager the night before. In the early hours, 2 matches took place. Cameroon faced off against Samba and lost 1-4. The disparity in strength was evident, and the betting odds were being adjusted vigorously. Duja placed 3 million on the Samba victory, which ultimately yielded a profit of less than 300,000. However, the other match featuring the Griezmann Legion versus the Chicken Wrap team resulted in a shocking upset, with Griezmann Legion suffering a 1-3 defeat. No one anticipated such a collapse from a top-tier team. The odds skyrocketed, rivaling those of the opening match of the World Cup, reaching an astonishing 9.6 times. This allowed Duja to amass nearly 30 million in winnings, a substantial fortune. After taxes, he was left with over 23 million. Aware of this impending windfall, he had informed Tian Xingli the night prior to purchase 10 additional properties, investing all of the excess funds into real estate. After a simple breakfast prepared by Aunt Lan, Duja took a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz dealership in the city. He felt a tad out of place, accustomed to driving himself. Moreover, the exam results were to be released the day after tomorrow, and he anticipated that Chu Mengyao and Xinya would attempt to sneak away, leaving him to make a grand entrance when they were at their most disheartened. Soon, Duja arrived at the dealership. As he stepped inside, a charming saleswoman with red hair greeted him with a smile, but her expression soured upon realizing he was merely a young man. Her demeanor shifted from warm to dismissive, assuming he was yet another impoverished youth with no real intent to purchase. With a slight smirk, she thought perhaps he had borrowed an iPhone to impress. Ignoring her, Duja walked directly to the center of the showroom, where the luxurious Mercedes S65L awaited him. He surveyed the opulent vehicle, nodding in satisfaction. Such a car barely matched his current worth. He inquired about the additional options and total cost. The red-haired saleswoman replied coolly, her tone tinged with arrogance. "Sir, this is the most expensive model in our store. If you're interested in purchasing, I could show you the A-series models." Duja was taken aback, for he regarded the A-series as far beneath his expectations. Noting his silence, the saleswoman lost her patience just as a well-dressed, middle-aged man entered the dealership. Her demeanor brightened instantly, recognizing him as a potential customer, while her disdainful gaze towards Duja intensified, perceiving him as merely a common sight. Feigning busyness, she said, "I have other clients to attend to. If you're interested, we can discuss further a later time." She then summoned a young, inexperienced female sales representative, Lin Yu, instructing her to assist Duja while she focused on her more important clients. Lin Yu, appearing youthful and somewhat nervous, greeted Duja with a warm smile. "Hello, sir. It's a pleasure to assist you. Which vehicle would you like to inquire about?" Duja glanced back at the red-haired saleswoman, who was now catering to the middle-aged man, realizing he had perhaps underestimated his own presence. Amused, he replied, "Please tell me more about the S65L." Unlike her counterpart, Lin Yu treated Duja with respect, patiently explaining the vehicle's performance, interior design, and various user-friendly features. Duja nodded frequently, impressed by the luxury vehicle, which boasted capabilities rivaling those of mid-range cars a decade hence. Meanwhile, the red-haired saleswoman was engrossed in her conversation with the well-dressed man, who seemed captivated by her charms as she introduced him to a Mercedes E260L priced at around 500,000. Yet, he hesitated, contemplating the price. The saleswoman remained composed, confident in the sale, while secretly reveling in her success. However, unbeknownst to her, Duja was already following Lin Yu into the contract signing room. The total cost for the fully equipped Mercedes S65L, including registration and insurance, amounted to a hefty 3,500,000. Duja found the price reasonable and swiftly instructed Lin Yu to finalize the paperwork and process the payment. With a bold gesture, he purchased the car outright for $3,500,000. Such was Duja. Wealth afforded him the luxury of extravagance. P.S. The red-haired saleswoman later found herself kneeling before Duja, lamenting her earlier judgments. "Dear sir, I misjudged your worth. Please forgive my insolence." Duja replied with a smirk, "Tell me, what tier does Mercedes belong to?" Trembling, she stammered, High tier. "Then do not delay," he commanded. Yes, esteemed sir, I shall arrange the high tier for you immediately." Chapter 27. The temptation of the female sales representative and the quadruple strike at Thunderbank. Meanwhile, the red-haired saleswoman escorted the man in the suit, her arm entwined with his, into another reception room, her smile saccharine. 5 minutes elapsed before the man was unceremoniously ejected, his face a mask of panic. Vehement imprecations echoed from within. "Damn it, if you're broke, what are you pretending for? Get the hell out." The red-haired saleswoman, barefoot and incandescent with rage, stormed out of the room. "If I ever see you again, I'll have you skinned alive." The man, mortified, scurried away, his face burning crimson. Damn it, how can such scoundrels exist in this world? The saleswoman's chest heaved with indignation. She had assumed the man was affluent, only to discover, midway through her overtures, as she prepared him to sign a contract, that he intended to haggle, proposing to finalize the deal only after the services were rendered. This immediately aroused her suspicions. First the pleasure, then the payment? What kind of arrangement is that? She thought. I'm selling cars, not myself. Under her relentless interrogation, the man confessed the truth, his voice trembling. He was penniless, he admitted, and had merely heard rumors that the Mercedes dealership offered special services with car purchases. He had borrowed a suit in the hope of exploiting the situation. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman nearly suffered cardiac arrest. Damn it, if you're broke, what services are you seeking? She fumed. After years of hunting geese, I almost got pecked by one myself. I can't believe I fell for such a charade. He was pretending to be a wealthy car buyer, trying to con me into providing technical assistance. Bah, I almost got swindled. Despite having already consumed 2 large glasses of water, the saleswoman still felt a burning indignation. Just then, a timid voice broke through her fury. Sister Ting, where did you put the company's seal? I need to use it. The red-haired saleswoman replied dismissively. It's in the desk and the counter. Go get it. Lin Yu, clutching a stack of documents, responded, Thank you, Sister Ting. I'll go stamp them now. She turned and walked away, visibly pleased. It's fine, just stamp. Lin Yu. The saleswoman's voice amplified threefold. You, what do you need the official seal for? Only then did she recognize the speaker as Lin Yu, the intern she had assigned to the penniless pauper. Shouldn't she be attending to that destitute client? Why would she suddenly need to stamp a contract? Could it be that Duja had actually purchased the Mercedes S65L? She immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. Duja's attire was unremarkable. Aside from his devastatingly handsome face and impressive height, he was utterly inconspicuous, easily lost in a crowd. How could he possibly afford a Mercedes? The saleswoman intercepted Lin Yu, demanding to know if she had secured an order with another client. However, Lin Yu's response shattered her mental defenses. No, it's still that handsome man from before. He inquired about the features and then purchased the most expensive Mercedes S65L in full, without even haggling. All right, Sister Ting. The client is waiting for me in the reception room. I'll be going now. With that, Lin Yu skipped merrily toward the counter, leaving the red-haired saleswoman discombobulated and dumbfounded. How is this possible? She wondered. I've misjudged 2 people in a single day. That Duja is a hidden magnate. Could he be from Shandong? She had heard that the wealthy there often eschewed ostentation, favoring flip-flops and casual shorts, while secretly possessing multiple buildings and earning millions annually from rent. That's it. The red-haired saleswoman was increasingly convinced of her theory. Duja must be one of those understated millionaires. She felt a pang of self-reproach. How could she have offended such a distinguished guest? Not only had she lost a sale, but she had likely incurred his resentment with her previous condescension. I have to fix this. The saleswoman retrieved her mirror and lipstick, commencing an emergency makeup session. She had to ensure that Duja harbored no lingering animosity, lest her job be jeopardized. After several meticulous applications, the saleswoman inhaled deeply, adopted a seductive pose, and teetered toward Lin Yu's reception room on her high heels. Stamping it here should be fine. Lin Yu examined the completed documents with satisfaction. She prepared to locate Duja, but the door to the reception room remained stubbornly locked. Strange, who locked the door? As Lin Yu reached for the key, a female colleague intercepted her, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Why don't you go register the car and buy insurance first? He's probably asleep right now. Lin Yu looked perplexed. Asleep? He didn't seem tired when I left him. Oh well, I'll just do what I need to do first. 2 hours later, the door to the reception room burst open. The red-haired saleswoman emerged, leaning against the wall for support, her hair disheveled and one heel snapped. Inside the room stood a billiard table. The saleswoman cast a slightly fearful glance back at the room. A voice emanated from within. Buy me a fully equipped Mercedes S400L, and I'll credit the order to you. The red-haired saleswoman was ecstatic. She had only hoped to avoid Duja's wrath, but now she was poised to secure another sale. Even if she had consumed an energy drink, she couldn't be more invigorated. Yes, esteemed Mr. Duja, she purred, I'll process the paperwork immediately. No ruse. First, fetch me a wet wipe and clean the lipstick off my hair, Duja instructed. Hair? The saleswoman paused, then blushed crimson as the implications dawned on her. Yes, right away. Another half-hour passed after the saleswoman's departure. Lin Yu had completed all the necessary arrangements and was merely awaiting Duja to drive away. Duja accepted the car keys, thanked Lin Yu, and then settled onto the sofa, enjoying the solicitous attention of the other saleswomen, who eagerly offered tea and water. He was waiting for the red-haired saleswoman to finalize the paperwork for the Mercedes S400L. This car was for Aunt Lan. After all, Aunt Lan's current attire was so sophisticated and elegant, like a wealthy widow who had inherited billions. It wouldn't do for her to ride a battered old electric scooter, as it would clash with her refined aura. Therefore, Duja purchased her Mercedes worth over $1 million. A beautiful car for a beautiful woman. Aunt Lan was graceful, sexy, and exuded charm with every movement. He imagined her in a delicate cheongsam with a slit, swaying toward the Mercedes, gently opening the door, and settling gracefully into the seat. Then, with a soft click, the door would close, the window would roll down, revealing her alluring face. Duja couldn't imagine how captivating the scene would be. If only what am I thinking? He chided himself. She's my aunt. It's all your fault. Young G, anode, winky face. You must be taking advantage of my silence. P.S. The red-haired saleswoman shyly implored. Dear reader, I beg you, please purchase a car from us. For you. Isn't a few million merely a drop in the ocean? Duja tossed all the billiard balls in front of her, sneering. Each worth 200,000. How many can you sell? It all depends on your skill. Chapter 28. He purchased 2 cars and gifted them to his wife and mother-in-law, who were overjoyed. After the red-haired saleswoman hastily completed all the procedures. It was already noon. Aunt Lan called Duja, mentioning that she had prepared lunch and inquired when he would be home. Duja replied that he would return soon and told him to start eating. He stood up and walked to the counter, where Lin Yu was filled with delight. Duja was her first client, earning her a substantial commission. She realized that self-reliance wasn't as daunting as she had imagined. The red-haired saleswoman, seeing Duja approach, felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. The pressure he exerted earlier was immense. Esteemed Mr. Duja, is there anything else I can assist you with? Duja accepted the contracts and car keys. I can't drive both cars. Could one of you drive one for me? Lin Yu cheerfully responded, No problem, Mr. Duja. Having recently obtained her driver's license, she was brimming with confidence. The red-haired saleswoman blushed and nodded meekly. Both cars featured top-of-the-line privacy glass. She lamented the missed opportunity to discuss the intricacies of the Mercedes car system with him. The 2 Mercedes-Benz cars, with a combined value exceeding $5 million, made a grand impression on the road, attracting frequent glances from pedestrians. Lin Yu drove steadily and skillfully, handling the Mercedes gear selector with ease. Duja watched her with interest. With your family's wealth, why work as a salesperson? Lin Yu exclaimed, looking at Duja in surprise. Mr. Duja, what are you talking about? My family isn't wealthy. Duja chuckled and reached out towards Linyu, just as she braced herself for a potential unwanted advance. Ready to slam on the brakes and flee, Duja pulled out a silver diamond necklace. This necklace appears to be a Tiffany full pav floral pendant, worth at least 10,000 domestically. Wouldn't you agree? Linyu's face flushed as Duja revealed her necklace. Is it? You must be mistaken. I bought this from a street vendor for a few dollars. Seeing Linyu's denial, Duja didn't press further. He was merely curious and amused by her beauty. Her identity was irrelevant to him. Half an hour later, the two magnificent Mercedes-Benz cars parked near Duja's home. Duja exited and left, eager to return to Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning for lunch. The red-haired saleswoman gazed wistfully at Duja's departing figure. Linyu head bowed, tapped the ground with her heel, as if trying to excavate a small apartment. He recognized my necklace and teased me. Could he be sent by those people to investigate me? I can't stay here any longer. I should return to Binjiang immediately. Let me wipe your sweat, and I'll warm up the food, Aunt Lan said, dabbing Duja's forehead. Lin Qingning brought a glass of water, holding it to his face. Duja, have some water. Seeing their concern, Duja felt a sense of being cared for as the head of the household. After lunch, Duja decided to reveal his newfound wealth. It was time for Aunt Lan and Qingning to experience a life of luxury. He directly stated, Aunt Lan, Qingning, I've been betting on soccer games online recently. What? Online etgalim statan. Duja, gambling is a losing game. Gamblers are all swindlers. Don't believe them. I've seen many families ruined by gambling. It might be a trap. Lin Qingning also looked anxious, grabbing Duja's hand. Duja, we can earn money through legitimate means. Please don't gamble. If you're arrested, what will happen to me and Mom? The two women pleaded with Duja, fearing he would go astray and lose their fortune. Lin Qingning vowed to find a good job after graduation to support Duja, even if it meant him staying home playing games. She couldn't let him develop a gambling habit. Seeing their agitation, Duja chuckled. He realized they didn't understand World Cup betting. They probably thought he was gambling at a casino. He explained the concept of World Cup betting, emphasizing that it involved small investments with potentially large returns. He had already made a significant amount of money, carrying 7 or 8 million in cash. He even showed them his Alipay balance. However, Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning remained skeptical, believing Duja had been deceived. They had heard stories of people intentionally transferring money to bank accounts to frame individuals and seize their assets. Seeing their disbelief and concern, Duja played his trump card, taking them to the parking lot where the two Mercedes-Benz cars were parked. Aunt Lan, Qingning, I've truly struck it rich. I bought these cars this morning. Here are the purchase contracts. Aunt Lan hesitantly accepted the contract, which stated Mercedes-Benz S65L, full payment of 3.5 million. 3.5 million? So expensive? Aunt Lan's hand trembled. Only when she saw the bold characters Duja on the contract did she believe him. Duze Auntie. He had made millions. Lin Qingning was genuinely happy for Duja, envying Chu Mengyao for having his heart. Aunt Lan opened the other contract, curious about the car's price. Mercedes-Benz S400L, full payment of 1.58 million. Purchaser, Qin Lan. Qin Lan. Isn't Qin Lan me? Why is my name on Duja's car purchase? I must be mistaken. Aunt Lan shook her head and looked again. But the striking black characters, Qin Lan, remained. It was indeed her name. Chapter 29. Tsinghua University's special admission Aunt Lan was so astonished that the contract in her hand fell to the floor. She stared blankly at the smiling Duja, stuttering, Duja, you? What is this? Duja chuckled as he handed a car key to Aunt Lan's delicate hand. Aunt Lan, this car is now yours. If it weren't for Qingning not having a driver's license yet, I would have bought her one too. Upon hearing that Duja intended to give her such an expensive car, and even wanted to buy another for Qingning, Aunt Lan was moved but quickly refused, anxiously saying, How can this be? This is all your money. How can you give it to me? Go to the store and exchange it. I cannot accept your money. That is for your future wife. Qingning also chimed in to dissuade her, reminding Aunt Lan that Duja had saved both of them just the other day. They already owed him so much, they couldn't take more. After much persuasion from Duja, the two women remained resolute, insisting he take the car back. Finally, Duja took Aunt Lan's hand and forcefully placed the key into it. Aunt Lan, just keep it. After all these years, you have taken such good care of me. This is only right. Seeing Duge's determination, Aunt Lon could only sigh helplessly. All right, but I will only drive it. You still have the final say over this car. That's more like it, Auntie. Aunt Lon briefly tried the car and found herself growing fonder of it. She couldn't help but think how generous Duge was, showering gifts upon her and Qingning even before they were married. What would happen if they actually tied the knot? After a short while, they returned home. As soon as they arrived, Qingning's phone rang. She took it out and was astonished to see a call from Yinjing. Hello, is this Lin Qingning from No. 1 high school in XX City? Yes, how may I help you? Hello, I am an admissions officer from Tsinghua University, and I would like to discuss our university with you. The mention of Tsinghua sent a wave of joy through Aunt Lon, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My niece got into Tsinghua. Qingning got into Tsinghua University. Duje was equality. The results would only be available at noon the next day, and only those with exceptionally high scores would be snatched up early by the esteemed institutions of Tsinghua and Yanda. It seemed that Qingning must have scored over 700. However, Lin Qingning's expression showed little joy as she responded with nonchalant words like, understood, and okay until the call ended. Aunt Lon, overwhelmed with joy, hugged Qingning tightly, eagerly asking if her admission to Tsinghua was secure and if there was anything she needed to prepare. Yet, Qingning showed no interest, remaining silent. After a moment, Aunt Lon, sensing something was off, released Qingning and asked, Qingning, what is wrong? You got into Tsinghua University. Why do you look so upset? Duje was equality. Logically, Qingning should be ecstatic at this moment. Lin Qingning silently looked at Aunt Lon, then shifted her gaze to Duje. She bit her lip tightly, tears glimmering in her eyes. Aunt Lon, anxious, grasped Lin Qingning's shoulder. What is it, Qingning? Tell your aunt. I will find a way to help you. You finally got into Yanda. What if something holds you back? Lin Qingning pressed her lips together and, with quiet determination, said, Auntie, I don't want to go to Tsinghua Yanda. I have my own thoughts. With that, she disregarded Aunt Lan's astonished expression and hurriedly ran into her room, slamming the door behind her. Aunt Lon sat on the couch in disbelief. What had happened? Why would Qingning not want to attend the university she had worked so hard for? Duje placed a comforting hand on Aunt Lan's shoulder. Don't worry, Auntie. I will talk to Qingning. You stay here in the living room. Aunt Lon, tears welling in her eyes, held on to Duje's hand. Just try to reason with her. She's grown up and has her own opinions, which is fine. Duje smiled and patted her hand before heading to Lin Qingning's room. With a creak, he closed the door behind him. Lin Qingning, who had been quietly crying on her bed, immediately sat up and threw herself into Duje's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Duje, I don't want to go to Tsinghua Yanda. I just want to be with you. Wherever you go, I want to go too. Can you help me persuade my aunt? Duje gently caressed Lin Qingning's face, having guessed her feelings from the way she looked at him earlier. Don't worry. I will talk to Aunt Lon shortly. Even if you don't attend university, I have enough resources to support you. Besides, I'm confident about this exam. Perhaps we can both get into a good university. Lin Qingning, blushing, murmured her agreement. They held each other quietly. Duje glanced at the time. He had only been in the room for less than 3 minutes, yet he had managed to resolve the situation. Under normal circumstances, such a significant matter would require at least an hour of discussion. He then picked Lin Qingning up in his arms. Meanwhile, in the living room, Aunt Lon, after a brief moment of calm, slowly began to understand Qingning's reluctance to attend Tsinghua Yanda. Why hadn't she realized it sooner? Qingning was so fond of Duje. Just days ago, they had been so close. Given Duje's academic standing, he would likely only attend an average university. How could Qingning possibly leave Duje behind to study in Yinjing alone? Aunt Lon sighed. Perhaps it was best to let Qingning follow her heart. Duje treated her so well and had a promising future. She could trust him with Qingning. About an hour later, the door creaked open, and Duje emerged, leading a blushing Lin Qingning by the hand. Aunt Lan's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth forming a na shape. They had only been talking for a short while, yet Lin Qingning's hairstyle had changed. Glancing at Lin Qingning's shy gaze, Aunt Lon quickly realized what had transpired in that hour. Her face flushed with embarrassment. These young people. It seemed she was getting old. Perhaps it was time to consider remarrying once Qingning and Duje were together. Encouraged by Duje's gaze, Lin Qingming timidly called out, Auntie. I. Before she could finish, Aunt Lan interrupted, Qingming, your aunt understands your feelings. You're grown up now, and having your own choices is a good thing. I will always support you. Hearing Aunt Lan's understanding words, Lin Qingming embraced her tightly, crying. Aunt Lan held her close, offering constant comfort. Duja watched the sweet scene of the two embracing, and for some reason, he couldn't help but think of Chu Mengyao and Chunya. The results of the college entrance examination would be released at noon the next day. He wondered how those two were faring with the 1 million they borrowed. Okay, I will refine the text you provided. Chapter 30, A Mother and Daughter's Attempt to Flee Sister. Are your belongings packed? Chu Mengyao inquired. Her attention focused on purchasing tickets via her phone. Chunya emerged from the room, beads of perspiration adorning her brow. Nearly finished. Have you secured the tickets? She was clad in a form-fitting short-sleeved top that accentuated her voluptuous figure, paired with black yoga shorts that exposed her fair thighs. Despite her 37 years, Chunya maintained an impeccable physique and radiant skin, exuding a mature allure that rivaled even the captivating charm of Aunt Lan. Chu Mengyao affirmed with a nod, proceeding to finalize the ticket purchase, amounting to over 3,000 yuan. All set, sis. The flight departs at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chunya questioned, Mengyao, aren't the results released at noon? Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes, retorting, sis, we can always find a computer in Yanjing to check the results. With my scores, I'm certain I'll meet the admission criteria for the Yanjing Film Academy. We can then submit a screenshot of my grades and my art exam certificate to gain early entry. Overjoyed by Chu Mengyao's confidence, Chunya exclaimed, Mengyao, you must dedicate yourself to studying performing arts at Yanjing Film Academy and aspire to become a world-renowned star. Chu Mengyao's brow furrowed, her patience wearing thin as Chunya continued to harp. Ever since her sister's collapse and subsequent hospital stay, Chu Mengyao had grown increasingly impatient with her constant nagging. All right, sis, I'm off. I have errands to run, Chu Mengyao stated, changing into an exquisite ensemble, grabbing her purse, and sashaying out of the house, the click-clack of her heels echoing behind her. Said, watching Chu Mengyao depart. My sister is growing up and developing her own ideas. It seems I can no longer exert the same control over her as before. Meanwhile, in a boisterous KTV establishment, a scruffy lackey burst into a room. Brother Shanji, we have a job. Inside, a bald, menacing man with a blue-black dragon tattoo on his torso took a drag from his cigarette. What is it? A hit or a turf war? The lackey handed over his phone, shaking his head. Neither. We're to collect a debt. The debtor just bought plane tickets to Yanjing for tomorrow. Seems they're trying to skip town. A debtor on the run? How much do they owe? Brother Shanji inquired, taking the phone from the lackey. His eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, this is one ruthless individual. They've borrowed from over 30 blacklisted loan sharks. A whole 1 million yuan. This is one massive debt. Brother Shanji casually opened the attached video file. A pure and beautiful student appeared on the screen, declaring, I solemnly swear that I am Chu Mengyao. ID number. Well, a little beauty, Brother Shanji chuckled lecherously. Looks like she hasn't been deflowered yet. I wonder how tender she is. Brother Shanji's eyes gleamed with lust. Did they say what to do if she can't pay? The lackey grinned knowingly. The file indicates she has a 37-year-old sister who's supposedly well-preserved. If they can't pay, we'll follow protocol and send them both to the club to work off the debt. Brother Shanji erupted in laughter. Then what are you waiting for? Get over there and prepare. Don't let them slip through our fingers. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a taste. The lackey chuckled suggestively. Brother Shanji, can the boys have a little sip of the soup too? I've never had the pleasure of enjoying twin blossoms. No problem. You guys can line up outside. One at a time, Brother Shanji replied with a lecherous grin. Those with cleanliness obsessions, get in front of me. First dibs. Brother Shanji is the man. The next morning, Duge arrived in his car outside the residence of Chu Mengyao and Chunya. He glanced at the time, just past 6:30. His eyes were fixed on the door of the house. You two bitches. Today, I'm going to make you crawl before me like dogs. As time passed, the number of vehicles outside the house increased. Through the car window, Duja could see menacing figures lurking inside. It seemed the debt collectors had received word of Chu Mengyao's escape and had dispatched men to block the door. Approximately 15 minutes later, the door swung open with a thud. The slender, fair-skinned Chu Mengyao emerged, her small purse slung over her shoulder, her heels clicking against the pavement. She tugged a small suitcase behind her. She furrowed her brow, glancing back at the house. "Sis, hurry up. I told you not to bring those useless things." Chunya emerged slowly, burdened with large bags and a sizable suitcase. "It's a shame to throw these things away. We can still use them in Yanjing and save money." Hearing the words, "save money," Chu Mengyao's demeanor noticeably softened. All right. It's getting late. Let's get going." "Okay, let's grab a taxi and head to the airport." Just as Chu Mengyao and Chunya reached the street, a brazen voice cut through the air. "Sorry, ladies, you're not going anywhere today." Immediately, over 20 tattooed thugs emerged from several vehicles, encircling Chu Mengyao and Chunya, their eyes filled with lust. Who are you? What do you want?" Chu Mengyao and Chunya stammered, their faces etched with fear. Before they could react, their phones were snatched away, and they were dragged behind the house. "What are you doing? There are security cameras here. Do you know what you're doing? The police will arrest you." Two women leaned against the wall, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Surveillance? It broke down last night when you purchased your tickets," remarked Brother Sean, his shiny bald head glinting ominously. Chunya shielded her sister behind her, her voice laced with fury as she demanded, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Brother Shan's gaze fixated on the voluptuous woman before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Goodness, this sister appears even more beautiful than the younger one. This trip has proven to be quite worthwhile. You're unaware of the affairs you have instigated, yet dare to question me?" Chu Mengyao and Chunya exchanged bewildered glances. How could they possibly be entangled with this group of thugs? "What are you talking about? We have never provoked you." Seeing the sisters' feigned ignorance, Brother Sean sneered. "Enough with the nonsense. Was it not you who borrowed 1 million recently? How did he know about her borrowing 1 million from Duja?" Chu Mengyao's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Duja had sent them to collect the debt? That despicable Duja! She had merely intended to borrow the money and vanish for a few years before repaying it. Did he truly have to resort to such extreme measures, sending these thugs to harass them? It was utterly infuriating after she had endured 3 years of his advances. Empowered by her newfound understanding of the situation, Chu Mengyao stepped forward, addressing Chunya with a cold demeanor. "Is it not just a matter of owing 1 million to Duja? He dares to send you to collect? Bring him out. I shall speak with him directly." Brother Sean was utterly confused. What is this Duja nonsense? What is this madwoman prattling about? With a mocking laugh, Brother Sean retorted, "Don't play coy with me. Over half a month ago, you took out a loan for 1 million online. Now, with interest, it amounts to 1,880,000. Hurry up and bring me the money. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." P.S. Chu Mengyao bore numerous bruises, presenting a woeful sight, while Chunya's skin remained smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars. Reader, why do you not torment her? Why must I be the one to face the consequences? Duja chuckled coldly. At least she can still respond. "What about you? You resemble a corpse. Do you still wish for money?" "Yes, I want the money. Why don't you come over and make your demands known?" Chapter 31. Unable to repay? Then get out and sell yourselves. "What? Owing 1,880,000. Chunya rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from the shock. Chu Mengyao was equally dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. How could this be? Hadn't she borrowed 1 million from Duja? When did it turn into debt owed to a lending website? With gritted teeth, Chu Mengyao exclaimed, "Impossible, you are talking nonsense. I borrowed the money from a friend, and I have never dealt with any lending website. You will not tarnish my reputation." Seeing that Chu Mengyao still wanted to argue, Brother Sean directly pulled out his phone and opened the file sent by the lending website. "Damn it, you shameless hussy, even now you pretend. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is this person you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao glanced at the phone, where a video was playing. It showed her standing at Duja's doorstep, solemnly declaring, "I, Chu Mengyao, hereby solemnly promise my ID number is." Below the video were images of her ID and a loan statement. The total was exactly 1 million. "Duzi, it was you who set me up." Chu Mengyao's heart roared with fury, trembling with rage, her face flushed with anger. She never expected that the 1 million she borrowed would lead her into such a ruthless trap of high-interest loans. He took her ID and recorded a video against her, setting a trap by borrowing $1 million from those unscrupulous lenders. This scoundrel! How foolish she was to trust him so completely, borrowing only from him. Duze, you have a heart of stone. At that moment, Chu Mengyao despised Duze, wanting nothing more than to confront him and demand answers. But Brother Shan was not interested in her grievances. He scratched his ear and shouted, "Have you seen clearly? If you have, then hurry up and repay the money. Or don't blame me for being rude." Chu Mengyao shouted back, "That is not my debt. It was Duze who manipulated my phone. If you want your money, go find him." Chunya behind her finally caught on and quickly added, "Yes, I can testify that it was that man, Duze, who deceived our Yao Yao into taking a loan of $1 million. Brother Shan flicked at his earwax dismissively, saying, "I don't care who deceived you. The ID is yours, and the video is yours. This debt must be repaid by you." Seeing the bald man's unwavering attitude, the 20 or so tattooed thugs around them stirred restlessly, their eyes glinting ominously, as if ready to pounce and tear each. This is not the destiny I envisioned for myself. My life, as Chu Mengyao, cannot be reduced to this. 2 minutes remain. The sinister voice of Brother Shanji echoed once more. Chu Mengyao's thoughts spiraled into utter chaos. No, I absolutely cannot be dragged off to a club to be sold. I am destined to become a great star. How could I possibly fall here? But what recourse do I have to repay the debt at this moment? As Chu Mengyao grew increasingly anxious and frantic, Chunya's comforting voice arose. "Yao Yao, don't be afraid. I will certainly protect you." Hearing Chunya's words, Chu Mengyao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Her expression shifted from sorrow to joy. "That's right. My sister. I still have my sister." They only mentioned going to the club, but they didn't specify that both of us had to go together. Rather than both of us suffering together, wouldn't it be better to have my sister alone go to the club to repay the debt, while I continue my studies in Yinjing? In this way, wouldn't the current predicament be perfectly resolved? Thinking this, Chu Mengyao looked at Chunya with elation, using the most sincere and emotional tone of her life, drawing out the sound, "Sister." Chapter 32. 1,000 for her. 800 for you. Xinjia. Her countenance etched with terror and her heart ablaze with anxiety, extended her arms protectively, shielding her cherished younger sister. Come what may, she would not allow them to harm Yao Yao, just as she was poised to cry out for help, hoping to attract the attention of passers-by. A voice brimming with emotion resonated in her ear. "Sister." Chunya turned to behold Chu Mengyao's pitiable gaze, filled with entreaty, which plunged her heart into profound sorrow. "My poor sister," she thought. "Rest assured, if they dare to forcibly drag you away to sell yourself, I shall fight them to the bitter end." Chu Mengyao, her eyes glistening with tears, looked imploringly at Chunya and lamented, "Sister, our family's funds have been entirely dedicated to your medical treatment. Even the borrowed $1 million has been largely depleted in the hospital. We simply lack the means to repay the exorbitant loan." Chunya wiped away her tears and sobbed, "Yao Yao, I am so sorry. I am the cause of your suffering. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have borrowed money and fallen victim to Duze's scheme, incurring such a massive debt. It is all my fault." Tears streamed down her face as her sobs choked her. Witnessing the successful elicitation of guilt from her sister, Chu Mengyao's heart leaped with joy. She seized the opportune moment and pressed her advantage. "Sister, we currently owe over $1.8 million in high-interest debt, which we cannot possibly repay. Moreover, they are backed by even more formidable forces beyond our ability to contend with. Therefore, only one recourse remains." The situation was dire, with over 20 hardened gangsters casting menacing glances. Aside from repaying the debt, Chunya could conceive of no other solution. Upon hearing that her sister had a plan, Chunya's face lit up with elation. She grasped Chu Mengyao's arm and asked with delight, "Yao Yao, do you truly have a way out?" Chu Mengyao nodded earnestly and declared, "Sister, since we lack the funds to settle the debt, we must consent to the bald man's proposition, to sell your kidney at the club to repay the loan." "What?" Chunya exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing that her sister was actually suggesting selling a kidney at the club. "Are you insane? Yao Yao, how could you agree to such a vile demand? You are destined to become a great star. If this were to become known, your life would be ruined." Chunya's face flushed with anger. She could scarcely believe that her usually proud sister would capitulate so readily. "Sister, you misunderstand," Chu Mengyao said, taking Chun Ya's hand with a reverent air. "I mean that you should go to the club alone to repay the debt, while I continue my studies at the Beijing Film Academy." What am I hearing? Chun Ya's delicate frame trembled as she struggled to comprehend what she had just heard. Was this truly the sister she had raised for 18 years speaking? Suggesting that she sell her kidney at the club to settle the debt, while she leisurely pursued her studies in Beijing. "Yao Yao, are you mad?" Chunya cried out, her voice hoarse. "How could you utter such words? I am your sister." Chu Mengyao anxiously stepped forward, clutching Chunya's arm tightly. "Precisely because you are my sister, you must help me repay the debt. Sister, I am destined to become a great star, to marry into a wealthy family, and to ascend to the upper echelons of society. If I were to be reduced to selling myself to repay debts today, my life would be utterly destroyed. Don't you want to see me become a great star more than anything? For the past decade, I have diligently studied acting, persisting under your influence. If you do not take my place at the club today, all my efforts will have been in vain. Sister, can you bear to watch your own sister fall into a fiery pit?" Chu Mengyao's mournful words pierced Chunya's heart like sharp needles, causing her tears to flow freely and her eyes to swell with grief. She never imagined that the sister she had painstakingly raised for 18 years would cast her into a den of iniquity for the sake of her own ambitions. The mere thought of being defiled by those repulsive, bloated men sent shivers down Chunya's spine, as if countless ants were crawling all over her body. She resolutely refused. "Impossible. Even if I were to work odd jobs for the rest of my life, I would never allow myself to be dragged into a club to sell my kidney. Yao Yao, you should first repay them with the remaining 300,000, and then we can both devise a plan to repay the rest." Seeing Chunya's unwavering stance, Chu Mengyao grew somewhat indignant. "Even if you are the sister who raised me, you cannot be so unreasonable," she retorted. "Sister, you are being excessive. Isn't it all because of you that I incurred this debt of over $1 million? Just your hospital stay, surgeries, consultation fees, specialist fees, and hospitalization expenses have amounted to nearly $1 million. If it weren't for your medical treatment, how could I have accumulated so much debt? Now that the debt collectors have come knocking, and we have no money to repay, shouldn't you, as my sister, sell your kidney to settle the debt, rather than me? It's not as if I spent that money. Besides, that 300,000 is for my university expenses. If we repay it all to them, how will I go to Beijing?" Hearing Chu Mengyao's piercing response, Chunya felt as if she had been struck by lightning, nearly losing her balance. After a full half-minute of stunned silence, she finally uttered through gritted teeth, "Yao Yao, I am your sister. How could you say such things to me?" Chu Mengyao, driven to near madness by her desperation to avoid being dragged into the club, retorted, "Precisely because you are my sister, you must help me. Aren't you most eager to see me become a great star? If I were truly to be dragged into a club to become a prostitute, I would never be able to set foot in the entertainment industry again." Chu Mengyao immediately knelt on the ground, her face streaked with tears, and clutched Chunya's leg. "Sister, please do it for me, and for your years of nurturing my ambition to become a star. Please make this one last sacrifice, sister. I will become a great star as quickly as possible, earn enough money, and redeem you from the club. Please, sister, just tell me this once." Watching her sister kneel before her, desperately pleading, Chunya's heart was on the verge of collapse. Her face was ashen, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She had focused solely on enabling her to become a great star, a wealthy woman, while neglecting to cultivate her character and moral principles, allowing her to utter such words to her own sister. How is she any different from those harlots? After a moment of silence, Chunya stemmed her tears and gazed at the imploring face before her. Smack! A vicious slap landed squarely on Chu Mengyao's face. Chu Mengyao, stunned, stammered, "Sister, you." Chunya, her teeth clenched, her face filled with despair and sorrow, stared intently into Chu Mengyao's eyes. "If you were my sister, I would never have agreed to such a shameful thing. This slap severs the bond of sisterhood between us. Take that 300,000 and leave. From now on, I will pretend that I never had such an unfilial sister." With that, Chunya's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her face and weeping bitterly. For she was about to be dragged into the club by this gang of thugs. In stark contrast to Chun Ya's despair, Chu Mengyao's expression swiftly transitioned from sorrow to joy, such as the art of acting she had studied since childhood. Even Chu Mengyao herself could not distinguish whether those heartfelt expressions and words were genuine or merely a performance. However, as long as her sister agreed to sell her kidney at the club to repay the debt, now she could safely pursue her aspirations of stardom. With tears streaming down her face, she supported the weeping Chunya, consoling her. "Rest assured, sister, I will swiftly accumulate sufficient funds to liberate you." Upon hearing these words, Chunya could no longer contain herself, erupting into loud sobs, lamenting her cruel fate. The spectacle of this self-serving act of offering her sister was profoundly moving. However, Brother Shanji, standing nearby, grew impatient. Rolling up his sleeves, he spat out menacingly, "You two vile harlots have been prattling on for ages, uttering nothing but drivel. Do you imagine that with such a staggering debt, one person selling themselves can settle it?" Startled back to reality, Chu Mengyao retorted vehemently, "My sister has already consented to accompany you to the club. What more do you demand?" Shanji cast a lecherous glance at Chunya, audibly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. "What you owe is a usurious loan. The daily interest accrues upon the preceding day's principal plus interest. Currently, it escalates by at least 20,000 each day. Considering your sister's allure, she might fetch a mere 1,000 per encounter. She would need to perform that act upwards of 20 times daily merely to keep pace with the interest, not to mention the daily compounding interest thereafter. She alone is simply insufficient." Incensed by this demeaning response, Chu Mengyao leaped up in fury, pointing at Chunya. "Open your eyes and observe carefully. My sister is so well-maintained and youthful in appearance. A mere 1,000 per session? Did you not tout this as an upscale establishment? In what aspect does my sister fall short of being top-tier in figure and countenance, even compared to myself? 800 for you." Chu Mengyao was instantly dumbfounded. I am appraised at a lower value than my sister? Chapter 33. A confrontation. Upon hearing that her price was even lower than Chun Ya's, Chu Mengyao was so enraged she momentarily forgot her predicament. She argued fervently, asserting her youth and beauty, as well as her skills in singing, dancing, and performing. How could she be worth merely 800? Brother Shan chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. He had never imagined this foolish woman would still be fixated on such trivial matters. "You're about to be taken away to the club, and you remain oblivious to the reality? Enough of this bickering. Let me tell you, if you don't pay up today, no one is leaving. Although your individual prices are not particularly high, your unique statuses could easily net at least 5,000 if you perform together. If you work diligently, you could clear your debts in less than 2 months." Chu Mengyao trembled with rage. 10 or 8 shows a day in 2 months? By then, she would be utterly ruined, with no hope of marrying into wealth. "You can forget it. I will not go to the club. Just take my sister. Leave me out of this." Upon hearing this, Chunya's heart sank further into despair. Was this truly something a sister would say? To sacrifice herself for her sister's future? A bitter laugh escaped Chunya's lips. She realized what a failure she was as an older sister. Brother Shan had no patience for Chu Mengyao's protests. He signaled to his men to forcibly take her to the club. He was not worried about her compliance. A few burly men swiftly subdued Chu Mengyao, who broke down in tears, crying out to her sister on the ground, "Sister, help me. I don't want to be taken to the club. I don't want to sell myself. Please save me." Although Chunya despised Chu Mengyao for offering herself up, she could not abandon her sister. She rushed forward, desperately tugging at the thugs holding Chu Mengyao. "Let my sister go. I'll go with you." The two fought fiercely, but Brother Shan's anger flared. How dare they resist? He charged forward and slapped them both hard across the face. Their cheeks instantly turned red and swollen, and they cried out in pain. "If you dare scream again, I'll make sure you regret it. Take them away." In a nearby luxury car, Duja was laughing uncontrollably, thoroughly entertained. How delightful! Especially when Chunya had slapped Chu Mengyao earlier. It was utterly satisfying. Chu Mengyao was even more shameless than he had anticipated. He had expected the two would struggle fiercely against being sold. But Chapter 34. Unveiling the facade, I've already allowed him to treat me like a harlot. What is there to fear? As if to vent the frustration of being beaten earlier, he delivered another slap. The blow sent Chu Mengyao staggering, collapsing onto Chunya. Quickly, hand over the money, or I'll beat you to death, you wretched whore. Shanj threatened, reaching for Chu Mengyao's phone. However, Chunya fiercely resisted, as that was all the money they had left. What would they do if it were all taken? But Shanj simply struck Chunya as well. Get out of here! He then grabbed Chu Mengyao by the hair and rained down blows upon her until she begged for mercy, tearfully transferring all the money. Sir, how about this money? Shanj asked obsequiously, sidling up to DZH. DZH gazed with satisfaction at Chu Mengyao's swollen cheeks and chuckled. Keep the money. Collect debts every week until it's paid off. If they can't pay, beat them severely and drag them to the club to work it off. Brother Shanj repeatedly agreed. Get lost. Hearing this, Brother Shanj and his crew piled into the minibus and hastily departed. Terrifying. He's not only rich, but also so violent. Have I offended some young master? On the ground, Chu Mengyao stared blankly at her phone with a zero balance. My money, it's all gone. She frantically ran towards DZH, yelling, It's all your fault, DZH. Give me back my money. Slap. DZH retorted with a backhand slap to the face of this vile woman. The force of the blow sent Chu Mengyao reeling into Chunya's arms. Clutching her face, Chu Mengyao stared at DZH in disbelief. You hit me? How dare this simp hit me? Was he not afraid that she would refuse to let him simper over her in anger? Chunya tenderly embraced her sister, whose face was swollen like a pig's, and glared at DZH. You're the one who got Yao Yao into high-interest loans, causing us to be harassed by debt collectors. You have to repay the debt of over $1 million, or we'll sue you for fraud and put you in jail. Facing the gang of thugs earlier, Chunya was too frightened to utter a word. But DZH was just a student, the same age as her sister. Even if he was a bit strong, how powerful could he be? So, Chunya rebuked him vehemently. Idiot! DZH shook his head and walked past them into the room. What did you say? Chunya helped Chu Mengyao up and followed him inside, glaring angrily at DZH. You had the ability to drive them away, so why did you make us pay? Do you know that money was for Yao Yao's college tuition? Now that it's all gone, how is Yao Yao going to go to school? Chu Mengyao also glared resentfully at DZH. DZH, I want an explanation. Explanation? DZH sneered, casually sitting on the sofa, scrutinizing the two vile women before him. The explanation is that when you came to borrow money from me, I knew you never intended to repay it, planning to run away after getting into college. So, I turned the tables and got you a high-interest loan of $1 million, so you two could be forced into working at the club to pay off the debt. How's that for an explanation? DZH's piercing gaze made the two vile women lower their heads guiltily. How did he know we were going to run away? But Chu Mengyao, ever the talented actress, immediately shed tears, feigning heartbreak. DZH, when did I ever say I wasn't going to pay you back? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I just wanted to pay you back a few years later, and when I become a big star, I'll pay you back double, even triple. If it weren't for the fact that in his past life, he couldn't contact Chu Mengyao and was eventually forced to flee abroad, DZH might have been deceived by her pitiful act. Chu Mengyao was nothing but a complete harlot, and the only way to deal with such a harlot was through unconventional means. DZH spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Your actions just now have proven that you are a shameless woman who would do anything for money. Why should I believe a word you say? Seeing that DZH wanted a reason, Chu Mengyao felt a surge of joy. She knew her chance had come. She had seen DZH's luxurious Mercedes-Benz earlier. So DZH was rich, and she hadn't realized it before. If she could regain her position in his heart, she might still be able to use him, getting him to pay off her debts and support her schooling, pursuing her dream of becoming a star and marrying into a wealthy family. Tears welled up in Chu Mengyao's eyes as she said sadly, what kind of person am I? Don't you know after 3 years? I've always been deeply in love with you, or I wouldn't have thought of borrowing money from you when my family had a problem. I know you think it's not right that I didn't tell you beforehand that I was going to pay you back later, but I was doing it to fulfill my dream. I want to become better so that I can be worthy of you. You know, DZH? Seeing her sister's increasingly suggestive gaze, Chunya was dumbfounded. She had told herself that she only saw DZH as a simp, but now she was acting so affectionate. These years of performing arts hadn't been wasted. DZH couldn't help but laugh. Chu Mengyao pouted. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm lying? Clap, clap, clap. DZH applauded and laughed. Truly a talented actress. There's not a trace of pretense, just pure emotion. Then he sneered, pointing at Chunya, and said, to keep the 300,000 in your hands, you were even willing to abandon your sister, letting her go to the club, to sell her kidney, to pay off the debt, while you went to Yanjing for school. Not caring about your sister, who raised you for 18 years and sacrificed everything for you. Someone as ruthless as you, even to your own sister, is nothing but a gold-digging whore. These words made Chu Mengyao's face burn with shame, and she stood there in a daze. No, he had seen that too, but how could she be blamed? It was a high-interest loan of $188 million, and she couldn't afford to pay it back. And they wanted to drag both of them to the club to pay off the debt. Her sister was older and had experienced such things before. Even if she were taken, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just consider it compensation for these past 10 years. But she couldn't. She, Chu Mengyao, was a young woman in her prime, about to enter Yanjing Film Academy, become a popular star, marry into a wealthy family, and become a tai-tai. How could she fall into such a place? Sisters are birds of a feather, fleeing in the face of disaster. As the sister, shouldn't she stand up to protect her at this time? Or would she watch them both fall into the fire pit? Unlike Chu Mengyao's embarrassment at being exposed, Chunya was already sobbing, covering her mouth, and constantly shedding tears. Her sister had abandoned her, using her future to force her to sell her kidney to pay off the debt. But this man, whom she had only just met, was angrily speaking up for her, recounting the hardships she had gone through raising her sister. This made Chunya extremely moved. Her gaze towards DZH softened. She even forgot that DZH was the common enemy of both sisters. This feeling of being understood and protected was something she hadn't experienced since her husband died. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 35. Sister, I do not blame you. I forgive you. Realizing that her previous betrayal had incited Du's complete disdain, Chu Mengyao hastily summoned her acting skills once more. She fell to her knees, clasping Chunya's legs, tears streaming down her face. Sister, I was wrong, she sobbed, wiping her tears. I was so frightened at that time, momentarily lost in confusion, only thinking of fulfilling your long-held dream of seeing me become a star. In pursuit of my aspirations, I uttered those shameless words. With tear-filled eyes, she clutched Chunya's skirt. Please forgive me, sister. I will never do anything to hurt you again. Witnessing her younger sister, whom she had raised, kneeling and weeping, Chunya felt her heart swell with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Indeed, even she felt fear in the face of that menacing gang. How could Mengyao, at merely 18, not have been terrified? She had instilled in her sister from a young age the necessity of becoming a star, which must have contributed to Mengyao's grievous mistake. It had to be that way, thinking she had discovered a legitimate reason for her sister's actions. Chunya could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Chu Mengyao, weeping. It's all right, Mengyao. I forgive you. I know you must have been frightened. I do not blame you, Mengyao. The sisters wept together, and the scene was heart-wrenching. Duja, however, couldn't help but scoff at Chunya's naivety. How could she be so easily deceived? He observed as Chu Mengyao discreetly glanced at him, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, her cries grew louder. His expression transformed into one of incredulous amusement. The leading actress. If Chu Mengyao successfully entered the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly rise to the status of a leading actress. Her talent for performance was extraordinary. She had managed to manipulate Chunya, who moments ago had been sorrowful due to her sister's betrayal. Though both women exhibited flawed character, Chunya's was limited to those outside of Chu Mengyao. Even after the recent incident of betrayal, her affection for Mengyao remained largely intact. In stark contrast, Mengyao's hypocrisy, even toward the sister who raised her, was glaring. It was a true testament to the notion that there is always a higher mountain. Engrossed in the spectacle, Duja noted that Chu Mengyao could no longer continue the charade. Her tears were nearly exhausted. She wiped her eyes and turned to him. Duja, the truth is, I did not intend to owe you money and not repay it. I have my reasons. At her words, Chunya stiffened. Yet, seeing her sister's anguished expression rendered her speechless. Duja crossed his legs and sneered, "Oh, you owe a debt and evade payment, and you claim to have reasons? Are you saying someone is forcing you not to repay me?" At these words, Chu Mengyao's heart soared with delight. Duja was unwittingly aiding her cause. She wanted to elicit from her sister an admission of responsibility for her predicament. Although she acknowledged her sister's point, she needed to distance herself from the situation, feigning a victimized demeanor. With a wavering gaze, Chu Mengyao stammered, I. The moment Duja recognized her ploy, he understood she was merely performing again. As predicted, just as Chu Mengyao was on the brink of tears from her hesitation, a voice filled with despair rang out. It was I who compelled Mengyao not to repay her debts. It was I who pressured her. Chunya enveloped her sister, racked with guilt, and cried. I encouraged her to cut off contact with you and flee to Yinjing so she could afford college. This is not Mengyao's fault. Witnessing her sister's suffering at Duja's hands, Chunya could no longer suppress her sorrow. It was all her fault for putting Mengyao through such torment between familial love and conscience. Blame me. I'm the one who forced Mengyao. Jumen sobet lao li, burying her face in Chunya's embrace, choking on her tears. Sister, I truly did not want to treat Duja this way. I have liked him for 3 years. Why won't you let me repay that 1 million? Chunya wiped her tears and replied, I'm sorry, Mengyao. I was wrong. I apologize. Sister, Mengyao. The two embraced, their tears creating a deeply poignant scene. Meanwhile, Duja's disdain intensified. What a farce. Truly shameless. His contempt grew as he realized that while both women were flawed, Chunya was evidently less cunning, having been completely outmaneuvered by Chu Mengyao, who successfully shifted the blame onto her sister, who accepted it willingly. It was as if everything Mengyao had done was under duress, preserving her image as an innocent girl untainted by the world's cruelties. Chunya, tears streaming down her face, directed her sorrow at Duja. Young man, this is all my fault. I underestimated you and believed you were unworthy of Mengyao, leading to my regrettable actions. If you harbor any resentment, direct it at me. Mengyao is innocent. While Chu Mengyao's eyes glistened with tears, a spark of delight flickered within. Even her mother had spoken on her behalf. Surely Duja would believe her now. Stealing a glance at him, she found him still smirking coldly. Even if their words were true, so what? Chu Mengyao had already accrued high-interest loans. Let me be frank. The forces behind those loans are immensely powerful. Even I can only momentarily fend them off. If you do not repay the 188,000, you will eventually be dragged to a club to settle your debts. Chu Mengyao's heart sank. The gang's influence was so formidable that even Duja could not guarantee her safety. Duja shrugged helplessly. I can only ensure they do not demand the entire sum at once. If you can repay them several tens of thousands each week, they will likely go easy on you, given my involvement. Seeing Duja appear to have sacrificed much for their sake infuriated Chu Mengyao. Wasn't the reason she owed 188,000 because he had secretly lent her high-interest loans? Had it not been for him, she would not find herself in such a predicament. Yet, despite her inner turmoil, she dared not reveal her feelings, for Duja was her sole lifeline, especially considering his previous opulent Mercedes. She knelt, gazing pleadingly at Duja. I know you can help me repay the remaining debt. I beg you, please assist me. Chunya chimed in, Young man, you have liked Mengyao for 3 years. You cannot watch her suffer. Help us just this once. Their eyes conveyed sincerity, promising that they would repay him as soon as they earned any money, regardless of the amount. Duja, bemused by their desperate pleas, could not help but chuckle. They were acutely aware that he was the architect of their misfortune, yet dared not speak the truth, instead regarding him as their savior. Kneeling there, they implored him fervently. In his previous life, he had been foolish enough to lend them 1 million, enduring deceit and torment. Fortunately, in this life, he took the initiative, turning the tables on Chu Mengyao and Chunya, pushing them into the abyss. Well, since you both have asked so earnestly, I suppose I cannot simply stand by and watch. Chu Mengyao and Chunya rejoiced, their pleas finally bearing fruit. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted. Chapter 36. A further act of fratricidal betrayal. Upon hearing Duja's words, Chu Mengyao instantly grasped his meaning. Money would only be forthcoming if she. But how could that be? She was intent on preserving her maidenhood, to strive diligently at the Yanjing Film Academy and ascend to the status of a pure and virtuous superstar in the entertainment industry. How could she possibly debase herself for a sycophant like Duja? Moreover, if she were no longer a genuine article, how could she hope to marry into a wealthy family? Therefore, Chu Mengyao's immediate thought was to refuse. By no means would she surrender her body. Chu Mengyao said, Duja, please don't. I know you have feelings for me, but what's the point if you resort to coercion to win me over? If you could just help me repay the debt first, we'll have plenty of time to get to know each other when we're both in college. Then, maybe we can embark on a genuine romance. Okay? Chunya chimed in. Yes, young man, forced affections are never sweet. Yao Yao isn't ready to accept you yet. Give her some time to consider it. Her sister was destined to become a major star. How could she allow her to be exploited for a mere million-plus yuan? Unexpectedly, Duja merely smirked coldly, pinching Chu Mengyao's chin even more forcefully. Forced affections may not be sweet, but they quench the thirst. You want my money without offering anything in return? Such good fortune simply doesn't exist. Chu Mengyao grew increasingly anxious. If even Duja wouldn't help her, the gangsters would come knocking next week, and they would truly be dragged off to a hostess club. Seeing Duja pressuring Chu Mengyao so intensely, Chanya guritit hertit in anger. Do you insist on Yao Yao sacrificing herself to you before you're willing to part with that one? 88 million yuan? Duja released his grip, casting a mocking glance at the two women. No, I wouldn't mind if you offered yourself. But my point is that I'll pay you according to the rates those people offered you before. You get what they want, and I'll give you the money. What? Chu Mengyao and Chunya were instantly enraged. Wasn't this tantamount to forcing them into prostitution? What difference was there between this and being dragged off to a hostess club? Chu Mengyao rose to her feet, indignantly questioning, Duja, I truly misjudged you. I never imagined you could be such a vile and despicable person. Chunya's expression was equally unpleasant. She was already in her 30s, yet she was being insulted by a mere stripling. But Duja disregarded their feelings. He chuckled. Say whatever you like. If you want the money, this is the only way. At most, I'll give you double the price, considering we're classmates. It's up to you to decide whether it's more important to work hard and repay the debt before next week arrives, or to stubbornly resist and end up being seized to settle the debt. I'll give you half an hour to consider it, no matter who it is. I'm offering double the price. It all depends on whether you're willing to pay the price. With a resounding thud, the bedroom door slammed shut. Chu Mengyao and Chunya stood there, dumbfounded. The path to earning money was laid bare before them. But the question was, who dared to tread it? Chunya wiped away her tears, stood up, and pulled Chu Mengyao along, saying, Yao Yao, don't be afraid. We'll go to the police right now. I refuse to believe those people would truly act with impunity. But Chu Mengyao's face was filled with anguish. It's useless. The power behind them is too terrifying. If we don't repay the money, we'll be at their mercy. Hearing this, Chunya was struck as if by lightning, collapsing onto the ground and muttering to herself. Is there truly no other way? Wei, Chu Mengyao repeated several times before her eyes suddenly lit up, exclaiming in delight, Sister, why don't you offer yourself to Duja in exchange? Chunya's eyes widened instantly, staring at Chu Mengyao with a mixture of humiliation and disbelief. Then, a surge of anger erupted within her, and she slapped Chu Mengyao across the face. Do you know what you're saying? You heartless wretch. Her heart was filled with sorrow. She had just been backstabbed by her this morning, and she had only just forgiven her. Not even half an hour had passed, and she was betraying her again. Chu Mengyao knelt before Chunya, weeping and pleading, Sister, this is the only way. If you don't do this, neither of us will escape next week. Rather than being captured and forced to face countless different men every day, it's better to agree to Duja's offer. After all, he's handsome, and he's offering double the price. Listening to Chu Mengyao's outrageous response, Chunya was filled with tears and indignation. Disregarding the fact that Chu Mengyao's face was already swollen and red, she delivered several more slaps. Do you even consider me your sister? How can you treat me like this? I'm your sister, not a hen. Chu Mengyao endured the pain, embracing Chunya and sobbing incessantly. Sister, I beg you. I still want to become a superstar. I still want to marry into a wealthy family. I can't be ruined here. Rather than being abducted by gangsters. It's better for you to agree to Duja's offer. Please, just do it for me, okay? Hearing her sister's tearful plea, Chunya was also overcome with grief. Although she knew this was the least costly option, being betrayed by her sister twice in a row filled her heart with unspeakable sorrow. What use was such a sister? After the two women wept bitterly for over 10 minutes, Chunya silently rose to her feet, wiped away her tears, and cast one last glance at Chu Mengyao before opening the bedroom door. Chu Mengyao, this is the last time I'll help you. Once the money is repaid, our sisterly bond will be severed. Chu Mengyao watched Chunya's departing figure, a hint of relief showing in her eyes. Fortunately, she still held onto a shred of sentiment. Otherwise, Chu Mengyao truly wouldn't have known what to do. 3 hours later, the door opened with a snap. Duja, wearing only a pair of slippers, rubbed his temples. He wasn't in good form today. Chunya certainly had some skills. Then, he said to Chu Mengyao, who was staring at him in stunned silence, "Go out and buy some food, and get a Red Bull while you're at it." Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao was filled with rage. "How much longer are you going to humiliate me? Do you even realize this is my house? You've done such a despicable thing, and you still want me to buy you food? You're simply 500 yuan has been credited to your Zafubo account." Chu Mengyao silently stood up and said coldly, "Is one Red Bull enough?" Duja chuckled mockingly. "Do you think I'm buying it for myself?" Chu Mengyao. Then, Duja closed the bedroom door once more. Chu Mengyao looked at the time. 11:25. There were only 30 minutes left until the exam results were released. Although many things had happened this morning, the thought of going to the Yanjing Film Academy soon still filled Chu Mengyao's heart with excitement. All these years of hard work, even to the point of betraying her own sister today, were for this moment of success, weren't they? Sister, don't worry. Your sacrifice will definitely be worth it. I will become a superstar and make you proud. Chapter 37. 408. The dream is over. Chu Mengyao hurriedly exited her home, clutching her phone. She made a quick purchase of 3 inexpensive fast food meals, spending 24 yuan. As she passed by the pharmacy, she paused in deep contemplation. After much deliberation, she purchased a bottle of contraceptive pills, not wishing to unexpectedly welcome a younger sibling into her life. Upon returning home, she knocked on the door. Duja answered without even slipping on his slippers, abruptly snatching the fast food from her hands. Before Chu Mengyao could utter a word, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Frustration washed over Chu Mengyao, her expression darkening. The family computer resided in her bedroom, and in order to check her exam results, she had no choice but to go inside. However, the current atmosphere in the room was far from welcoming. Time ticked away as she anxiously watched the clock inch closer to midnight. I must know my exam scores now. Summoning her courage, she knocked on the door again. I would like to enter and check my exam results. May I? Inside, Duja exchanged a sly glance with Chunya. What do you think, Chunya? Should we let her in? Chunya, her back turned to him, replied coldly, whatever, though she had no desire to see that ungrateful sister of hers. She had invested 18 years in a nurturing Chu Mengyao with hopes of seeing her succeed at the Yanjing Film Academy. With a smirk, Duja called out, "You can come in, but hurry up and leave once you've checked your scores." Chunya felt her cheeks flush as she tightened her grip. Upon hearing Duja's voice, Chu Mengyao pushed the door open, maintaining a stoic demeanor as she walked past the two of them without daring to glance their way. She sat down at the computer, casually booting it up to prepare for her score inquiry. Duja observed as Chu Mengyao entered the exam website, while Chunya remained silent, her expression icy, as if she were a stranger to her sister. The palpable tension between them was akin to a bitter feud. Duja felt a surge of satisfaction. Witnessing this rift between the two women was certainly entertaining. It would make dealing with that group boss much easier later on. I must pass. Chu Mengyao anxiously clicked into the exam website, entering her login credentials to begin her search. The seconds it took for the page to load felt like an eternity. Boom! 408. How could this happen? The revelation hit Chu Mengyao like a sledgehammer to her heart. She had fallen a staggering 17 points short of the score required by Yanning. Her mind went blank as she stood up, crying out impossible. There must have been a mistake with the grading. I cannot have scored this low. At the sound of her wails, Chunya abandoned her business concerns and rushed to the computer, pushing Chu Mengyao aside. Upon seeing the score, her face contorted with rage. 408. What a farce. What do you mean you want to attend Yining? In a fit of fury, she slapped Chu Mengyao across the face, exclaiming, "How could you possibly perform so poorly? Do you realize the sacrifices I've made over the years? Do you know how exhausted I was just now trying to repay debts? Is this how you repay me?" With a few more slaps, Chu Mengyao begged for mercy. "Stop. Sister, please don't hit me." Duja found the spectacle amusing, and he casually pulled out his phone to record the scene, thinking it would be entertaining to watch later. He then leaned closer to the computer to confirm Chu Mengyao's score. Indeed, 408. While her performance in the arts exam had been outstanding, it was simply not enough to gain admission to Yining. Her greatest dream had been shattered in half. Duja felt elated and proceeded to check his own results, expecting a score around 680. The display read, "Duja, 687. Perfect. That would secure his place at Binhai University, and he could even bring Qingning along." Casting a glance at the sobbing Chu Mengyao, he noted her desolation. She had been reduced to tears, suffering the consequences of her own poor choices. Despite her past attempts to seek fame and fortune, she now found herself devoid of options. Duja, however, saw this as an opportunity. "You must lose hope so easily. You still have a role to play in my plans." With a cold smile, he intervened, grabbing Chunya's arm. "Chunya, perhaps it's time to stop. You risk harming her beyond repair." Chunya struggled against his grip, shouting, "Don't touch me. I must teach this worthless sister a lesson. I've sacrificed everything for her dreams of stardom, and she hasn't even made it to Yining. How could she repay me like this?" Chu Mengyao, tears blurring her vision, cried out in despair. "It's all over. My dreams of stardom and marrying into wealth are shattered." Just then, Duja interjected with a teasing tone. "Becoming a star isn't solely dependent on Yinjing Film Academy." Startled, both Chunya and Chu Mengyao turned their attention to him. Chu Mengyao, filled with anticipation, rushed to Duja. "Do you have a solution? Please tell me." Chunya also turned to face Duja, her eyes alight with hope. Duja released Chunya, draping a jacket over her shoulders, and smiled at both women. While Yinjing Film Academy is the premier institution in the country, there are other prestigious schools with ample resources, such as Binhai Drama Academy. Why fixate solely on Yining? Chu Mengyao's excitement dimmed immediately. During the training camp, her scores had been commendable, leading her to sign a safety agreement with Yining, believing she could easily pass. She and T even considered other schools and had not signed any contracts with them, especially given their exorbitant tuition fees, completely out of her reach. Chu Mengyao buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. "I can't go on like this." Duja, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "If you wish to attend university, I could lend you some money." Chu Mengyao's head snapped up in surprise. "Really, Duja? You would lend me money for school?" She was taken aback by his unexpected kindness despite his earlier manipulations. "Oh, how touching." However, in response to her hopeful gaze, Duja coldly retorted, "Lend? Do you truly believe I would give you a single penny?" Chu Mengyao's expression fell, realization dawning on her. Yes, he had orchestrated her downfall, leading her into a trap of debt amounting to 188,000 yuan. With no money and a tarnished reputation, how could he possibly lend her anything? Seeing her stunned silence, Duja chuckled. "Though I want to lend you money, I am a proponent of equitable exchange. As I mentioned before, I can offer double the amount, but it's up to you whether to accept or decline." He still sought her body in return. Chu Mengyao clenched her jaw. Her purity was her greatest asset in the entertainment industry. Even if she could make a deal with Duja and gain entry to university, her dream of becoming a star and marrying into wealth would be compromised if she lost her innocence. "What should I do? What should I do?" Chu Mengyao paced anxiously, feeling utterly lost. "Sister, what should I do now?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code for 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 38. Sister, try a little harder. Chunya was taken aback by Chu Mengyao's excessively sweet voice. "What do you want from me now? I'm already burdened with your loan of 188 million. Even if you call me, I can't help you." Chu Mengyao grasped Chinya's arm, biting her lip, and said, "Sister, I know you are working hard, but I still hope you could try a bit harder. While you're at it, besides that loan, could you also earn my tuition fees? How dare you? You ungrateful girl. I've indulged you enough." Chinya's anger flared as she pushed Chu Mengyao away and exclaimed, "How can you be so shameless? I've already suffered enough by having you around. You sold me once or twice, and now you want to sell me a third time? If you need money so badly, why don't you earn it yourself? Am I in debt to you?" Chinya continued in frustration. "Even if I wanted to, have you even considered Duge's opinion? This transaction only yields 2,000 a time. You expect me to earn tens of thousands in a day? Do you want me to live, or do you wish for Duge's demise?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao realized she had been overly ambitious. The transaction had a daily limit, and Duge couldn't possibly allow them to earn that much every day. Yet, to her surprise, Duge interjected, "I have no objections. As I've said, as long as you want to earn, I'm always here to help." Hearing this, Chu Mengyao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, as if a desperate soul had finally clutched onto a last straw of salvation. Chunya, feeling flustered under her gaze, said, You must consider my feelings. I am not made of iron. How could I possibly earn so much?" Seeing Chunya slightly relent, Chu Mengyao quickly embraced her. "Sister, don't worry. I will support you wholeheartedly and buy you all sorts of supplements. Since we've come this far, just think of it as one more sacrifice for me, okay?" Ultimately, Chindyakistith. After all, she had nurtured Chu Mengyao for 18 years. If Duge were to take her away, her dreams of stardom and marrying into a wealthy family would be dashed. Such is the heart of a caregiver. Duge was also touched by the deep bond between them, and thus made an effort to arrange several business deals to help them earn a little more. As a good deed on his part, at 4 in the afternoon, just before Duge was about to leave, Chu Mengyao called out to him, "Why don't you stay here tonight?" Duge understood her implication, but still declined. "No, unless you are willing to keep me company, I won't have the time tonight. Oh, and remember to buy some medicine from the pharmacy." Chu Mengyao pointed to a bottle on the table. "I've already bought it. I'll have Chinya take it later." Duge turned, "Besides that, get another bottle for pain relief and circulation." Chu Mengyao replied, "Is it really that serious?" Afterward, Duge drove to buy Ching's home after shopping for some beautiful clothes and gifts. On the way, he passed by the Crown Club and was surprised to see it operating normally again. It was astonishing that after he had taken down more than 20 people inside, it could still continue to function. Clearly, its background was quite formidable. However, it was of no concern to him since he didn't know anyone involved. He pressed the accelerator, heading straight to Bai Ching's building. Upon knocking, Bai Ching opened the door and excitedly embraced him. "Duze, why did you come to see me?" Duze wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled. "I missed you and brought you some clothes and gifts." Bai Ching pressed his hand down shyly. "You didn't need to buy anything. Just seeing you makes me content." Duge lifted her off the ground. "That won't do. I picked these out with great care. Come, let us go to the room and see if the clothes fit." 2 hours later, Bai Ching shyly looked at Duge and playfully scolded, "You bad boy. You're bullying me." Duge held her close and chuckled. A man must be a little bad for a woman to love him. He then put on an outfit and said to Bai Ching, "Wait for me a month, and then we'll go to Ben Hai for your treatment." Bai Ching replied, "When can I start my live stream?" "We'll discuss everything after you recover. I'll register company in Ben Hai and bring you over. I have to go. You'll be with your girlfriend, right?" "You bad boy. You guessed it right. I'll come find you in a couple of days." Later that evening, as Duge dined with Aunt Lon and Qing Ning, he shared the news of his score of 687. Lin Qing Ning was overjoyed, having scored 703 and ranking in the top 20 in the province. She had planned to follow Duge to enroll in a university, even if it meant settling for a regular school. As long as she could be with him, she was indifferent to the details. But Duge surprised her with his score. Now, they could attend a prestigious university together. Aunt Lon couldn't hold back her tears, covering her mouth as she wept. They had grown up. In the blink of an eye, both Qing Ning and Duge were on the brink of entering university. Soon, when they graduated and married, she would become Duge's mother-in-law. Later that night, as the wind and rain began to subside, Duge tucked Lin Qing Ning in before quietly stepping onto the balcony. After practicing a few routines and feeling an improvement in his physical condition, He confidently took out his phone. Tonight marked the final group stage match of the Samba World Cup. Once concluded, it would lead into the knockout phase, where all betting data would experience a massive surge. The funds in the pot would skyrocket into the trillions, driving everyone into a frenzy. The match he was particularly focused on was the Samba team's crushing 1-7 defeat against the War Machine in the semifinals. In the past few days, Duja had made sure to place smaller bets to ensure he had some funds on hand. His account on Zafubo currently held over 23 million. Once by Jie and Tian Xingli completed the paperwork for the other 10 properties, he would transfer over another 10 million, leaving him with just over 1 million, which would be sufficient. He then placed 4 million on 2 bets, one for the game between the Stick Nation and Belgium, and another for Portugal versus Ghana, deliberately betting on losses. This meant he would incur a loss of 4 million tonight. However, one must spend a gain. Soon enough, he would earn back 40 million, or even 400 million. After reviewing the list of advancing teams, it mirrored his previous life. With that, Duja felt relieved. Just as he prepared to head back in for rest, a drop of water fell, catching his attention. Chapter 39. Aunt Lan's Misunderstanding. Duja lifted his gaze, astonished at the sight before him. The balcony was adorned with an abundance of clothing. It was hard to fathom. Despite the numerous intimate moments shared with Qing Ning over the past few days, he had never accumulated such a mountain of laundry. He shook his head, reasoning that Aunt Lan must have forgotten to retrieve the clothes after washing them. "Oh, Aunt Lan," he sighed, "there's still a man in the house." In an effort to avert any awkwardness, Duja extended his hand, intending to take down the already dried garments. Just then, Aunt Lan gently opened the door, tiptoeing out while casting a nervous glance towards the adjacent room. How embarrassing, she thought. The clothes she had washed days ago remained on the balcony. She needed to hurry and grab something to wear. With that in mind, she hastened towards the balcony. "Duze!" Aunt Lan's eyes widened in shock, her steps halting abruptly. Her lips parted in disbelief as she beheld Duja standing there. In contrast, Duja bore no trace of embarrassment. He smiled and inquired, "Aunt Lan, why are you still awake at this hour?" Oh, I just went to the bathroom." Aunt Lan stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. What was happening? Why was she the one feeling embarrassed? Shouldn't it be him who was flustered? "Suddenly, Duze asket on Lan. Is that clothing you have in your hand?" "Ah," Aunt Lan gasped, hurriedly concealing the garments behind her. "Oh, right, I came out to fetch a different outfit." She gathered her hair, biting her lip as she asked, "Duja, what are you doing?" This may washed over Duchi. He had hoped to assist Aunt Lan by gathering her clothes, only to find himself in an unexpectedly awkward situation. Why was Aunt Lan hanging clothes out so late? He hadn't even seen her do laundry that evening. With no way to shift the focus, Duja boldly stated, "I noticed the balcony was filled with clothes, some of which were dry, so I thought I'd help collect them. These must all belong to you, right, Aunt Lan?" He handed her the clothes, and Aunt Lan hastily accepted them. Her face flushed as she murmured, "Yes, they are mine. Thank you for helping me." Duja waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. "It's nothing, Aunt Lan. I'll head back to my room to sleep now. You should rest early too." Once Duja departed, Aunt Lan felt a weight lift off her shoulders as she looked at the few pieces in her hands. Oh dear, how could Duja behave this way? Such interest. It must be that Qing Ning is too reserved and shy to agree to anything. After several failed attempts, Duja resorted to this. "Onlan sai sopti." It seemed she would need to find time to discuss this with Qing Ning the next day. Men will be men. We women must simply endure. Look at how far Duja has been pushed. Subsequently, Aunt Lan changed into clean clothing, left the washed garments on the balcony, and returned to her room to sleep. The following morning at breakfast, Aunt Lan could scarcely bring herself to meet Duja's gaze, her cheeks flushed. Duja remained silent, engrossed in his meal. The previous night had been exceedingly awkward. With only 3 people at the table, the two were uncommunicative, creating a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Ling King Ning, puzzled, wondered what had transpired that she was unaware of. Setting down his bowl, Duja announced, "I'm full. I have things to attend to, so I'll be stepping out now and will return in the evening." Lin Qing Ning responded with an promptly fetching Duja's shoes for him. After Duja left, as Lin Qing Ning began to clear the dishes, Aunt Lan approached her, saying, "Qing Ning, I have something to discuss with you." As Lin Qingning listened to her aunt, her ears grew warmer with each revelation. It appeared that the matter was far more complicated than she had initially thought. Duja texted, "I'll arrive at 9. Please have Chunya ready." Chu Mengyao replied, "All right, I'll inform her." She then called out, "Mom, Duja will be here by 9. Are you ready?" Inside, Chunya, who was applying her makeup, snapped irritably, "Why are you rushing me? It's not like you're the one doing the work." Hearing her mother's reprimand, Chu Mengyao dared not retort. Their relationship had soured significantly since Duja's departure the previous day, rendering them strangers in the house, exchanging cold stares. Chunya frequently berated her, completely shedding the affectionate demeanor she once had. Chu Mengyao refrained from speaking back, mindful that angering her mother could jeopardize her finances and education. Inside, Chunya carefully lined her eyes and applied lipstick, adjusting her mascara repeatedly, dissatisfied with her appearance. Memories of her time with Duja made her cheeks flush. Observing her reflection, she noted her skin had become more radiant, her complexion markedly improved. A smile crept across her face. Perhaps this business venture was not such a loss after all. The sound of a car outside signaled Duja's arrival as he entered, carrying several new garments. Chu Mengyao quickly stood, saying, "Chunya is already waiting for you. Go on in." Duja couldn't help but chuckle at her words. She resembled Madame. He tossed the clothes to Chu Mengyao, instructing her to have Chunya change and take some medicine. Chu Mengyao mechanically nodded, asking, "What time are you leaving today?" Duja glanced at the clock, noting it was only 9. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Around 6 this evening. Please remember to prepare some food for lunch." Chu Mengyao simply acknowledged him and walked into the room with the clothes. 3 hours later, clad in lace sleepwear, Chunya sipped the black-bone chicken soup Chu Mengyao had purchased, swallowing a few painkillers alongside it. Meanwhile, Duja feasted on stir-fried pork kidneys with leeks, savoring a soup made from goji berries and lamb kidneys. At 6 in the evening, Duja emerged to tell Chu Mengyao, "Let us change the mattress." She extended a hand, her expression devoid of emotion, "Payment first." Without hesitation, Duja transferred 20,000 yuan, followed by an additional 2,000. "The 2,000 is for you to buy a softer mattress. How is my sister doing?" "She's all right. She doesn't need dinner tonight." After leaving Chu Mengyao's home, Duja returned to his own, having dinner before retreating to his room for cultivation. At 10:30 that evening, Lin Qingning arrived as promised, several sets of different clothing in hand. Duja, puzzled, asked, "Qingning, what are you doing?" With a bashful demeanor, she replied, "Earlier, I was unaware of your preferences. Now you can choose whichever piece you like." Duja was taken aback. "Wait, what exactly transpired at home while I was out today?" He shook his head in disbelief, running a hand over his forehead. "Just give me the pink one." Chapter 40. Congratulations from all directions. May you come and go in peace. It was 7 in the morning at the home of Chunya and Chu Mengyao. In the bedroom were Duja and Chunya, while Chu Mengyao sat on the sofa outside. Duja's voice intermittently echoed as he instructed Chu Mengyao to fetch various items from the supermarket. After several repetitions, Chu Mengyao's patience frayed. She stormed into the room, clutching some ice cubes, and with her eyes closed, she exclaimed in anger, "Duja, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Can you just say everything at once?" Isn't it annoying? Before Duja could respond, Chunya had already lost her composure. She stood up abruptly and slapped Chu Mengyao across the face with a resounding crack. "Indeed, Chindyeskodith. You're complaining just because I asked you to do a little work." Stunned by the slap, Chu Mengyao rushed out of the room in tears, feeling utterly defeated. "Useless," Chunya muttered, then turned to Duja, saying, "Please don't take it to heart. She's just been spoiled by me since childhood. Continue with what you were doing and ignore her." At 3 in the afternoon, Duja transferred 10,000 yuan to Chu Mengyao's account. She looked at him skeptically, asking, "Is that all? I've sent you things at least 7 or 8 times, and you only give me 10,000? Duzi shukud. The previous amounts don't count. The real transaction starts now." Chu Mengyao's expression darkened as she watched him leave, feeling as though he was merely toying with her. She thought to herself, "He clearly thinks he can take advantage of us sisters." Upon entering the house, Chu Mengyao confronted Chunya. "Could you please refrain from engaging in activities that don't involve making money?" The once weak Chunya suddenly sprang to life, standing up with a bang. Grabbing Chu Mengyao by the ear, she scolded, "You come here, or you just can talk. You know nothing, yet you have so much to say. Do you have any experience? Tears streamed down Chu Mengyao's face as she lamented, but that doesn't count. Today is just 10,000. And next week those people will come to collect. Chinya responded with several more slaps. I've done my best. If the money isn't enough, you'll have to figure it out. Chu Mengyao was at a loss. What can I possibly do? Around 3 o'clock, Duja parked his car and entered a mall to purchase some high-end male clothing. Just after buying a few sets, he received a phone call. It was Tian Xingli from the large lighting sales company in Binhai. Hello, Mr. Du. The paperwork for the 10 houses you bought is all set. What do you think? Duja replied, all right, I'll head to Binhai in a few days to give you the remaining payment. It's just right as I plan to buy a place near Binhai University to accommodate Aunt Lan and Xingling. Once the call ended, Bai Jie hurriedly inquired, Xingli, what did Mr. Du say? Tian Xingli smiled. Mr. Du said he would come to Binhai in a few days. We may need to entertain him. Otherwise, that million might be hard to collect. Bai Jie bit her lip, blushing. If entertaining him is what it takes for Qing, I'm willing to do anything. As Duja was carrying his clothes and preparing to head home, he noticed a commotion beside his Mercedes. 3 individuals were arguing, a tattooed youth, a girl with green hair, and a middle-aged bald man. The bald man was gripping the girl's arm, berating her. What are you taking pictures of my car for? Trying to steal something? The girl struggled, retorting, let go of me. Who's stealing anything? Seeing his girlfriend being grabbed, the tattooed youth rushed forward. What are you doing? With a loud slap, the bald man struck him in the face, spitting as he growled, get lost. The tattooed youth immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his tattooed arms. And in the hopeful gaze of the girl, he shouted, fine, I'll go call my brother at the pool hall. The girl looked on in disbelief as her boyfriend fled, her mouth agape. He was a figure of renown at his technical school. Yet he ran away after just one slap, abandoning her. How'd I end up with such a cowardly boyfriend? While the girl was still reeling from the betrayal, the bald man stepped onto the hood of the Mercedes, leering at her. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll send you to the police. The girl glanced at the bald man and then at the luxurious Mercedes. It seemed, maybe given lowering his head, he said, yes, it's Ahui, but I merely feel that Huang Bing is quite impressive at school. I just want to play with him casually, never intending to interfere. He then inquired, how did you come to know that Ahui is Huang Bing's girlfriend? Duja's lips twitched as he replied, I've known about this for 20 years. Just as he was about to ask something more, he was taken aback to see Xu Hua already seated in the back. What are you doing in the back seat? Xu Hua casually removed her shoes and replied, just making a friend. Why not join? Is this how the young girls today make friends? So boldly? Duja shook his head, then activated the seat massage feature and moved to the back seat. Time passed swiftly, and an hour had gone by. As Duja was about to put on his clothes, he noticed Xu Hua had turned over, revealing a blue tattoo on her waist. On the left side, it read, welcome from all directions. And on the right side, safe travels in and out. Chapter 41, you are far superior to my boyfriend. Upon seeing the 2 tattoos, Duja rose momentarily, only to sit back down again. Congratulations from all directions. May you have safe travels. It truly is a bold style. After the storm, Xu Hua remarked that Huang Bing was quite good to her, frequently taking them to the billiard hall, where 4 of them would share a table. Even at the internet CF, he would readily treat them to all-night sessions, often adding eggs and ham to their spicy hot pot. Duja was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. However, considering that Huang Bing was merely a spirited lad with limited funds, his generosity was somewhat commendable. He then chuckled. He seems to be a decent guy, treating you all quite well. Xu Hua scoffed. What is so good about him? I've just seen through him. He is nothing but a coward, unlike you, who is so strong. Once I return, I shall never see him again and will inform Ahui that Huang Bing is simply a wimp, utterly unworthy of her. Xu Hua rambled on, but Duja hardly listened, choosing instead to admire her tattoos once more. Xu Hua felt a bit dizzy, swaying slightly. She waved her phone at Duja. Can I invite you out to hang out in the future? Duja lowered the car window, smiling. No problem. Next time bring your friend, Ahui, along. It will be more lively with more people. Xu Hua playfully hit Duja's arm, teasing, what is this? You've already played with one girl's heart. You want to play with another? Good things come in pairs. Let us keep in touch. I'll take my leave now. Xu Hua waved goodbye, watching as Duja drove away. So handsome. Dear reader. P.S. Simply my Prince Charming. Shortly thereafter, Xu Hua hailed a tricycle to take her home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she saw a familiar figure rushing toward her. Huang Bing, excited, grasped Xu Hua's hand. Xu Hua, are you all right? I just ran to the billiard hall, but couldn't find my brother, so I let us break up. Ah Bing, Xu Hua said calmly. Huang Bing was struck as if by lightning. Why, Xu Hua? Are you afraid? Ah Hui will find out. It's fine. I can. Xu Hua pushed him away. Her gaze filled with profound sorrow. There's no reason. Love has faded. The rose withers alone. Hearing this, Huang Bing stood in stunned silence for a moment before muttering. There's a grave in my heart, burying a widow I once loved. Upon hearing the words once loved, Xu Hua's eyes involuntarily twitched. Was she being too harsh on Huang Bing? Although he paled in comparison to the reader. She had just been with the reader, and now returned to break up with Huang Bing. Wasn't he that a bit too heartless? Xu Hua embraced the sorrowful Huang Bing, expressing her willingness to give him another chance. They went to a hotel together. 3 minutes later, Xu Hua stormed out of the room, exclaiming, useless Ah Bing. In the following days, Duja meticulously managed his time. From 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, he would visit Chu Mengyao's home. From 4 to 6 in the afternoon, he accompanied by Qing, also making a hospital visit for some special medication. From 7 to 10 in the evening, he practiced Yang Qi to restore his health. Around 10:30 at night, Lin Xingning would quietly enter the room to keep Duja company, and they would sleep by 2 in the morning. Such was the remarkable resilience of the reader. A typical man would have long succumbed to exhaustion. The quarterfinals of the World Cup also commenced during this period. As the only efficient means of making money, Duja placed bets on several matches. While he earned a substantial profit, he also faced significant losses. Overall, he netted around 5 million. In about a week, the semifinals between the Samba team and the Chariot team would take place. That would be the moment for Duja to make bold moves. In recent days, Chu Mengyao felt increasingly agitated. Not only did she need to repay the exorbitant debts to the gangsters, but she also had to prepare for her admission to the Binhai Drama Academy. Binhai is the economic hub of the nation, and the tuition fees for the academy are exorbitantly high, coupled with living expenses, cosmetics, clothes, and bags to enhance her competitiveness. It was clear that achieving this would require at least 100 to 200,000 a year. Yet, she lacked the means to earn such money. Thus, she had to rely on Chunya and Duja for business. Initially, Chu Mengyao felt a sense of pride that she wouldn't have to sacrifice herself, as Chunya would earn money for her. However, her joy was short-lived. It seemed Duja was no longer particularly interested in Chunya. She remembered the first day when Duja had transferred her 18,000. The following day, he broke through 20,000, even generously gifting her 2,000 for a softer mattress. If this continued, it would be quite satisfactory, earning 10 to 20,000 a day without effort. This unprecedented speed of earning was astounding, albeit at the expense of Chunya, who had to handle a 2 yuan unit price, yielding a daily income of essentially 20,000. And that didn't even account for the previous earnings. However, in recent days, Duja's interest had noticeably waned. For instance, yesterday he arrived at 7 in the morning and left by 1 in the afternoon, transferring only 8,000. Chu Mengyao became furious, demanding to know why he had given so little that day. Duja merely yawned, claiming he was feeling a bit jaded and lacked motivation. What a scoundrel. What is wrong with Chunya? Mature, alluring, and voluptuous. Her measurements are off the charts. 103, 70, 99. How can you say you're not feeling it? Yet, Chu Mengyao dared not offend this major client. Instead, she inquired of Chunya whether she had been giving her all. But Chunya felt helpless as well, tearfully stating that she had given everything she could, yet could not capture Duja's heart. He didn't even add her to his bookshelf, nor did he request updates, or even use free gifts to show his appreciation. This left Chunya feeling deeply saddened. Was she truly aging? Had her allure diminished? Yet, when she conducted business in front of the mirror, she clearly saw that Duja was quite pleased. Today marked the beginning of another round of business. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Duja had already dressed and emerged. Chu Mengyao, seated on the sofa, immediately stood to block his path. Duja, we need to talk. Duja raised an eyebrow and casually plopped down on the sofa. Talk about what? Chunya, now dressed, quietly sat beside Chu Mengyao. This was the first time in days they had united in purpose. One striving to repay debts and pursue stardom, the other yearning for previously unattainable pleasures. Their objectives aligned, leading to today as confrontation. Chu Mengyao addressed Duja. How many transactions did you conduct today? Duja glanced at the blushing Chunya and replied with a grin. 4 before, 3 after. What is up? Chu Mengyao scoffed. So, you only owe me 6,000 today? What's wrong? Is 6,000 insufficient for a day? Duja schwieg undifreundlich. Chu Mengyao slammed her hand on the table, rising in anger. Of course it's not enough. You instructed that group to collect over 100,000 in loans weekly, which means we need to earn at least 20,000 a day now. But you? Other than the first couple of days, it's been only 18,000 or so lately, and today you went too far, leaving after 1:30 and only giving me 6,000. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Chapter 42. Chu Mengyao goes to the hospital upon hearing Chu Mengyao's assertion that he was being too ruthless. Duja was instantly amused. How was it that when he had offered them a swift avenue to wealth just days prior, they had each acted submissively? Yet, merely a few days later, they were already lamenting the insufficiency of his monetary offerings? He glanced towards the radiant Chunya, her eyes shimmering, eager to hear what this wanton woman had to say. Sans signe d'user gaz, Chunya involontairement said. However, mindful of their location in the living room, she stammered under Chu Mengyao's disapproving stare. Duja, Mengyao's tone may be harsh, but her words hold truth. You've been somewhat different these past few days, leaving before 4 o'clock. If you're concerned about my well-being, there's no need. For Mengyao's sake, I would endure any hardship without complaint. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao was overcome with goosebumps. For the past few days, without any prompting from her, Chunya had been rising before 6 to adorn herself, always beaming radiantly. She even feigned doing it for her sake, acting even more debased than herself. Duja rose, clapping his hands, and chuckled. How deeply devoted. So, Sister Chun is doing this for Mengyao's sake. No wonder she's always so diligent. Chunya's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, avoiding Duja's gaze. Subsequently, Chu Mengyao pressed, Don't evade my question, Duja. Answer me directly. What exactly do you intend? Duja sneered. It's nothing. I'm simply growing weary. I gave you 220,000 yuan a few days ago because of a novelty, understand? He pointed at Chunya, declaring, Now, that feeling has waned considerably. It no longer captivates me. Therefore, I no longer wish to spend money on something that lacks novelty. Is that clear? Chu Mengyao was incensed. She knew these were merely fabricated excuses from Duja. She slammed the table, retorting, Stop playing dumb with me, Duja. I've been buying you whatever you want these past few days. Now you're still trying to deceive me, just to avoid giving money. What do you want? Seeing Chu Mengyao, his primary benefactor, become enraged, Duja dropped the pretense and smirked. As I said before, I simply want to toy with you. What do you say? That's impossible. Chu Mengyao retorted furiously, My virginity. It still has value. I'll never give it to you. Chunya, afraid that Chu Mengyao would compete with her for Duja's favor, quickly rose and embraced his arm. Duja, don't be angry. She's still young. Don't take her seriously. However, Duja remained unmoved. Chu Mengyao, let me tell you, the amount of money you receive each day is my decision, not yours. Your behavior today has angered me. In the future, I may come, or I may not. You had best take care. With that, Duja strode towards the exit. Seeing this, Chu Mengyao hastily intercepted him. She couldn't let him leave. The gangsters would be coming to demand repayment in 2 days. But she had only managed to save a little over 80,000 yuan. If Duja truly stopped coming, her and Chunya's fate would be dire. However, her pristine body was crucial for her future career. She couldn't possibly give it to Duja. After much deliberation, Chu Mengyao finally steeled her resolve. With resentment, she gritted her teeth and said, Duja, I can't give myself to you, but I can. What do you think? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, a cold smile crept across Duja's face. Of course. Who told you to be my old classmate? Immediately, Duja hoisted Chu Mengyao and headed inside. Chu Mengyao struggled slightly before reluctantly ceasing her resistance. Her expression filled with anguish. Sigh, for the sake of my future. I'll just have to endure it. Once I become a big star, I'll make Duja pay. 5 hours later, Duja took a quick hot shower. He then emerged and said to Chunya, who was adjusting her skirt on the sofa, Sister Chun, I have matters to attend to today. I'll come see you tomorrow. Hearing this, Chunya pouted but dared not say more. Chunya pushed open the bedroom door, gazing at the dazed and distressed Chu Mengyao. After a sigh, she asked with concern, Mengyao, are you all right? Chu Mengyao's eyes were swollen and brimming with tears. Chapter 43. A belt soaked in iodine. Disinfecting with each strike. The following day, Chunya, adorned with exquisite makeup, possessed a captivating beauty. A figure-hugging purple dress accentuated her charm, while her slender legs were encased in black stockings, hinting at both mystery and allure. Her black, red-soled stilettos tapped against the floor, creating a crisp, hurried rhythm. Her countenance reflected anxiety, her gaze frequently darting towards the window, her eyes filled with anticipation. Nearby, reclining on the sofa, observed Chunya's behavior with growing resentment. I asked you to help me apply the ointment, but you refused, retreating into your room to apply makeup. He is merely a guest. I am your sister. You cannot discern what truly matters. The doctor's gaze in the hospital yesterday had been unsettling, causing to nearly vanish with embarrassment. That vial. A familiar engine roared outside. Chunya, delighted, hastily gathered her dress and rushed to the window. Upon spotting the familiar Mercedes-Benz, excitement washed over her face. Why is half an hour later than yesterday? I've been waiting for an eternity. My lipstick is ruined. What if it finds me unattractive? I must apply more. Clad in a bespoke suit and gleaming shoes. Stood tall and imposing at 6'2". His handsome features and profound gaze caused Chunya to blush the moment they met her eyes. After gallantly opening the door, Chunya smiled demurely and said, You've arrived. Please come in. Displeased by the obsequious smile on Chunya's face, remained unmoved. His gaze fell upon, who was applying ointment on the sofa. Frowning, he questioned, What are you doing? Shouldn't you be washing? Her face contorted with anger, retorted, It's all because of you. I'm severely injured, so, before could finish, his expression cold, turned away abruptly. Was taken aback. You're just leaving like that? My mother is here. Do you have to stare at me? But before could speak, Chunya, who had spent the morning meticulously preparing, intervened anxiously. Please don't leave. Is indisposed at the moment. Why don't you come inside and watch some television? Eyeing the glamorous mature woman, responded curtly, Do you have Happy Superman and Dear Superman? Does the television have those? Chunya nodded blankly, unsure of what was referring to. What superheroes? Aren't those American films? Seeing Chunya's lack of response, turned to and asked again, Are you available now? Hearing the commanding tone, felt a mixture of anger and fear. S. actions yesterday were truly terrifying. She bit her lip and asked tentatively, Perhaps, scoffed, and pointing at her sternly said, Have you forgotten the rules? I'm telling you, if you want to lose money, feel free to try. Enraged by's unreasonable behavior, disregarding the pain, stood up and shouted, Then I quit. Do whatever you want. Quit. Approached her, picked up the tube of internal ointment, and meeting's gaze, which was now filled with shame, said playfully, Don't forget. You begged me for this opportunity to make money. You can refuse, but have you considered the consequences? Hearing was overcome with fear. The gangsters were coming to collect the loan tomorrow. Even with the $22,000 she earned yesterday, and Chunya's $6,000, she barely had $90,000. She had initially agreed to more than $100,000. What if she couldn't repay it? The thought brought tears to her eyes. Crying, she said, But it hurts so much. Can't you show me some compassion? She attempted to use her suffering to evoke sympathy from and change his rules. But how could allow the rules to be altered? Once a rule is broken, it loses its power. Would he have to break the rules every time someone cried? Even if the king of heaven arrived, the past wouldn't matter, especially for a bitch. Threw the ointment on the ground, coldly pushed past Chunya, and prepared to leave. Cried out in distress, and Chunya hastily grabbed, nearly twisting her ankle in her heels. If the guest leaves, I'll be the one who's sad. She then scolded, You're being so inconsiderate. The guest is taking time out of his busy schedule to see you. Why can't you be obedient? Just do whatever the guest tells you to do. What's a little pain? Endure it. If the guest is unhappy because of you and stops reading this book, we'll both be dragged to a hostess club. Then you won't even be able to complain about the pain. Was even more heartbroken by Chun Ya's outrageous words. You're my sister. How can you side with an outsider to bully me for your own selfish desires? What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? To have you helping outsiders to bully me? Under Chun Ya's constant reprimands, the desire for money and the pressure of the gangster's impending debt collection finally succumbed. She said weakly too, but I still have to apply the ointment, so I might not have much time. Hearing's change of heart looked at Chunya with satisfaction. A big bitch suppressing a small bitch, truly a sight to behold. Chunya, pleased that her actions pleased, lowered her head shyly. She only wanted to make stay. Ceased to matter the moment she sold me. Walked to the sofa and picked up the ointment. Squirmed on the floor, embarrassed. I told you I was injured, but you didn't believe me, but ignored her and walked into the room. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. You're not worthy of listening. Bese, Chunya. Her eyes glazed over thought. Although the reader always likes to use free little advertisement gifts to touch me there, I'm deeply immersed in it and can't extricate myself. Alas, you're just too handsome, too strong, too powerful, and too charming. Chapter 44. You can only earn if I allow you to earn. At this moment, Brother Sean was filled with trepidation. Today, as he came to collect debts, he once again encountered that exceedingly terrifying man. After returning that day, he reported the matter to his superiors, expecting them to send someone to take action. To his dismay, he was met with a scathing reprimand. They warned him that the neighboring crown had just suffered a massacre, causing quite a stir. If he continued to make enemies at such a time, he could only await his demise. As long as the other party was willing to repay, he should refrain from causing trouble. With this in mind, Brother Sean bowed and nodded submissively towards Duja. Upon noticing Duja's indifference, he took out his phone to ask Chu Mengyao for money. Chu Mengyao watched helplessly as her hard-earned 12,000 yuan was about to be entirely siphoned away. Glancing at Duja behind her, a bold thought flickered in her mind. She addressed Brother Sean. Could you possibly leave me 2,000 yuan each week? I have pressing matters. Brother Sean looked towards Duja, realizing that if this was his intent, he was powerless to refuse. Yet, Duja merely closed his eyes and turned away. Brother Sean immediately understood the implications. Business was business. After all, he snatched the phone away with a loud clap and bellowed. Why should I leave you 2,000? You borrowed high-interest loans, didn't you? Hand it over. After coercing Chu Mengyao to input her payment password, Brother Sean and his men departed. We'll be back next week. This time it's just over 12,000. Work harder, and you can repay it sooner. Chu Mengyao stood there, her face seething with rage. Work harder? Did he not understand how she earned her money? The very thought of working harder to repay him was ludicrous. After a moment of internal fury, she turned to Duja with icy disdain. All my money has been taken. Are you satisfied now? After a week of toil, I can barely repay the exorbitant interest you designed for me. And my tuition? Duja, you are ruthless. Duja shrugged nonchalantly and replied, as I've said before, my rates are always double that of the club. You charge ahead blindly. Craving petty gains, what can I do? He had already warned her yesterday. However, Chu Mengyao had adamantly refused, even neglecting her duties while earning. Around 3 in the afternoon, Duja broached the topic again. Chunya blushed deeply, subtly indicating her inability to accept his terms. Although she was currently inclined to heed Duja's words, she found such matters utterly unacceptable. That day, Duja spent a total of 30,000 yuan on business, while Chunya alone earned 20,000. After watching Brother Sean and his entourage drive away in their luxurious vehicle, Chu Mengyao felt her heart wrench painfully. 12,000. A whopping 12,000. With her unit price at merely 1,600, how many transactions would she need to undertake? Her heart bled as she turned, grabbing Duja's arm. Determined to pull him towards the room, her voice sharp, Come, give me the money. However, to her astonishment, Duja abruptly withdrew his arm. Confused, she looked at him in bewilderment. Duja's gaze was mocking, as though he viewed her as a pitiful creature. Who do you think you are? You believe you can demand money whenever you please? Fuming, Chu Mengyao exclaimed, What do you mean? Haven T, you always wanted to be with me. Could it be that even he had grown weary? As her gaze fell, The realization dawned upon her, affirming her suspicions. After all, from 8:30 in the morning to 7:30 in the evening, Duja had generously given them 30,000 yuan, even if he were made of iron. He could not withstand such a drain. Seeing the self-satisfied glint in Chu Mengyao's eyes, Duja approached her directly, revealing why HRB 400 rebar was deemed the most conscientious building material. Upon understanding the reason for its remarkable strength, Chu Mengyao felt her cheeks flush. She had misjudged the situation. But why was Duja unwilling to make money with her? Noticing her confusion once more, Duja shook off her hand and strode towards his luxurious Mercedes-Benz S65. Chu Mengyao, remember, the initiative is always in my hands. This is the most fundamental rule. Furthermore, I dictate when you can earn money. If I say no, even if you conduct business, you shall not receive a single cent. Today, I shall grant you a reprieve to contemplate. How much you earn is your affair, not mine. With that, Duja turned the key, and the Mercedes roared to life, speeding away. Duja, stop right there, watching the taillights of his departing vehicle. Chu Mengyao's chest heaved with indignation. He had precisely seized upon her dire need for funds to repay her debts and pave her way to the Coastal Drama Academy, manipulating her into submission. That despicable Duja. He regarded her as nothing more than a pawn. Inside the Mercedes, Duja glanced at the rearview mirror, observing Chu Mengyao's furious stomping. A hint of vindictive amusement crept across his face. Such a wretched person required a gradual obedience test, slowly tightening the strings of her fate. She needed to realize that she was merely a puppet in his hands, dancing to his whims, never daring to defy him. If she ever dared to challenge him, he would immediately withdraw, leaving her to stew in her own importance. She was nothing more than a plaything and a tool for revenge. Upon returning home, Duja intended to rest when Lin Qingning approached him with a hug. Duja, Auntie hasn't driven in a long time. I'd like to practice my skills. Shall we visit Baoyuan Temple together today? Beside them, Aunt Lan chimed in, Duja, the weather is splendid. Let us go to the temple to offer incense and pray. With both women speaking, Duja readily agreed. Aunt Lan and Qingning took the Mercedes S400L to head downstairs first. Just as Duja changed into a fresh outfit and prepared to leave, his phone vibrated. Shu Hua. Hey, handsome. Today I'm at Baoyuan Temple with Yue. Would you like to join us? Yue? Wasn't she the girlfriend of that useless Abing? Okay, I have a few things to attend to. I'll arrive in about an hour and a half. All right, we'll wait for you. The last 2 chapters are under review. Please be patient, everyone. 9 hours have passed, and still no review. Please add the book to your shelf and prepare for a black room. Chapter 45. Allocation of time. As Duja's top-tier luxury Mercedes S65L glided into the parking lot outside Baoyuan Temple, it instantly captivated the attention of nearly all the visitors present. The car door opened slowly, revealing Duja clad in a simple casual outfit, adorned with a discreet wristwatch. Despite his efforts to blend into the background, his strikingly handsome visage and the opulence of his vehicle effortlessly ensnared the hearts of all the women around. That man is incredibly handsome. He must be wealthy, undoubtedly a rich second generation. Did he see us when he arrived? So charming, leaning against his Mercedes. Duja sent a message to Lin Qingning, inquiring how many minutes they were away. While engrossed in his phone, a peculiar scene unfolded in the parking lot. A dozen slender, fashionably dressed beauties converged around Duja. Some feigned phone calls, their voices soft and sweet, casting shy glances his way, while others busily touched up their makeup in mirrors, showcasing their waists and legs. Yet, Duja's gaze remained steadfastly downward, unperturbed. A particularly bold woman in a red short skirt swayed closer to him, purposely dropping her sunglasses at his feet. She quickly covered her skirt, casting a flustered look at Duja, her voice delicate as she asked, "Excuse me, could you help me pick up my sunglasses?" Internally, she rejoiced, thinking it was a perfect opportunity. If he bent down, he would certainly gaze upon her. But Duja's cold voice abruptly halted her thoughts. Not interested. The bold woman faltered, her bravado shattered. Just as she prepared to speak again, another commotion erupted. A Mercedes S400 elle parquait directly baiser d'usé. The door swung open, and the pure and radiant Lin Qingning emerged first, her smile bright and beautiful. Following her was a mature, strikingly elegant woman, and together they resembled blooming roses and newly sprouted daffodils. As they approached Duja, the flock of hopeful women quickly retreated, embarrassed. Duja, you drive so fast. I and my aunt could barely keep up. Didn't you just get your license? Lin Qingming exclaimed. Duja chuckled. I've been practicing every day, from dawn till dusk, on rather unique roads, hence my speed. He then turned to Aunt Lan, asking, Are you comfortable driving? Lan Ziepli. A hint of frustration in her tone. It's fine, but the steering wheel and seat are a bit cramped. If I adjust the seat too far, I can't reach the accelerator if I pull it closer. Realizing his oversight regarding Aunt Lan's physique, Duja lightly tapped his forehead. I forgot to consider your comfort. We'll get it modified next time. For now, let us head inside. With that, the trio ascended the stairs. Lin Qingming excitedly clung to Duja's arm, hopping with joy, while Aunt Lan, slightly unsteady on her feet, leaned against him for support. They walked closely together, creating an impression akin to Duja accompanying two girlfriends up the hill. Onlookers were astonished by the striking trio. Their gazes varied. Is that the well-known TSK, forbidden fruit? This young man is impressive to encounter such beauties. If I had money, I'd surely outshine him. Lin Qingming, absorbed in her thoughts of Duja, remained oblivious to the whispers, whereas Aunt Lan overheard them clearly. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples. What were they implying? How dare they suggest we're being kept by him? Yet, upon reflection, Aunt Lan realized that she and Qingming had indeed been living at Duja's home, cooking and cleaning for him, donning clothes he had bought, and driving his car. There was an undeniable feeling of being cared for. Stealing a glance at Duja, engrossed in conversation with her niece, Aunt Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. No, I must not let anyone misunderstand our relationship with Duja. Gradually, she attempted to regain her balance, loosening her grip on Duja's arm. However, as she fully released her hold, her weight shifted forward uncontrollably, heading straight for the hard stone steps. Aunt Lan cried out, instinctively grabbing Duja's arm. Yet, her weight was too much to stabilize. Duthi, quick on his feet, caught her waist just in time. Aunt Lan, be careful. Aunt Lan clung to him, her heart racing. I almost fell. Are you all right, Aunt? Lin Qingming asked with concern. Aunt Lan felt an unusual spark travel through her body where Duja touched her. Gazing at his handsome profile, her heart inexplicably raced. He has become so mature and composed. No wonder Qingming adores him. With a gentle nudge, Duja helped her regain her footing. Aunt Lan, take it slow. The slope is steep. Aunt Lan, flustered, patted her chest. Yes, I wasn't paying attention. From that moment on, she held on to Duja's arm tightly, cautious of stumbling again. Upon reaching the entrance of Baoyuan Temple, they parted ways. Aunt Lan wished to avoid further misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Duja, and Qingming was eager to spend time alone with him. Once Aunt Lan departed, Duja let out a sigh of relief. Having both women around him had been somewhat awkward. After guiding Lin Qingming around for a while, boredom crept in, and he yawned. The area was filled with stalls selling safety charms and Buddhist beads, resembling a commercial street more than a temple. Suddenly, he spotted a vast expanse of lush greenery behind the commercial area, dense with foliage and devoid of any human presence. Qingming, he called, pointing towards the woods. What is it? She inquired, turning her head. I think I saw a squirrel in there. Shall we go see? He suggested with a smile. Really? Lin Qingming beamed, grabbing his hand. Let us hurry and check it out. As she pouted and walked ahead, glancing back at him, she playfully scolded, You trickster! Were there be a squirrel? Flushing with embarrassment, Lin Qingming stamped her foot in mock annoyance. Duja quickly embraced her, offering several words of comfort, and she blushed deeper, finally linking her arm with his. Let us not keep Aunt Lan waiting. We wouldn't want her to call and urge us, he said with a chuckle. Lin Qingming pondered for a moment, and then the two of them proceeded towards Aunt Lan. Upon encountering Aunt Lan, the three engaged in casual conversation for a while. In the days that followed, Lin Qingming and Aunt Lan visited a temple to seek guidance through divination. Upon their arrival, they discovered a long queue, and the monk interpreting the fortunes seemed to be endlessly verbose. Duja accompanied them for a while, sensing that the time was ripe. He suggested he would take a stroll outside. After parting ways with the two ladies, Duja took out his phone and sent a message to Shuhua. Duja, where are you? Shuhua, I am fine either way, Yuhui is. Duja, that is not what I am inquiring about. Shuhua, the snack street to the left of the scenic area. Chapter 46. The benevolence of ancestors before encountering Yuhui. Duja assumed she was merely a spirited young girl like Shuhua. After all, how else could she be associated with the inept Huangbing? To his surprise, Yuhui not only possessed a pleasing appearance, but also exuded an aura of innocence. Shuhua, standing beside her, smiled and introduced, "This is my friend, Duja. He was the one who helped me when Huangbing was frightened away last time." Yuhui gazed at the tall and handsome Duja, her eyes momentarily dropping below his waist. Shyly extending her right hand, she said, "Hello, I am Jean Yuhui." After a brief handshake, Duja turned to Shuhua with a quizzical expression. Shuhua quickly pulled him aside to explain, "A couple of days ago, I confided in Yuhui about everything, and they have since parted ways." She further elaborated on the relationship between Huangbing and Yuhui, which captivated Duja's interest. As Shuhua recounted how Yuhui had met an exceptionally formidable man, one who could lift her high and make her leap with joy, Yuhui remained skeptical. However, Shuhua produced the pain-relieving pills she had purchased from the pharmacy, leaving Yuhui astonished. Had it truly escalated to such an extent? With graduation looming, Huangbing was to be assigned to the Sunan Electronics Factory, while she and Shuhua would be at the Binhai Electronics Factory, since they would no longer cross paths. Yuhui agreed to part ways with Huangbing and decided to accompany Shuhua to meet this extraordinary man. "Since we are already acquainted, let's take a stroll," Shuhua suggested, leading the two through the bustling snack street. The delicacies at the tourist spot were rather expensive, so they mostly admired without purchasing. It was no wonder the young girl maintained such a fine figure, constantly walking about in hunger. Anyone would slim down in her shoes. Duze, displaying générosité, pulled out his Apple 5S and treated them to an array of food and drinks, spending less than 300 yuan. This gesture left Shuhua and Yuhui starry-eyed, as they had never dared to indulge in such extravagance when riding out with the prominent figures from their technical school. The temple provided accommodations for pilgrims, albeit at a higher price, featuring some Buddhist statues for worship. As they passed by, Shuhua paused and earnestly remarked to Duja, "I'm feeling a bit parched." Yuhui quickly offered a bottle of cola, but Shuhua dismissed it with a frown, "I do not drink that." Yuhui then switched to orange juice, only to be met with another rejection. "Oh dear, I do not drink that either." This left Yuhui perplexed, yet Shuhua remained undeterred, gazing intently at Duja. Her cheeks flushed. In the afternoon, Duja generously gifted each of them 5,000 yuan as pocket money, leaving both women astounded. They had never seen such a sum before. He then summoned a taxi to take them home. Before parting, Yuhui wrapped her arm around Duja, suggesting they could meet again for more fun. Duja chuckled and nodded, although he knew he would mostly be in Binhai, making future encounters uncertain. A few minutes later, Duja returned to the lotus pond beside the temple, awaiting the arrival of Aunt Lan and Qingning. After about half an hour, he spotted the hourglass figure of Aunt Lan approaching. "Aunt Lan, where is Qingning?" he inquired. Aunt Lan gestured in the distance, saying, "Qingning went to the restroom, but it seems she has been waiting in line for hours." She then turned to Duja and asked, "Where have you been wandering?" "Duja, casually replié." "Oh, just around the vicinity, visiting the temple." Aunt Lan responded with a non-committal then looked off into the distance, waving her hand as she awaited Lin Qingning's return. Leaning against the railing, her voluptuous figure and fair skin glistened with a delicate sheen of perspiration. Duja stole a glance at Aunt Lan, his mind wandering. It was remarkable how she maintained such an exquisite figure despite being in her 30s. She hardly appeared to be that age. Could there be some secret to her upkeep? Qinya was pressed for time that day. She had left home before dawn, perusing the market for hours and acquiring numerous outfits that would undoubtedly cause Duja's heart to race. Arriving at her doorstep, she checked the time, 2:30, just as Yao Yao's session concluded. Splendid. Qinya, in her high heels, gleefully knocked on Chu Mengyao's bedroom door. Chu Mengyao fumed. "Qinya, how did I never realize how shameless you are? Readers shower you with free gifts daily, and you still cling to them. We should have some dignity, shouldn't we?" "Qinya, Blushing, timidly replied, "But the readers enjoy giving me gifts, and I am happy to oblige. With so many royal uncles from Tomato, if I don't let the readers indulge, I might find myself relegated to a cold bookshelf, abandoned and unloved." It seems this book will no longer undergo machine review. Those in the know are aware that several chapters have already been purged. To the bosses, please add this to your shelves. Who knows when it might vanish from the search results. Chapter 47. The Ruthless Bandit. Duja knock, knock, knock. Chunya rapped insistently on the bedroom door. But no one responded. How peculiar. She promptly tossed the clothes she had purchased onto the sofa and knocked again. After calling out several times to no avail, Chunya began to feel a twinge of anxiety. She glanced at her watch, 2:33 p.m. Furiously, she stomped her foot, the sound of her high heels echoing in the silence. Oh dear, that wretched Yao Yao. She possesses no sense of time whatsoever. With a stern expression, Chunya pounded the door more vigorously. Duja, are you ready? Let Yao Yao come out. Yet, despite the resounding thuds, there was still no reply from within the bedroom. In her growing panic, a dreadful thought crept into Chunya's mind. Could it be that Yao Yao, after 3 years, had managed to win back Duja's heart? This simply cannot be. It is utterly unfair. Chunya pressed her hand against her heart, her face betraying a look of grievance. For 18 years, she had single-handedly raised Yao Yao, sacrificing her own youth, the prime of a woman's life. While other women adorned themselves and enjoyed the finer things in life, she had already begun to toil to support Yao Yao. She had provided her with the best opportunities she could afford: music, acting, broadcasting, and various other costly classes from a young age. Every aspect of her life had revolved around Yao Yao's ambitions. Whatever she desired, Chunya ensured it was provided. She even drained her savings to allow Yao Yao to pursue the arts, hoping she would become a star and live a life of comfort. For 18 years, Chunya had endured countless hardships. She had engaged in bitter disputes over trivial matters, gradually transforming from shy young woman into a sharp-tongued middle-aged lady, devoid of any sense of self. It was not until Duja's arrival that she realized she was merely a beautiful woman deserving of love. Without Duja's affection, she was at a loss for how to continue living. As for Chu Mengyao, her standing in Chunya's heart had diminished significantly the moment she had chosen to sell her dignity for gain. Initially, their arrangement of mutual independence had been satisfactory. Now, however, Mengyao dared to encroach upon her time. Did she not understand that Chunya's worth was higher than her own? How could she not grasp the concept of value? No, I must assert my rightful claims. With a cold demeanor, Chunya raised her hand and struck the bedroom door with force. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door swung open. I was sleeping in here. Why are you knocking so loudly? Ah! A bright red handprint instantly appeared on Chu Mengyao's face. Sister, have you gone mad? On the sofa, after learning that Duja had not come today, Chunya finally sighed in relief. She glanced apologetically at Mengyao, whose face was now covered with ice packs. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. I thought you two were just hiding in there. But how could you let Duja leave this morning? We rely on him for the debts we owe and the expenses for your education. Duja is essentially our benefactor. How could you disregard his wishes? Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and retorted, First, you are my sister, and I am your younger sister. Now you dare to call Duja our benefactor? Should I call him father as well? You tell me. Chunya felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she admit that she had once referred to him as such? In haste, she sought an excuse. I was only thinking of you. Her long, graceful legs were draped across the sofa as she earnestly addressed Chu Mengyao. Yao Yao, we still owe $1,800,000 in loans. Not to mention your tuition and living expenses. It's an astronomical sum. If you anger Duja and he refuses to do business with us, we will be the ones who suffer. Think carefully about your dreams of stardom. This is for your own good. As Chunya earnestly implored, Chu Mengyao eyed her with suspicion. In recent days, she had become so engrossed in her own world that she sometimes questioned whether Chunya was genuinely concerned or merely seeking a way to profit. Supporting her forehead, she remarked, You make it sound so simple. Do you even know what Duja has demanded of me? Upon hearing this, Chunya furrowed her brows. Surely it could not be what she suspected. What demand? A flash of anger flickered in Chu Mengyao's eyes as she replied through gritted teeth. He wants to buy 2 cars. What? You too? Chenya exclaimed in shock. Chu Mengyao lifted her head in disbelief. Did he mention this to you as well? Embarrassed. Chindianadith. How could Duja make such demands of both of them? But if they refused, would he not be displeased? Would he cease to visit them? Chenya felt a wave of distress wash over her head throbbing with worry. Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao was livid. How shameless of Duja! She rose abruptly, declaring with venom, "No, we cannot let Duja manipulate us so easily. If we do not take action, I fear. I fear." Her complexion darkened, fear gnawing at her as she contemplated the escalation of Duja's demands. What if he continued to push his luck? What if their mere compliance was insufficient to satisfy his insatiable appetite? They might very well lose their dignity entirely. Turning to Chenya, Chu Mengyao insisted, "No. We must unite against Duja. We cannot allow him to advance any further. Even if he comes tomorrow, we must stand firm." However, Chenya lowered her head, murmuring weakly, "We are pressed for time. We have debts to repay next week," and her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head to the side. Fiddling with her hair, "I think Duja is quite nice." Chu Mengyao stared at her, wide-eyed in disbelief, as if she were gazing at a traitor. "Are you out of your mind?" she shouted, exasperated. Fuming, Chu Mengyao brandished a bottle of ointment she had received from the hospital days prior and thrust it before Chenya. "Do you see this ointment? If it weren't for Duja, I wouldn't be suffering every single day." Despite Chu Mengyao's vehement outburst, Chenya remained unfazed. Her only fear was that Duja might stop visiting her. How could she survive then? "But Duja helps you apply your ointment every day." Chindia murmured weakly. You. Chu Mengyao was rendered speechless with fury. Yet, she refrained from expressing too much ire towards Chenya. After all, Chenya's intentions stemmed from a desire to ensure they could repay their debts and that she could afford to attend university. Chenya still cared for her. The pressing issue, however, was their urgent financial predicament. Without engaging in business with Duja, they had no source of income. Yet, Duja's demands today were indeed quite bothersome. What was he thinking? As Chu Mengyao paced anxiously in the living room, she pondered how to resolve the dilemma. They needed to earn money without completely offending Duja and jeopardizing their financial lifeline. Was there truly no alternative? After much contemplation, a light flickered in Chu Mengyao's eyes. Yes, she had finally conceived a compromise. Very well, they could simply ask for a little less money. Bosses? Chapter 48. Half-hearted agreement. It was 10:30 at night. In the room, Aunt Lon donned a light red silk nightgown, her complexion flushed. Her fair, long legs were crossed, and she lowered her head, pursing her lips. Lost in thought. Oh dear, how could Duja behave like that while I was washing his clothes today? It was utterly mortifying. Aunt Lon covered her face, feeling her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Could it be that Duja was? No, it was impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I am her aunt. Surely it was just an accident on my part. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. I must be overthinking things. Aunt Lon shook her head, gradually calming herself. However, it was already 10:45. Why hadn't anything begun yet? She pressed her ear against the wall, but after a long wait, there was no sound. How strange. Could it be that Qing Ning was unwell today? With that thought, Aunt Lon hurriedly got up to check if Qing Ning needed some brown sugar water or something. As she opened the door, she exclaimed, "Qing Ning, where are your clothes?" Lin Qing Ning stood before the bathroom door, her face flushed with shame. She quickly wrapped her arms around herself and playfully scolded, "Auntie, I just stepped out to use the restroom. I'll be back in a moment." "Oh dear, why are you still awake?" Aunt Lon, feeling guilty, lowered her gaze and stammered, I was just stepping out for the same reason." Lin Qing Ning's earlobes were nearly crimson, and she quickly moved her feet. "Auntie, I'll head back to my room now. Good night." With that, she hurriedly slipped back in her room and locked the door. Aunt Lon observed Lin Qing Ning's flustered demeanor and recalled that there had been no commotion tonight. Could it be? She covered her flushed mouth, realizing that Lin Qing Ning had merely pretended to use the restroom. After flushing, she stood quietly at the door for about 10 minutes before finally hearing a sound. So that was it. Aunt Lon bit her lip and gazed around the empty living room, pondering for a long time. Ultimately, she chose to quietly open Duja's door. "Chu Mengyao, Duja, we need to talk today." "Duja, I'll be there at 8. Make sure you're ready. After replying to Chu Mengyao's message, Duja casually patted Lin Qingming, who was beside him. Oh, what are you doing? Lin Qingming blushed and playfully protested. Duja chuckled as he sat up. I have matters to attend to this morning. You should go outside and ensure Aunt Lon doesn't see me here. Lin Qingming gracefully adjusted her figure before dressing and stepping outside. Duja sat on the sofa with an air of confidence, his legs spread comfortably, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Before him, Chu Mengyao sat with her hands clasped on her lap, her back straight, attempting to bolster her confidence with her posture. Yet, her fingers intertwined unconsciously betrayed her fade of calmness. Meanwhile, Chunya kept her head down, not daring to meet Duja's gaze, resembling a timid young woman. Duja inquired, have you given any thought? Is today feasible? Chu Mengyao clenched her jaw, her eyes filled with reluctance. Duja, there's no way I can agree to your demands. Duja's expression turned cold. It seemed she had yet to be completely subdued. How dare she deceive him? Seeing the change in Duja's gaze startled Chu Mengyao, filling her with an inexplicable fear. She hastily suggested, but perhaps we can reach a compromise at 6,000 per unit. Duja raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chu Mengyao's face flushed crimson, her hands nervously tugging at her clothing as she murmured, that is to say, it can be, but not. So that was the case. A slight smile graced Duja's lips. Nevertheless, it was still acceptable. After all, he had plenty of time. Chu Mengyao cautiously observed him. Duja, what do you think? Duja's indifferent gaze shifted to Chunya. Oh. Upon hearing those two syllables, Chunya trembled slightly. You. Witnessing Chunya's outrageous reaction, Chu Mengyao's face burned with embarrassment, yet she remained silent, unable to utter a word. At 6 in the afternoon, Duja stretched lazily, preparing to leave when Chu Mengyao suddenly called out to him. Duja, the money. It's stored in the living room. Duja turned around, his icy glare causing Chu Mengyao to instinctively retreat a few steps in fear. What are my rules? Repeat them to me. Chu Mengyao quivered as she stammered. Not counted. If you make this mistake again, you can forget about earning that money. After dropping that statement, Duja departed in his Mercedes, leaving Chu Mengyao murmuring the rules to herself. How could she have forgotten them again? Not counted, not counted. P.S. Chu Mengyao approached Chunya with a teacup, handing it to her. What is this? This is a complimentary little advertisement gift from the reader's boss. Upon hearing it was from the readers, Chunya eagerly accepted it, exclaiming, so much? The reader's boss said that if you finish it all, they will reward you with even more. Chunya, excited by the prospect, promptly drank it all in one go. Chapter 49, Ching Duja. Your presence alone brings me joy, so why shower me with so many gifts? How much did this all cost? Upon witnessing by Ching's pained expression, Duja leaned closer, smiling. It's nothing, merely a few complimentary tokens from me. Surely, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Bai Ching lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. If they are from you, Duja, then I must. At 2 in the afternoon, Duja called her. It seemed he was cooking. The sounds of sizzling and clattering filled the background. Yet, Bai Ching discerned his invitation for dinner later that evening. This delighted her immensely, prompting a hurried trip to the supermarket to purchase an array of ingredients, all funded by her own earnings from her part-time job. She had not touched the 500,000 Duja had given her, believing he had already done enough for her. Upon seeing Bai Ching donning an apron, receiving his gifts while serving tea, Duja felt a wave of sentimentality. Given that Ching suffered from leukemia and her sister worked far away, she had to fend for herself, doing laundry, cooking, and occasionally taking on simple jobs to alleviate her sister's burden. Despite being merely a year or two older than Qingling, she exhibited an inexplicable maturity akin to Aunt Lon. Why did I suddenly think of Aunt Lon? Duja shook his head to dispel the thought. Bai Ching, please sit on the couch for a moment while I prepare the dishes, she said, opening the refrigerator door. Duja wrapped his arms around her waist, planting gentle kisses on her flushed earlobe. You aren't feeling well. Allow me to assist you with the cooking. In the kitchen, Bai Ching was frying vegetables at the gas stove on the left, while Duja worked at the one on the right. After a while, she noticed Duja had stopped cooking. Curiously, she asked, what's wrong? He shook his head and retrieved a pair of high heels from the shoe rack outside. Bai Qingqing's face turned crimson as she slipped them on. With her already tall stature of 172 centimeters, the 6-centimeter heels brought her close to 180 centimeters. Even Du Zhe was only 187 centimeters tall. Du Zhe chuckled, observing the now towering Bai Qingqing. All right, let us continue cooking. She nodded shyly, and soon, 5 delectable dishes were ready, each bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, all crafted by Bai Qingqing's hand. Du Zhe, please taste my cooking, she said sweetly. After sampling a few bites, Du Zhe praised, Qingqing, this tastes delightful. Hearing his commendation, Bai Qingqing beamed, if you like it. Eat more. I'll cook more if it's not enough. After dinner, Du Zhe inquired, by the way, Qingqing, have you been taking the supplements I bought you? At this question, her expression faltered. Setting down her chopsticks, she averted her gaze, murmuring, I've been taking them, every day as scheduled. Seeing her demeanor, Du Zhe realized she was not being truthful. He promptly stood and went to her room. Upon opening the door, he discovered the shelves were entirely bare. His carefully purchased boxes of supplements had vanished. Sighing, Du Zhe shook his head in resignation. He knew without a doubt that Bai Qingqing had returned them. They were all expensive, well-known brands, easily refundable at any store. Oh, this silly girl, he thought. Bai Qingqing stood at the door, her ears tinted with embarrassment, her hands nervously intertwined, softly saying, Du Qi, I didn't mean to. I just thought. It wasn't necessary to spend so much on supplements. I've been eating meat in every meal lately. Du Zhe rubbed his temples in frustration. So you returned all of them? Bai Qingqing stammered. Not all. I kept one box to send to my sister. Hearing this, Du Zhe couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Your sister works away to help treat your leukemia, and you chose to send her the supplements instead of keeping them for yourself? He then embraced Bai Qingqing gently, saying, I have plenty of money. You need not skim for my sake. Eat and drink what you need. In a week, I shall take you to Huai for treatment. I'll buy more supplements. Keep half for yourself, and send the rest to your sister. Bai Qingqing leaned against Du Zhe's chest. Overwhelmed by emotion, understand, Du Zhe, you're so kind to me. He kissed the corner of her eye. Now, let us have you take some more supplements to nourish your health. Bai Qingqing lifted her head, saying, their S already know. From the door, gently closed behind them. At that moment, in a rented room by the seaside, Bai Jie gazed at the box of supplements sent by her sister, her eyes welling with tears. Qingqing, it's all my fault for not visiting you for years. I'm so sorry, my dear sister, she wept. Beside her, Tian Xingli could only offer her tissues and pat her shoulder, saying, Bai Jie, don't cry. When Du Zhe comes next week, let us ensure we support him and gather the funds needed for your sister's treatment. Bai Jie wiped her tears, affirming, for Qingqing, I will surely strive to do my best. By the time Du Zhe returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yet, Aunt Lan was still waiting for him on the sofa. Yawning, she said, Du Zhe, you're back. Are you hungry? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Du Zhe, not particularly hungry, replied, Aunt Lan, it's not necessary. However, she shook her head. No trouble at all. The noodles are already cooked. I just need to warm them up for you. A minute later, a sudden shriek echoed from the kitchen. Upon hearing Aunt Lan's exclamation, Du Zhe rushed into the kitchen. What happened, Aunt Lan? He found her surrounded by steaming noodle broth spilled across the floor, with a bowl of noodles set aside. Aunt Lan, filled with regret, lamented, I intended to serve you noodle soup, but accidentally spilled the broth. Now, there's only. She hesitated, looking at him. Do you still want to eat? Du Zhe paused, then nodded. It's fine, I'll manage. At midnight, as Du Zhe entered Lin Qingling's room, a strange atmosphere enveloped him. After sniffing the air, he stepped back into his own room. Though it smelled delightful, something felt off. Was it because Qingling had been spending more time in his room? What's wrong? Lin Qingling emerged from the shadows in a thin nightgown. Du Zhe shook his head. Nothing, and closed the door behind him. Shortly after, a voluptuous figure silently slipped into the room. The following day, Du Zhe and Lin Qingling rose late. Well past noon, Aunt Lan was already up, diligently washing clothes. As Lin Qingling and Du Zhe exited their respective rooms, she asked, Are you still planning to take your driving test? Du Zhe smiled and remarked, Indeed, I previously took the C1 examination. This time, I aspire to acquire both the D and F class driving licenses. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed proprietor Ruo Ji-cha and all other generous readers for their thoughtful gifts. I feel a profound sense of guilt, as I recognize my writing may not be of the highest quality. It is merely that I obtained my driving license early on. When the unfolding narrative does not meet your expectations later on, I humbly ask for your understanding. Furthermore, to those who have read this far, I kindly implore you to consider leaving a 5-star review for the sake of the child's plight, in hopes of enhancing the ratings. I earnestly beseech all of you distinguished patrons. Chapter 50. Coercing Chu Mengyao into business. The clock struck 7:30 in the morning. Duja had already arrived at the driving school, eager to obtain his driver's license. Upon noticing the arrival of Duja, their esteemed patron, Chunya, the driving instructor, hastily approached him, effusively presenting the available driving models. We have a BMW Mini with the GON D license plate, and an Audi A8 with the GON F license plate. Mr. Duja, which would you prefer, GON D or GON F? Duja circled the two vehicles several times, meticulously scrutinizing their exteriors. The BMW Mini exuded a petite and charming aura, while the Audi A8 possessed a dignified and imposing presence. Both seemed appealing. After a moment of deliberation, Duja inquired, "Is it possible to drive both?" Instructor Chunya responded with a smile, "Of course, Mr. Duja. You are the boss. You may drive whichever vehicle you desire." Ultimately, Duja opted to drive the Audi A8 from GON F first. After all, the A8 commanded a higher level of prestige than the BMW Mini, making for a more exhilarating experience. He meticulously inspected the A8's condition, opening the hood and trunk to ensure everything was in order. Satisfied, he cheerfully entered the vehicle and set off. Another instructor, Chu Mengyao, occupied the passenger seat, vigilantly monitoring Duja's driving to prevent any improper maneuvers. With a gentle press of the accelerator, the A8 emitted a series of sonorous roars. Duja grinned, acknowledging the vehicle's excellent condition. Subsequently, he sped off, accelerating continuously and hurtling down the road. Initially, Chu Mengyao remained composed. However, upon witnessing Duja's relentless acceleration, showing no regard for the driving school's vehicle, she cautioned, "Take it easy." Duja remained indifferent, retorting, "I paid so much. Why shouldn't I drive it?" Abruptly, he veered the steering wheel, diverting onto another road. Chu Mengyao exclaimed in horror, "Duja, what are you doing? That's the highway." Duja remained silent, relentlessly pressing the accelerator. "Duja, stop!" The speedometer needle spun wildly. 140, 180, 220. Mux. The accelerator remained engaged, the engine's roar resembling a rolling thunderclap. Finally, the dashboard exploded. The two were momentarily stunned. Éventuellement, Duja regagnait conscience. "Damn it! Car sickness!" he exclaimed, addressing the dumbfounded Chu Mengyao. "Call 120. Outside the hospital emergency room, Chu Mengyao tearfully pleaded with the doctor. "Doctor, how is my mother?" The doctor, the same one who had treated Chunya previously, frowned at Chu Mengyao and Duja, stating, "I mentioned before that the patient's sequelae were not fully resolved and that strenuous activity should be avoided. As for children, you should fulfill your basic caregiving duties. Fortunately, the symptoms are relatively mild. The patient will be fine after the infusion. Please proceed to the first floor to settle the bill." As soon as the doctor departed, Chu Mengyao angrily rebuked Duja. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be in this state. Go pay all the fees immediately." Duja coldly retorted, "Was it my fault? Or could it be a relapse of her sequelae? Perhaps you were reluctant to spend the money on your sister's treatment last time, which is why this happened." Chu Mengyao was rendered speechless. Sequelae relapse? She recalled the night she returned home to find Chunya unconscious on the floor, her condition uncertain. Although she had taken her to the hospital, she hesitated when the doctor stated that an additional 100,000 yuan was required for treatment. She decided against immediately spending the money, instead promising to enlist the best medical team to treat her sister once she became a famous celebrity. She never anticipated that the symptoms would suddenly manifest today. Was she the culprit? Chu Mengyao tout motion, speak I. Duja shrugged, stating, "You not only harmed your sister, but also ruined a potentially successful business deal. Who should bear the cost?" Upon hearing Duja's words, Chu Mengyao attempted to retort, but found herself unable to formulate a counterargument. He was right. If she hadn't been greedy and unwilling to fully treat her sister's illness, this situation would never have arisen. Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth and conceded, "Fine, I'll pay. You win this time." With a turn, Chu Mengyao headed towards the payment counter on the first floor. Duja glanced at the operating room and shook his head. He hadn't expected to damage it. Fortunately, it wasn't a major issue. He still had many plans for Chunya. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Chunya gradually awoke, her gaze immediately falling upon the weeping Chu Mengyao beside her. She then shifted her gaze to Duja, who stood nearby with a cold expression. Chunya's eyes lit up. "Duja, what happened to me?" "You fainted," Duja replied, pointing to Chu Mengyao. "You should thank your good sister. If she hadn't been reluctant to spend money on treating your sequelae last time, none of this would have happened." Chu Mengyao retorted furiously, "What are you talking about? My sister agreed last time." "Shut up," Chunya scolded. "You silly girl, I thought you borrowed the money and you needed money for school, so I saved you some. This time, the money is earned by both of us. Give me the money, let me cure my illness, and we'll be even. Otherwise." Chunya scoffed, "You can repay the debt alone in the future." Upon hearing Chunya's threat of leaving her to repay the debt alone, Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth. Repay the debt alone? How could she? Duja wasn't interested in her. She couldn't possibly give herself to him. Moreover, in 3 days, the gangsters would come to collect again. How could she bear such a burden? Although Chu Mengyao resented parting with her hard-earned money, she decided to use some of the 200,000 yuan she had earned in the past 4 days to treat Chunya's illness. She would run the business alone for the next 3 days. If she worked hard, she should be able to save enough for a dozen or so, and she shouldn't be taken to the club. Once her sister was cured, they could do business with Duja and make a big profit. Feigen and, What are you saying, sister? I'm your sister. It's only right for me to spend money on treating your illness. I'll go to the hospital to pay and cure you completely." Chunya nodded in relief. Chu Mengyao was just about to tell Duja that she would be doing business alone for the next few days when she heard Duja say, "I just booked a flight to Binhai tomorrow, departing at 8 in the morning. Chu Mengyao." Duja was leaving tomorrow. That meant she had to earn the remaining 100,000 yuan tonight. Given her unit price, was it possible in one night? Chapter 51. The surgical repair in the expansive hospital room. Only Chu Mengyao and Chunya were present. Duja lingered in the corridor outside, engrossed in his phone, placing bets for the World Cup while listening to the escalating argument within the room. Inside, Chu Mengyao knelt beside Chunya's bed, her eyes swollen and tears cascading down her cheeks. She trembled as she implored, "Sister, as her younger sister, I beg you, please endure this illness for a little longer. Let us conduct a few more business transactions to accumulate enough money before we proceed with your treatment. Would that be agreeable?" At this moment, Chu Mengyao was genuinely panicked. She had thought she still possessed over 200,000 in savings. Even if she withdrew tens of thousands for Chunya's treatment, it would not be a significant loss, especially considering that once Chunya's health was restored, there would be no more sudden fainting spells during their business dealings. However, she was taken aback by Duja's sudden announcement that he would be departing for Huhai the following day for over a week. How could he be so irresponsible? Their livelihood depended on him. They had been diligently working, toiling from dawn until dusk, yet he, after incapacitating Chunya, seemed ready to abandon them without a second thought. Chu Mengyao gritted her teeth, seething with indignation, but dared not express her feelings to Duja. In the past few days, she had learned 2 crucial lessons. First, Duja's rule. What happened before does not count. Second, his temper. Anyone who dared oppose him would face his wrath even more fiercely. Chu Mengyao had suffered under these principles multiple times. The first had cost her at least half of her potential earnings, while the second had led to merciless retribution for defying his reasonable demands. Thus, she refrained from pleading with Duja to stay, instead focusing her hopes on Chunya. If only Chunya would agree to delay her treatment, they could endure this week. After Duja's return, they could earn a few more days' worth of income and then consider the treatment. However, Chunya was resolute. If Chu Mengyao was merely anxious, Chunya was utterly terrified. In the world of business, conflicts and sharp exchanges were inevitable, but fainting during a transaction was unfathomable. It left Chunya in a state of shock. If Du Zhe could incapacitate her this time, what would prevent him from fatally harming her next? Terrified with a slight hesitation, she inquired with trepidation, Du Zhe, would you be willing to lend? Her words were cut short by Du Zhe's interruption. Business ventures are acceptable, but monetary loans are out of the question. Chu Mengyao responded urgently, but you're leaving tomorrow. And in a single night, even if I were to exhaust myself, it would be impossible for me to make up this week's arrears. Would you stand idly by and watch me be seized and forced into working a club? Chu Mengyao's gaze was filled with profound sorrow, hoping to rekindle the embers of Du Zhe's past affection for her. However, her expectations were clearly misguided. Du Zhe rose to his feet, patting Chu Mengyao's face, which she feigned to appear delicate. If you were to be taken to a club, I would certainly be the first to patronize your business. Men lack, and are therefore driven to desperation by money, whereas women possess, and are thus not driven to desperation by money. I have already informed you of methods to earn substantial money in a single night, as well as strategies to increase your unit price. But you are unwilling to do so. As matters stand, I advise you to contemplate it carefully. I shall await you in Chunya's room this evening. Subsequently, Du Zhe turned and departed, leaving Chu Mengyao sobbing in place. Money gone, her body soon to follow, and the potential of being dragged to a club. With the image of a pure maiden shattered, how could she ever ascend to become a popular starlet, let alone marry into a wealthy family? It's over, all is over. Chu Mengyao remained motionless, collapsing onto the bench with a thud. Is my life to end here? Her gaze was mournful, gradually descending. Suddenly, she noticed a flyer beside the chair. It read, Hymen Reconstruction Surgery, seamlessly integrated, authentic state, become a woman of impeccable tightness. Perhaps life is not entirely over. Chapter 52. Market prices are not to be inflated. It's the rule. The physician was vexed, as the woman before him had been incessantly questioning him for quite some time. Her inquiries revolved around the efficacy of reconstructive surgery. Was it guaranteed? Would it be undetectable? Good heavens! He thought, I am an orthopedic surgeon. Why are you asking about gynecological procedures? Despite his repeated explanations, Chu Mengyao continued her incessant prattle. Eventually, another woman with a fractured limb, leaning on crutches, could no longer bear it. The surgery is effective. I've undergone it 4 times, and I successfully deceived them thrice. Chu Mengyao inquired with skepticism. Then how were you discovered the 4th time? Oh, the 4th time was with the same client as the first. He fractured my bone. Half an hour later, Chu Mengyao promptly settled all of Chunya's medical expenses, totaling 175,000, without so much as a blink. Chunya gazed at the payment slip in her hand, then at Chu Mengyao. Was she truly going to become a prostitute? Would Du Zhe then be all hers? Chu Mengyao, observing the burgeoning elation in Chunya's eyes, shook her head. Mother, revel in your joy. After tonight, my rate will far surpass yours. You'll no longer have the opportunity to belittle me with your business earnings. Subsequently, Chu Mengyao exited the hospital, even indulging in the extravagance of a taxi ride home instead of taking the bus. At 4 in the afternoon, Chu Mengyao returned home and promptly pushed open the door. Upon entering, she saw Du Zhe reclining on the bed, gazing at her with a playful smirk. Well, this more lucrative venture, are you inclined to pursue it or not? Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. You're already aware of my purpose. Is it truly necessary to ask again, so superfluously? Though self-serving, Chu Mengyao was by no means naive. No sooner had Du Zhe departed than she discovered a brochure advertising hymenoplasty. Undoubtedly, Du Zhe had left it for her, intending to convey that the hymen was merely a membrane. Once ruptured, it could be restored, and there was no cause for excessive sentimentality. To be apprehended and confined to a brothel, enduring daily debauchery, would be a dire predicament indeed. By then, she would be riddled with holes, and restoration would be impossible. Chu Mengyao approached the bedside and addressed Du Zhe directly. Having engaged in so many transactions, let's dispense with the circumlocution and be frank. How much are you willing to offer for my virginity? Du Zhe sat up and regarded the aloof Chu Mengyao. I'm not buying, he said with a smile. What? Chu Mengyao was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. I've already covered my sister's medical expenses and have little money left. My sole purpose in returning was to transact with you and earn money. Now you tell me you're not buying? Chu Mengyao exclaimed in exasperation. Duja, are you unwell? If you weren't interested, why did you tell me to wait for you in the room at noon? Do you realize I've just spent nearly all my money on my sister's medical bills? My intention was to return promptly and allow you to purchase me, so I could earn money. Now you claim you're not buying. Are you toying with me? Observing Chu Mengyao's contorted and ferocious expression, as if she wished to devour him, Duja remained nonchalantly reclined on the sofa, his legs casually crossed. He languidly stated, "When you first entered, I did intend to buy, but your expression displeased me, so I changed my mind." Upon learning that her expression had altered Duja's decision, Chu Mengyao, ever the thespian, instantly donned a radiant smile, her charm captivating. "Oh, Duja, you should have said so earlier. I thought you had genuinely changed your mind." "I know I was wrong." Duja closed his eyes, uncrossing his legs. He said softly, "You angered me, and when I am displeased, I do not wish to engage in transactions." Chu Mengyao immediately understood. It seemed she had forgotten Duja's rules. Half an hour later, Chu Mengyao inquired, "May we discuss the price now?" Duja nodded. "Indeed. What is your desired price?" Chu Mengyao "No. 100,000. I've inquired, and the going rate for a virgin college student is around 20,000. However, I am an art student with exceptional entrance exam scores and far surpass those ordinary college students in terms of appearance. Furthermore, I've acquired considerable skills in recent days, making me even more capable. Therefore, I believe my asking price of 100,000 is quite reasonable." Listening to Chu Mengyao's self-promotion, Duja shook his head. He extended his palm. 50,000. That's the price. Accept it, or I'll leave now. Hearing that her price had been slashed in half, Chu Mengyao, though furious, dare not provoke Duja's displeasure. "May I inquire why I am only worth 50,000? This is also my first time, and I surpass those ordinary college students in every aspect. Why the drastic price reduction?" Duja responded calmly. "Your advantages are indeed substantial, but market prices cannot be arbitrarily altered. It's the rule. Your actions constitute price gouging. I, Duja, am indifferent, but there are hundreds of thousands of readers watching us. If I allow you to artificially inflate the market price, I would become the eternal villain of this tale. I would be betraying all the readers. 50,000 is already a concession, considering your eagerness to save your sister and our history as repeat customers. I cannot offer more." "I see. I didn't realize my actions would have such dire consequences." She nodded. "Very well. However, after this transaction, should my rate be adjusted?" Duja glanced at her and fetched 2 pillows. "Indeed. Your rate will henceforth be set at 2,200, 200 more than your sister." "Duja, I always thought you were an unreasonable person, but sometimes you can be quite endearing. Enough chatter. Let's begin. The readers are growing impatient." "Very well." No wonder she couldn't empathize before. The difference between a bandit and a regular army was so vast. Chu Mengyao gazed at Duja's 8-pack abs. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. She shyly moved closer to Duja. "Move aside. Business is business. If you try to seduce me, I'll charge you," Duja said coldly. Upon hearing that she would be charged, Chu Mengyao quickly stood up. "Who's trying to seduce you? I simply wanted to ask if you're still interested in doing business." Duja tapped on WeChat and sent a message. He then embraced Chu Mengyao. "Let me allow you to earn 8,800 more." "Duja, Ching, pack your bags. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll take you to Shanghai for treatment." Ching, okay. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29 message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 53. Avian melodies beyond the window, gallinaceous cackles within. 1:30 in the witching hour. Within Chen Yu's boudoir. "The draft," Chu Mengyao croaked, her voice raspy. "I require my medicine." Duja's brow furrowed, his gaze settling upon her. Excerpted for brevity, only after a protracted supplication did Duja deign to retrieve the curative draft. Following a period of languid recuperation, Chu Mengyao felt a modicum of vitality return to her weary frame. She cast a baleful glance towards Duja, who was reclining with his eyes closed. Devoid of chivalry, he was To think, that was my maiden voyage. How could you be so brutish? Amid stifled moans, Chu Mengyao hastily donned her undergarments. She then nestled beside Du Zhe, inquiring, "Pray tell, at what hour do you embark for Shanghai on the morrow?" Du Zhe extended a hand, tapping and confirming her mate Wan, takeaway, order. "I shall depart in the afternoon." "Verefore dost thou inquire? Dost thou intend to ply thy trade on the morrow?" "Nay, nay, Juma adut, her henceforth and dits me sin." "I shall suspend my endeavors for the nonce. To continue would assuredly spell my demise. I merely wish to entreat thee to accompany me to the infirmary on the morrow, to visit my elder sister." "Negatory," Du Zhe retorted, his refusal curt and decisive. He then regarded Chu Mengyao with an expression befitting one contemplating an imbecile. Hath this venal vixen been rendered witless by her mercantile pursuits? To think she dares solicit my assistance. Is she seeking a reprimand or merely courting trouble? Doth she presume to have ascended by virtue of our transaction? A simpleton indeed. Upon hearing Du Zhe's rejection, Chu Mengyao grew anxious. Earlier that day, she had engaged in a heated exchange with Chunya, during which the latter had flaunted her recent financial gains and exorbitant rates, reducing Chu Mengyao to insignificance. However, following her dalliance with Du Zhe that very evening, she had amassed nearly 80,000 yuan. Furthermore, she had successfully elevated her rate from a paltry 1,600 to an astounding 2,200. Such a prodigious feat demanded a triumphant display before her sister, Chunya, lest her humiliation at the infirmary be rendered futile. To conceal such triumph would be akin to adorning oneself in resplendent silks, only to shroud them in the obscurity of night. Chu Mengyao resolved to implore Du Zhe, even if it meant bestowing upon him further favors. Alas! Upon surveying her nether regions, she realized they were too ravaged to endure such an ordeal. Her vocal cords, too, were strained and hoarse. After much deliberation, Chu Mengyao remained bereft of a solution. As Du Zhe prepared to depart, her gaze darted about frantically, alighting upon a tube of medicated ointment prescribed during a recent visit to the infirmary. Seizing the unguent, she addressed Du Zhe, who was in the midst of donning his trousers. "Du Zhe, shouldst thou deign to accompany me to the infirmary on the morrow, I shall grant thee unfettered access to this balm until its depletion. What sayest thou?" Hearing Chu Mengyao's proposition, Du Zhe paused, regarding her with amusement. "Thy mental faculties operate at a glacial pace. No wonder thou art outmaneuvered by Chunya." "Agreed. I shall render this service." Du Zhe retraced his steps to the bed, patting his trousers. Chu Mengyao, comprehending his unspoken desire, hastened to disrobe him. "Du Zhe, tu art so benevolent. Methinks I am developing a nascent affection for thee. Enough with the sentimentality. Let's speak of commerce." "Very well, Du Zhe. I am prepared. Commence thy investigation." The following morn, at the stroke of 7:30, Chunya glared daggers at Chu Mengyao, who was clinging possessively to Du Zhe's arm, her countenance radiating smugness. Her visage was a mask of virulent displeasure. That harlot! To think I nurtured her under my roof, only to have her pilfer my very abode, to usurp my position. Has she no sense of decency? Observing Chunya's murderous glare, Chu Mengyao's smugness intensified. "Ah, we merely came to pay our respects. Why dost thou wear such a dour expression? Thou art 37 years of age. After all, thou must not succumb to vexation, lest wrinkles mar thy countenance." Incensed by Chu Mengyao's veiled insults, Chunya erupted. "Thou darest engage in such depravity behind my back. Hast thou no vestige of shame?" Chu Mengyao chuckled, approaching Chunya. "Are we not both engaged in commerce? Why shouldst thou be entitled to exclusive dominion? Moreover, I earned considerably more than thou last night, a staggering 80,000 yuan. Chu Mengyao extended her hand, brandishing the number 8 before Chunya's face. 80,000 yuan in a single night, more than thou earnest in 3 days combined. Henceforth, thou shalt not dare invoke the subject of finance in my presence." Chunya, suppressing her fury, retorted through gritted teeth, "Why dost thou flaunt thy ill-gotten gains? Thou merely commandest a premium for thy novelty. Thou shalt soon be relegated to the ranks of the bargain basement strumpets." Chu Mengyao stiflait à gigle, gesturing toward Du Zhe, who stood by the window. "Alas, Du Zhe elevated my rate to 2,200 yuan last night, eclipsing 9 by 200. The revelation of Chu Mengyao's elevated rate struck Qinya like a thunderbolt. Her countenance, once vibrant, now mirrored the desolation of a bereaved parent. She pointed an accusing finger at Chu Mengyao, demanding, "What sorcery didst thou employ? By what right doth thy rate exceed mine, thou callow wench?" Chu Mengyao, with a contemptuous flick of her wrist, brushed aside Chunya's accusatory digit. Those who dwell in the past are ill-equipped to comprehend the present era. Thou art antiquated. Long, dus échelles qui touch à tout jeter. Resign thyself to the passenger seat. Stung by Chu Mengyao's barbed words, Chunya's fury escalated. The two women engaged in a vitriolic exchange, culminating in a physical altercation. Fortunately, the sick room was devoid of other occupants, lest their brawl be immortalized on social media for public consumption. Duja, standing by the window, listened to the avian melodies outside and the cacophony of cackles within. He shook his head ruefully. Alas, this sick room offers no respite from the din. Determined to resolve the internecine conflict between the sisters, Duja resolved to intervene. "Pray tell," he inquired, "by what means do the avians outside produce their vocalizations?" Hearing their employer's query, the two women ceased their bickering and physical skirmishes. Chu Mengyao responded without hesitation. "They vocalize through their beaks, of course." Chunya countered, "Nay, they vocalize through their throats." Duzi nodded sagely. Henceforth, Chu Mengyao, thy rate shall be reduced by 200 yuan to match that of Chunya. Chenya erupted in jubilant cheers, her gaze towards Duja now laden with undisguised adoration. Chu Mengyao, on the other hand, was bewildered and indignant. "Wherefore? Didst thou not stipulate a rate of 2,200 yuan last night? Did I err in my response?" Duja shook his head. "Thy perspective remains regrettably narrow. Reflect upon thy shortcomings." Chu Mengyao was rendered speechless. After resolving the matters concerning Chu Mengyao and Chunya, Duja drove directly home. He had informed Aunt Lon and Lin Qingning the previous night about his trip to Binhai and had already purchased the tickets, requesting their assistance in packing Xingli's belongings. At home, Lin Qingning packed several changes of clothes for Duja into a suitcase, along with some snacks. Aunt Lon thoughtfully bought him several new pairs of underwear. Lin Qingning jested, "Aunt, Duja has some in his room. I can just grab a few. No need to buy new ones." "Onlan vito. How can he always wear old ones?" Lin Qingning attempted to explain, but Aunt Lon interjected. By the time Duja returned home, it was past 9 o'clock. Aunt Lon promptly handed him a warm towel. "Wipe off the sweat. It's so hot outside." Duja took the towel and wiped away the minimal sweat. As he handed the towel back to Aunt Lon, Lin Qingning brought him a cup of cool green tea. "I'll let 3 cups cool already. This 4th one is just in time for your return." Duja took a sip of tea and inquired, "Is my luggage ready?" Aunt Lon and Lin Qingning replied in unison, "It's been ready for ages. When are you leaving?" They exchanged glances, Lin Qingning blushing and Aunt Lon even more so. Duja chuckled at their synchronicity and said, "Qingning, the university entrance exam is in 2 days. Don't forget." Lin Qingning nodded. "I won't." Duja nodded, picked up a suitcase, and said, "All right, I'm off. The plane takes off in 4 hours." He gave Lin Qingning a meaningful look before turning to leave. Lin Qingning's eyes lit up, and she followed him. "Aunt, I'll see Duja off." Aunt Lon looked puzzled. "Isn't Duja driving to the airport? How will you see him off?" "I'll go to the airport with him and then take a taxi back." After Lin Qingning went upstairs, Duja started the car and departed. An hour later, Bai Qingqing eagerly opened the door upon hearing the knock. "Duja, you're here." Her elation was palpable. Duja had not only promised to take her to Binhai for treatment, but also to stay there for nearly a week, granting them almost a week of solitude. This prospect thrilled her even more than the prospect of her recovery. Duja kissed Bai Qingqing's cheek, causing her to blush. He playfully asked, "Are your things packed?" Bai Qingqing nodded. She didn't have much to pack, just a few clothes and personal items. She looked up and asked, "When do we leave?" Duja, without a word, swept her into his arms, eliciting a surprised gasp. "No rush. The plane doesn't take off for another 4 hours." Bai Qingqing, her face flushed, pulled back the covers and stood up, stretching slightly. She felt a bit better. Duja stretched and approached her again. Bai Qingqing, alarmed, scurried to the corner of the bed. "Duja, I can't stand steadily." Seeing her fright, Duja chuckled wryly. He couldn't help it. As he cultivated the yang meridian more deeply, his physical fitness and other attributes continued to improve. Even after a full day of exertion, he felt no fatigue. Forget it. We'll wait until we get to Benhai. Bai Qingqing was still frail and couldn't handle much. Once her illness was fully cured, Duja then drove Bai Qingqing to the airport. He had purchased afternoon tickets, arriving in Benhai at 7 in the evening. Before boarding the plane, Duja opened Zafubo. Despite his involvement in business dealings with Chu Mengyao and Chunya, he hadn't forgotten to bet on the World Cup. With the round of 16 and quarterfinals completed, he had frequently placed substantial wagers, resulting in significant gains and losses. He had accumulated a staggering 80 million in assets. However, Duja still felt that 80 million was insufficient. He had several matters to attend to in Benhai, including purchasing a large enough house to accommodate Aunt Lan and Qingning, arranging a residence for Qingqing's convalescence, and preparing for the establishment of a live-streaming media company. These endeavors required substantial financial backing. Fortunately, the timing was favorable. In 2 days, the World Cup semifinals would commence, featuring the historic clash between the German team and the Brazilian team. 7-1. In that match, nearly everyone believed that the Brazilian team would win. Du simplisme led. It was time for him to carve a small niche in this trillion-dollar capital market. Duja, I'm arriving in Benhai tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tian Xingli. Received. Bai Jia. Received. In the rented apartment, Tian Xingli, adorned in a black lace negligee that accentuated her voluptuous figure, lowered her phone and addressed Bai Jia, who was clad in a purple, lacy, see-through nightgown. Bai Jia. Du arrive tomorrow. Are you prepared? Bai Jia blushed. Rest assured, Xingli. I will ensure Duja is well taken care of this time. Tian Xingli hastily donned her clothes and urged Bai Jia to do the same. Where are we going so late? Bai Jia would blushed. To procure a few essential items. We can't afford to be as unprepared as last time. Tian Xingli responded, pulling Bai Jia out to a discreet boutique. The moment Bai Jia glimpsed the merchandise displayed on the walls, she covered her eyes, mortified. Xingli, why have you brought me here? Tian Xingli, however, nonchalantly began browsing the selection. Bai Jia, this time is different. The manager mentioned that there have been inquiries about those apartments. She intends to raise the rent. So we need to prepare accordingly if we want to make a good deal. Upon learning about the potential rent increase, Bai Jia grew anxious. If Duja found the price too steep and decided against buying the apartment, how would she raise the funds for Qingqing's treatment? She immediately joined Tian Xingli in her shopping. Oh, Bai Jia, that's too outrageous. And that's even worse. Bai Jia, put that down. At 8 in the evening, Duja, with his arm around Bai Qingqing's waist, exited the airport. A luxurious Lincoln limousine awaited them. The chauffeur scurried forward. Monsieur, Duze, I presume? I'm the designated driver from the Royal Palace Hotel. Duja nodded, handing him the luggage and guiding Bai Qingqing into the vehicle. 30 minutes later, the car smoothly pulled up in front of a resplendent 5-star hotel. Stepping into the lobby, Bai Qingqing was immediately captivated by the enormous crystal chandelier. Dazzled, she was led by Duja into their room. Duja, how much does a night here cost? She asked, finally regaining her composure. Perhaps we should cancel the room. There must be cheaper hotels nearby. Bai Qingqing started to get up, but Duja restrained her. It's just a regular suite, only 28,000 a night. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened. 28,000? That's far too expensive. Let's leave. Duja chuckled, pulling her back. We can't cancel, but I have a way to recoup some of the cost. Bai Qingqing, reclining on the plush bed, asked how. Duja smiled mysteriously and proceeded to demonstrate. As her garments slipped off, her cheeks flushed crimson. So, that's what Duja meant by recouping the cost. 2 hours later, the tempest subsided. Bai Qingqing, looking ravishing with her flushed cheeks, gazed at Duja, who remained energetic. She thought to herself how fortunate she was not to be his only woman. She hoped her illness would be cured soon, so she could better accompany her beloved Duja. Meanwhile, Duja, with one arm around Bai Qingqing, checked his phone, inquiring about the current apartment prices from Tian Xingli. Tian Xingli. Mr. Duja, the prices have shifted slightly. Du spécifique. Tian Xingli, monsieur. Duze. It's not appropriate to discuss on WeChat. Let's talk in person tomorrow. Duze. Understood. Bring Bai Jia along. Tian Xingli. Affirmative. We're prepared. Duja closed his eyes, contemplating his next steps. His priority was Bai Qingqing's treatment, which he would arrange at the finest private hospital in Binhai the next morning. Then, he needed to continue raising capital. The World Cup semi-final was his opportunity to secure a substantial sum. He also anticipated that the value of his dozens of apartments would increase soon. The rent adjustments Tian Xingli mentioned were likely related to this. Once the funds were available, he planned to purchase a large apartment near Binhai University for Aunt Lan and Qingning. He would also arrange a residence for Qingqing, conveniently located for his visits. Additionally, he intended to establish a media company, hiring experienced personnel to manage online broadcasts and short videos. After carefully considering his plans, Duja massaged his temples. Feeling a slight headache, he turned to embrace Bai Qingqing, who tenderly massaged his head. "Are you tired, Duja?" she asked softly. "Not tired. Just a bit overwhelmed by the number of things I need to do," he replied. "We'll go to the hospital tomorrow to ensure your treatment is taken care of." Touched by Duja's consideration, Bai Qingqing's eyes welled up. Spotting the scattered clothes, she noticed the room had a washing machine. "Duja, I'll wash the clothes," she whispered. Duja found it odd, as the hotel offered laundry services. Suspecting something was amiss, he grabbed a pillow and went to find Bai Qingqing. "Please take a mere 10 seconds to bestow a 5-star review upon the child." The editor remarked that there is no need to lower the score. He has never witnessed a situation where 600,000 guardians are engaged, yet the rating stands at a mere 5.6. He declared me a fool, asserting that a higher score ensures greater safety, leaving the child in tears. The young lad here humbly implores the 300,000 destined winners among the guardians to extend a helping hand and assist in breaking through the ceiling of 5-star reviews. I earnestly beseech all esteemed guardians. Chapter 56. A sword to open the heavenly gate for my benefactors. At 9 in the morning, in a renowned private hospital in Binhai City, Duja inquired, "Doctor, how is her condition?" Bai Qingqing, gripping Duja's hand, exhibited an anxious demeanor. Her palms clammy with sweat, lips pressed tightly together in silence, terrified of receiving any ill tidings. Across the table, a doctor in his 50s meticulously examined Bai Qingqing's medical records. After a considerable pause, he finally set the file down and smiled. "It is manageable. She has acute promyelocytic leukemia, commonly referred to as M3. It is currently the only type of leukemia that can be completely cured, although she arrived a bit late. Our hospital is the top private institution in Binhai City, and a full recovery is certainly within reach." Upon hearing that her illness was curable, Bai Qingqing could no longer contain her trepidation and collapsed into Duja's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, as if she were expelling years of anguish and solitude. Duja held her tightly, gently patting her shoulder and uttering words of comfort. After a prolonged bout of tears, Bai Qingqing finally managed to regain her composure. For years, she had lived in the shadow of leukemia, dreading the day her condition might worsen, leaving her to perish alone at home. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her, introducing her to Duja, who not only offered her a lucrative job, but also generously provided the funds for her treatment. He was the most beautiful encounter in her otherwise flawed life. After drying her tears, Duja turned to the doctor and asked, "What methods will be employed to treat her condition?" The doctor replied with a smile, "Currently, we're using all-trans retinoic acid, which works through differentiation therapy to cure leukemia. This method was invented by an academician in our country, proving highly effective with an exceptional cure rate." Duja gently stroked Bai Qingqing's hair and inquired, "While the chemotherapy is indeed commendable, it remains rather unstable. Are there any more efficient and safer alternatives?" The doctor, realizing that Duja possessed substantial financial resources, straightened up. "Indeed, we have 9 treatment options available. Among them, the most effective is the injection of arsenic trioxide, specifically designed to enhance T-cell immune function, yielding remarkable results, often noticeable after just 1 injection. However, it is rather expensive." "That's the one, no matter the cost." "I agree," Duja interjected firmly. "It is merely money. I have plenty, especially when it concerns my beloved." Thus, Duja consented to the use of arsenic trioxide to treat Bai Qingqing's leukemia. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Bai Qingqing was astounded to discover just how exorbitant the doctor's mention of a bit expensive truly was. Duja paid a staggering $10 million for her medical expenses, acquiring 8 doses of arsenic trioxide, equivalent to 8 treatment cycles, left by Ching wide-eyed in disbelief. She had never anticipated such a steep price. She had assumed the cost would amount to no more than several $100,000. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Duja, saying, "Perhaps I should just undergo chemotherapy. I find it quite satisfactory, and the technology is well established. There is no need for such extravagant measures." Duja swiftly covered her mouth, his gaze resolute as he declared, Ching, I have more than enough money. Do not fret about the expenses. As long as we can cure your illness, I would not flinch at spending millions, even tens of millions." Overwhelmed with emotion, Ching nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. How fortunate she felt to have encountered such a devoted man in this life. Duja assured the doctor that should Ching's illness be completely cured, any remaining funds would belong to the hospital. The doctor, elated, promised to ensure Ching's successful recovery with no lingering side effects. Upon returning to the hotel at noon, Duja had barely removed his shoes when Ching wrapped her arms around his neck, fervently kissing him as she moved toward the bed. The luxurious mattress of the 5-star hotel was irresistibly soft, and the two lay there for 3 hours. After lunch, Duja accompanied Ching back to the hospital for the initial preparations for her injection. In the ward, Ching underwent various preparatory procedures, including allergy tests and blood pressure monitoring. The doctor informed Duja, "We have administered a suitable medication to minimize potential complications when administering arsenic trioxide. Treatment can commence around 7 this evening." Duja nodded and requested, "Please arrange for 3 additional nurses to monitor her continuously. I will pay them 1,000 each per day. It is imperative that nothing goes awry." The doctor nodded in agreement and promptly made the arrangements. Glancing at his watch, Duja noted that it was only 3:30. He then sent a message to Tian Xingli. "I will be over shortly. Please prepare." Tian Xingli replied, "Understood, boss do." An hour and a half later, Duja arrived at the first apartment he had purchased. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. Tian Xingli and Jie each clung to one of his arms. Tian Xingli cheerfully exclaimed, "Boss do, it's been ages since you last visited. I've nearly missed you to death." Blushing, Jie added, I missed you a lot too, Duja." Duja smiled at the bashful Jie, while it was expected for the flirtatious Tian Xingli to express her feelings. He was pleasantly surprised that even the demure Jie would do the same. It seemed there was something significant they wished to discuss. Taking a seat on the sofa, Duja found himself flanked by the 2 alluring women. Despite their enchanting presence, he first inquired about the status of the property paperwork. Exchanging glances, Tian Xingli and Jie responded, "Price of the property has recently fluctuated, prompting our company to raise the price by 1,000 per square meter." "An increase of 1,000 per square meter? Duze mused, sans signe something gamis." It was unlikely that this obscure development would experience such a sudden spike without reason. He looked at the 2 voluptuous beauties beside him and quipped, "With 1,000 increase per square meter, I would need to spend an additional 180,000 to purchase 10 apartments. Isn't that a bit extravagant?" In truth, he did not regard the extra expenditure of 180,000 as a significant concern. Compared to the eventual doubled price of the property, it was but a drop in the ocean. However, for Tian Xingli and Jie, the thought of Duja abandoning the previous 10 apartments over this amount would be disheartening. And then, at 9 in the evening, the sudden ring of a mobile phone captured Duja's attention. Jie blushed and apologized, quickly checking the screen. "Your dear sister is inviting you for a video call. Dear readers, you are my benefactors, witnessing my journey from an 8,000-word dark corner to the present 30,000 words. As I reflect on the long, arduous road traveled, I sincerely request each of you to spare a precious 10 seconds to help me carve a path through the 10,000-word new book. I humbly seek your 5-star reviews. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 57. A surprise for Ching in the hushed ambience of the room. The insistent chime of a Weixin video call reverberated. casting Bai Jie into a state of profound discomposure. Clutching her phone, she found herself paralyzed by indecision. The unexpectedness of Qingqing's call, a video call no less, after such a long interval, had caught her completely off guard. Ordinarily, Bai Jie would have answered her sister's call without hesitation, irrespective of her commitments. Years had elapsed since her last visit to Qingqing. Yet, the present circumstances rendered it exceedingly awkward. Only moments ago, Duja had unshackled her, and he was still in her presence. How could she possibly face her sister under such conditions? "Forgive me, Qingqing," she murmured inwardly. Just as Bai Jie steeled herself to decline the call, Duja interjected, "Since it's your sister calling, you should answer it. I'll step into the other room." Bai Jie's eyes welled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. Duja nodded and retreated to the adjacent room. As the door closed behind him, Bai Jie swiftly drew the covers over herself and answered the call. The phone's display flickered, revealing Bai Qingqing's delicate features. A pang of emotion seized Bai Jie as she spoke. "Qingqing, why are you calling so late? Are you sure of funds?" Tears welled in Bai Qingqing's eyes as well. Observing her sister's disheveled hair, flushed complexion, and raspy voice, she surmised the hardships Bai Jie must be enduring had been high. Life had clearly taken its toll. Yet, her sister's concern for her remained unwavering. "Sister, I'm fine," Bai Qingqing uttered tremulously. "I simply missed you and wanted to call." Relief washed over Bai Jie. "If you need money, tell me. Don't hesitate to ask. Take care of yourself." "I will, sister," Bai Qingqing replied, wiping away her tears. "Oh, Qingqing," Bai Jie suddenly remembered. "Isn't the payment for your sanatorium due? I don't think I have paid for a long time." Bai Qingqing had previously avoided calling Bai Jie because she was no longer residing in the sanatorium. However, she now raised her phone, panning it across her surroundings. A luxurious private room, attended by several nurses, all closely monitoring her condition. "Sister, there's no need to worry. I'm doing well. Don't overwork yourself in Shanghai." Seeing the medical environment surrounding Bai Qingqing, Bai Jie felt reassured. Qingqing was always so considerate. She constantly feared that her sister would forego the expensive sanatorium. However, she was surprised that the sanatorium, costing 2,000 yuan a month, would assign 5 nurses to care for her. "Sister, you must take care of yourself as well. Don't overexert yourself. Don't worry about my health," Bai Qingqing said, pursing her lips. "Providence has smiled upon me, allowing me to meet Duja. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll give you a surprise." Bai Jie covered her mouth, her voice trembling. "I'm not tired, Qingqing. You must rest well. I'll do everything I can to save money for your treatment." Providence had smiled upon her, allowing her to meet Duja. Once she had saved enough money for Qingqing's treatment, she would give her a surprise. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. Bai Jie wiped away her tears. It had been too long since her last video call with Qingqing. She had been a neglectful sister. She hoped that Qingqing would find a kind and caring man once her health improved. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Duja was engrossed in research when his phone rang. He gestured to Tian Xingli to leave before answering the call. Bai Qingqing's excited voice filled his ears. "Duja, where are you?" "My treatment concluded a while ago. I'm discussing business matters. I'll be back soon," Duja replied with a smile. "I'll be waiting for you," she said. Duja promptly returned to the living room, donned his attire, and said, "Bring me the contract. I'll pay the remaining balance." Bai Jie and Tian Xingli emerged from the room, contracts in hand, their eagerness palpable, as if fearing Duja might renege on the agreement. After Duja signed the documents and transferred the remaining funds, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli could barely contain their excitement. They even considered. However, Duja swiftly dissuaded them, eager to return to Qingqing. An hour and a half later, Duja entered the ward, observing the doctors and nurses conducting various tests on Bai Qingqing. How effective was today's treatment? He inquired. The doctor pointed to the data displayed on the equipment. The treatment was exceptionally effective. The patient's immune cells are highly active. At this rate, she should be able to live a normal life within a year. His investment of 12 million yuan had been worthwhile. With the doctor's approval, Duja escorted Bai Qingqing back to the hotel. Tonight, the Samba team would face off against the War Chariot team. He had wagered 30 million on the Samba team to win. Nearly 90% of the bettors had placed their bets similarly. The football kingdom, the 5-star Samba. possessed undeniable strength. However, Duja had also taken precautions. He had placed 5 million on the War Chariot team to win and 8 million on various score lines. He had also wagered 1 million on other for the War Chariot versus Samba match. The odds abroad were as high as 6,500x. However, Duja knew that such astronomical odds were unlikely to be permitted domestically. He estimated the odds to be around 1,000x. In essence, by the end of the night, the reader would possess a post-tax fortune of 800 million, coupled with the 30 properties poised for exponential appreciation. Duja's impending wealth was truly staggering. As Duja contemplated his next course of action, Bai Qingqing gently approached him. She was about to, when Duja stopped her. His expression turned serious. No, you just underwent treatment. You need to rest. Understand? Bai Qingqing pouted in response. Duja shook his head. All right. Chapter 58. Dear reader. Billionaire. For a man, a woman who allows herself to watch a late-night football match is undoubtedly a good woman. And a woman who can accompany him in watching the match is a rare gem. At this moment, Duja is fortunate to have such a woman by his side. The television broadcasts a match between the War Chariots and the Samba team, with over 20 players fiercely contesting a single ball. Bai Qingqing leans against Duja, her cheeks flushed. Although she is quite fatigued, she is eager to spend this time watching the game with him. Even though Bai Qingqing does not fully understand the game, her joy is derived from Duja's happiness. Around 11 minutes into the match, the War Chariots execute a swift counterattack, catching the Samba team off guard. They score the first goal. While this may weigh heavily on the Samba team, who are playing on home turf, they do not become disheartened. Having conceded one goal, they resolve to retaliate. The two teams continue their fierce contest. However, the unfolding battle becomes a source of despair for all. The War Chariots score again. 2 o'clock. The crowd of hundreds of thousands of Samba fans passionately encourages their players, attempting to ignite their fighting spirit. Yet, what follows is a succession of despair. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The War Chariots have completely dismantled the 5-star Samba defense, mercilessly striking them on the grand stage of the World Cup. All Samba fans are engulfed in tears, numbness, and boundless fury. Ultimately, sensing the unsettling atmosphere, the War Chariots coach hastily advises his players during a break. Do not score any more goals. There are hundreds of thousands of Samba supporters here. If we score again, we may never return to the land of the War Chariots. However, the Samba team's spirit has been shattered. Their defense is feeble, and their offense is lackluster. The 5-star Samba has become a mere joke. In the final moments of the match, the War Chariots, fearing they might not escape the Samba nation, allow the Samba team a single goal, preserving a shred of dignity for them. The match concludes with the astonishing score of 7-1. Duja exhales in relief. After tonight, the reader will officially join the ranks of billionaires. Bai Qingqing yawns and inquires, is the match over? Duja kisses her cheek and replies, yes. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow, I will take you to the hospital, and then I have some matters to attend to. Will you continue watching the game? Bai Qingqing suddenly asks. Duja pauses and then smiles. I can only watch for another half hour. All right, I will do my best. Bai Qingqing shyly nods. An hour later, the two drift off into a deep slumber. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Duja slowly awakens. After rousing Bai Qingqing, he asks her what she would like to eat. Bai Qingqing stretches, stating that she is not hungry as she had eaten well the night before. Duja no, acknowledging that she indeed had a hearty meal. Subsequently, the two board the hotel's private vehicle and head to the hospital. After repeatedly instructing the hospital staff to take good care of Bai Qingqing, Duja departs. Along the way, he refreshes the Riches app page repeatedly. After refreshing it a dozen times, the latest notification appears. Riches app has credited 800 million RMB. Reader. Sudden wealth. Billionaire. Upon seeing the balance on the Riches app, Duja smiles slightly. With ample funds now available, he can proceed with his plans. First, he visits a large real estate agency, requesting them to introduce him to a spacious flat near Coastal University with an area of around 400 square meters. This substantial business deal catches the attention of the real estate manager, who personally drives Duja to an upscale residence that meets his criteria. Not only is it located near Coastal University, but it also occupies the 36th floor boasting 400 square meters of expansive views and exquisitely luxurious decor. It features 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a dressing room, a laundry room, a wine cabinet, a bar, and a 20-square-meter balcony with a view. After a thorough inspection, Du's est immensely satisfied. It has ample space for himself, Aunt Lon, and Qingming to live together. The real estate manager smiles and states, "The price for this property is currently $119,800 per square meter, fully furnished with luxurious decor and the best configurations available." Du promptly répond, "All right. I'll take this one. Please prepare the contract." After completing the paperwork, he transfers over 40 million RMB. In less than half a day, he secures the property. The real estate manager kindly includes 2 underground parking spaces as a bonus. After acquiring this lavish flat, Du reflects that since Aunt Lon and Qingming will be living with him, he should also arrange a residence for Bai Qingqing. After all, both sides need to be cared for equally. The new home cannot be too close to avoid premature encounters, nor too distant to maintain convenience. Thus, Du approaches the same real estate manager, asking him to find a serene residence nearby, conducive to recuperation. Upon hearing the keywords serene and recuperation, the real estate manager immediately comprehends Du's intentions. Truly, a man of wealth who spends over 40 million without blinking an eye. He thinks, impressed by Du's youthful prowess. He subsequently introduces Du to a high-end detached community located 5 kilometers away. The area is tranquil, adorned with abundant greenery, and particularly suitable for recuperation. Moreover, not far from there is a renowned kindergarten in Huai. Are you satisfied with this? The manager inquires. Du is somewhat speechless. The real estate manager seems to have quite the imagination. Nevertheless, the environment is indeed to Du's liking. He promptly invests 20 million RMB to purchase a villa for Bai Qingqing. After completing these arrangements, it is already past 8 in the evening. Du goes to the hospital to bring Bai Qingqing back to her new home. When Bai Qingqing sees her name on the property deed, tears instantly blur her vision. Her lips tremble uncontrollably as she embraces Du, unable to articulate her feelings for a long while. After what feels like an eternity, she finally manages to speak. Her voice choked with emotion. Du, this is too precious. You have already treated me so well. I cannot accept so much from you. Bai Qingqing bites her lip tightly, tears soaking her collar. Not long ago, she was merely a marginalized individual living in a haze, at risk of succumbing to illness at any moment. Du's arrival was like a ray of light penetrating her desolate heart, providing her with substantial financial support to improve her life and spending over 10 million on her medical treatment. Now, he has even spent 20 million to gift her such a grand villa. What cosmic fate could have led to her encountering a man like Du, who cares for her so tenderly? Bai Qingqing cries as she buries her face in Du's embrace, unable to contain her sobs. Consoling her, "Do not cry. Once your health is restored, you can live here without a care in the world. I will bring your mother here, and we will make this our new home." Sobi. Bai Qingqing weeps for quite some time. At this moment, she would willingly sacrifice anything for Du. After about half an hour, Bai Qingqing shyly whispers a few words into Du's ear, tucking her hair behind her ear. Du, surprised, asks, "Did the doctor really say your body is fine now?" "Yes," Bai Qingqing replies shyly. "He said the medication is taking effect quickly, and now I can engage in slightly more vigorous activities." Upon realizing this, Du no longer hesitates and takes Bai Qingqing upstairs. Note, some content has been omitted. Bai Jia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Readers, I implore you to leave me glowing reviews. Dear guardians, I humbly request your 5-star ratings." Chapter 59. Application for college at 9 o'clock in the morning in a spacious bed measuring 2 meters by 2 meters. There was more than enough room for 3 people to lie comfortably. Bai Qingqing stirred awake, rubbing her eyes in a daze. As she turned over, intending to embrace Du, she discovered he was not by her side. A blush crept across her cheeks as she buried herself deeper under the covers. Fortunately, she was not the only woman in Du's life. Otherwise, she might have found herself devoid of the strength to even walk. After a brief moment of rest, the sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Duja entered, carrying a glass of freshly warmed milk, placing it upon the bedside table. Ching ching, it's 9 o'clock. It's time to eat. Oh. Duja frowned slightly as he observed her reaction. By 10:30, by ching ching, her face still flushed, sat at the dining table. Unable to meet Duja's gaze. She had been so wrapped up in her blankets that she hadn't realized he had brought breakfast. Oh, how embarrassing. As Duja enjoyed his meal, he watched the crimson glow of Bai Qingqing's cheeks with keen interest. Indeed, she was still quite innocent. After finishing their meal, Duja arranged for a private car to the hospital. The doctor informed him the patient needs to continue with cellular immune function testing and auxiliary drug treatment today, which will take all day long, concluding around 10 at night. All day. Duzies bro furod. The doctor clarified, these are routine medication checks. The next treatment cycle will commence in a week. Duja nodded in agreement, providing his phone number to the 5 nurses in the ward, instructing them to notify him immediately should any situation arise. He then reminded the doctor to take good care of Bai Qingqing. After completing these arrangements, Duja returned to his newly purchased spacious apartment. In the bedroom, Duja had set up a high-performance computer for himself. Today marked the day for college applications. He had arranged with Lin Qingning the previous morning to fill out their applications together. After logging into the application website with his credentials, he dialed Lin Qingning's video call. With a cheerful ding, the call connected, and Lin Qingning, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, Duja, have you started your application yet? Looking at her face, he replied with a smile, not yet. I was waiting for you to join me. Have you opened your computer? With a smile, Lin Qingning pointed her phone toward her computer, revealing the application page. I just opened it, preparing to apply with you. As they conversed, Aunt Lon, clad in a loose-fitting home dress, gracefully entered the room. The flowing fabric could hardly conceal her voluptuous figure, and the low neckline subtly hinted at her fair skin. Her long hair fell casually, exuding a sense of languor and unique charm. Hello, Aunt Lon, Duja greeted with a smile. Given the significance of the occasion, Aunt Lon was naturally curious to observe. Seeing Duja, Aunt Lon smiled sweetly. When will you be back, Duja? Qingning has been quite bored these days, tidying your room over and over again. Oh dear, Annie, what are you saying? Lin Qingning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as her aunt divulged her feelings. Duja watched the playful banter between the two beautiful women, a smile gracing his lips. I'll be back soon, at most within a week. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingning's spirits soared, and she ceased her playful antics with Aunt Lon. It had been several days since she last saw Duja, and an inexplicable sense of oddity lingered within her. Aunt Lon adjusted her attire slightly. In Duja's absence, she had not heard his familiar voice during the evenings, resulting in several nights of rare insomnia. After a while, Duja and Lin Qingning began to fill out their applications together. With their academic performances, getting into Binhai University was undoubtedly within reach. However, Aunt Lon had researched extensively about the application process and, leaning toward Lin Qingning, earnestly advised, you mustn't apply to just one school. Listen to me. She spoke at length, but Lin Qingning and Duja hardly absorbed any of it. Lin Qingning was confident that with her score above 700, acceptance was assured. Meanwhile, Duja was distracted by other matters, such as Lin Qingning's delicate features and Aunt Lon, obliviously engaging in conversation while clad in her loose dress. Duja initially cast a casual glance, but felt an inexplicable pull. No, he abruptly diverted his gaze. Duja inhaled deeply and informed Lin Qingning that he needed to visit the restroom. With an air of surprise from Lin Qingning, he left the room. What was happening? Why did he always feel oddly when he saw Aunt Lon? He was unable to control it. Onze deux et deux parted. Aunt Lon shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, having noticed the looseness of her clothing earlier. Yet she couldn't help but twirl her hair, worried that Duja might not see her clearly. When Duja returned after splashing cold water on his face, he found Lin Qingning reluctantly submitting to Aunt Lon's insistence to add more schools to her application list. Aunt Lon then turned her determined gaze toward Duja, seemingly intent on having him do the same, just in case. Reluctantly, Du Zhe complied, adding several prestigious universities to his application. Once they completed this task, Antlan finally left the room, satisfied. As she stepped outside, she darted into her own room, her cheeks flushed, lips pressed tightly together. How mortifying! How could she have behaved so brazenly in front of Qingning? After chatting for a few more moments, the call between Du Zhe and Lin Qingning ended. Subsequently, Du Zhe opened his financial app, reviewing his recent income and expenses several times, akin to a meticulous accountant. However, after a considerable time, he still found it challenging to balance the accounts. This won't do. It must be due to the interference of the yang polarity. Without hesitation, Du Zhe dialed by Jie and Tian Xingli's numbers. How many properties do you have left? I want them all. Remember to sign the contract in person. Both of you come together. Chapter 60, 20 more houses. On the other end of the line, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli could scarcely believe their ears upon hearing Du Zhe's unequivocal declaration. Bai Jie stood frozen in place, mechanically turning to ask Xingli what I just hear. Du Zhe said he wants them all? What does wanting them all even mean? Currently, there were still more than 30 units left in those buildings, and the two of them had each secured 10 units for this month. If Du Zhe wanted all of them, that would amount to several million. Although Bai Jie was aware of Du Zhe's wealth, he had already spent tens of millions acquiring 30 units. Why was he now looking to buy more properties on what was merely a desolate piece of land? With no news of the promised factory in sight, just as Bai Jie was lost in confusion, Tian Xingli had already begun to hurriedly gather her belongings, silk stockings, high heels, and a sleek silver tie, all stuffed in her bag. Seeing her sister still in a daze, Tian Xingli quickly pulled Bai Jie up. Hey, my dear sister, what are you daydreaming about? An incredible opportunity has arrived. If we can sell all these houses, earning 500,000 is entirely feasible. Upon hearing Tian Xingli's words, Bai Jie suddenly snapped to attention. Right? Why am I concerned about what Du Zhe intends to do with these houses? After all, I'm merely receiving a commission for selling them. As long as the properties sell, I can earn enough money for Qingqing's medical treatment. The thought of her precious sister enduring the torment of illness brought tears to Bai Jie's eyes. Qingqing, don't worry. Sister will soon gather enough money for you. With that, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli swiftly organized their essentials, grabbing contracts and other paperwork before hurrying to the designated location. Tian Xingli exuded a flirtatious charm, while Bai Jie embodied the grace and modesty of a refined lady. By around 6 in the evening, Du Zhe had finally completed signing all the contracts and paperwork. He glanced at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli beside him and inquired, "Are you two able to return tonight?" Bai Jie rasped, "No problem, Mr. Du Zhe. You needn't concern yourself with us." Tian Xingli nodded in agreement, signaling that she was fine as well. Very well. Du Zhe then handed Tian Xingli 8,000 and Bai Jie 12,000 as a token of gratitude for their assistance in acquiring the properties. Afterward, he took his leave. In the room, Bai Jie gazed at the additional 12,000 on her phone and the stack of contracts, a smile blooming on her lips. Qingqing, I'm finally close to earning your medical expenses. They hurriedly departed, as the manager would soon finish for the day. Bai Jie, I can't press the gas pedal. Perhaps you could drive? Maybe you should drive. My leg just cramped up. Upon their return to the office, they coincidentally found that the lights in the real estate manager's office were still on. With a bang, they pushed open the door, startling the manager and a new young female salesperson. The young woman covered her face and dashed out. The manager hastily donned his jacket and exclaimed, "Who told you to enter without knocking? Do you not want to smack?" Tian Xingli slammed a hefty stack of contracts in front of him. "Less chatter. We've sold 20 houses today. Stamp them quickly." 20? The manager's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly flipped through the contracts, scrutinizing them for over 10 minutes before confirming their authenticity. Only then did he break into a smile. "Well done. Your commissions this month are nearly rivaling mine." He then, under their urging, retrieved the official seal and stamped each contract and document in turn. By 10:30 that evening, Chui Fuhai, the owner of Mingzhu Real Estate, was just about to retire for the night with his goddaughter when his phone rang, interrupting his mood. With no contact information noted, he wondered who could be calling at such a late hour. He answered, "Hello, who is this?" An aged voice replied from the other end. "Is this Chui Fuhai from Mingzhu Real Estate? I am Gao Yu from the Education Bureau of Bin Hai City, the principal of a soon-to-be established school. I need to discuss some financial matters with you. Gao Yu, the principal. Chapter 61. Qingqing's consciousness upon receiving a call from the Education Bureau, Chui Fuhai, the proprietor of Mingzhu Real Estate, felt a sense of bewilderment. What could a leader from the Education Bureau possibly discuss with someone immersed in the real estate business? Was he expected to incur losses by providing inexpensive accommodations for teachers? That seemed utterly nonsensical. Although Chui Fuhai found the situation perplexing, he refrained from abruptly terminating the call, recognizing the significance of the Education Bureau within the system. After all, they could potentially have connections with leaders from the Commerce Bureau, and a few ill-chosen words could lead to complications for him. Chui Fuhai gestured for his adopted daughter to step outside before smiling and inquiring. So it is Principal Gao. May I ask what business you wish to discuss with me? While our Mingzhu Real Estate may not possess vast capabilities, we are nonetheless eager to contribute to the educational sector. This statement transparently communicated to Principal Gao that he had little to offer. Gao Yu chuckled on the other end of the line, clarifying, Chui boss, you have misunderstood. I am reaching out to inform you that the city will soon initiate a project to construct a new school, and we are in need of outstanding real estate companies to undertake this venture. I wonder if Mingzhu Real Estate is capable of shouldering this responsibility? Building schools. Chui Fuhai's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. As someone who had thrived in the real estate industry, he relished such news, especially when it involved government projects. A veritable gold mine. The costs of materials, labor, and supplies could be inflated at will. Although the governmental approval process was somewhat sluggish, it posed no real issue. A little financial persuasion could expedite matters significantly. With this in mind, Chui Fuhai enthusiastically replied, Rest assured, Principal Gao, our Mingzhu Real Estate is equipped with a plethora of exceptional teams, adept in construction, ensuring both quality and speed that are second to none. We will certainly excel in this project. Very well, Gao Yu responded. Let us meet tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon at your office for a detailed discussion. After hanging up, Chui Fuhai felt an exhilarating rush of excitement, sensing that he was on the verge of a lucrative opportunity. He laughed heartily, convinced that this venture would yield substantial profits. His interest piqued, and he called out, Darling, come in and keep your godfather company. 2.5 minutes later, Chui Fuhai's eyes widened as he beheld his adopted daughter, lost in her own world, seemingly oblivious. In a sudden fit of rage, he slapped her across the face. I am in a crucial moment, and you are here calling for your mother. The woman, stunned by the force of the slap, opened her eyes to find her furious godfather glaring at her. It dawned on her that she had overacted, continuing her performance long after the director had called cut. However, she could hardly be blamed for her enthusiasm. Quickly, she explained her reasons, attributing her emotional outburst to his overwhelming prowess. Realizing he had misjudged her, Chui Fuhai embraced her, offering comfort. My dear, I was wrong. Tomorrow, use my card to buy a few bags for yourself. But I don't want bags. I want you. She protested playfully. Just wait until next month when you recover, and then we can enjoy each other fully. When Duja returned home with Bai Qingqing, it was already 10 in the evening. They had engaged in conversation for over an hour, during which Bai Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Duzi, noticing her discomfort, gently patted her back to ease her tension. Since their discussion earlier that afternoon about college applications, she had inadvertently encountered Aunt Lan's influence, leading to a day filled with unrest. Was she truly being affected by Aunt Lan, or was it merely a consequence of her own thoughts? Seeing Duzi's silence, Bai Qingqing mistakenly assumed his acquiescence. She felt unable to devote herself entirely to him during her recovery. As a vigorous and dynamic man, he must surely be suffering from her inability to attend to his needs. Leaning against his chest like a kitten, she expressed her concern. Duja, please don't let my condition cause you distress. My health is too fragile to fulfill your desires. You are free to seek companionship elsewhere. A man as exceptional as you deserves to have many women by his side. I'm already grateful that you chose to accompany me to Bin Hai for my recovery. If my presence is causing you discomfort, I would rather forego my treatment and simply stay home with you. Hearing her words, Duja felt a wave of emotion. Was it a coincidence that both Qingqing and Qingning shared names with Qing? Even their sentiments mirrored one another. Not long ago, when Qingning had visited his room in the night, she had expressed similar sentiments, and now Qingqing echoed those very words. He realized he could never betray the affections of either woman. As Duja caressed by Qingqing's smooth back, he confessed, "Actually, I did seek out other women this afternoon, even finding two at once, both stunning and quite skilled." "You're lying. I don't believe you." But Qingqing playfully bid him, "From now on, after you drop me off at the hospital, you must find some beautiful and clean." Chapter 62. The predicament of unit prices. Chu Mengyao's recent days could be described as rather carefree. Through her endeavors, she had amassed a considerable income within days, settling her debts and leaving her with a substantial surplus. Initially, Chu Mengyao could only enviously watch Chunya and Duja profit from their dealings, even hoping Duja would engage in more ventures. Later, Duja lost interest in collaborating with Chunya, and she began her own pursuits, despite operating differently and at a lower unit price. Chu Mengyao still managed to earn a respectable sum daily, while Chu Mengyao was content with her current earnings. The incident involving Chunya's assault and her subsequent transaction with Duja had a profound effect. She became somewhat frivolous, indulging in extravagant spending, acquiring an array of clothing styles, alluring streetwear, demure sundresses, pristine over-the-knee stockings, and sultry pencil skirts, anything that caught her eye. Meanwhile, Chunya, recuperating at home after her surgery, remained silent, isolating herself in her room, her activities unknown. It wasn't until this afternoon, when Chunya went for a stroll, that Chu Mengyao entered her room to complete her college application. As she finished filling out the form and prepared to leave, several books on the bed piqued her curiosity. Why would she, of all people, be reading so many books? She wondered. Intrigued, Chu Mengyao picked them up. Upon seeing the covers, she was dumbfounded. 100 Ways to Keep a Man's Heart, How to Make a Man Happy While Making Him More Dependent, 10 Precautions for Snatching a Husband from a Mistress, the 40-year-old Woman's Guide to Maintenance, Rekindling Her Husband's Interest. What were these books? Chunya had been studying these all day instead of going out. Chu Mengyao grew increasingly alarmed as she flipped through the pages. The content was filled with insightful advice, every sentence a gem, a veritable arsenal for women to use against men. Chunya was already an exquisite beauty with an explosive figure, far more mature and alluring than herself. If she mastered the techniques in these books, Chu Mengyao feared she wouldn't stand a chance, and her earnings would dwindle even further. Cold sweat trickled down Chu Mengyao's back when Chunya returned home to recuperate. They had already divided the money and vowed to fully implement the principle of distribution according to work. Whoever had a higher unit price and more business would earn more. Initially, Chu Mengyao wasn't overly concerned, believing Chunya posed no threat. However, that notion vanished upon seeing these books. Chunya was terrifying, secretly studying and improving herself. She was constantly enhancing her professional skills. And what was she doing? Indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, becoming complacent with her earnings. The books discussed targeting mistresses and making men more dependent, clearly aimed at her. Chunya's silent study resonated deeply, jolting Chu Mengyao awake, keeping her restless throughout the night. No, Chu Mengyao sat up, her eyes filled with resentment. She had to take action. Otherwise, if Duja was completely snatched away, she feared she wouldn't earn a single penny. So, that night, she sent Duja a message, pleading for a higher unit price. Duja, upon seeing Chu Mengyao's message, simply replied with one word: scram. Chu Mengyao, Duja from now on. I can. Duja not interested. Don't bother me. Excerpt Chu Mengyao, what did you say? Duja, you're not interested in me? Do you even know? Duja, unit price reduced by 500. Chu Mengyao, I was wrong. Don't lower my unit price. After chatting with Chu Mengyao on WeChat for a few minutes, he left her hanging, ignoring her pleas. Duja believed that someone as avaricious as her would do anything for money. 10 minutes later, Bai Qingqing emerged from the shower. She still wanted to spend some time with Duja, but he sternly refused, insisting she needed to rest. After a long struggle, Duja finally relented. The next morning, Duja hired a private car and accompanied Bai Qingqing to the hospital. Afterward, Duja went to the luxury car dealership and bought 4 cars. A Rolls-Royce Ghost, readily available with complete paperwork to be delivered in a few days, 2 Porsche Panameras, one for Aunt Lon and one for Qingning, and a Maserati Ghibli for Qingqing. Subsequently, he began preparing the various procedures for establishing the company, including renting a venue and hiring a headhunting firm to find employees responsible for business planning. The entire day was a whirlwind of activity. Outside the Pearl Real Estate Company, a line of beautiful female sales representatives stood to welcome the esteemed guest, Tian Xingli and Bai Jie, with their outstanding figures and appearances, stood at the front. Moments later, a Volkswagen Passat smoothly pulled up in front of the crowd. A middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out. Chui Fuhai quickly stepped forward, grasped his hand, and said with a smile, "Principal Gao, it's a pleasure to meet you." Gao then glanced at the welcoming team of beautiful women. His eyes filled with lust. He turned to Chui Fuhai, a forced smile on his face. "Gao Yu, I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Chui." Chapter 63. The dilapidated property becomes a school district house. Once Chui Fuhai led Gao Yu upstairs, the personnel responsible for the reception began to tidy up the scene. Tian Xingli gathered the decorative flower baskets, preparing to leave when she noticed Bai Jie standing motionless nearby. Her gaze fixed on the direction where Chui Fuhai and the others had departed, her brow furrowed in deep thought. "What are you looking at, Sister Bai?" Tian Xingli asked, gently patting Bai Jie's shoulder, surprised by her stillness. Bai Jie snapped back to reality and inquired, "Xingli, did you feel that man's gaze? It seemed like he was staring at us." Tian Xingli chuckled. "Oh, Sister Bai, we are so beautiful, standing at the forefront. It's only natural for someone to glance our way a few times." But Bai Jie, his forehead creased in worry, her lips pressed together. "That man's gaze felt like a knife cutting through bone, and it terrified me." Although she had never resorted to such measures for money before, having spent years in the real estate industry, she was well aware of its intricacies. Many affluent individuals would often send their secretaries or entertainers to accompany clients during negotiations to achieve their objectives. The man they had just seen was clearly someone of status and prestige, even worthy of a personal greeting from their boss, Chui Fuhai, who had shown him utmost respect. If that man were to say something to their boss while going upstairs, it could place both her and Xingli in a precarious situation. Over the years, she had raised Qingqing alone, maintaining her integrity. Even in her quest to earn money for Qingqing's medical treatment, she had only ever been with Duja. What if Chui Fuhai truly intended to coerce them? What then? Their salaries for the month had yet to be dispersed. Seeing her sister's anxiety, Tian Xingli wrapped her arms around Bai Jie's waist, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Sister Bai. Nothing will happen. Even if those old men demand something from us, we could simply resign. Since I met Duja, my heart has no room for anyone else. Only a man as formidable as him is worthy of having both of us." Upon hearing Tian Xingli mention Duja, Bai Jie felt her cheeks flush, instinctively biting her lip. Indeed, it seemed she had been thoroughly captivated by Duja. Apart from him, the mere thought of anyone else touching her was unbearable. "All right, Sister Bai, let us head back to the office and calculate how much we can earn this month," Tian Xingli said, playfully nudging Bai Jie's back as the two beautiful women playfully bantered their way into the company. In the chairman's office, Chui Fuhai poured a cup of tea for Gao Yu, respectfully stating, "Principal Gao, if I can secure this project, I will certainly remember your kindness. Should you require any assistance, I, Old Chui, will be at your service." Gao Yu, adjusting his black-framed glasses, accepted the teacup with a smile. "You're too kind, Mr. Chui, but I'm not here representing just myself." Chui Fuhai, puzzled, thought, "Is it necessary for so many people to be involved in bidding for such a small project?" Gao Yu continued with a smile. "The schools we plan to build are in response to the city's talent attraction policy. We intend to construct 2 schools, 1 kindergarten, and adjacent to it, an elementary school. The location happens to be right next to your XX property." "XX property? Isn't that just beside that vacant lot?" Chui Fuhai's eyes lit up with realization. Years ago, he had invested heavily in that area upon hearing about plans for a large factory. However, when the factory project fell through, property prices plummeted, resulting in significant losses. He never expected that this dilapidated property would transform into a school district residence. complete with a kindergarten and elementary school nearby. With the potential for registration in Huhai, the price could increase several-fold. Just thinking about the profits from the school construction project made Shui Fuhai beam with joy. Principal Gao, please share your conditions. I will certainly comply. Gao nodded, satisfied with Shui Fuhai's attitude. Although the project was approved by the city, building schools still held significant sway within the Education Bureau. Our request is simple: 20 apartments in exchange for the opportunity to undertake the project. That doesn't seem excessive, does it? Shui Fuhai hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right, Principal Gao, consider it a gesture of friendship from me, old Shui. I accept your terms. 20 apartments, even after price increases, would only amount to just over 100 million, while securing a project could yield several billion from the government over a few years. Then let us collaborate joyfully, Mr. Shui, Gao Yu replied. Shui Fuhai smiled. You're too kind, Principal Gao. I'll have someone check how many units remain in that area and present the information to you. He promptly called for the real estate manager to bring the property data. The real estate manager hurried in with the documents, a bright smile on his face. Last month, his sales team had sold 30 units of that unappealing property, and this month they had sold another 20. If the boss knew, he would surely commend him. Shui Fuhai laid the documents out. Principal Gao, look here, the green mark units are still unsold, and the red ones are. Gao Yu adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the documents. Mr. Shui, did you perhaps mistake the data? There are no green marks here. Shui Fuhai, perplexed, looked down. So much green? How could I have missed it? Suddenly, he realized, what the hell? Where have all my properties gone? Enraged, he hurled the documents at the real estate manager. What the hell have you done? Where are my properties? Did you sell them all? The real estate manager winced from the impact, his expression one of utmost grievance. My performance has been excellent. Why are you punishing me? We're in real estate, and if we don't sell houses, what else can we do? However, seeing the boss's fury, the manager refrained from further explanation. Boss, 30 units were sold last month, and another 20 were sold yesterday. Upon hearing this, you sold 50 units. What is the difference between that and giving away several billion? Noticing Gao Yu's displeasure, Shui Fuhai pointed an accusatory finger at the real estate manager. Who sold my properties? Go fetch them for me. The real estate manager, trembling, replied. It was by Jie and Tian Xingli who sold them. I'll go get them right away. He dashed out, fearing another outburst. Chapter 64. Repurchasing the house and the office downstairs. Bai Jie was calculating the performance commission for the month with Tian Xingli. Suddenly, the property manager stormed in, visibly furious. You two have caused a great disaster. The boss wants to see you immediately, he barked. As he turned to leave, he noticed that Bai Jie and Tian Xingli stood frozen in place. The property manager, exasperated, shouted, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Tian Xingli, rising with a hint of concern, asked, Manager, may I inquire why the boss wants to see us? Bai Jie felt a heavy sensation in her chest. Could it be that the boss wanted them to accompany that client? The property manager, seasoned in the workplace, instantly recognized their apprehension. Amused yet irritated, he replied, What are you thinking? The boss wants to know about the 50 houses you sold. Hurry, he is very angry right now. Relieved that they were not being summoned for something worse, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli followed him. Gao Yu had always been a lecher, and nothing had changed. During his time working at the city government court, he had coerced a female assistant into an affair, leading to a scandal when her husband discovered them. After spending millions to suppress the incident with connections, he was reassigned to the Education Bureau. Although his power had diminished, his desires remained unchanged. Earlier, he had noticed the voluptuous and alluring Bai Jie and Tian Xingli, his gaze fixated on them. To his surprise, fate brought them before him once more. Shui Fuhai, with a stern expression, demanded, Is it true that you sold the 50 houses in the XX community? Are you unaware of company policy? Startled by the sudden confrontation from such a high-ranking individual, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli felt a wave of fear wash over them. Bai Jie clasped her hands nervously and stammered, Mr. Shui, we sold the houses and are aware that we can only sell 10 units per month. However, the community has struggled to sell for years, and prices have continuously dropped, which is why we managed to sell 10 more. Tian Xingli chimed in, Yes, Mr. Shui. We did this with the company's interests in mind. They assumed Chui was reprimanding them for exceeding the sales limit by 10 houses, a decision made with the property manager's approval. Thus, they felt somewhat secure, believing that their superior would support them. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the 50 houses they sold would soon command a much higher price. Chui Fuhai erupted in anger. Stop with the excuses. You've taken my properties. Do you think I want to send you both to jail under the guise of corporate espionage? The mere mention of jail left by Jia and Tian Xingli in shock. Had they not simply sold houses as per their duty? Although they had violated company regulations, surely it could not lead to imprisonment. As Chui Fuhai prepared to continue his tirade, Gao Yu intervened with a smile. Ladies, perhaps you're unaware, but Mr. Chui has important plans for those properties. Could you please communicate with the buyers and inform them that Mr. Chui is willing to repurchase each house for an additional $1 million? Gao's gaze lingered on Bai Jia, his intentions clear. He had pursued many female teachers in the past, but none had exuded the charm and intellect that Bai Jia possessed. He imagined that if she donned a teacher's outfit, she would outshine all others. Bai Jia and Tian Xingli exchanged hesitant glances, aware of the immense effort they had invested in securing those 50 houses. Moreover, Duja had already signed contracts. If they compelled him to return the houses, their commissions would be forfeited, jeopardizing Bai Jia's ability to fund her sister's medical treatment. Tian Xingli had resolutely decided to prioritize financial stability. Thus, they remained silent. Chui Fuhai, noticing their reluctance, grew furious. Do you think I'm joking? If you don't contact them, I will personally go through the contracts and track down each buyer. You won't see a single cent of your commission. Gao Yu quickly attempted to calm him. No, Mr. Chui. They may not even realize what they've done wrong. Bai Jia and Tian Xingli, witnessing the escalating situation, understood the gravity of the matter. Reluctantly, they decided to explain everything in detail. Tears welled in Bai Jia's eyes as she thought, I'm sorry, Qingqing. It's my fault. I couldn't safeguard the money I earned. How will you receive treatment now? That day, the hospital treated Bai Qingqing swiftly. By afternoon, Duja brought her home and then transferred her to another hospital. The female doctor examined Bai Qingqing's throat thoroughly before stating, the patient only has pharyngitis. A course of medication should suffice. As the doctor scribbled a prescription, she murmured, how strange. There are no other complications. That shouldn't be the case. Bai Qingqing blushed, shyly tugging at her clothes, while Duja cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. Once the doctor had completed the prescription, they hurriedly left the hospital. Once seated in their new Maserati, Duja teased, I told you it wouldn't end well. Look, you have an inflammation now. Bai Qingqing pouted. I was just worried about you, knowing you would tease me. Seeing Bai Qingqing's adorable demeanor, Duja couldn't resist kissing her twice. Just as he was about to drive home, a message notification chimed. Tian Xingli, Mr. Duja, our boss wishes to discuss something with you tonight. He wants to repurchase the house you bought recently for $1 million more than the transaction price. Repurchasing the house. The news about the school must have circulated, prompting the property owner's urgent desire to reclaim the properties. Did he think Duja was unaware of their value? Duja smiled subtly, adressing Bai Qingqing. I'll take you home first. I have something to attend to tonight. Bai Qingqing nodded. Okay, Duja, please be careful. Don't worry. It's about those 2 charming ladies I mentioned earlier. It's fortunate you're resting today. Just be mindful of them. Don't overexert yourself. I understand. P.S. Tian Xingli, in a hurry, leaned out of the window, looking up at the building. Bai Jia looked puzzled, asking, Xingli, what are you doing? White sister. The reader's boss said if we stick our heads out of the window, they will send us free little gifts. Bai Jia responded. Chapter 65. 100 million in, 400 million out. In a luxurious private room of a star-rated hotel, Chui Fuhai wore a grave expression, his hand unsteadily holding a wine glass, seemingly lost in thought. Gao Yu, seated beside him, furrowed his brow in concern. Standing upright nearby were Bai Jia and Tian Xingli, their faces etched with tension and unease. These 2 beautiful and voluptuous women could easily captivate anyone's attention. Yet Chui Fuhai was entirely preoccupied, primarily due to the likelihood of his health returning only next month. Even Gao Yu, typically a man of many desires, refrained from casting a glance at Bai Jie. Earlier, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli had informed him about the sale of properties, 50 units in total, purchased entirely by a young man named Du Zhe. It was worth noting that even in his capacity as a senior official in the Education Bureau, Chui had only learned the specifics of the school's location in the past 2 days. Du Zhe had commenced his extensive property acquisitions over a month prior. Clearly, he was backed by concealed force. Could he be affiliated with someone influential in the municipal government? Believing that Du Zhe was likely a pawn sent by the powerful to reap profits ahead of time. 50 units, if he wished to reclaim them. How much would that cost him? Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room, capturing everyone's attention. Chui Fuhai and Gao Yu exchanged glances, their expressions tense. While Bai Jie and Tian Xingli's faces brightened, their previously trembling forms now steady. The arrival of Du Zhe instilled great psychological comfort in them. Under the watchful eyes of the four, a dapper and handsome young man strode into the room, exuding a confidence that seemed to ignore the world around him. He took a seat directly across from Chui Fuhai and Gao Yu. Du Zhe waved at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli, who beamed at his presence and rushed to stand at his sides, as if he were their boss and their support. Witnessing the scene, Chui Fuhai and Gao Yu's expressions darkened further. Du Zhe had immediately assumed a commanding presence upon entering, suggesting he had formidable backing. Bai Jie poured tea for Du Zhe and respectfully offered it to him. After a sip, he smiled and addressed Chui Fuhai. Which one of you is Boss Chui? I've heard that you intend to repurchase the properties I acquired at a premium of 1 million per unit. Chui Fuhai forced a strained smile. Mr. Du, I am Chui Fuhai, the owner of Mingzhu Real Estate. Regarding those 50 units, due to certain special circumstances, our company does not intend to sell them. These two salespersons acted on their own accord, leading to this farce, as you can see. Farce. Casting a look of disbelief at Chui Fuhai. Boss Chui, if I dare to spend such a substantial amount, it signifies my awareness of the situation there. Please, make a sincere offer. At this, both Chui Fuhai and Gao Yu's expressions shifted dramatically. Du Zhe was indeed aware of the property's significance within the educational district. Gao Yu adjusted his glasses and attempted to interject, Mr. Du, may I? Are you also looking to purchase properties? Du Zhe cut him off directly. Although slightly irritated by the interruption, Gao Yu forced a smile. That is not my intention. I am from the Municipal Education Bureau. My name is Gao Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Gao's name, Du Zhe raised an eyebrow. You're that principal, correct? Gao Yu's heart raced, a wave of panic washing over him. He had only recently secured this position through financial connections. The decision was not yet public, known only to a select few. This Du Zhe clearly had formidable connections. Yes, that is me. Do you know me, Mr. Du? I have known of you for 2 decades. Du Zhe replied, turning his gaze away, no longer acknowledging Gao Yu. The latter felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but he dared not express any discontent. He merely nodded at Chui Fuhai, silently communicating the need to tread carefully with Du Zhe. Chui Fuhai inhaled sharply, then shifted to a sincere demeanor. Monsieur Du, my apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. Please state your price, and let us see how much you are willing to negotiate. Seeing Chui Fuhai now open to negotiation, Du Zhe straightened in his seat. Bai Jie quickly handed over a property dossier detailing the 50 units, layouts, sizes, and transaction prices. After glancing through it, Du Zhe remarked, you should be well aware that the value of these properties will at least quintuple in the near future. Chui Fuhai nodded in agreement. Recognizing the potential of the properties within the district as government incentives to attract talent, the anticipated price increase might even be an underestimate. Du Zhe tossed the dossier aside, stating, I know you will soon be making extensive acquisitions within the community, spending a significant sum. Therefore, I do not wish to demand too much from you. He raised 5 fingers, declaring, 400 million. Just 400 million, and all 50 units will be yours. Chui Fuhai stood up abruptly. Knowing Du Zhe had substantial backing, he refrained from voicing his outrage. You purchased these properties for just over 100 million within a fortnight, and now you demand 400 million? Even if your benefactors are eager for cash, that is an exorbitant request. Mr. Du, 400 million is simply beyond my means. Could we possibly negotiate a more flexible price? Duja was well aware of Chui Fuhai's financial limitations. Individuals in real estate often had their vast assets tied up in properties and land. While it appeared Chui Fuhai possessed billions, liquidating cash proved challenging, especially without resorting to distress sales. However, Duja merely intended to test Chui Fuhai's boundaries, leading to a series of negotiations. Ultimately, Chui Fuhai managed to muster 100 million in cash, with the remaining 300 million secured through property collateral. Duja found this outcome acceptable, as he had yet to identify a suitable venue for his company. With Chui Fuhai's assistance, he was spared considerable effort. After a cordial discussion, Duja took his leave. As he departed, Chui Fuhai glared at Bai Jie and Tian Xingli with simmering anger. Were it not for their blunders, he would not have faced such significant losses. They would be dismissed the following day. Understanding the fury in their boss's gaze, Bai Jie her elation was palpable. Moreover, Duja's gallantry made her feel as though she had struck gold. She promptly alighted from the vehicle. Duja then turned his gaze towards Bai Jie, who remained in the car, her countenance flushed with bashfulness. Feeling self-conscious under his gaze, Bai Jie inwardly berated herself for her timidity. We've come this far. What am I still hesitating for? She mused. Ching, I pledge to you, my dear sister, this shall be the last time I resort to such measures for financial gain. Once my salary is disbursed, I shall take you for treatment, and we shall never be apart again. Subsequently, Bai Jie, her cheeks ablaze, descended from the car. It is all for Ching, not because I desire this. Chapter 66. Assisting Bai Jie, it was past 11 o'clock at night. Duja leaned against the headboard, perusing the property information sent by Chui Fuhai on his phone. Most of the locations were quite decent, yet he had yet to find a site suitable for establishing a business. As he scrolled through the property listings, his phone buzzed with a new message. Bai Ching, Duja, where are you up to? Upon realizing the message was from Bai Ching, Duja opened it and replied, I'm out looking for someone again. Bai Ching, I don't believe you. Pouts, Duja, would you like me to send you a photo? Bai Ching, no way. Just enjoy yourself and remember to take precautions. Duja, understood. You should get some rest. I want to be back tonight. Patting head, Bai Ching. Okay, good night. Sleeping. After glancing over the property details for a while longer, Duja set his phone aside and began to contemplate which properties to select. Bai Jie appeared slightly unwell. Earlier, while drinking water, she had rushed and accidentally choked. Observing this, Duja gently patted her back, and her complexion improved somewhat. She looked at the robust Duja and blushed, saying, Thank you, Duja. Duja chuckled softly and remarked, I actually wanted to ask you before. You always put in so much effort. I'm curious about your reasons. If you're facing difficulties, perhaps I can lend a hand. He could discern that Bai Jie lacked much experience, yet she always approached her work with earnestness, giving off a vibe of trying to please him. Just moments ago, when she glanced at the contract, she couldn't contain her emotions, tears welling in her eyes. This piqued Duja's curiosity. Upon hearing Duja's words, Bai Jie's eyes reddened. However, she rubbed her eyes and replied, It's nothing. I just want to earn a little more money. Duja was not convinced that it was merely that simple. He had purchased 50 properties through her and made a staggering 400 million, even though he had arranged for Chui Fuhai to pay their salaries. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli would ultimately face termination. This made Duja feel somewhat guilty. If Bai Jie truly had difficulties, he would be more than willing to assist her, provided it was within reason. 2,000 per instance, no doubling. After all, there were no emotional ties to consider. However, for other women, he would never grant them the opportunity to negotiate a price. Duja then fixed his gaze on Bai Jie's eyes and stated earnestly, Bai Jie, this is my final offer. Given how often you have accompanied me, if you need assistance, feel free to speak up. I don't easily extend kindness, so you should cherish this opportunity. Bai Jie's eyes brimmed with tears as she sobbed softly. Duja's words had stirred emotions within her that were difficult to articulate. After a long pause, she trembled and confessed, My sister is very ill and requires a lot of money for treatment. You don't know what to do, sobi. Duja regarded Bai Jie's tearful visage and reflected for a moment. No wonder she worked so hard. Tian Xingli had always worked fewer shifts than her. Bai Jie appeared as though her backbone had been stripped away, hunched over, hands covering her face as she wept, her shoulders shaking violently. Her sister had been suffering from leukemia for 4 years, and the pressure had rendered Bai Jie exceedingly fragile. Duja's offer of care shattered the facade of strength she had maintained. She no longer suppressed her emotions, allowing the dam of pent-up feelings to burst forth. Large tears cascaded onto the bed, soaking the sheets. Duja observed Bai Jie in this state with a sense of melancholy. This was the profound bond between sisters. Meanwhile, Tian Xingli, who had already awakened, couldn't hold back any longer. She sat up and said to Bai Jie, "Sister Bai, don't be sad. Duja is a good person. Since he has promised to help you, he won't deceive you." Then Tian Xingli turned to Duja, earnestly stating, "Duja, Sister Bai is different from me. I'm in it for the money, but she's doing this for her sister. The last time I sought help, I did so knowing that Bai Jie had a sick sister, which is why I asked her to accompany you. She is a good person. I beg you, please help her." Bai Jie also lifted her head, gazing helplessly at Duja. He lingered on their faces for a moment before revealing a gentle smile. "Tomorrow, I will go to Chui Fuhai and have him disburse the salaries you both deserve." Tian Xingli cheered with delight and immediately embraced Bai Jie's curvaceous form. Bai Jie, who had been crying sorrowfully, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile of gratitude. She choked back her tears and said, "Duja, I'm truly grateful to you. Thank you for being willing to help me." Bai Jie had initially thought it would be enough for Duja to help them retrieve their salaries. However, his next statement left her utterly stunned. "By the way, after you receive your salaries tomorrow, will you be losing your jobs?" Tian Xingli replied affirmatively, "Yes. After you help us get our salaries, we might be terminated." Bai Jie lowered her head. At over 30 years old, with no formal education, being dismissed from the company left her uncertain about her future employment prospects. Yet, none of that mattered as much as securing treatment for Qingqing. Just as her thoughts drifted back to her sister, she suddenly heard Duja say, "What if you both worked as full-time caretakers for my partner? Her health isn't great, and I can't always be by her side. If you're willing, I can take you to meet her in a couple of days." Bai Jie was left dumbfounded by Duja's words. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Duja was genuinely treating them with such kindness. In that moment, Bai Jie felt an unprecedented sense of care. "Duja, thank you," she exclaimed, then spontaneously embraced him, her gaze soft and affectionate. Duja smiled gently and switched off the light. The following morning, Bai Jie glanced at a few contract documents laid out on the table. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Duja sat quietly nearby, observing her. Bai Jie, whose cheeks were already flushed, felt a wave of embarrassment. Duja produced a pen and explained, "This is the contract for you to work as a caretaker at my partner's residence. The monthly salary is 10,000, with room and board included." Upon hearing the monthly salary, Tian Xingli was instantly overjoyed. Without hesitation, she casually skimmed through the contract and signed her name. After all, Duja was a man with several billion. The salary didn't concern her. As long as she was by his side, she was sure to reap benefits. 10,000 a month, along with free meals and accommodation in a mansion. Where could she find such a lucrative opportunity? Furthermore, if Duja occasionally rewarded her with an extra 2,000, it was almost unimaginable. Tian Xingli smiled seductively and said, "Mr. Duja, what do you think of me? In terms of serving, I believe I perform quite well. Why not keep me as a mistress? It doesn't need to be much. I promise to make you happy every day." Duja chuckled and playfully patted her waist. Tian Xingli gasped lightly and then shot him a provocative glance, as if to say, why not take it a step further? Meanwhile, Bai Jie had finished signing her name on the contracts, although hers seemed to include a few more pages than Tian Xingli's. Once both had completed their signatures, Duja looked at them with satisfaction. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone, prompting Bai Jie to divulge her Alipay account details. Soon after, a distinct electronic chime reverberated through the room, announcing the arrival of 1 million yuan into the Alipay account. Bai Jie and Tian Xingli were instantly thunderstruck, remaining motionless in disbelief. Duja produced a contract, smiling at Bai Jia as he said, "Within the contract you just signed, there's an IOU for a loan of 1 million yuan from me. Use this money to treat your sister's illness. As for repayment, when I have need, your company will suffice at a rate of 2,000 per occasion." Gazing upon Du's handsome countenance, Bai Jia's heart surged with gratitude, akin to a levee breached by a deluge. All her weariness, trepidation, and helplessness were laid bare before Duja. Once more, she embraced Duja's waist tightly, emitting sobs of gratitude. "Duja, thank you." Chapter 67. Concerns time swiftly approached 2:30 in the afternoon. Bai Jia's complexion radiated a charming blush. She gently tapped on Tian Xingli beside her, but before she could utter a word, Tian Xingli curled up tightly, enveloped in her blanket, appearing utterly terrified. "Ha ha ha! Xingli, why are you so frightened?" "Boy ye, that's it." Upon hearing Bai Jia's voice, Tian Xingli finally realized her fears were unfounded. She slumped like a puddle of mud, exhausted, and replied, "Sister Bai, you shouldn't criticize me. You were so scared earlier that you ran into the bathroom, leaving me all alone here. Do you have any idea how much torment I endured?" The embarrassing memory made Bai Jia blush profusely. To evade Duja, her abandonment of her sisterly duties indeed felt shameful. Bai Jia retorted, "No, it's just that I wanted you to take your time. After all, you haven't seen your fiancé for several years." Tian Xingli chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to Bai Jia. "It's only been a few years for me, but Sister Bai, it's been over a decade for you. Why should you still be so modest?" She then began to tickle Bai Jia, eliciting peals of laughter and a swift counterattack, turning their playful banter into a delightful spectacle. This enchanting scene was witnessed by Duja, who had just returned from purchasing undergarments. He cleared his throat and tossed the clothes onto the bed. "Enough of this. Put your clothes on. It's almost afternoon." Upon hearing Du's voice, both women promptly halted their frolicking. Bai Jia shyly burrowed into the blanket, her heart racing, while Tian Xingli boldly rose to her feet, spinning around to showcase herself to Duja. Duja pretended to lunge forward, mimicking undressing, which caused Tian Xingli's face to pale in fright. Fortunately, he was merely teasing her, intending no further antics. Tian Xingli exhaled a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. If Duja really came closer, I wouldn't be able to move at all today." Later, around 5 o'clock, Duja emerged from the Mingzhu real estate building, greeted by the beaming smile of Cui Fuhai. Duja inquired, "Boss Cui, what about their salaries and commissions?" Cui Fuhai patted his chest, laughing heartily. "No problem, Mr. Du. I'll have the finance department settle it, and it will be in their accounts by tomorrow." "Great, we'll take our leave now." With that, Duja and the two women turned and departed in their vehicle, leaving Cui Fuhai standing at the company entrance, grinning with delight. Determining the market value of the land was challenging. Hence, he had allocated 100 million in funds and 350 million in real estate to Duja. He initially assumed Duja would seek valuable central properties, but was taken aback to find he only wanted several villas and a 2-story office building. Upon returning, he could easily persuade some unsuspecting homeowners to sell their properties. Coupled with the profits from contracted projects, this venture could yield several billion. Just as Cui Fuhai was unable to contain his laughter, a flustered Gao Yu descended from the upper floors. Approaching Cui Fuhai, he sheepishly said, "Boss Cui, there has been a change. The city has suddenly announced that the project is directly bid." He added, "If you want to proceed, you'll have to outsource it." After a deathly silence, Cui Fuhai's furious roar shattered the air. "Gao Yu, I curse your entire family." After escorting Bai Jia and Tian Xingli to their residence, Duja intended to leave directly. However, Bai Jia grasped his hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Duja, why don't you come upstairs and rest for a while? I have so many words of gratitude I wish to express." Her voice dwindled, fearing Duja might decline. He gently held Bai Jia's hand, its softness captivating. He then retrieved his phone, sending a message to the doctor responsible for Qingqing's treatment. "Duja, is the treatment proceeding smoothly? What time will it conclude?" "Doctor, the patient's condition has shown significant improvement, and the recovery is promising. The treatment should finish around 9 tonight." 9 o'clock? Duja glanced at the time. It was just past 6. Almost there. Around 7:30, Duja prepared to depart. Bai Jie watched his retreating figure, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Duja, thank you. Without you, I would have never been able to gather enough money for my sister's treatment. I owe you 100,000. I will repay you in the future. And you may use it anytime, anywhere, because you are my salvation. At 9 o'clock that evening, Duja drove to pick up Bai Qingqing. Along the way, he frequently glanced at her profile. Compared to a while ago, she looked significantly better, her cheeks rosy and glowing with vitality. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 at night. Bai Qingqing lay nestled in Duja's embrace, softly murmuring, Duja, my health is starting to improve. I want to inform my sister. She is still working in Binhai to save money, and doesn't he know I've come here for treatment? Duja pressed a gentle kiss to Bai Qingqing's forehead. He understood her concerns all too well. A sick girl being cared for by a wealthy man in Huai, spending 10 million on medical expenses, and owning a villa worth tens of millions along with luxury cars. She could only explain it by saying she was being supported. Even showing her sister the contract he had signed for Qingqing would be futile. Cradling Bai Qingqing tenderly, he knew he had to care for Qingning and Aunt Lan as well. He couldn't promise a complete future for Qingqing. Qingqing, be honest with your sister. Though I can't offer you a formal title, I will always care for you as your man for a lifetime. Your sister can stay here too. Whenever I have time, I will come to be with you both. Bai Qingqing's eyes reddened, her voice thick with emotion. Yes, I will video call my sister tomorrow to explain the situation. Regardless of whether she can accept it, I will show her how well you treat me. Duja nodded, gently wiping away her tears. Good, Qingqing, no matter your sister's stance on you staying by my side, I will never leave you. I will do everything in my power to convince her. Chapter 68. Confession. The following morning, Duja departed early, leaving the time ahead to Qingqing and her sister. In the room, Bai Qingqing sat silently at the edge of the bed, her eyes swollen and red. After a long while, she finally picked up her phone, trembling as she dialed Bai Jie's WeChat video call. In her rental apartment, Bai Jie stared at the notification on her phone, revealing a recent deposit of over 500,000. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. For years, a full 4 years, she had toiled relentlessly in Binhai, all for the hope of one day gathering enough funds for Qingqing's surgery. Yet, the treatment for leukemia was far from simple. Even the most affordable chemotherapy would cost hundreds of thousands, with little hope of a cure. Bai Jie's greatest desire at present was for a hematopoietic stem cell transplant. Even if it meant using her own bone marrow, she would sacrifice anything to save her sister. As for the more expensive targeted therapies and immunotherapies, Bai Jie dared not even contemplate them. They were utterly beyond the reach of someone like her. Currently, she had saved around 1 million, complemented by another million lent by Duja. This amount was sufficient to take Qingqing to a hospital in Binhai for surgery. This thought brought tears to her eyes once more. Qingqing, my poor sister, you have suffered so much over the years. Once you are healed, I will never let you go again. Then, trembling, Bai Jie opened Qingqing's WeChat, eager to share this good news. Suddenly, the sound of a call interrupted her. Bai Qingqing had called her first. Could it be that, in some mystical way, Qingqing sensed her current emotions? Wiping her tears, Bai Jie answered the call. As the connection was made, Bai Qingqing could hardly contain the emotion in her voice. Sister, how have you been? Are you tired? Just those few words, are you tired? Were laden with countless feelings of longing and concern. Bai Jie, overcome with emotion, began to sob. Qingqing, I'm not tired. I'm doing well here. My work is easy, and I've earned quite a bit of money. Qingqing, I have good news. I've saved before she could finish. Bai Qingqing's cries interrupted her. Sister, I'm in Binhai. I'm right by your side. Sister, my illness is almost cured. You don't need to work so hard anymore. I miss you. I miss you so much. What did you say? You're in Binhai, and your illness is almost cured. Bai Jie's voice rose sharply, her face a mask of disbelief. How could Qingqing possibly be in Binhai? And where would she have found the money for treatment alone? The first thought that crossed Bai Jie's mind was the possibility that her sister had been deceived. Desperately, she cried out, Qingqing, where are you right now? Please tell me. I'll come to find you. She sprang up, ready to hail a cab. Bai Qingqing stifled her tears and replied, Sister, I'm fine. I'm living in a large villa, and I'm doing well. You don't need to worry about me. She then turned her phone to show Bai Jie the room's interior. The environment was warm and inviting, with no one else present apart from Bai Qingqing. Seeing that her sister was unharmed, Bai Jie's taut nerves finally relaxed, as if a bowstring that had been pulled to its limit was suddenly released. She felt her legs weaken and sank down to the floor. Qingqing, what on earth is going on? Please, tell me everything. The events unfolding were so surreal that Bai Jie could scarcely believe they were real. Observing her sister's anxious and terrified expression through the screen, Bai Qingqing wiped her tears. Sister, I can't explain everything over the phone right now. You should come here, and I'll tell you everything in person. Upon arriving at XX Garden with Tian Xingli, Bai Jie was left speechless by the sight before her. Dense, sprawling woods, and an array of luxurious, standalone villas. Each house here must cost at least 20 to 30 million. Bai Jie's gaze grew hollow and dazed, nearly causing her to collapse. Thankfully, Tian Xingli was there to support her. Sister, don't worry. Your sister will be fine. She too was astonished. How could Bai Jie's sister possibly reside in such an opulent area? Bai Jie and Tian Xingli approached the security booth. After confirming their names matched what Bai Qingqing had previously provided, the guard readily opened the gate and even arranged a golf cart to take them to the villa where Bai Qingqing resided. Ding dong, Bai Jie nervously pressed the doorbell, her gaze fixed on a closed door. Her hands clenched the edges of her clothing, her heart pounding fiercely. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a familiar slender figure. Bai Jie's eyes immediately filled with tears. It was Qingqing, her own sister, Qingqing. Sister, Bai Qingqing cried out, rushing into Bai Jie's embrace, weeping freely. Bai Jie too could not help but sob, a bittersweet ache filling her chest. In Bai Qingqing's room on the second floor, Bai Jie held her sister's shoulders. Incredulous as she asked, So, you haven't been in a sanatorium these past years? Your boss brought you to Binhai for treatment and let you live here? Bai Qingqing blushed and nodded. Yes, he offered me a job. After I signed the contract, he brought me to Binhai for treatment, and once I'm well, I'll work for him to pay him back. Tian Xingli, seated on the sofa, appeared stunned, her mouth twitching involuntarily. According to what Bai Qingqing had just said, that boss had spent a staggering 10 million just for her surgery. What kind of boss would be so foolish as to spend such a fortune treating a girl who merely played video games? Not to mention buying her a villa to ensure she was comfortable. Clearly, it indicated she was being kept. Tian Xingli could not help but feel envious while simultaneously relieved for Bai Jie. She understood the years of effort Bai Jie had put forth were for this very reason. Now, with Qingqing's illness no longer a concern, she was living the enviable life that many dreamt of. Bai Jie was finally free from her burdens. Looking at her sister's flushed face, Bai Jie pressed her lips together. With her experience, she understood that her sister's words were not entirely truthful. The mere thought that her sister might be supported by some wealthy man sent a pang of anguish through Bai Jie's heart, tightening it painfully. She fiercely embraced Bai Qingqing, weeping uncontrollably. Qingqing, it's all my fault for being incapable. For not earning enough to cure your illness. If only I had earned money sooner. You wouldn't have my dear sister. Why must all this suffering fall upon you? Guilt and regret flooded Bai Jie's innermost thoughts. She feared that the man might harbor ill intentions, deceiving her sister with false promises or lies. What if he were old, perhaps even a grandfather, merely wealthy, seeking to exploit her sister's innocence? Seeing the expression on her sister's face, Bai Qingqing could easily tell that Bai Jie was aware of her situation. However, she simply hadn't clarified everything. Sister, don't overthink it. He is a really good person, and he is about my age. What? Bai Jie quickly looked up, astonished. You mean the person helping you is around your age? Bai Qingqing lowered her head demurely, acknowledging, yes, and he is exceptionally kind to me, taking wonderful care of me. When I needed medical attention, he did not hesitate at all, providing me with 10 million without a second thought. Upon hearing how well this man treated her sister, Bai Jie swallowed nervously. She asked tentatively, Qingqing, does he perhaps harbor affections for you? Bai Qingqing nearly buried her face in her clothes, blushing as she replied, Yes, we have already. In front of her sister, Bai Qingqing couldn't bring herself to utter those words. However, Bai Jie could clearly discern the truth. The situation was already beyond remedy. Very well, as long as that man treats Qingqing well, that is all that matters. Since he is good to you, then I can rest assured. The two of you should be happy together. Her heart, which had just begun to settle, was immediately seized by Qingqing's subsequent words. Sister, I do like him, but his girlfriend is not me. Bai Ye. What? Chapter 69 Encounter Villa, second floor. A radiant smile adorned Bai Qingqing's face as she slowly recounted the events of recent times to Bai Jie. Upon hearing how the man had been exceedingly attentive to Qingqing and had spent several tens of millions on her, Bai Jie's furrowed brow finally began to relax. Observing her sister's enamored expression, Bai Jie couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. Well, having someone willing to care for Qingqing was sufficient. Alas, it was unfortunate that this man already had a girlfriend. Otherwise, Qingqing's future would undoubtedly be filled with happiness. Nevertheless, Bai Jie did not harbor any extravagant expectations. The man had already invested so much in Qingqing and given her profound affection for him. The question of marriage seemed less significant. After all, what did a title matter? As long as her sister was content, the rest was inconsequential. Suddenly, Qingqing inquired, "By the way, sister, you mentioned you had good news to share with me. What is it?" Seeing Qingqing's joyful demeanor, Bai Jie couldn't help but caress her sister's cheek. During this time, I too encountered a benefactor. He purchased dozens of properties, which has greatly enriched me. When he learned I had a sick sister, he generously lent me $1 million and even introduced me to a high-paying job. He said once you recover, you can work for him to repay the debt. Hearing that her mother had also met a good person, Bai Qingqing felt a surge of happiness. Regrettably, all her expenses were covered by Duja's money. Otherwise, she could have repaid her sister's debt. She then embraced Bai Jie, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, don't worry. Once I recover, I will earn money and repay him as soon as possible. Bai Jie tenderly stroked Qingqing's face, smiling. All right, we will talk about it when you get better. Silly Qingqing, what I owe him cannot simply be repaid with money, but with my own body. Bai Jie couldn't help but recall the events of the previous day, her cheeks flushing. She still owed him a full $1 million. Based on a unit price Duja had mentioned, she would need to repay him 500 times to settle the debt. Biting her glossy lips, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Just 500 times, perhaps that wouldn't be sufficient. Bai Jie felt that a strange emotion had begun to blossom within her heart towards Duja, something akin to gratitude, yet tinged with infatuation. She couldn't quite define her feelings for him, but if repaying Duja meant using her body, it would be best to set that price as low as possible, ensuring she could never fully repay him in her lifetime. By the way, Qingqing, Bai Jie asked with a playful tone, after listening to you for so long. I still don't know that man's name. Bai Qingqing shyly fiddled with the hem of her clothes. I'll tell you later when he comes home. Then I'll introduce him to you. She then asked, Sister, who is the person that helped you? I want to thank him in person. Upon hearing her daughter wish to thank Duja, Bai Jie quickly dissuaded her, explaining that he was a businessman and very busy. It would be best not to disturb him. Bai Qingqing then set aside her thoughts and began messaging Duja to inform him of her sister's arrival. Seeing that Qingqing no longer had questions, Bai Jie finally exhaled in relief. If Qingqing were to discover the nature of her relationship with Duja, she could only imagine how her sister would perceive her as an unworthy sibling. Duja had just exited the newly acquired double-story office building, which he planned to use as the location for his media company. After coordinating with the renovation company and discussing the overall design style, he received a message from Bai Qingqing as soon as he stepped outside. Bai Qingqing, Duja, my sister has arrived. Do you want to come back and meet her? Duja, sure, I'll be right there. After sending his response, he immediately bought a plethora of gifts and drove straight to the villa. Besides money, he could offer Bai Qingqing nothing in terms of status. He was uncertain whether Qingqing's sister would approve of his relationship with her, but regardless, he would never abandon Qingqing. It was now a matter of persuading her successfully. At the villa entrance, just as Duja was about to open the door, he reconsidered and pressed the doorbell instead. The clear chime echoed through the air. Bai Qingqing, who was seated upstairs, instantly jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "He-s back." The sight of her sister's joy brought a faint smile to Bai Jie's lips. It was evident that Qingqing was genuinely fond of him. Nearby, the bored Tian Xingli took a step forward and said with a grin, "I'll go down and open the door." Curious to see who has the discerning eye to be with such a beautiful girl like Qingqing. Bai Qingqing blushed deeply. Tian Xingli then cheerfully descended the stairs. At the moment she opened the door, Tian Xingli's eyes widened in disbelief upon recognizing the figure before her. "How could it be you? Duja vas ikvali astonisit. What are you doing here?" He had not informed Tian Xingli that he was coming to work as a caretaker. So how had she appeared at Qingqing's villa? Just then, Bai Qingqing's excited voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of her hurried footsteps as she rushed downstairs. Seeing Duja's return, she dashed forward, embraced his arm, and called upstairs, "Sister, hurry down. I want to introduce you." Duja glanced past the astonished Tian Xingli and looked up the stairs, hearing a gentle voice responding, "All right, I'm coming down." That voice sounded so familiar. Duja's pupils constricted, and he glanced at the still-dazed Tian Xingli, a sense of foreboding washing over him. No way. Could it be? As Bai Jie descended the stairs, she attempted to maintain a dignified demeanor, as it was her first meeting with her sister's significant other. As the unofficial sister-in-law, she felt it necessary to ascertain what kind of person he was. Bai Qingqing clung to Duja's arm, her cheeks flushed. "Sister, this is the person I told you about. His name is Duzi." Bai Jie exclaimed in shock. "Baya, Duzi, Ishued, Ikalitikanabac." Their simultaneous exclamations interrupted by Qingqing, who looked bewildered at the astonished expressions on their faces. "You two have met?" Duja's mind went blank as he stared at Bai Jie on the staircase. "Bai Jie, Bai Qingqing, how could this be?" Such a melodramatic plot could not possibly be happening to him. This was not a novel. Duzi felt dizzy. If Qingqing and Bai Jie were sisters, it meant he had been involved with Bai Jie first, then with Qingqing, and now again with Bai Jie, and the realization struck him with a jolt. Facing the two sisters simultaneously was an impossible conundrum. While he had no qualms dealing with the likes of Chu Mengyao and Chunya, Bai Qingqing was the woman he cherished, yet Bai Jie had also shared intimate moments with him. How could he face Qingqing moving forward? How could he possibly navigate a relationship with both sisters? Duja was still reeling from the shock, but Bai Jie, with her fragile psyche, was even more overwhelmed. It was unfathomable for her to comprehend that Duja was indeed her sister's partner. Suddenly, Bai Jie felt darkness enveloping her vision before she collapsed straight down the stairs. Amidst an atmosphere laden with palpable tension, they sat in the living room. Only the dolorous sobs of Bai Qingqing echoed through the air as she clung to Bai Jie, her heart evidently shattered. "Sister, what happened just now? If not for Duja's swift action, do you realize the danger you would have been in?" Bai Jie turned her head mechanically towards Duja, her gaze initially vacant, yet slowly regaining a glimmer upon seeing Qingqing weeping in her arms. In a gentle tone, she reassured, "I'm fine, Qingqing. I simply stood up too quickly and fell a bit dizzy." Tian Xingli placed several glasses of water on the table, then retreated to a distant chair, observing the scene with rapt attention. The unfolding drama was too outlandish for words, exceeding even the most dramatic television narratives. Duja, it turned out, was Bai Qingqing's lover, and Qingqing was Bai Jie's sister. The implications were staggering. Duja had been intimate with both sisters, a transgression of familial sanctity, while Tian Xingli was consumed by disbelief. Duja and Bai Jie were racked with anguish. Duja knew he had fallen for Qingqing, whose indomitable spirit shone despite her illness. Yet he could not erase the memories of his encounters with Bai Jie. Why, he wondered, did the two have to share such a close bond? After a moment of quiet weeping, Bai Qingqing wiped her tears and inquired, "By the way, how did you two even meet?" Her gaze was fixed on Duja, her eyes filled with curiosity. His heart sank as he met her gaze. He hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. Qingqing's health was at a critical juncture, and he feared that the truth might shatter her, jeopardizing her treatment or even driving her to despair. "Well, he stammered, the lie faltering on his lips. Bai Jie swiftly composed herself, her eyes regaining their luster. "Qingqing, it's quite a serendipitous tale," she said with a smile. "Duja is the very benefactor I mentioned, the one who lent me $1 million. "Really?" Qingqing exclaimed, her face lighting up. Turning to Duja, She continued. So you're the one who bought dozens of apartments for my sister and lent her $1 million for my treatment? Duja glanced at Bai Jie, whose eyes pleaded with him to play along and shield Qingqing from the truth. Understanding her silent request, Duja chuckled wryly and said, I never imagined that the person I was helping would turn out to be my sister-in-law. Tian Xingli, eager to contribute to the charade, chimed in, Indeed, it's fate. It proves that Duja and Qingqing are a match made in heaven. What are the odds of such a thing happening? Hearing Tian Xingli's words, Qingqing's heart swelled with affection. Duja had encountered her in her hometown, generously funding her treatment and showering her with care. And now, in Binhai, he had crossed paths with her sister, inadvertently helping her earn money and providing the funds for her medical care. He was undoubtedly her destined soulmate. With one lie established, the rest came easily. Duja and Bai Jie weaved a tale, embellished by Tian Xingli's persuasive salesmanship, transforming their complicated situation into a heartwarming narrative. After a few minutes, Qingqing exclaimed, So the high-paying job you mentioned was arranged by Duja, so you could take care of me? Bai Jie responded with an awkward smile. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. As they continued their conversation, lunchtime approached. Qingqing insisted on preparing a meal. Eager for her sister to savor her cooking once more, Tian Xingli promptly offered to assist, leaving Bai Jie and Duja alone in the living room, grappling with their shared discomfort. I genuinely had no idea Qingqing was your sister, Duja stammered, scratching his head. Tears welled up in Bai Jie's eyes as she gazed at the man she had vowed to cherish forever. I will repay the $1 million I owe you, she declared. Duja nodded solemnly, understanding the implications of her words. Their connection had to be severed, as if it had never existed. Bai Jie's eyes glistened with tears as she hurried to the restroom, where she sobbed quietly. Why? Why does Duja have to be Qingqing's man? What am I supposed to do? I can't possibly share a husband with her. Duja found the midday meal to be a cheerless affair. Glancing intermittently at Bai Jie and Qingqing, his head throbbing with unease. He had never experienced such turmoil with Chu Mengyao or Chunya. Throughout the meal, a subtle heat emanated from Duja's body, persisting for an extended period. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he could no longer bear it. He ascended the stairs and knocked on Qingqing's door. Is Xingli here? He inquired. The three women were engaged in conversation inside the room. Tian Xingli opened the door, noticing the faint redness in Duja's eyes. Duja, what's the matter? Could you do me a favor? He asked. Despite her curiosity, Tian Xingli agreed to assist Duja and followed him downstairs. After escorting the weary Tian Xingli to a room on the first floor to rest, Duja shook his head in resignation. I guess I'll try my luck elsewhere. I'll inform Qingqing that I won't be joining them for dinner, he muttered to himself. He then drove to the city center. Chapter 71. Lin Qingshan, Linyu, Zhoujing Airport. Linyu, adorned in a white short-sleeve top and denim trousers, emerged, wheeling a small suitcase. As she walked, she chuckled in her phone. I'm back, Ziyuanjia. A gentle voice emanated from the phone. Then hurry home. Don't keep Uncle Lin waiting. Linyu hummed in agreement, then inquired, Ziyuanjia, aren't you returning? Alas, you know my situation. Once I return, I'll undoubtedly be pressured to marry, so I'll continue to stay here for now, delaying it as long as possible. All right then. Minutes later, Linyu reached the airport exit and ended the call. A sleek Audi sedan came to a smooth halt before her. The car window descended, and a middle-aged man greeted. Miss, I'm here to take you home. Linyu settled into the car, asking with a hint of perplexity, Uncle Zheng, why didn't my father and aunt come and pick me up? Uncle Zheng offered a wry smile. It's best you see for yourself when you get home. Observing Uncle Zheng's expression, Linyu surmised they had quarreled again. Half an hour later, the vehicle parked in front of a small villa. Before Linyu could ascend the stairs, the sounds of a dispute echoed from above. Lin Qingshan, I knew it. You still can't forget that woman. What nonsense are you spouting again? I'm still discussing business. Please leave. Subsequently, a shapely and beautiful woman, around 36 or 37 years of age, was pushed out of the room. Tears streamed down Zhou Jing's face as she lamented at the door. I even saw that woman's photo on your phone. And you haven't deleted it. What is it about me that's not good enough? You haven't touched me once in these past dozen years. In what way am I inferior to her? Lin Qingshan, inside the room, hastily hung up the phone. He emerged and pointed at Zhou Jing, exasperated. Don't you know I'm busy? Why have you become so increasingly unreasonable? Seeing Lin Qingshan speak to her in such a manner. Zhou Jing stood up and retorted through gritted teeth. Lin Qingshan, I could truly misjudged you back then. The reason you don't want to touch me is that you're still thinking about that woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan raised his hand menacingly. But upon seeing the resolute look in Zhou Jing's eyes, he forcibly restrained himself. Enough. I don't want to explain so much to you. It's been so many years. Isn't it normal to lose interest? With that, Lin Qingshan retreated into the room, leaving Zhou Jing alone, covering her face and weeping. Seeing her aunt in such distress, Lin Yu hurried upstairs to offer comfort. Zhou Jing, upon seeing Lin Yu's return, embraced her, sobbing, Yeah, why is it that Auntie lives such a tiring life? Wah. Witnessing her aunt's anguish, Lin Yu also felt deeply saddened, but considering it was a quarrel between her father and aunt, she was at a loss for what to do. After crying for a while, Zhou Jing's eyes were bloodshot. She wiped away her tears and directed a fierce gaze towards the room where Lin Qingshan was, exclaiming, Fine, since you have no interest in me, then I'll make you realize that there are plenty of people who are interested in me. Zhou Jing then descended the stairs, got into her car, and sped away. Seeing this, Lin Yu, fearing her aunt might do something foolish, frantically pounded on Lin Qingshan's door. Dad, did you hear what Auntie just said? Aren't you going to go after her? However, Lin Qingshan coldly scoffed from within the room. With her timid nature, it would be strange if she could do anything at all. Yeah, come here and tell Dad what you've learned from working outside this time. Although anxious, Lin Yu didn't dare disobey Lin Qingshan's words and obediently entered the room. A raucous barduja sat alone on a sofa, surrounded by several bottles of expensive liquor. He had been waiting for 20 minutes, but not a single woman had approached to open the bottles. Perhaps they felt he wasn't worth that much money. Duja shook his head and prepared to open a bottle, intending to drown his sorrows. Suddenly, a mature woman in a black dress sat down beside him. Although petite and exquisite, she was quite alluring. Zhou Jing, with a cold expression, asked Duja, Are you interested in me? Duja didn't reply, but instead opened a bottle of wine and tossed it to Zhou Jing. Finish it, and I'll tell you. Zhou Jing eyed the large bottle of wine in her arms, feeling apprehensive. So much. She would surely be dead drunk if she finished it. She looked up at Duja's indifferent face and couldn't help but recall Lin Qingshan's words, her gaze hardening. All right, you're the one who said you had no interest in me. Don't blame me. Zhou Jing then grabbed the bottle and twisted it open. Duja also opened a bottle of wine, gulping it down in large swallows. In just 1 hour, Zhou Jing was hopelessly drunk, lying in Duja's arms. Crying and cursing, he's really a scoundrel. He hasn't touched me in over a dozen years and is still thinking about another woman. Wah. However, Duja had no inclination to listen to her lamentations. This was a bar. Everyone came here with a single purpose. Who had time to listen to her rambling? Late at night, past 11, Duja stood by the hotel window, his mind still in a state of disarray, preoccupied with the issue of Bai Jie and Bai Qingqing's identities. Zhou Jing, half drunk and half awake, gazed up at the man who had utterly captivated her. Her eyes filled with infatuation. After all these years, she had finally encountered a real man. She eagerly inquired, So, what is our relationship now? Duja cast a fleeting glance at her and replied indifferently, A one-night stand. Chapter 72. Bai Jie's secret. It was 2 in the morning. Zhou Jing lay sprawled on the bed, her hair disheveled, fast asleep. Duja gathered his clothes from the floor, casting a glance at the exquisite beauty on the bed. Though her figure lacked the voluptuousness of Chunya or Bai Jie, she possessed a petite allure, appearing slender in clothes, yet possessing a pleasing fullness when undressed. After checking the time, Duja prepared to leave. His visit had been purely for momentary release. Judging by the woman's gaze, tone, and actions over the past few hours, coupled with her attire and jewelry, she was clearly not lacking in wealth. Both were simply indulging in a fleeting encounter. Why delve into inquiries or seek a lasting connection? He was already struggling to manage his relationships with other women. Entanglement with a one-night stand was out of the question. Duja went out briefly and returned with 18,000 yuan in hand. He adhered to his own code, ensuring payment was rendered calculating the rate at 2,000 yuan per session, with the caveat that the initial encounter was exempt. Otherwise, he would owe her an additional 6,000 yuan. After placing the money on the bedside table, Duja departed. Thanks to his yang constitution, Duja swiftly metabolized the alcohol, converting it into his own vigor. He drove back to Bai Qingqing's residence. He quietly ascended the stairs and habitually pushed open Bai Qingqing's door. It wasn't out of any ulterior motive, but merely a desire to see her. However, the sight that greeted him caused him instant regret, for two figures lay on the bed. To the left, the slender frame of Bai Qingqing lay on her side. To the right, a more voluptuous figure, her pear-shaped physique barely concealed by the thin summer quilt. It was none other than Bai Jie. He hadn't expected them to be sleeping together, but made sense, considering they hadn't seen each other in years. She turned to leave, intending to sleep in another room. But just as he was about to close the door, a low voice echoed from within. Duja, I need to speak with you. In the living room, Duja sat opposite Bai Jie on the sofa, his face flushed with awkwardness. Just the night before, he had been embracing her and Tian Xingli. Now their roles had undergone a dramatic shift. Bai Jie was Qingqing's sister. He felt strangely uneasy in her presence, as if sitting on pins and needles, unsure of how to face her. Bai Jie pursed her lips, gazing at Duja's embarrassed expression. After a long internal struggle, she spoke softly. Duja, I have a secret I want to tell you. Duzius ice tweets. What secret could it be? He was already reeling from the revelation that Bai Jie was Bai Qingqing's sister. What could possibly shock him more than that? Bai Jie clutched the hem of her clothes. Her cheeks flushed. She took a deep breath and slowly revealed. Actually, Qingqing isn't my biological sister. What? Duzi exclaimed. Gabing Bejiesam. Are you serious? Qingqing isn't really your sister? Bai Jie gazed at the man who had redeemed both her and Qingqing, her eyes filled with tenderness. Duja was not only Qingqing's beloved, but also the man she had chosen to spend her life with. She couldn't allow him to be consumed by guilt and regret for the sake of preserving that secret. In response to Duja's expectant gaze, Bai Jie slowly began her tale. When I first got married, a distant cousin of mine suddenly fell ill and passed away shortly after. My cousin-in-law left Qingqing in my care and ran off with another man the next day. I couldn't bear to abandon Qingqing, so I insisted on raising her. Eventually, my husband divorced me, and I raised Qingqing on my own. It wasn't until Qingqing contracted leukemia that I came to Banhai to work. That's when we met you. Duja listened intently, afraid that Bai Jie might be fabricating the story. He repeated softly, so that's how it is. I'm so glad. Bai Jie looked at the young man, her eyes filled with maternal affection. She placed her hands on Duja's chest and said, so you shouldn't feel guilty. I am me, and Qingqing is Qingqing. But her eyes dimmed as she pulled away from Duja. With Duja watching her with a puzzled look, Bai Jie murmured, but Qingqing is still my adopted sister, so to speak. You must treat Qingqing well in the future. What happened between us? Let's just pretend it was a dream. Tears welled up in Bai Jie's eyes as she leaned in and kissed Duja passionately. Duja was taken aback by her boldness. The yang energy within him surged. But at the critical moment, Bai Jie opened her eyes and pushed Duja away. No, I can't, she cried, her eyes filled with pain and conflict. You're already Qingqing's man. We can't do this. Let's just pretend nothing happened between us. She turned to leave, but Duja wouldn't let her go so easily. Tonight, his heart had finally been unburdened. Bai Jie and Bai Qingqing were not related by blood. He grabbed Bai Jie and pulled her into his arms. Bai Jie blushed and struggled in Duja's embrace. Duja, let me go. We can't do this. Duja held her tightly. Don't worry, I won't force you. I just want to kiss you. Bai Jie looked at him suspiciously. Really? Of course. Seeing the sincerity in Duja's eyes, Bai Jie bit her lip. After all, she and Qingqing were only sisters in name. Letting Duja kiss her wouldn't be a big deal. Okay, you can kiss me, but remember what you said. Only kissing, nothing else. Duzi smiled triomphantly, rubbing his hands together. Of course, I would never lie to you. Duzi! No. Did you forget what you said? I'm just touching. Not going anywhere else. Okay, I'll trust you one last time. Duzi! I'm really going to get angry. I messed up. I really won't touch you this time. You bad egg. Chapter 73. Tian Xingli's apprehensions the following morning. Duja woke to find Bai Jie had already departed. Inhaling the delicate fragrance lingering on the adjacent pillow, his spirits lifted considerably. He was relieved that Qingqing and Bai Jie were not related, as it would have complicated matters immensely. With a gentle creak, Bai Qingqing, adorned in an apron, pushed open the door and greeted him with a smile. Duja, rise and shine, breakfast is ready. Duja languidly extended his arms, gesturing for Bai Qingqing to assist him in getting up. Reluctantly, she approached, but as she reached out, Duja swiftly embraced her waist. Oh, Duzi! The others are waiting downstairs, Bai Qingqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Duja, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair, replied with a chuckle, it's all right, just a quick kiss. Swiftly, half an hour elapsed. Bai Qingqing hastily dressed, casting a playful glare at Duja. You scoundrel, I'm going downstairs. Hurry and get up. Duja exhaled deeply, acknowledging her words. Bai Qingqing composed herself, ensuring her face appeared less flushed before descending the stairs. Qingqing, what took you so long? Oh, Duja was reluctant to get out of bed. I had to coax him, she replied. Qingqing, where's your apron? The apron. It tore itself. At the table, breakfast consisted of fried eggs prepared by Qingqing that morning, accompanied by milk and bread. Bai Jie observed the intimate interactions between Duja and Bai Qingqing with a contented smile. Tian Xingli, seated nearby, twitched slightly and inquired Bai Jie, what are you smiling at? Bai Jie, jolted from her reverie, responded, Was I smiling just now? You must be mistaken, Xingli. She then lowered her head, daintily consuming her fried eggs. Tian Xingli fixed her gaze upon Bai Jie, her expression puzzled. Why does Bai Jie seem even more peculiar today? Could there be something more astonishing than discovering that Duja is Qingqing's boyfriend? At 9 in the morning, they concluded their meal. Subsequently, Duja drove the 3 women to the hospital. After conducting a series of tests, the doctor confirmed that Bai Qingqing's condition had improved significantly and that she was ready for the second course of treatment. Upon hearing this, both Bai Jie and Bai Qingqing were overcome with tears of joy. The 4-year ordeal of battling leukemia was finally nearing its end. They felt an even greater sense of gratitude towards Duja, without whom Bai Qingqing's recovery would not have been so rapid. Bai Qingqing was escorted to the examination room for treatment, while Bai Jie opted to remain by her side. As they parted, Tian Xingli watched in astonishment as Duja and Bai Jie embraced, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this appropriate? Bai Jie is Bai Qingqing's sister, after all. How can they be embracing? On the way home, Duja noticed Tian Xingli's bewildered expression and found it amusing. He proceeded to explain the events of the previous night, urging her not to be so surprised as if he and Bai Jie had committed some transgression. Upon learning that Bai Jie and Bai Qingqing were not related, Tian Xingli breathed a sigh of relief, then playfully teased, I was thinking that if you ever felt lonely, you'd only have me to turn to. It seems earning this money won't be easy. Both of you are masters, and I'll have to serve you both. Now that both Bai Qingqing and Bai Jie had become Duja's women, she was the only one left. In terms of looks, she couldn't compare, and her figure was inferior to Bai Jie's. If she didn't work harder, she feared she would be kicked out of the team sooner or later. Duja glanced at Tian Xingli's assets, then gave her a meaningful look. Tian Xingli responded with a knowing, seductive smile. The usual journey home took only 10 minutes, but today, Duja took 40 minutes to reach the villa. Tian Xingli's face was flushed, and she pursed her lips. Even upon arriving home, she showed no intention of getting out of the car. Just as Duja was about to exit the vehicle, Tian Xingli swiftly grabbed his arm, gesturing towards the back seat with a seductive gaze. 2 hours later, Tian Xingli's face was exceptionally radiant, filled with delight. Duja rested his hand on her waist and said, You don't need to try so hard to please me. Since I promised you a job and signed a contract, I won't go back on my word. Tian Xingli tightened her embrace around Duja's arm and replied in a coquettish tone, It's not the same. Work is work, and pleasure is pleasure. Duja shook softly. He understood Tian Xingli's concerns. She felt like an outsider in the family, especially since she was someone else's fiancée. Now that she had been fired from her company, it would be difficult for her to find another job. If she couldn't firmly hold onto Duja's coattails, she would likely have to leave the coast and return to her small town. After a few minutes, Duja helplessly watched as Tian Xingli prepared to resume her efforts. He sighed, accepting that it was her own decision. He resolved to pay her a base salary of 10,000, with a bonus of 2,000 per service. Chapter 74. Farewell to Linyu. In the evening, Duja drove alone to the hospital to pick up Bai Jie and Bai Qingqing. After 10 o'clock, he returned home with the two women. Bai Qingqing's complexion had improved significantly. Her previously pallid face now bore a rosy glow, no longer resembling a frail patient. Standing on the staircase, she looked at Bai Jie and shyly expressed, I would like to sleep alone tonight. Though her head was bowed, her eyes furtively glanced at Duja. Bai Jie, understanding her intentions, chose not to speak of it. She simply turned around with a smile, saying, That's perfect. I will go find Xingli and chat for a while. Bai Qingqing bit her lip, joy radiating from her as she looked at Duja. It had been days since she had shared intimate moments with the beloved Duja. A fluttering sensation filled her heart, even with Bai Jie present. She found it hard to resist the allure of Duja's presence. How embarrassing it was to utter such words before her sister, covering her flushed cheeks. She hurried into her room, slamming the door behind her, eagerly awaiting Duja's arrival. Duja observed Bai Jie, who sat elegantly on the sofa, and could not help but recall their friendly exchanges from the previous night. Why are you still down here? Bai Jie crossed her luscious legs in a manner that exuded temptation. Duja moved closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and breathing softly near her ear. Bai Jie's delicate earlobes instantly turned crimson. She pressed against Duja's chest and whispered, Oh, Duja, stop teasing. You should go upstairs. Qingqing is waiting for you. Duja understood that this was not the time to linger with Bai Jie. After planting a few kisses on her face, he smiled. Then I'll go keep Qingqing company. You should find Tian Xingli. Bai Jie shyly nodded, affirming, Yes, you go ahead. As Duja turned to leave, Bai Jie pulled him back for a quick kiss. Qingqing is still undergoing treatment. Please, be gentle. Duja chuckled. Today, I will only go to accompany Qingqing. You won't be jealous, will you? Bai Jie scoffed. Qingqing is my sister. What reason would I have to be jealous? With that, she dashed into Tian Xingli's room. Xingli, what is wrong with you? Bai Jie's surprised voice echoed. I said I have an allergy. Do you believe me? At 9 in the morning, Duja woke in Bai Qingqing's room. He then drove everyone to the hospital. After ensuring Bai Qingqing was settled, he took Bai Jie and Tian Xingli to another department. Only after that did Duja head to the dealership where he had purchased his Rolls-Royce Ghost. They had called that morning to inform him that the car had arrived. Duja decided that after picking up the car, he would return to his hometown in a day or two, having been away for over a week. He wondered if Aunt Lan and Qing Ning were feeling bored at home. Today, Linyu was in high spirits, having proudly become a car salesperson. Last night, her father, Lin Qingshan, had asked her about her experience selling cars at the Mercedes dealership, inquiring if she had learned anything about interpersonal relations and social skills. Linyu recounted her experiences in detail. She had witnessed several hesitant customers transformed into eager buyers after being invited into the reception area, emerging less than 20 minutes later with smiles, ready to purchase. Unfortunately, despite her inquiries, her colleagues refused to teach her, claiming she was too young. Lin Qingshan's face turned an alarming shade of crimson as he lamented, What kind of shop is this? It nearly corrupted my daughter. After a long pause, he finally said, Forget it. Yeah, that kind of environment is not conducive to your growth. Tomorrow, I will find you another company. Linyu pouted, clinging to her father's arm. I still want to be a car salesperson. I feel like I'm almost there. Please, Dad, let me continue. Unable to resist her charms, Lin Qingshan relented. Fine. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to work at the Rolls-Royce dealership. There, no one can lead you astray. Though Linyu was puzzled by her father's comment regarding the Rolls-Royce dealership, she did not question it, as her primary desire was to continue in car sales. The manager approached Linyu respectfully, saying, Linyu, we have a customer arriving shortly to finalize a car purchase. Could you please attend to them? Upon hearing this, Linyu beamed, Of course. I will prepare the necessary paperwork right away. With that, she hurried off, leaving the manager with a pained expression, wondering how such a remarkable talent had ended up in a small dealership. He feared that if she mismanaged the customer, his position as manager might be at stake. In the office, Lin Yu had just organized the contract paperwork when she emerged with the company seal in hand. The manager watched in dismay as this young prodigy took the seal out of the office. The dealership door swung open, revealing the tall and handsome Du Zhe. Almost immediately, he spotted a somewhat familiar, pure-looking girl rushing toward him. Lin Yu slightly bowed. "Hello? Your vehicle is ready. Please follow me." Du Zhe responded with a simple, and as Lin Yu lifted her gaze, their eyes met in recognition. "It's you? It's you." Lin Yu gasped, astonished at the sight of the charming man before her. Wasn't he the one who had sought her out to purchase a Mercedes some time ago? What was he doing here at her workplace to buy a car? Could it be that he was indeed following her? Du Zhe, reconnaissant familiar face, felt a surge of curiosity. Initially, he thought Lin Yu came from a wealthy family, which was why she had worked at the Mercedes dealership to experience life. Little did he know, less than a month had passed, and she had secured a position at the Rolls-Royce dealership in Binhai City. This was not merely a matter of wealth. Her background seemed quite extraordinary. Du Zhe scrutinized Lin Yu with keen interest while she averted her gaze, her mind racing with thoughts of the necklace he had pulled from her collar not long ago. Might he have feelings for her? Had he truly followed her here? What should she do if he indeed pursued her? Chapter 75. How did you know my father is the mayor? Inside the store, Lin Yu was still immersed in her various speculations. If Du Zhe truly had come for her, what should she do? He was so handsome. If he pursued her, she would undoubtedly find it difficult to refuse. Oh dear, how shy she felt. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked into Du Zhe's eyes, a mixture of anticipation and bashfulness swirling within her. Du Zhe slowly opened his mouth, a smile gracing his lips, and Lin Yu's heart raced with excitement. He was about to confess his feelings. What should she do? This was unlike any other confession she had experienced. Should she accept? But just then, Du Zhe's voice broke the moment. "Miss Lin, it's nice to see you again. What brings you to work at Binhai?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it he who had pursued her here? She lifted her gaze, meeting Du Zhe's clear eyes, which held none of the desire that other men had shown her. Could it be that she had misunderstood his intentions? Flustered, she quickly replied, "Mr. Du, hello. I didn't expect to have the chance to meet you again. As for my job, well, perhaps it's because my previous performance was commendable that the company decided to transfer me to Binhai. Is that so? And they moved you from Mercedes to Rolls-Royce? I see," Du Zhe remarked, not bothering to delve deeper into the conversation. Their encounter was merely a coincidence. He wished to keep his interactions with Lin Yu to a minimum. For now, focusing on accumulating wealth was of utmost importance. As Du Zhe observed Lin Yu's inexplicably bashful demeanor, a fleeting image of Lin Qingning crossed his mind. Their expressions of shyness bore a striking resemblance. Lin Yu then led Du Zhe to view the cars and finalize the paperwork. Throughout the process, she occasionally stole glances at him, attempting to discern whether he was merely putting on a facade of indifference while secretly interested in her. However, to her disappointment, Du Zhe hardly glanced her way, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. In school, countless admirers had surrounded her. While many were drawn to her status, her striking beauty also played a significant role. Yet this man, despite their two encounters, seemed completely uninterested in her. This truly stirred her curiosity. After Du Zhe completed the paperwork and was about to find someone to drive the Maserati home, Lin Yu eagerly offered to drive. However, the manager was reluctant to allow this young lady to take the wheel, so another person was found to drive the Maserati, resulting in a shop assistant following behind Du Zhe in the luxury vehicle while he drove his newly purchased Rolls-Royce Ghost, with Lin Yu seated beside him. The aura of luxury was palpable as vehicles on the road kept their distance, fearing any potential collision. As Lin Yu noticed Du Zhe's unwavering focus on the road, silence enveloped the car, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. What was this? She had made the effort to sit in his car, and yet he said nothing. Then a troubling thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to shift. Did he perceive her as overly eager, assuming she was merely attracted to his wealth? Oh no, he must think she was only interested in him for his money. Lin Yu's face fell, feeling unjustly accused. She couldn't allow Du Zhe to misunderstand her intentions. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she softly spoke, "Mr. Du, I have something to tell you." Du Zhe continued to gaze ahead, not turning his head, and replied in a flat tone, "What is it?" Lin Yu bit her lip, explaining, actually, my family is quite wealthy as well. I took this job to challenge myself. That's why I'm working in sales. Oh, I'd already figured that out, Duja interjected. Ever since he had seen Lin Yu's necklace in X City, he had known her family was affluent. Yet he was puzzled as to why she felt the need to mention it now. Seeing Duja's lack of reaction, Lin Yu worried he thought she was boasting. She quickly added, we have a car like this at home too, but I find driving it too ostentatious, so I haven't used it much. Upon hearing this, Duja finally understood why Lin Yu felt compelled to share this information. She must have thought he would view her as a vain girl. She truly exuded a naive innocence. Did she perhaps remind him of Qingning? Duja shook his head, attributing the resemblance to the fact that he hadn't seen Qingning in several days. I not only know your family is wealthy, but I also suspect there is a powerful official among them. The manager of that Rolls-Royce wouldn't treat just anyone with such deference, Duja mused, realizing that Lin Yu's family must have significant political influence. Sure enough, Lin Yu gasped, covering her mouth. How did you know my father is the mayor? What? Duja's eyes widened in surprise as he slammed the brakes, startling the shop assistant driving the Maserati behind them, who had to swerve to avoid a collision. Duja turned to Lin Yu, astonished. Your father is the mayor? Which city? Lin Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered. He is the mayor of Binhai City. He arranged for me to work at the car dealership, and that is how I met you. Looking at Lin Yu, Duja's eyes sparkled with delight. In his previous life, while investigating an enemy, he had discovered that they were backed by influential figures in politics. Who could possibly hold a higher position in Binhai than the mayor? The treasure he sought was right beside him. Duzias gaz grewantons. Regarding Lin Yu as a wolf would I a little rabbit. Through her, he could connect with the mayor and uncover a method to finally bring down his adversary. The thought ignited his interest in Lin Yu anew. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued driving, casually remarking, I wondered how you managed to land a position at the Rolls-Royce dealership in such a short time. Now it all makes sense. Lin Yu, who had expected Duja to shower her with attention upon learning of her father's status, was taken aback by his seemingly indifferent reaction. His lack of overt enthusiasm only heightened her intrigue. He truly was unlike the others, showing no favoritism due to her father's position. Lin Yu tilted her head slightly, contemplating how to obtain his contact information without appearing too forward. Meanwhile, Duja was also pondering how he might acquire her contact details without making her uncomfortable. Chapter 76. Return to hometown before long. The two arrived at the foot of the villa. Lin Yu opened the car door and stepped out, silently noting Duja's residence. She could visit this area more often in the future. The staff responsible for returning Duja's Maserati had already departed, leaving Lin Yu standing in front of his car, feigning indifference as she curiously glanced around. Duja closed the car door and smiled at Lin Yu, asking, would you like to come in for a glass of water? He couldn't let her leave just like that. At the very least, he needed to obtain her contact information. Upon hearing Duja's invitation, Lin Yu responded with delight, sure, I'm a bit thirsty anyway. The two then entered the villa together. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yu curiously surveyed her surroundings. The villa was lavishly decorated, exuding a sense of newness in every corner. She remarked to Duja, who was preparing her coffee, you don't come here often, do you? It looks quite new. Duja placed the freshly brewed coffee in front of her and replied with a smile, indeed. I just bought a house there because I will soon be enrolling at Binhai University, so I will be living there most of the time. Upon hearing the name Binhai University, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're one of this year's students at Binhai University? That's wonderful. You're also going to Binhai University. Duja, slightly surprised, responded, yes, I just got accepted this year. Why do you ask? Could it be that she was also a student at Binhai University? As expected, Lin Yu proudly crossed her arms and declared, well, you must call me senior then. I'm also from Binhai University, and I just advanced to my second year. So she was a senior. No wonder she was so beautiful. Seeing her always evoked a sense of familiarity in him. Duja complimented her with a smile. Indeed, you are a senior, and you truly are beautiful. It was not mere flattery, it was the truth. Seeing her reminded him of Lin Qingning, which was also a fact. Lin Yu gazed at the tall, handsome, and charismatic Duja, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced. What a coincidence! It was truly an incredible coincidence. Not only had they crossed paths twice at the car dealership, but they also shared the same university. This felt like a scene straight out of a romance novel. Then Linyu bit her lip and said, I remember that school starts in less than half a month, right? Do you know that? Yes. The admission notifications will be distributed soon. I scored 687. Getting into Benhai University should be fine, right? Absolutely. That's more than enough. Linyu replied with a smile. I only scored 665 when I got in. Duja took a sip of his coffee, feeling relieved as long as I get accepted. I was worried there might be some uncertainty with my score. There won't be any uncertainty. You will definitely get in, Linyu reassured him. She took out her phone and smiled. How about adding me on WeChat, senior? When school starts, I can show you around campus. Duzius eyes lit up. He had been thinking about adding her as a friend. He quickly took out his phone and said, I was actually worried that the campus might be too large and I wouldn't find my way around. Thank you, senior. No problem. I often stroll around campus with my classmates. I know it very well. I'll make sure to show you around, she assured him. Is it with boys? Oh, what are you talking about? It's definitely with my friends, all of whom are girls. Oh, I see. I thought perhaps you already had a boyfriend. I do not. I've never proactively added any boys on WeChat at school. Then I guess I'm quite lucky. Before long, the two engaged in a lively conversation for over an hour, transitioning from initial awkwardness to playful banter, as if they were longtime friends. When Linyu prepared to leave, Duja kindly offered to escort her. Blushing, she accepted. Just like when they arrived, Linyu sat in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce as Duja drove her. Following her directions, he soon turned into a residential area that seemed to house individuals of high status. There were guards in uniforms at the entrance, and despite Duja driving a Rolls-Royce, they were unable to enter. Linyu apologized. I'm sorry, Duja, but I can't take you inside. Duja nodded. It's all right. I'll definitely visit your home when the opportunity arises. Linyu responded with a soft and then bid farewell to Duja. After watching him leave, she happily hummed a tune and skipped toward her residence. Just a few steps in, a car stopped beside her. Zhou Jing rolled down the window and smiled. Who just dropped you off? Are you dating someone? Upon recognizing Zhou Jing, Linyu's face flushed. No, he's just a junior. We only met a few days ago. Then, looking at Zhou Jing's beaming face, she asked, By the way, Auntie, aren't you angry with my dad anymore? Zhou Jing sighed. After being together for so long, what is there to be angry about? I've gotten used to it. Honestly, who still cares about that scoundrel now? I just want to find that handsome man from the other night. Only with him can I truly experience what it means to be a real woman. My life would be meaningless without him. Get in the car. Yeah, I'll take you home. Okay. That afternoon, Duja visited the media company's renovation site. It proved that with substantial funding, the renovation company was indeed quite capable. It was expected that in a month and a half, his company would be fully established. Later that evening, he returned to the hospital to pick up Bai Qingqing, accompanying her until around 1 o'clock. He then went to the next room. This cycle continued for about 2 days. Bai Qingqing's rehabilitation treatment had reached a stable phase, and there were no more complications. Only then did Duja feel reassured enough to prepare to go home. More than a week had passed, and he missed Aunt Lan and Qingning dearly. Of course, he also thought of Chu Mengyao and Chunya, those troublesome girls. Chapter 77. Accompaniment. Duja procured a plane ticket for his return to his hometown in 2 days' time. During this brief interlude, he dedicated himself to the companionship of Bai Qingqing. He escorted her to the hospital each morning, remaining by her side until evening when he would retrieve her. He was almost inseparable. Bai Qingqing was cognizant of Duja's impending departure. Though a tinge of melancholy tugged at her heart, she understood that he could not devote all his energies to her. In her eyes, Duja had a legitimate girlfriend. The fact that he was willing to spend over a week accompanying her to Benhai for medical treatment was already a source of immense gratitude. In the room, Bai Qingqing's smooth, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, her eyes shimmering with a radiant gleam. Duja, you're leaving tomorrow. I don't want to sleep tonight. Would that be all right? Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's alluring words, Duja couldn't help but nod in agreement. Duja, with his arm around Bai Qingqing's slender waist, wore a weary expression. It was already 3 in the morning, yet Qingqing remained wide awake. Despite her eyelids drooping with exhaustion, she valiantly fought to stay conscious. nestled against Duge's chest, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Though weary, the thought of Duge's imminent departure fueled her resolve to cling to him. Duge glanced at his phone. 3:15 a.m. This could not continue. Dawn was fast approaching. He had to get Qingqing to sleep quickly. By Jia and Tian, Xingli's rooms were separated by a mere wall. However, the villa's exceptional soundproofing ensured that not a single sound permeated through. Bai Jia lay in bed, restlessly tossing and turning. Every few moments, she would lift her head to check if the door had opened, only to be met with disappointment. Duja had yet to arrive. Could he have already fallen asleep with Qingqing? Though Bai Jia would not feel jealous, a tinge of despondency lingered. She had initially resolved to sever ties with Duja. However, upon witnessing Duja's melancholy regarding her and Qingqing's identities, Bai Jia couldn't help but reveal a secret she had guarded for many years. In alleviating Dujes ina tombai, she also granted herself the freedom to be with him without reservation, reveling in the joy he brought her. Alas, Duja may not come tonight, she sighed, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. Just then, a figure stealthily opened the bedroom door. Bai Jia's eyes lit up with delight as she sat up. What took you so long? The following morning at Binhai City Airport, Duja, accompanied by the three women, boarded the plane with a few simple belongings. On the plane, Duja gazed at the clouds outside the window, reflecting on his journey. The matters in Binhai had been largely resolved. Qingqing's leukemia treatment was progressing favorably, and she would soon make a full recovery. He had also amassed nearly 800 million in funds from the Samba World Cup, acquiring numerous properties and luxury cars. The 50 apartments had been sold, rapidly converting into value, yielding 100 million in cash and over 300 million in property value. Duja was particularly pleased with the two-story building, with each floor boasting over 400 square meters of office space. He had already commissioned the renovation of the building into individual small rooms, intending to transform it into a media company's broadcasting studio. Each room decorated in a different style to accommodate various types of internet celebrities. Duja had already begun recruiting suitable operations personnel in the job market, and once the company was fully established, he would begin recruiting streamers, primarily focusing on young, beautiful, and multi-talented female internet celebrities. As he watched the fleeting clouds outside the window, a cold glint flashed in Duja's eyes. Chu Mengyao, Chinja, you two bitches. I wonder how you've been these past few days. Do you miss the days of doing business with me? Chapter 78. Homecoming around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After disembarking from the plane, Duja took a taxi home. In less than an hour, he arrived at the building. Aunt Lan's car was still parked downstairs, indicating that both she and Qingming were inside. A glimmer of joy flickered in Duja's eyes. While the coastal city was delightful, it could not compare to the warmth of his hometown. It was only upon returning here, upon seeing Aunt Lan and Qingming, that he felt a sense of security and the true essence of home. Ascending the stairs, Duja opened the door to find Lin Qingming seated on the sofa, her face streaked with tears. Her fair skin was marred by tear stains, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Upon seeing Duja return, Lin Qingming's face broke into a smile through her tears. She leaped to her feet and embraced him tightly around the waist, her voice trembling. Duja, you're finally back. Duja, seeing her in distress, quickly wrapped his arms around her to offer comfort. He inquired, Qingming, why are you crying? Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. However, Lin Qingming shook her head and replied, no one has bullied me. I just cried while watching television. Watching television? Duja was momentarily puzzled. What soap opera could evoke such tears from Qingming? He gently tugged her towards the television, and upon observing the content, his lips twitched. The screen displayed Luo's adventures, and in this particular episode, well, it seemed entirely reasonable for her to be crying. Lin Qingming pulled out a tissue to dab her eyes, sobbing. It was so touching when Jin Taizo self-destructed to save his commander. Oh, it was just too moving. Duja consoled her for a while until her tears subsided. Indeed, witnessing Jin Taizo's sacrifice was profoundly moving. Even he had been teary-eyed during that scene. It was no surprise that Qingming, who had been preoccupied with helping Aunt Lan and studying diligently, had little time for television. After comforting Qingming for a while, Duja asked, by the way, where is Aunt Lan? I haven't seen her. Lin Qingning pointed towards Duja's room and said, "She's in your room, organizing your clothes. It seems Aunt Lan has changed quite a bit lately. She used to wash her own clothes daily, but now she washes yours every day, worried that your clothes might mold from being in been high too long." Duja couldn't help but chuckle at this. "Aunt Lan, really? I was only gone for a week. How can my clothes possibly mold? Besides, one wash is sufficient. What else with the daily washing?" He then approached the door to his room and knocked. "Aunt Lan, I can wash my own clothes. No need to trouble yourself." A hurried voice came from inside. "Duja, when did you return?" "Just got back. Let me wash them." As Duja prepared to enter, Aunt Lan blocked the door. Her fair, rosy cheek appeared in the gap, and she whispered, "Duja, let me help you with the washing. You and Qingning should go buy some groceries. I'll prepare a nice dinner for you." Hearing her words, Duja nodded in agreement. Aunt Lan was indeed too kind to him. Since moving back home, she had taken care of him in every way. Even the industrious Qingning had become somewhat lazy thanks to Aunt Lan's nurturing. "Thank you, Aunt Lan," he replied, taking Qingning by the hand as they descended to the car to head to the supermarket. Once they left, Aunt Lan sighed in relief. Had Duja entered, she would surely have been seen in a compromising state. If he, who had grown up watching her, witnessed her vulnerability, it would be utterly embarrassing. She proceeded to put Duja's clothes into the washing machine and tidied up the bedding before settling on the sofa to await their return. Half an hour later, Duja and Lin Qingning returned with groceries. Aunt Lan prepared a lavish feast, welcoming Duja home in style. After their meal, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. With Aunt Lan present, Duja felt it inappropriate to be intimate with Qingning at home. Thus, he concocted an excuse and took her to a luxurious hotel. Lin Qingning's cheeks flushed, for it was her first time visiting such a place, especially with the one she cherished. Duja, observing her shyness, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Over the past few days, he had spent time with Baijia and others, leaving little opportunity to converse with Qingning, aside from sending messages and pictures of the beautiful coastal scenery. Clearly, he needed to make it up to her. As Lin Qingning lay on the soft mattress, her breath heavy, she clung to Duja, listening to his heartbeat, contemplating that he must have been pinned up during his days in Benhai, or else he wouldn't be so eager. At that moment, she felt as though her bones might dissolve. I still want. Surprised, Duja responded. Qingning, dear, you've already had a long day. Let us wait until tomorrow, shall we? Lin Qingning pouted, letting out a few discontented murmurs, playfully biting her lip in a flirtatious manner. Duja, seeing her antics, shook his head in resignation, never expecting that Qingning had transformed into a little glutton. Meanwhile, at Chu Mengyao's home, Chunya, dressed in a beige knitted short-sleeve top paired with a light tea-colored long skirt, busied herself in the kitchen. One hand held a recipe while the other stirred the pot with a ladle. With her gentle attire complementing her warm smile, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a devoted wife. Chunya's eyes sparkled with tenderness. She recalled that men often long for the feeling of home. A gentle wife and a steaming dinner were the best ways to capture a man's heart. She wondered when Duja would return. If he saw the significant changes in her, he would surely cherish her even more. At that moment, her eyes twinkled with affection, having been completely enchanted by Duja. Chapter 79. The silent struggle of two women in the kitchen. The gentle and virtuous Chunya was busily following a recipe to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, on the sofa outside, Chu Mengyao wore a cold smile as she observed her. Her attire had shifted from her usual pure and innocent style to a fitted black sleeveless blouse that revealed her flat, pale midriff. She paired it with an A-line miniskirt, the length artfully grazing the middle of her thighs, concealing her alluring mystery. Below, she donned knee-high black stockings that hugged her long, slender legs, enhancing their graceful allure, and completed her look with 8-centimeter stiletto heels that clicked rhythmically against the floor. Occasionally, she scrutinized Chunya's outfit while glancing down at her own ensemble with a sense of satisfaction, a mocking smile dancing on her lips. Is this your painstakingly crafted strategy? You think adorning yourself as the ideal wife will capture Duja's heart? What a joke. We are Kuan now. Kuan must embody the essence of Kuan. What are you pretending to be? Your mind is filled with outdated notions, Still cooking and managing household chores? You might as well wear ancient attire. Perhaps Duja would spare you another glance. Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes dramatically, harboring disdain for Chunya's efforts. Just days prior, while filling out her application, she had stumbled upon several books on Chunya's bed, such as Winning a Man's Heart, Outsmarting the Other Woman, and Reigniting Passion. All were clearly tactics aimed at undermining her. Ever since they decided to split the profits from their business dealings with Duja, an unspoken war had ignited between them. Otherwise, she would only earn a few thousand a day at most. Hence, Chu Mengyao immersed herself in videos, transitioning from initial astonishment to curiosity, experimentation, and contemplation. Ultimately, she discerned a crucial point. Adapt your demeanor to suit the man. Some prefer a more delicate appearance, so one must adopt a slightly tragic guise. Akin to someone with a gambling father, an ill mother, a studying grandmother, and a shattered home, conveying a sense of helplessness and the obligation to serve. A few tears could greatly heighten a man's senses, often resulting in greater tips and a loyal customer base. Conversely, some men are drawn to a more assertive demeanor. Even in distress, one must display unwavering resolve, eyes reflecting a mix of strength and resignation, lips pressed tight, embodying the notion of what goes around comes around. This should convey the message, today I am merely compelled. As the journey unfolds, the proud facade should gradually crumble, eyes shifting from disdain to confusion, as if overcome by the customer's allure. Patrons revel in witnessing a fierce spirit being tamed. Moreover, some prefer a more flirtatious and alluring approach, which is the most sought-after style, demanding extensive practice and a harmonious blend of elements for an amplified effect. Chu Mengyao reflected on her years of acting training, confident in her ability to master the first two scenarios. Yet, the third, exuding allure and seduction, eluded her. After all, her aspirations of stardom were rooted in a pure and virtuous image. Should she inadvertently develop muscle memory for such behaviors, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, she opted to acquire an array of tantalizing outfits instead of deliberately studying the art of seduction. 3 styles would coexist. Chunya, what do you possess to contend with me? The profits earned alongside Duja shall undoubtedly be mine in greater measure. A gleam of determination sparkled in Chu Mengyao's eyes as she scrutinized Chunya, who was laboring in the kitchen. This battle was destined for your utter defeat. Before long, Chunya emerged from the kitchen, presenting a steaming bowl of soup and 3 delectable dishes. As she sat at the dining table, savoring her culinary creations, she nodded in satisfaction. The flavors were delightful. She pondered whether Duja would appreciate them. Her cheeks flushed. She bore the demeanor of a love-struck girl rather than a woman in her 30s. Upon Duja's return, she vowed to showcase her best self, determined to captivate him entirely and prevent Chu Mengyao from stealing him away. On the sofa, Chu Mengyao wore a smug smile, fixated on Chunya as she ate. Minutes later, Chunya wiped her mouth and discarded the unfinished meal into the trash, intentionally avoiding any glance at Chu Mengyao. Instead, she began practicing yoga in front of the television, her voluptuous figure accentuated by her yoga pants, further emphasizing her curves. Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao, adorned with headphones, engrossed herself in a video on her phone, imagining how she might entice Duja should she take on the protagonist role. As both women tirelessly vied for Duja's affections, their phones vibrated simultaneously, igniting a spark of excitement in their eyes. They swiftly checked their messages. Duja, be ready by 9 tomorrow. He was back. Chunya's eyes gleamed with joy, her heart racing with anticipation. Duja's return meant her happiness would soon follow, and he would surely appreciate the surprises she had meticulously prepared. Chu Mengyao, equally exhilarated, felt an uncontrollable surge of enthusiasm. Duja's return also signified her chance to continue earning money and refining her newfound skills. She envisioned herself marrying into wealth, understanding that her future husband would be well-versed in women. If she merely embodied purity without the requisite skills, she would undoubtedly fall short of his expectations. Duzi, don't blame me for treating you as a means to an end while simultaneously honing my talents. In unison, the 2 women entered their respective rooms, devoid of any verbal exchange or eye contact. Chunya was the first to delve into how to rekindle a man's interest engrossed in self-reflection. Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao opened her carefully curated collection of garments. Easily torn stockings, distressed leather pants, and an opaque eye mask that left nothing to the imagination. These were her secret weapons. She was determined to entice Duja and secure a larger share of the profits. Subsequently, she accessed her online drive to study the techniques associated with various outfits. This was the silent battle between the two women. Chapter 80. Chu Mengyao and Chunya around 10:30 p.m. Duja, having completed his yang cultivation exercises and quenched his thirst, prepared for bed. Qing Ning, still feeling the aftereffects of their recent intimacy, would not be joining him tonight. A delicate balance was struck, two hearts content, one yearning in solitude. Next door, Aunt Lon, restless against the wall, grew increasingly anxious as the clock neared 11. Since overhearing those whispers some time ago, she found herself unable to quell the burgeoning desires within. For over a decade, she had selflessly nurtured Lin Qingning, toiling tirelessly with the hope of her excelling in university and securing a prosperous future. Qingning's swift happiness, however, caught her off guard. Though their home had long been renovated, neither had broached the subject, Qingning reluctant to part from Du's nightly presence. Aunt Lon, her motives shrouded in ambiguity, felt an undeniable heat rise within her whenever Duja was near, a strange yearning stirring in her heart. Despite being in her 30s, she couldn't help but harbor these peculiar feelings for Qingning's boyfriend. How could I possibly eavesdrop? She lamented, I must have been single for too long. Perhaps I should have married back then. Now I'm stuck with this predicament. It's infuriating that I've spent these past years solely caring for Qingning. She strained her ears against the wall, but silence persisted. Yielding to her impulses, she cautiously ventured out to investigate. Clad in a lilac nightgown, her skin radiant and fair, she tiptoed barefoot toward Lin Qingning's door. She pressed her ear against it for what felt like an eternity, yet no sound emerged. Disappointment washed over her. It seemed tonight was not the night. With a sigh, she turned to leave, but a sudden spark of realization lit up her eyes. The following morning, Duja awoke early, before 7. He wondered if Qingning was awake. He dressed and quietly opened his door. Noticing that Aunt Lon was not up as usual, doing laundry, he gently pushed open Lin Qingning's door. Lin Qingning, stirred from her slumber, felt a strange sensation. She frowned, her consciousness gradually returning, and realized someone was beside her. Duja so early? She thought, her cheeks flushing crimson as she pressed down on Duja's hand. Her figure, while not as exaggerated as Aunt Lan's, possessed a perfect balance, with a slender waist and full hips. Some parts omitted. Her eyes were glazed, her teeth gently biting her lip. Duja, why are you up so early? I'm not ready yet. Duja, holding her hand, chuckled. Qingning, I'm heading out later. I have some errands to run and will be busy, so I wanted to spend some time with you. Lin Qingning. Her face flushed, softly mimmed in response. And then, it wasn't until after 8 that Lin Qingning, pouting, finally pushed the grinning Duja out the door. Bad Duja. Always bullying me, she muttered, burying her face in the covers, her cheeks burning. How could he treat me like that? I'm so. Meanwhile, Duja, upon leaving, still hadn't spotted Aunt Lon. Usually, she would have already prepared breakfast, waiting for them to wake up. Duja headed to the balcony, intending to grab some clothes. But upon arriving, he was puzzled. Why does it seem like some clothes are missing? He stared at the now half-empty clothes rack, perplexed. I could have sworn it was full yesterday, but they aren't in my room. Oh well, I'll just grab something. Those two vixens, Chu Mengyao and Chunya, are probably already impatient. Chu Mengyao eyed Chunya, who was adorned in a beige ensemble, a hint of disdain flickering in her gaze. Chunya, however, keenly noticed this. Yao, why are you looking at me like that? Chu Mengyao, toying with her rose-colored nails, sneered, You don't actually think that outfit will attract Duja, do you? Frankly, you're too out of touch. You have no idea what young people like these days. She ran her hands over her silk stockings, her eyes narrowed. Her voice saccharine. I think you should sit back and watch. You can't earn money that isn't meant for you. Incensed by Chu Mengyao's provocation, Chunya retorted coldly. You're just a naive girl. What do you know? Once Duja arrives, You'll realize you're wasting your time. Chu Mengyao was about to retort when she heard the familiar rumble of a car engine approaching. Both women were instantly thrilled. Douche is here. P.S. Chunya shoved Chu Mengyao aside. Her eyes glazed over. The reader's free gifts are mine, all mine. Readers, give them all to me, please. Chapter 81. Contention for Douche's favor, it was Chunya who reacted with the most alacrity. Positioned closest to the entrance, a radiant smile graced her countenance. She promptly arose, meticulously smoothed out any creases in her attire, and with a graceful flick of her hair, she was the first to open the door and greet Douche. Conversely, Chu Mengyao remained composed and unperturbed, seated firmly in her place. She regarded Chunya's actions with disdain, deeming them clumsy maneuvers, and silently vowed to demonstrate the true meaning of effective tactics. Outside the room, as Douche alighted from his vehicle, he was met by the sight of Chunya, her hair elegantly curled, attired in simple loungewear, approaching him with a gentle smile. Her voice, soft and inviting, greeted him. Douche, you're back. Please come inside. Douche was taken aback by Chunya's dramatic transformation. Although he believed he had thoroughly captivated her, he was astonished by the extent of her personality shift. Stroking his chin, he gazed at the woman before him, who exuded an air of domesticity, a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. Chunya, flustered by Douche's gaze, lowered her head and nervously twirled a strand of hair. Douche, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel a little flustered. This vixen is really getting into her role, Douche mused. He reached out and gently pinched Chunya's cheek, scrutinizing her features. Her face was adorned with a light, refreshing makeup, and her earrings were understated yet refined. He had to admit, she truly resembled the charming girl next door. Douche chuckled. I quite like this look, but if your technique has deteriorated, I'll be very disappointed. Upon hearing this, Chunya hastily grasped Douche's hand. Her voice filled with anxiety. No, I assure you it hasn't. I've been studying diligently these past few days. I'll have to see for myself later. Douche replied with a nod. He then took Chunya's hand and led her into the house. As they entered, Douche's eyes fell upon Chu Mengyao, seated on the sofa. Chunya busied herself with removing Douche's shoes, acting like a dutiful wife tending to her husband. Douche found this amusing. She had certainly learned a lot. However, Chu Mengyao's lack of movement displeased him. Chu Mengyao, can't you see Chunya is running around doing everything? How can you just sit there and do nothing? Upon hearing this, Chunya subtly glanced at Chu Mengyao, who seemed to lack any sense of propriety. Chu Mengyao crossed her legs, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled. Only those who lack confidence in themselves resort to such tactics to ingratiate themselves with others. She turned to Douche, her voice laced with confidence. I don't need to. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve that will truly impress you. She had not been idle for the past week. She had learned everything she needed to, and there was no need for such obsequious behavior. That was not Chu Mengyao's style. Seeing Chu Mengyao's self-assuredness, bordering on arrogance, a coldness flickered in Douche's eyes. It seemed he had given her too much leeway, causing her to forget the essence and subject of their arrangement. He was the one who had granted her the opportunity to earn money, and he was the one she was supposed to serve. However, Chu Mengyao had become somewhat conceited, believing she had accumulated enough capital, and had even forgotten the professional ethics of a Cohen. Once Chunya had finished changing Douche's shoes, Douche walked directly to the sofa, seized Chunya's hand, and before she could react, pulled her into his embrace. Chunya's face flushed crimson, and she placed her hands on Douche's chest. Oh my God, he's hugging me again. He's so strong, so warm. Although her heart was pounding and her skin felt hot, she feigned a shy expression. Douche. Oh dear, what are you doing? Let's go inside. Douche patted her lower back and chuckled. I just want to sit on the sofa for a while. Do you want to go inside by yourself? Chunya's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, remaining silent. A sardonic smile crept across Chu Mengyao's face as she gazed at Chunya on the coffee table. Her lips curled slightly. Is it really necessary to put in so much effort? Can you earn money just by flapping your gums? What a waste of time. I'm starting to appreciate Douche now. If we had to rely solely on you, will we ever be able to pay off that million-plus debt? Even if we could clear the debt, I wouldn't have the funds to attend Ben High Academy of Drama. Half an hour later, Chunya sat obediently beside Duja, awaiting his instructions. Duja was amazed. She had truly been tamed. Chu Mengyao interjected from across the room. Duja, can we start now? I have quite a few surprises to show you as well. Upon hearing her words, Duja's once amiable face instantly turned cold. I haven't even been greeted properly upon entering, and you already want to earn money? Look at what Chunya is doing. And then look at you. Duja stood up, grabbed Chunya's hand, and headed towards the bedroom. Chu Mengyao quickly followed, a smile on her face. Finally, I can start earning money. I've been waiting for ages. But just as Duja and Chunya entered the room, a chilling voice echoed this morning. I will only be spending time with Chunya. Chunya was overjoyed. Duja meant that he would be spending the entire morning with her. Chu Mengyao was extremely dissatisfied with this arrangement. She approached the door and protested. Duja, what do you mean by this? I've been waiting for you for over a week. Why can't I earn money? Duja cast a cold glance at her. Because you're not cooperative enough. Stay out here and reflect. You can come in when you figure things out. With that, the bedroom door slammed shut. The last thing Chu Mengyao saw was Chunya's scornful gaze and mocking smile. Damn it! Chu Mengyao was furious. She had prepared everything, but she was eliminated before she could even begin. Was Chunya's previous behavior truly effective? Did she also need to learn how to serve Duja? Inside the room, Duja casually flipped through the books on the bed. After looking at the table of contents, he smiled and asked Chunya, have you been studying these all this time? Chunya replied shyly, I've just been reading them randomly. I haven't really studied them. Is that so? Duja closed his eyes and relaxed. Let me see if you've improved. Chunya lowered her head and whispered, okay. 3 hours later, Duja opened the door and emerged, looking refreshed. He stretched languidly. As soon as they came out, they saw Chu Mengyao at the dining table. Several dishes were laid out before her. Black bean stewed pork ribs, wolfberry stewed mutton, gorgon fruit, and lotus seed porridge. All of which Chu Mengyao had personally gone out to buy. Each dish was prepared for Duja. She didn't want Duja to reject her in the afternoon, or she wouldn't earn a single penny. Seeing them come out, Chu Mengyao smiled and walked up to Duja, taking his arm and leading him to the dining table. Duja, come try these. They're all good for you. Chunya looked at Chu Mengyao's actions, her eyes filled with mockery. You were just scoffing at me last night, saying that doing these things was useless. Why are you trying to imitate me now? Such a clumsy act. Chapter 82. Rectifying service attitude. Duja settled into his chair, gazing at the array of dishes before him that could replenish his energy. Though he possessed Yangji, rendering such sustenance unnecessary, these delicacies served as a source of energy for his martial training. Sitting beside him, Chu Mengyao eagerly offered him food. Dude, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. Are you thirsty? Allow me to serve you a bowl of porridge. Observing the noticeably considerate Chu Mengyao, Duja nodded in acknowledgement. This behavior exhibited a semblance of being a good servant, reminding her that one's attitude directly influences their potential. Upon hearing these words, Chu Mengyao felt as though a light had dawned upon her. Duja's insights held profound wisdom. Despite having watched numerous videos from Shigua, she had focused solely on acquiring skills, neglecting the importance of a proper work ethic. Whether in the role of a servant or aspiring to enter the entertainment industry, one's attitude must be impeccable. Thankfully, Duja had helped her rectify this oversight. With this thought, admiration crept into her gaze as she regarded Duja. Who would have imagined that the devoted suitor from 3 years ago had transformed into such a remarkable individual, wealthy, handsome, and seemingly rich in life experience? If it weren't for her ambition to become a star and marry into a wealthy family, she might have considered a simple life with him. Seated across from them, Chunya felt a chill as she observed the sparkling eyes of Chu Mengyao. She was all too familiar with Chu Mengyao's character. Nothing could move her heart except for wealth. She couldn't even muster an appetite amidst the lavish spread before them. As Chu Mengyao was busily serving Duja, a sudden clatter erupted as a spoon fell to the floor. Oh dear, I momentarily lost my grip. Chu Mengyao apologized, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Chunya, watching her feigned delicacy, replied with disdain, what are you pretending for? Can't you even hold a spoon properly? Chu Mengyao turned to her with a mocking smile. Old relic, you wouldn't understand. This is a tactic. This infuriated Chunya, who clenched her fists in frustration. What was so amusing about her behavior? Minutes later, Chunya stood in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. "Ah, so you possess quite the array of skills. It seems you have been busy learning and cooking. Don't you tire of it?" Chu Mengyao cast a disdainful glance at Chunya before turning to Duja with a smile. "So what do you think? Am I qualified now?" Her recent technique had been learned from foreign videos. As expected, a smile crept onto Duju's face, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. I'll begrudgingly acknowledge your intention to amend your ways." Overjoyed, Chu Mengyao couldn't believe how agreeable Duja was. Had she known, she would have been gentler from the start. Shortly thereafter, Duja rose and walked directly into the room. Chunya approached Chu Mengyao, sneering, "Yao Yao, you've learned quite a bit these past few days." Chu Mengyao retorted, "No matter how much I learn, I can't match your book, the top 10 tips for competing with a mistress for your husband. You treat me as a mistress, hoping to monopolize the business opportunities. Your tactics are no less than mine. Let us see who earns more. Fairness dictates we divide the spoils." Thus, they began to organize their belongings. After retrieving several small boxes, they entered the room. As the afternoon passed, Duja had already departed, unaware of the system they had implemented. He left behind a transfer of 70,000 yuan for Chunya. Inside the room, Chu Mengyao eagerly approached Chunya to reconcile their accounts. "Hold on. 4,000 of that is what I earned this morning." Chunya scornfully replied, "Are you joking? You only made 4,000 in the morning? Have you forgotten you have a mouth? How much I earn is none of your business. Focus on your own accounts." Chu Mengyao shot back. "Fine, enjoy your spoils. I must be blind to let this slip by. I had 7 counts, you had 6. No mistake there, right? Of course there's a mistake. Have you forgotten the rules? Hiss, if we exclude the front, then I only have 5 counts. Indeed, you have 5. 660,000 multiplied by 5/11ths. I'll give you 30,000. Deal." Chu Mengyao gleefully watched as 30,000 yuan appeared in her account. They had agreed to jointly repay their shared debt of over 1 million, with the remainder belonging to her. Ever since selling the initial batch, she had earned such a sum in a long time. With a bit more daily effort, she would surely accumulate enough for university. Although her count was lower today, she was still gaining experience. She resolved to observe and learn more about service attitudes in the evening, believing that in a few days, she would surpass Chunya in earnings. Chapter 83. The operations team as time gradually returned to its original rhythm for Duja and Xiao Wanjun. Their days evolved into a simple yet fulfilling routine. From 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, they engaged in business at the residences of Chu Mengyao and Chunya. Upon returning home for dinner, Duja practiced his yang qi, and by 10:30 in the evening, he spent time with Qingning. At Chu Mengyao's abode, Duja reclined on the bed, his hands clasped behind his head, gazing downwards with the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. In this moment, he realized that his limits had been thoroughly shattered by his own financial indulgences. The concept of boundaries, once steadfast, seemed to fade into oblivion with prolonged exposure. If he were to add fuel to the fire later, just as he contemplated drifting into slumber, a sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at the screen and recognized the number as one he had left with a headhunting firm some time ago, requesting talents in the realm of online broadcasting. At that time, there were few individuals in this field, and the agency had advised him to be patient. He had assumed he would only hear back once the university semester commenced, so the prompt response took him by surprise. "Hello, is this Mr. Du?" came the voice on the other end. "Indeed. Have you found talents in broadcasting planning?" Duja replied calmly. "Mr. Du, we have identified an operations team that will undoubtedly meet your requirements." The voice expressed with a hint of excitement. An operations team? Duja was taken aback. Although numerous broadcasting institutions existed in this era, the majority were predominantly anchor-focused. His initial intention was to recruit scatter talents to form his own team. So discovering a ready-made group was unexpected. "Please provide me with their contact details," he requested. "Certainly. One of the team members can be reached at XXXXXX. 2 minutes later, Duja dialed the number of the operations team leader. When the call connected, a woman's voice greeted him. "Hello, I am Xiao Wanjun. May I speak with Mr. Duzi?" Her tone was somewhat cool, though it lacked the icy demeanor of Bai Qingqing. It conveyed a more stubborn form of indifference. Nevertheless, Duja was indifferent to her disposition. Competence was what mattered most. "It's me." Could you elaborate on the details of your operations team? He inquired. Xiao Wanju nodded and began to outline her team's essential information. Comprising 5 members, all female, they had experience in media operations, development planning, proposal crafting, and even as anchors. Their backgrounds were impeccable, having previously been responsible for planning strategies for a well-known anchor. As Xiao Wanjun spoke, Duja gradually formed a favorable impression of them. The camaraderie among the group was evident, and their skills were exceptional. Most importantly, all members were female, making interactions simpler once Qingqing recovered from her illness. Impressive. I'm very satisfied with your resumes. I plan to visit Binhai in a while. We can discuss matters in detail then, he stated. However, Xiao Wanjun posed a question first. Mr. Du, may I inquire about the scale of the media company you are about to establish? Du chuckled softly, recognizing her ambition in her inquiry about the company's size. He promptly added her on WeChat and sent over some images of the company's location and ongoing renovations. The company is situated in XX District, XX Building, spanning 2 floors and covering over 800 square meters. I anticipate recruiting more than 20 anchors in the first batch, and I will leave all arrangements to you. On the other end, Xiao Wanjun, elegantly dressed and possessing an aloof beauty, was taken aback by the sight of the 2 floors under renovation. It was uncommon for a broadcasting company to operate from such a substantial office space in Binhai. Typically, they opted for inexpensive apartments or, at best, remote villas. She had never encountered anyone renting such a large office building for a new company in this region. Should the company fail to turn a profit, the renovation costs alone could be staggering. Her colleagues, witnessing Du's evident strength, encouraged her, saying, Wanjun, I believe his company is already quite substantial. There is no better fit for us. Considering her friend's remarks, Xiao Wanjun nodded in agreement. Alahite, monsieur. Du. We will discuss the detailed plan upon our meeting. Duja replied, That works, but I hope to see your capabilities during our meeting. The headhunting firm had quoted a considerable fee for these individuals, amounting to 100,000 yuan. He was curious to ascertain their true abilities. Xiao Wanjun understood his intent and responded, Understood. We will prepare 5 recent project proposals before our next meeting. Excellent. Please make your preparations. Do you have any further questions? Duzian. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Wanjun asked, Mr. Du, have you been experiencing any peculiar noises at your place? Duja glanced at Qinya and Chu Mengyao, then chuckled. I have 2 dogs at home. I fed them something. Xiao Wanjun sighed in relief. Having harbored fears that her new boss might be another lecherous individual, as her previous employer had attempted to coerce her and her colleagues, prompting her to leave in a fit of anger. Mr. Du, we look forward to your next communication, she concluded. Duja acknowledged with a brief before ending the call and turning his attention back to the 2 women. Earlier, he had whimsically referred to them as dogs. Chinderi mandum perturbeth, showing no inclination to contest his remark. In contrast, Chu Mengyao was visibly upset. To her, although she was serving Duja, their relationship should be one of mutual exchange, her services for his payment. Duja's comment felt like a grave insult. Oof. Duze, once I've earned enough from you, I will sever all ties and hope never to see you again. Duja noticed the shift in Chu Mengyao's expression. A worthless woman, he mused. Calling her a dog would be an affront to canines. She had even betrayed her own sister. Dealing with such individuals was not beyond his capabilities. Currently, Qinya had completely submitted to him. The only hurdle remaining to usher in a new era of high-value transactions was Chu Mengyao. If all went according to plan, the acceptance letters would arrive soon. Chu Mengyao's financial resources barely amounted to 500,000 yuan. Even combined with Chunya's funds, it would only suffice to settle her loans, leaving her far from accumulating enough for university. He had myriad strategies to ensure her complete submission. Chapter 84. Taking Aunt Lon to Binhai 2 days later. Lin Xingning joyfully dashed upstairs. Duja, our acceptance letters have arrived. She held the letter aloft, bouncing into Duja's embrace. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Lon emerged, smiling as she took the acceptance letter from Lin Xingning's hands. Now, both of you have been accepted into prestigious universities. I can rest easy now. Dude, still holding Lin Xingning, patted her shoulder. Let us celebrate with a grand feast at noon. Yes, yes. Lin Qingming exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The thought of spending the next 4 years at the same university as Duja filled her with unparalleled joy. Simultaneously, Chu Mengyao received her acceptance letter. Upon seeing the seal of Binhai Academy of Dramatic Arts, her face lit up with uncontainable delight. Although she hadn't been accepted into Yinying, Binhai Academy was also respectable. With her talent, standing out among her peers would be a breeze. She rushed into the house, calling out, "Sister, come quickly. I received my acceptance letter from Binhai Academy." In her excitement, she completely forgot about the deteriorating relationship between them, her mind solely focused on flaunting her acceptance. However, Chunya was preoccupied with her own appearance and paid no heed to her sister. She merely scoffed, "I raised you for 18 years so you could attend Yinying, and you settled for Binhai Academy? What is there to be so happy about?" Chu Mengyao's expression stiffened. She had missed Yinying by just a few points. To think her sister wouldn't offer even a word of praise, but instead chose to mock her. She then set down the letter, retorting coldly, "I just wanted to show you, don't think that my 18 years of effort were in vain. Once I become a star and marry into a wealthy family, I'll ensure you receive a generous sum. Just wait and see." Hearing this, Chunya put down her cosmetics, disdain evident in her voice. "You haven't even saved enough for college, and you're already dreaming of stardom? Remember, without money to promote yourself, you'll have no opportunities." Chu Mengyao sat on the sofa, responding defiantly. "So what? There are still 20 days until school starts. That is plenty of time to earn hundreds of thousands. And with my acting talent, it will be sufficient." Seeing this, Chunya chose not to pursue the matter further. She had long ceased to depend on her sister and instead focused on finding a genuine man like Du Zhe to make up for the lost years of her youth. The two sat in silence on the sofa for nearly an hour, yet Du Zhe had yet to arrive. Chunya, somewhat anxious, frequently glanced out the window. What is taking him so long? Du Zhe comes every day. But it was Chu Mengyao who was more anxious, nearly frantic. A day without Du Zhe meant a loss of several thousand yuan, which directly impacted her future. Chu Mengyao immediately sent Du Zhe several messages on WeChat, inquiring why he hadn't come to discuss business with her. Meanwhile, Du Zhe was driving to a hotel. Upon seeing the messages, he silenced his phone and set it aside. Aunt Lan, who sat in the passenger seat, asked curiously, "Du Zhe, aren't you going to check your messages?" Du Zhe smiled. "Just a promotional message from a micro-business. No need to pay it any mind." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lan warned Du Zhe, "I've heard those micro-businesses can be scams. You mustn't trust what they say. It's best to delete them." Du Zhe should, assuring her he would do so later. In reality, this era was witnessing the rapid growth of micro-businesses, with many individuals earning substantial money through this novel business model. Particularly housewives and students eager for financial independence, who ventured in naively and paid a hefty tuition fee for their education. Micro-businesses were essentially a form of e-commerce, thriving at a time when traditional online commerce was less prevalent due to lower entry barriers. At noon, they gathered at an upscale restaurant to celebrate Du Zhe and Lin Qingming's acceptance into prestigious universities. Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao had called Du Zhe over a dozen times, all of which he dismissed, even adding her to his blacklist. After sipping a cup of tea, Du Zhe turned to Aunt Lan and Lin Qingming, saying, "Aunt Lan, Qingming, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Aunt Lan asked, arms crossed, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Du Zhe. Clearing his throat, he said, "Aunt Lan, Qingming and I will be attending university in Binhai. I fear we might only return during holidays." Aunt Lan paused, then smiled. "That's all right. I'll be fine at home. You two focus on your studies in Binhai. Securing good jobs is what truly matters." Lin Qingming felt a twinge of sadness. She had lived with her aunt for over a decade and had never been far from her. Now, going to Binhai meant being separated by hundreds of kilometers, with only a few visits possible each semester. She felt a pang of reluctance to leave her aunt. Du Zhe sensed the somber mood and cheerfully suggested, "Aunt Lan, rather than live alone at home, why not come to Binhai with us?" Aunt Lan waved her hand, politely declining. "I want to go. The rent there is too expensive, and someone needs to stay at home to look after things." Du Zhe understood her concerns were primarily about the high cost of living in Binhai, but he knew she wished to accompany Qingming. He then said, "Aunt Lan, you need not worry about accommodation. I've purchased a house near Binhai University. We can all live there. Bought a house? Aunt Lon stood up in shock, her ample figure swaying enticingly. Lin Kingning was ikvali astonis hit. Dua. You bought a house near Binhai University? Binhai South real estate prices were already exorbitant, let alone purchasing a property nearby. They were aware Duja had earned some money, but the thought of him buying a house in Binhai was beyond their imagination. Duja, noticing their astonishment, pulled out his phone. Aunt Lon, look, this is the house I bought in Binhai. 400 square meters, ample space for all of us. Aunt Lon and Lin Qingming leaned closer, marveling at the photos. Two alluring scents enveloped him, each possessing its own charm, causing Duja to swallow hard. Oh dear, what was he thinking? It was one thing to admire Qingming. How could he entertain thoughts of Aunt Lon? She was Qingming's aunt, and it seemed they had no connection at all. Chapter 85. Duja appears quite remarkable within the confines of a hotel suite. Aunt Lon gazed at Duja with a complex expression, a sense of gratification washing over her. The once youthful child had transformed into a remarkably accomplished individual. He had gained admission to Binhai University and purchased an extravagant apartment nearby. It seemed that Aunt Lon could rest easy knowing that Qingming would be with Duja in the future. Yet, she pondered when she might find a suitable partner herself. Eavesdropping like she did at night was hardly a sustainable solution. After inspecting the property with Aunt Lon and Qingming, Duja expressed his desire to head to Binhai a bit earlier. His reasons were twofold. He needed to establish a company there and manage the arrangements himself, and he wished for Aunt Lon and Qingming to acclimate to the affluent lifestyle of Binhai. Naturally, both women had no objections. They had come to regard Duja as the pillar of their family. Following lunch, Aunt Lon stifled a yawn, admitting she felt a bit tired and intended to return home for a nap. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingming's eyes sparkled with delight. She had been contemplating how to spend some private time with Duja and was pleasantly surprised that her aunt was leaving for a rest. This meant she could be alone with Duja. With this thought, Lin Qingming shyly intertwined her fingers. Duja readily agreed, eager to spend time with Qingming. He could not quite understand why he felt so disoriented whenever Aunt Lon was near, especially when his yang qi surged more vigorously. He promptly summoned a vehicle to escort Aunt Lon home. Just before she entered the car, Aunt Lon lowered the window and cheerfully remarked, Duja, I entrust Qingming to you. Do take good care of her. Duja rubbed his head, realizing that Aunt Lon did not truly wish to rest. Rather, she was granting them the space to be alone. Rest assured, Aunt Lon, I will look after Qingming well, he replied. Aunt Lon smiled softly and waved goodbye. Curiously, Duja leaned in, only to be taken aback when Aunt Lon gently caressed his face, exclaiming, You've matured so much that I can hardly believe you are the same Duja from before. It seems you have grown significantly overnight. This unexpected gesture left Duja, seasoned as he was, feeling somewhat awkward. How peculiar it was that such a simple touch could elicit such a strong reaction. Yet, he felt a sense of comfort. For Aunt Lon and Qingming, it had merely been a fleeting moment, but for Duja, a decade had passed. In this lifetime, he vowed to care for Aunt Lon and Qingming, ensuring they lived lives of utmost abundance. Soon, Aunt Lon departed. Once in the car, her cheeks flushed. She glanced at her hands and thought, Oh dear, how did I come to touch Duja's face? However, with a slight smile, she raised her hand to her nose. Inhaling gently, there lingered a trace of Duja's scent. Driver, please hurry. I am anxious to return home. Upon returning to the hotel, Duja inquired if Qingming wished to go out for entertainment or shopping for clothes and jewelry. However, Lin Qingming shook her head, her eyes bright with anticipation as she gazed at him. I do not wish to go anywhere. I simply want a place to relax. Understanding her intent, Duja smiled and took out his phone to book a luxurious suite at the hotel. It seemed Qingming had developed a taste for indulgence. 3 hours later, Lin Qingming lay contentedly in Duja's embrace, fast asleep. Duja, with one arm draped over her rounded shoulder, opened his phone to respond to a message from Chu Mengyao. Duja, I do not wish to meet you today. Apply some ointment and rest. Chu Mengyao, do you not realize that I am about to start school? For every day you do not show up, I lose thousands. Duja, reduce the price by 500. Chu Mengyao. No way, I was wrong, Duja. Duja, I will penalize you to provide me a free session. Any objections? Chu Mengyao, make it cheaper. Can you settle for 1,000? Duja said nothing and tossed his phone aside. This was merely a small test of compliance on his part. He wondered who had emboldened Chu Mengyao to bargain with him. He had no concerns about her refusal, for with her current capabilities, she lacked the standing to confront him. As anticipated, after a fit of anger that left her surroundings in disarray, Chu Mengyao begrudgingly accepted Duja's terms, paying the price for her rashness. Upon reading her acquiescence, Duja smirked slightly. Given her character and desire for wealth, it was surprising she would concede so swiftly without a second thought. It appeared he had underestimated her. Such individuals had no sense of ethics. And it was time to initiate a high-price phase. An hour later, Duja roused Lin Qingning, who gazed at him with her eyes shimmering with sleepiness. He promised to visit her room later that evening, coaxing her to reluctantly rise and dress before they departed together. As afternoon approached, Aunt Lon was busy preparing dinner at home, while Lin Qingning cheerfully entered to assist her. Moments later, she sniffed the air. "Aunt, what is that delightful aroma?" Aunt Lon playfully pinched her cheek and replied, "You must be starving. Aunt is cooking, of course. It smells wonderful." "Aunt, did you apply something fragrant to your hands?" Lin Qingning inquired, leaning closer. Startled, Aunt Lon quickly recoiled, blushing as she insisted, "No, do not make wild guesses. Now come help me with the cooking." Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao lay angrily on the sofa, her chest heaving with agitation. "I'm furious. That detestable Duja. I merely asked why he did not come today, and he demands a free session. If business were conducted in such a manner, I might as well starve." Dressed to the nines, Chunya sat idly on the sofa, feeling a sudden loss of vitality at Duja's absence. Chu Mengyao glanced at her, brimming with disdain. While Duja was indeed impressive, one should not become so infatuated. Their primary goal remained to earn money. "Hey sis, how much do you have on hand?" Chu Mengyao guided. Chunya looked up at her, then replied nonchalantly, "Around 400,000. Why do you ask?" "I have about the same, roughly 400,000, Chu Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. "This means we have enough saved to cover the loan. We just need to gather my tuition." Upon hearing the mention of tuition, Chunya remarked, "To attend university, you need at least several 100,000. With 20 days until school starts, you can likely earn 50 to 60,000. Chu Mengyao noted that she knew Chunya would not contribute much toward her tuition, as they had previously agreed on a system of labor distribution. While the costs at Benhai Drama Academy were slightly higher than at Yinying, with a bit of extra effort, she believed the 60,000 would be attainable. As for Duja, she had no worries. That fellow was as robust as an ox, singularly focused on his endeavors. Reflecting on this, Chu Mengyao felt a flush of warmth. Perhaps she was not in a position to critique Chunya. Being with Duja was indeed comforting. If her aspirations did not reach for the stars, being with him might not be such a poor choice after all. Chapter 86. The meal begins the following morning. Duja gently kissed the slumbering Lin Qingning before setting off in his car towards Chu Mengyao's residence. Along the way, he sent several messages to Bai Qingqing, inquiring about her health and the stability of her treatment. By the time their conversation concluded, he had arrived at the entrance of Chu Mengyao's home. Upon recognizing the familiar sound of his vehicle, the calm-faced Chunya was the first to greet him at the door. She tenderly smoothed the fabric of Duja's shirt and asked, "Duja, have you had breakfast yet? I made some soup. Would you like to have some?" As Duja gazed at the tender-hearted Chunya, he couldn't help but pinch her cheek in surprise at her significant change in demeanor, making him feel slightly bashful about teasing her. "Let's save the soup for later. I'll have some appetizers first. Is Mengyao awake?" Chunya pointed towards Mengyao's room and replied, "Not yet. She can be quite lazy. Wait a moment, Duja, I'll go wake her up." However, Duja gently held her back, saying, "No need for that. I can go in directly." Feeling the warmth emanating from him, Chunya blushed and replied, "All right. You go ahead. I'll heat up the soup." With that, Duja released her and entered Mengyao's room. Half an hour later, as Chu Mengyao untied her pigtails, Duja approached the dining table. Chunya had already warmed the soup and even thoughtfully prepared a few fried eggs for him. The three of them sat down to eat, during which Mengyao occasionally touched her head and shot Duja fierce glares, thinking, "What a despicable man. He shows no regard for delicate feelings." Meanwhile, Chunya eagerly inquired about the meal's taste, to which Duja shook his head, causing her to feel a pang of disappointment, thinking her culinary skills did not meet his expectations. However, his next words filled her with joy. The soup is quite good, but it pales in comparison to yours. That simple statement nearly made Chunya collapse in delight at the table. She thought, if only I could cook for him like this in the future. As they neared the end of their meal, just when Mengyao assumed they would commence their day's business, Duja suddenly declared, I have something to tell you both. In 10 days, I will be heading to Benhai. His announcement landed like a bombshell, stirring a tempest of emotions. The first to erupt was the furious Chu Mengyao. Duja, you're going to Benhai in 10 days? What nonsense is this? I haven't even earned enough for my tuition yet. If you go to Benhai, what will I do? She kicked her chair aside and confronted him, demanding, Duja, school doesn't start for another 20 days. Why are you leaving so early? Duja slammed his chopsticks down with a clatter that startled Mengyao. She quickly remembered that her earlier defiance had provoked him the day before, and now he was returning the favor. Her bravado diminished significantly as she whispered, I just wanted to ask, if you go to Benhai so early and can't hear the school, isn't it better to stay here with us? Chunya nodded in agreement, anxiously adding, Duja, Mengyao makes a good point. Noting their agitated reactions, Duja spread his arms with a smile. Every day feels the same. I'm getting a bit tired of it. Let me tell you, not only will I be going to Benhai in 10 days, but in this time, I'll only come to your home 2 or 3 times at most. Upon hearing that he would only visit for 2 or 3 days, both Mengyao and Chunya were immediately flustered. Mengyao was concerned about her insufficient savings for tuition and living expenses, while Chunya was distressed at the thought of losing time with Duja. They both rushed to him, clinging to his arm. Duja, just tell us what you want. We promise to comply. Please don't leave us. We will study even harder. Duja observed them with amusement and asked, anything at all? They both nodded earnestly. He then proposed, a few days ago, the prize per session increased from 5,000 to 6,000. Now, I'm considering raising it directly to 10,000. What do you think? The mention of the increased price left Mengyao momentarily stunned. She recalled the earlier conversation with the gangsters, who had mentioned that her and Chunya's worth could reach 5,000, while Duja had claimed he would always pay double, a price of 10,000 meant. Mengyao felt a stirring of temptation. Having grown accustomed to the 6,000 rate, the prospect of 10,000 didn't seem too bad. Contrarily, Chunya, fearing the loss of Duja, eagerly grasped his hand, exclaiming, I'm fine with it. 10,000 is nothing. I accept. Duja nodded approvingly at Chunya, pleased by her quick response. He then turned to Mengyao, who still bore a hint of hesitation. After a moment of internal struggle, her gaze steadied as she declared to Duja, all right, I agree, but you must come to my home every day during these 10 days. Seeing that Mengyao had fully committed, Duja wrapped his arm around her waist, grinning, no problem. Chapter 87. Yoga in front of Chu Mengyao's residence. The ever-principled brother Shanji returned once more to collect debts. However, this time, Chu Mengyao did not feel the pangs of distress as she had previously. Instead, she promptly transferred the remaining sum of several hundred thousand to them, settling all her loans in one fell swoop. Brother Shanji, taken aback, glanced at Duja, his eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't it said that they would only collect tens of thousands from her each week? Duja gestured to Shanji to keep quiet. If Chu Mengyao did not clear all her predatory loans, how could she move to Benhai ahead of schedule? How could he implement his next plan? After receiving a confirming nod from Duja, Brother Shanji dared not inquire further and left with his companions. There would be no need to exert effort in investigating whether they had fled. Once the loans were repaid, a sense of relief washed over Chu Mengyao. She rubbed her back and, with a hint of grievance in her gaze, remarked, Duja, have you gained weight these past few days? I can hardly catch my breath. After all, she had prepared soup for Chunya in the morning and had cooked a hearty meal for lunch, coupled with Duja's astonishing appetite. A slight increase in weight was only natural. Duja glanced at the time, 9:40, and then took hold of Chu Mengyao, leading her towards the room. It was Chunya who had gained weight, not him. That was impossible. She hardly ate at all. He pondered. 3 hours later, Duja took a brief rest before wandering into the living room, where he found Chu Mengyao and Chunya busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. He couldn't help but chuckle. Their relationship had deteriorated to a considerable extent, yet due to his involvement, they seemed to have grown closer once more. Indeed, teamwork is the primary catalyst for fostering intimate relationships. As Chu Mengyao cooked, she glanced at Chunya beside her eyes darting about as she subconsciously compared their figures. It seemed she needed to practice her glutes more. After all, being a star required an admirable physique, and she must manage her own body diligently. After lunch, Duja engaged in several hours of exercise before driving home. Arriving before 5 o'clock, he found Lin Qingning in the kitchen, humming a tune. Today, she intended to follow an online tutorial to make some pastries. With Qingning monopolizing the kitchen, Aunt Lan, left with nothing to do, turned on the television and donned a form-fitting yoga outfit, beginning to practice alongside a yoga fitness program. As the soothing strains of yoga music filled the air, Aunt Lan commenced her practice before the sofa, her movements fluid and graceful. Each pose exuded an astonishing allure, making her appear far younger than her 30-something years, resembling a girl in her 20s. Duja, seated on the sofa, found his gaze inadvertently shifting. To his surprise, Aunt Lan was practicing yoga before him, clad in that snug yoga attire. She truly did not regard him as a man, although he wished to admire her openly. He felt compelled to lower his head and focus on his phone, forcing his attention elsewhere. Noticing the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Aunt Lan bit her lip. It had been ages since she last practiced yoga, yet today, for reasons unknown, she felt an urge to showcase her movements to Duja. If he wasn't watching, would her efforts be in vain? She feigned a strained tone. Duja, could you help Annie stretch her back? It's been a while since I practiced, and my back feels stiff. What? Me? Duja replied, somewhat startled. Yet, realizing Qingning was still in the kitchen, he thought he had no choice but to assist Aunt Lan. All right, Aunt Lan, I'm on my way. He approached her from behind. At that moment, Aunt Lan knelt, her voluptuous body arching backward, yet she could not quite reach the floor. Duja pressed down on Annie's shoulders with some force, she instructed, her upper body clad in a snug tank top, her shoulders pale and soft. Duja nodded and extended his hands. All right, Duja, even if Annie says it hurts, you mustn't ease up, she urged. Don't worry, Aunt Lan. He applied pressure, and her back subsequently pressed down firmly against the ground. Breathe. Hold this for 5 minutes. Annie needs to endure. Aunt Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes fixated on Duja's pronounced Adam's apple, and she swallowed hard. An urge to kiss him crossing her mind, curious about the sensation. Duja, oblivious to her mention of holding for several minutes, found himself subconsciously thinking, Aunt Lan's figure seems even more astonishing than Chunya's. During her business days, Chunya had worn yoga attire, but it paled in comparison to Aunt Lan. Her curvaceous form suited all fitted clothing, exuding a unique charm entirely her own. Before him lay a luscious beauty, adorned in tantalizing yoga attire. How could a young man, trained in the art of self-discipline, possibly remain composed? Within 2 minutes, Duja felt an overwhelming heat rising within him. If this continued, he would undoubtedly find himself in an awkward situation akin to their previous outing, leaving Aunt Lan embarrassed. He resolved to act swiftly. With a determined thought, he released his grip, much to Aunt Lan's surprise. Annie, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Aunt Lan chuckled softly as she watched Duja hurriedly retreat. To think at over 30, she still held such a lure for a young man like him. From the kitchen, Lin Qingning poked her head out, flour dusted on her face. Annie, where did Duja go? Aunt Lan turned off the television, smiling. I don't know. He said he had some unfinished business and then left. She then retreated to her room, changing clothes and pulling out her yoga pants, heading to the balcony to wash them. Chu Mengyao had initially planned to hit the gym that evening. However, just as she changed into her workout attire, she heard the rumble of a car engine outside. How peculiar. Why had Duja arrived at this late hour? Confused, she opened the door and inquired, Duja, why are you here so late? Duja brushed past her without a glance, exclaiming, Tian Wenjing, and promptly headed for Chunya's room. Upon hearing that Duja had come for Chunya, Chu Mengyao's excitement surged. This meant more business opportunities. With Duja's capabilities, they could easily earn tens of thousands. She immediately dismissed her gym plans. What was the point of practicing glute exercises when there were profits to be made? However, just as she was about to enter the room, a loud bang echoed as the bedroom door slammed shut. Chu Mengyao stood frozen, wondering if her allure paled in comparison to that of Chunya. From within, Duja's voice rang out, "I'm only here for Chunya today. You can go entertain yourself." "Chunjia, I recall you have a set of yoga attire. Can you still find it?" Chapter 88. Journey to the coastal city. Several days have passed. The combined funds of Chu Mengyao and Chunya have accumulated to over 600,000. To Duja, this amount is negligible. However, it fills Chu Mengyao with immense joy. Even when she initially planned her trip to Yenying, she only had around 300,000, and that was meant to cover the expenses for both of them. To her astonishment, after selling Chui and engaging in business with Duja, she has earned over 2 million within a mere month. It feels as if money is falling from the sky. During this month, she has consumed a considerable amount of medication. With such frequency, she wonders if she might lose some of her functions. Moreover, her greater concern lies with the repair surgery she had previously learned about. Initially, it was said that the surgery would yield remarkable results. However, now that more than half a month has passed, and considering Duja's ruthless nature, she fears that the surgery might not be feasible or that the results may be disappointing. When she expressed her worries to Duja, he chuckled as he gazed at the back of her head, saying, "What are you afraid of? Once you arrive in the coastal city, you will see. The medical technology there has advanced to unimaginable levels. The repair surgery will be a breeze." Hearing Duja's reassuring words, Chu Mengyao felt a sense of relief. She planned to undergo a hair transplant as well, as she had lost more hair in this short period than she would in an entire year. It's all Duja's fault. 10 days drifted by. Duja had already purchased tickets for their flight to the coastal city. In the evening, they began packing. He brought along only a few changes of personal clothing, while Aunt Lan and Qingming had much more to pack. They made a trip back home after over a month of absence, cleaning thoroughly before packing their clothes into 4 large suitcases. Despite Duja's suggestions to pack lightly and buy new clothes upon arrival in the coastal city, Aunt Lan and Qingming felt reluctant to spend more of his money. Having already incurred significant expenses, they were hesitant to impose further, especially since they would be staying in the luxurious apartment Duja had purchased. Duja found their reluctance amusing. They still hadn't fully considered his home as theirs. However, he brushed it off, thinking that they would adjust in time. Once everything was packed, Duja arranged for a courier service, providing the address of his newly acquired apartment. With the house locked and 2 Mercedes parked in the nearby garage, they were ready to go. After an hour-esque journey, the 3 of them arrived at the airport. Meanwhile, just under 300 meters away, Chu Mengyao and Chunya emerged from a crowded taxi, having decided to head to the coastal city ahead of time. Without Duja around, they could not earn any income and thought it better to accompany each other. The taxi was crammed with luggage, and even Chu Mengyao sat in the front seat with several large bags in her lap. As they unloaded their bags, she felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since they had chosen a rather rough yet economical courier service near the airport. Chunya had insisted on bringing all this luggage along with them. In her mind, she had envisioned herself wearing sunglasses and carrying a small suitcase, stepping lightly onto the plane bound for the coastal city, ready to embark on her university journey. Her dreams of stardom and marrying into wealth. Yet the reality was far from glamorous. The taxi driver, clearly annoyed, urged, "Could you hurry up? Moving luggage takes forever, and it's hindering my business." Fuming, Chu Mengyao retorted, "If you think it's a waste of time, why not help us carry it? Sure, just pay me, and I'll do anything you want." The driver shrugged. "You." Chu Mengyao was furious. Had it not been for the many passengers around, she would have unleashed her anger on the driver. Chunya intervened. "All right, let us just get the luggage to the courier shop first." With that, Chu Mengyao begrudgingly unloaded all the bags. She turned to Chunya and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come along? I'm going to university. Why are you following me with all this luggage?" Carrying her own bags, Chunya replied as they walked towards the courier shop, "I'm just worried about you. It's your first time going this far. How can I not be concerned? Besides, I've spent over a decade in this small town taking care of you. Can't I have a chance to see the world?" Hearing Chunya's words, Chu Mengyao found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Fine, if you want to come, then come along. I don't mind having company. I don't want to be cooped up in the dorm all day." But Chunya's reason for joining her in the coastal city was not solely out of concern. She was reluctant to part with Duja. Just a few days ago, while in front of the mirror, she had asked Duja how often he would return from the coastal university. He had replied, once every 6 months. Maybe I'll stay in the coastal city for a longer time. That single statement solidified Chun Ye's resolve to accompany Chu Mengyao. If Duja was leaving, what was the point of staying behind alone? It was better to go to the coastal city together, where she could also coax Duja into making her some porridge during his free time. As the two of them dragged their luggage toward the courier point, Duja, along with Aunt Lan and Qingning, entered the airport. The stark contrast in demeanor between Aunt Lan and Qingning, coupled with their differing ages and the interplay of innocence and allure, drew envious glances from many. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Mengyao caught sight of Duja and the others, her expression darkening. Duja was indeed involved with Lin Qingning. Having observed Duja in the company of Lin Qingning and another alluring woman, Chu Mengyao harbored a silent resentment. While Duja's association with Lin Qingning previously evoked mere discomfort, it now incited a sense of exasperation. Despite her perceived lack of sentimentality, Chu Mengyao, as a woman, possessed a unique attachment to her first intimate partner, especially considering the various inaugural experiences shared. Despite their business-oriented relationship devoid of emotional investment, Chu Mengyao felt a surge of indignation. Duja, what do I lack? She silently questioned. In terms of figure and appearance, how do I pale in comparison to Lin Qingning? You pursued me for 3 years. Do you truly harbor no interest in me? Is our connection solely transactional? Witnessing Duja's doting gaze upon Lin Qingning, Chu Mengyao felt as if her eyes were ablaze. His demeanor towards Lin Qingning differed vastly from his treatment of her, regarding the former as a rare treasure, handled with utmost delicacy. Conversely, his gaze towards her was cold and objectifying, as if she were merely a vessel. What makes Lin Qingning superior to me? She wondered. Beside her, Chun Ye's gaze also shifted, not out of jealousy towards the intimacy between Lin Qingning and Duja, but towards the radiant woman to Duja's right. As a mature woman in her 30s, Chun Ye recognized her as a formidable rival. The woman possessed a unique aura, embodying the gentle, domestic type that Chun Ye aspired to portray. Moreover, her hourglass figure surpassed Chun Ye's own. No wonder Duja has shown little interest in me. He already has a more beautiful and sophisticated woman by his side. Suddenly, Qin Ye froze. Recalling the night, Duja inquired about her ability to find that pair of yoga pants. Upon her enthusiastic return in the attire, she anticipated praise, but instead received a sigh and a shake of the head. Still lacking, he had said, but passable. Observing Lan, conversing and laughing with Duja, Chun Ye felt a pang of inexplicable envy. If only I could stand openly by Duja's side, accompanying him on errands and outings, she lamented. Both women, consumed by their own thoughts, watched Duja's group depart. Lin Qingning and Lan remained oblivious to Chu Mengyao and Chun Ye's presence. But Duja caught a glimpse of them. Chun Ye's reaction aligned with his expectations, given her submissive nature. However, Chu Mengyao's behavior puzzled him. After her actions, how dare she display such resentment? He thought, her worth is merely that of a chalice. Soon, Duja led Lan and Qingning away. Their first-class tickets granted them access to the VIP, bypassing the queues. Chu Mengyao and Chun Ye, after checking their luggage, had to endure the long lines to board. Surrounded by ordinary travelers, many of whom stared at the two striking women, Chu Mengyao felt a wave of discomfort. As a future celebrity, how can I possibly squeeze into economy class with these commoners? She thought. Without hesitation, Chu Mengyao dragged Chun Ye towards the airport counter to upgrade their tickets. Chun Ye expressed her concerns. Mengyao, first-class tickets are too expensive. I think we're fine as we are. Chu Mengyao stopped, retorting indignantly. I refuse to be crammed in with these people. We're going to bin high anyway. We can simply engage in a few more transactions with Duja, earning tens of thousands each time. Why fret over the cost of ticket? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, Chun Ye's eyes lit up. Chu Mengyao had initially declared that she would cease doing business with Duja upon his arrival in Binhai, focusing instead on pursuing her dream of becoming a celebrity. However, she now seemed to have changed her mind, willing to continue their arrangement. Chun Ye hesitated before asking, Mengyao, what about your surgery? It's not urgent. Chu Mengyao replied through gritted teeth. I need to study for at least a year or two anyway. I can earn money while learning. She had not intended to continue seeking out Duja, but witnessing his intimacy with Lin Qingning had unsettled her. I may not love you, Duja, but your attitude towards me is infuriating, she exclaimed inwardly. You may know that I aspire to become a celebrity and marry into wealth, but you currently possess me. Shouldn't you cherish that? I may be with you for money now, but once I'm rich, where will you find such a favorable arrangement? Duja, just you wait. She vowed, I will use your money to achieve success. Once I become a celebrity, I will resent you alone. Subsequently, the two purchased first-class tickets, albeit on a different flight from Duja. The flight to Binhai was lengthy, lasting several hours. Duja spent his time messaging by Qingqing. As they chatted merrily, a notification appeared. Chu Mengyao, Duja, have you rented a place in Binhai? Upon seeing the message from Chu Mengyao, Duja disregarded it, continuing his conversation with Bai Qingqing. However, Chu Mengyao persisted in sending messages, prompting Duja to consider blocking her. Duja, are you annoying? Our business has concluded. Why are you still messaging me? Chu Mengyao, I've decided to continue doing business with you until I achieve my dream. I simply want to know where you've rented a place, so I can rent nearby. Upon reading this, Duja chuckled. He had initially planned to expose Chu Mengyao to Binhai's exorbitant cost of living, hoping she would return, tearfully begging him to allow her to continue earning money. However, she now seemed eager to participate. Duja, all right, but since you're no longer in dire straits, I can only offer you half of the previous rate. Do you agree? Only half. Chu Mengyao seethed inwardly. With her looks and figure, she could easily earn 2,000 or 3,000 a night as an escort. Half of that would leave her with only 1,000. However, after careful consideration, Chu Mengyao concluded that she had no choice but to accept Duja's offer. Firstly, Duja was handsome and her first intimate partner. The thought of being with older, unattractive men repulsed her. Secondly, she aspired to become a public figure and could not risk being exposed for engaging in frequent transactions with different individuals. She had seen numerous videos of undercover operations targeting escorts. Thirdly, Duja was generous and provided ample opportunities, often earning her tens or hundreds of thousands in a single day. Considering these factors, Chu Mengyao agreed to Duja's terms. Upon receiving Chu Mengyao's confirmation, Duja scoffed. Rent a place, he mused. Let me think. I recall there being several duplex apartments near Binhai University, many of which are used for such arrangements. Isn't that perfect for Chu Mengyao? Where else would a Kuan reside but in a Kuan's nest? Chapter 90, Arrival after settling on his decision. Duja sent a message to Chu Mengyao, informing her that he had purchased an apartment near Binhai University. Coincidentally, Binhai Drama Academy was just 2 streets away from the university. He offered to rent a nearby place for them, as a form of compensation for the reduced price. Upon receiving Duja's message, Chu Mengyao felt a flicker of pride and replied with an okay. It seemed that Duja still had a lingering desire to continue their business relationship. Perhaps he was merely putting on a facade of disdain, pretending to trample over her while secretly yearning for her company. After all, he had pursued her for 3 years. Even with a bit of newfound wealth, he could not entirely conceal his feelings. Chu Mengyao chuckled softly, shaking her head in disappointment. Unfortunately, Duja had merely acquired a small fortune. If he had come from a wealthy family, she might have considered him more seriously. If Duja were to learn of Chu Mengyao's current thoughts, he might find himself juggling business and offering her a substantial sum. He had encountered dreams and fantasies, but had never witnessed someone as delusional as Chu Mengyao. Did she truly believe she possessed some form of capital? With her limited talents, did she think she could become a star or marry into a wealthy family? At best, she would end up as a mere plaything, discarded once she had lost her novelty, all while believing herself to be significant. On the side, Qinya observed Chu Mengyao's self-satisfied expression and could not help but inquire, Yao, what did Duja say? Is he still willing to do business? Chu Mengyao picked up her phone, showing it to Qinya. How could he so easily abandon us? Not only is he continuing the business, but he is also offering to rent us a place at half the price. Price doesn't matter, as long as Duja is still willing, Qinya replied excitedly, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. As long as they could continue doing business with Duja, the financial outcome was inconsequential. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Du Jia and his companions had already arrived at Binhai. As they exited the airport, Lin Qingning couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the towering buildings. They were much taller than those back home. Aunt Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, though she managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Living in such a developed city must come with a hefty price tag. Soon, and the group headed towards the luxurious apartment known as Bayview Residence. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, both Lin Qingning and Aunt Lan were left speechless. The landscape boasted towering ancient trees, a vast artificial lake, and exquisitely opulent architecture. Every detail here radiated one word: expensive. Du Jia led them to the elevator, which served only one unit per floor, covering over 400 square meters. When he opened the door, both Lin Qingning and Aunt Lan were utterly flabbergasted. Such a residence was something they had never even seen on television. Aunt Lan, in a daze, asked Du, can you tell us how much you spent on this place? Du Jia held up 4 fingers with a grin. Not too much, just over 40 million. 40 million. Both Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning were taken aback. Though they knew Du Jia had made a fortune, they could hardly fathom such a staggering amount. Du Jia guided them through the apartment, showcasing smart curtains, lighting, a water heater, a coffee machine, an automatic washing machine, and a fully stocked bar. Aunt Lan and Lin Qingning were dazzled by the sheer luxury. Finally, when Du Jia took them to the underground garage, they were utterly stunned to see 2 Porsches and a Rolls-Royce parked there. Their perception of Du Jia's affluence underwent a radical transformation. The once sunny and charming Du Jia had now evolved into a figure of immense wealth. As noon approached, Du Jia took them to a nearby Western restaurant for a meal. He also contacted the manager from whom he had purchased the apartment, requesting assistance in finding a unit near Binhai University. Although the manager was puzzled as to why such a wealthy individual would seek out inexpensive housing, he diligently set about fulfilling Du Jia's request, personally visiting the area. In a particular apartment building, 2 alluringly dressed women were gleefully counting their money as the property manager wiped away his lipstick-stained face, marveling at the establishment's allure. The building was home to numerous businesswomen, many of whom were enterprising university students engaging in various ventures. Each service was priced around $600, and the manager had just spent $1,500. He couldn't fathom why someone as affluent as Du Jia would seek accommodation here, as surely, with a mere wave of his hand, a multitude of women would flock to him. Regardless of the manager's confusion, he located the best duplex apartment in the vicinity, priced at $5,000 per month, with commercial utilities included, and even paid 3 months' rent in advance. Upon receiving the manager's call, Du Jia was astounded by his efficiency. Whether purchasing a villa for by Qingqing or renting an apartment, the manager's promptness and effectiveness were commendable. After transferring a 10,000 yuan tip, Du Jia drove to the hospital where Bai Qingqing was staying, while Aunt Lan and Qingning explored the new appliances at home. At the hospital entrance, Bai Jia and Tian Xingli had been waiting eagerly. Upon spotting Du Jia's Rolls-Royce, they rushed forward in delight. Du Jia lowered the car window, smiling. "Where's Qingqing? Has her treatment concluded?" Bai Jia brushed her hair aside and gently replied, "Qingqing just received an injection and has fallen asleep. She won't wake up until 8 tonight." 8. Du Jia did. Unlike Bai Jia, Tian Xingli was less reserved. She opened the car door and slid in, flashing a flirtatious smile. "Oh, boss. You come in asking about Qingqing, but you should at least acknowledge us. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Right, Bai Jia?" Bai Jia's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided, "Xingli, what are you saying? It's true. Some people even call out names in their sleep," she teased, pinching Tian Xingli. Observing their playful banter, Du Jia couldn't help but chuckle. Qingqing had just received her medication and should not be disturbed. "All right, enough of that. I'm taking you both somewhere to discuss business." Upon hearing the mention of business, Tian Xingli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What kind of business? With your capabilities? It must be substantial." Bai Jia, however, was puzzled, knowing little about such matters. She wondered how discussing business could possibly benefit Du Jia. Du Jia smiled. "It's not a small deal, perhaps ranging from hundreds of millions to billions." Chapter 91. Hopeful Bai Jia at around 6 o'clock, an urgent phone call rang out. Bai Jia, propping up her weary arms, answered the phone. Under the resentful gaze of Tian Xingli, Duja walked towards a restroom to take the call. An exasperated voice immediately came through the line. Duze, I sent you so many messages, and you haven't replied to a single one. Have you forgotten about us? Chu Mengyao reprimanded him loudly, expressing that Duja had left her and Chunya waiting for over an hour. She mentioned that he had already found a place and was supposed to pick them up upon their arrival. Yet, they had been waiting there for quite some time without even a glimpse of him. Once Chu Mengyao finished her tirade, Duja replied slowly, What are you anxious about? I have some matters to attend to here. You can take a taxi yourself. I'll send you the address via WeChat. Without waiting for Chu Mengyao to respond, he abruptly hung up. Initially, he intended to personally escort Chu Mengyao and Chunya, hoping to conduct some business and help them earn money. However, upon seeing Bai Jie and Tian Xingli, he had completely forgotten about that plan. After sending Chu Mengyao the address and room number, he heard Tian Xingli call from outside. Duja, are you still on the phone? Duja turned around and said, Almost done, just give me a few minutes. He then texted Lin Qingning. Qingning, I'll be a bit late tonight. You and Aunt Lon should grab something to eat. Lin Qingning replied, Okay, come back early, don't stay out too late. Duja responded, understood, and then put his phone away as he exited the restroom, preparing to wash his dry luggage thoroughly. Later that evening at 8 o'clock, Bai Qingqing stirred awake on her hospital bed, vaguely seeing Duja by her side. Was this a dream? How could she see Duja again? Hearing the word dream, Duja couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Qingqing often thought of him during this time. He gently rubbed Bai Qingqing's delicate face. Qingqing, I'm back to see you. Upon feeling the real sensation on her face, Bai Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly sat up. I thought I was dreaming. I missed you so much while you were away. Duja sat by the bed, embracing Bai Qingqing. I missed you too, Qingqing. Don't worry. This time I'm been high, and I won't be leaving for a long while. Really? Bai Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, standing up eagerly. Does that mean you can come home and live with me tonight? Upon hearing this, Duja hesitated slightly, his expression turning a bit apologetic. Seeing his reaction, Bai Qingqing felt a pang in her heart. Of course, Duja had a girlfriend. They were the ones who would have a home together. How could she expect him to accompany her? Bai Qingqing forced a smile, tears glistening in her eyes. At least you could take me back, right? She looked so pitiful, evoking deep sympathy. Duja brushed away her tears with a kiss and reassured her, Qingqing, don't worry. I'll leave after you fall asleep tonight. He still was prepared for Qingning and Qingqing to meet. Both believed themselves to be the third party, yet in Duja's heart, their statuses held equal importance. The challenge lay in how to facilitate their acceptance of one another. He understood that, given their love for him, they would eventually accept each other. However, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli would certainly want to stay with Qingqing, complicating matters due to Bai Jie's relationship with Qingqing. Moreover, with Aunt Lon around, if she found out about his relationships beyond Qingning, he couldn't imagine her reaction. Why am I so concerned about Aunt Lon's thoughts? He realized that her impression as an elder had left a lasting impact on him. Soon, Duja drove Bai Qingqing and the others back home. After dinner, Bai Jie and Tian Xingli tactfully announced their intention to go out for a while, returning late. Their teasing glances made Bai Qingqing blush like an apple. Duja wrapped his arm around Bai Qingqing's waist and chuckled. What's wrong? We're like an old married couple now. Why be shy? Bai Qingqing, both embarrassed and flustered, wriggled out of his embrace and hurried upstairs. With a loud bang, she shut the door. Yet, less than a minute later, the door creaked, opened slightly. Duja smiled faintly, glanced at his phone. It was 9:20, still ample time. He put his phone away and slowly ascended the stairs. At 11:30 that night, Duja looked bemusedly at the sleeping Bai Qingqing. She was the one who said she wanted him to keep her company tonight. Yet here she was fast asleep. Clearly, the new medication had a strong effect. He gently kissed her cheek, tucked her in, and quietly slipped away. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Bai Jie sitting on the sofa. Did Qingqing fall asleep so quickly? Bai Jie asked with a hint of anticipation. Duja nodded, saying, I'll transfer 5 million to your phone. Take good care of Qingqing. I might not have time to visit her every day. Bai Jie understood. After all, Duja had a girlfriend and couldn't devote all his time to Qingqing. Yet, she bore no resentment. Without Duja, Qingqing's illness would never have been treated. and she would still be trapped in a cycle of work with little time for Ching. Don't worry, we'll take good care of Ching. You don't need to force yourself to find so much time, Bai Jie assured him. Du sighed with relief, thinking of ways to ensure Ching could live with him in the future, and then he left. After he departed, Bai Jie stood in astonishment by the sofa, replaying Du Jie's words in her mind. What do you mean by letting Ching live with him in the future? Did he intend for his girlfriend to know about Ching's existence, and for them to coexist under the same roof? Wasn't that a bit too much? Yet, for someone like Du Jie, it didn't seem to be a significant issue. Bai Jie bit her lip, having heard many stories during her time in Binhai. There was a powerful official who bought an entire building, with each floor occupied by a different mistress, all of whom were aware of one another's presence. With Du Jie's capabilities, it would be effortless for him to juggle dozens of women simultaneously. If Ching were to live with Du Jie, would I have a chance? Bai Jie's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Just after driving a short distance, Du Jie's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Chu Mengyao. Du Jie, what kind of house did you rent for us? Do you know that it's filled with those shameless women? Hearing her words, Du Jie couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you one of them? What's wrong with earning a living through your own efforts? He retorted, besides, where else would they stay if not at a place like this? Chapter 92. The infuriated Chu Mengyao on the other end of the line. Chu Mengyao was nearly beside herself with rage. This afternoon, Du Jie had sent her a location. The name sounded rather upscale, and the area was quite decent. Without hesitation, Chu Mengyao took a taxi there with Chunya. Upon arriving at the apartment, she pushed open the door, expecting something akin to a quaint guest house, only to be utterly astonished. Du Jie had rented her a loft apartment with ceilings nearly 5 meters high, occupying an area twice that of other duplexes, an impressive 60 square meters. The furnishings were complete, and upstairs boasted an en-suite bathroom and 2 bedrooms. In Binhai, such a property in this location would easily cost several thousand yuan. Chunya, stunned, felt her heart race. He truly cared for me. Worried I might have nowhere to stay in Binhai. When Du Jie next visits, I must treat him well. Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao exuded a sense of pride. After all, he had pursued her for 3 years and clearly couldn't let go of her. Whether it was forcing himself to earn over 2 million yuan in business or now assisting her in finding accommodation, Du Jie's special care for her was evident. Du Jie, although you cannot win my heart, your little gestures are commendable. Perhaps if I marry into a wealthy family in the future, I might use my connections to assist with your small ventures. Thus, Chu Mengyao and Chunya settled into the apartment. However, while shopping downstairs that evening, Chu Mengyao sensed something amiss. The apartment had far too many visitors, predominantly young men, each scrutinizing her with unabashed gazes. Had they never seen a beauty before? Chu Mengyao scoffed. These individuals would only intersect with her life in fleeting moments. Yet, during the queue, at least 7 or 8 approached her for her contact information, and a few intoxicated men even inquired about her rates for the night. Infuriated, she scolded them before hastily retreating upstairs. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such repugnant individuals. By 10 o'clock that night, after showering, Chu Mengyao intended to sleep. Yet, raucous laughter and male voices from next door interrupted her peace. Oddly, she hadn't noticed any male tenants upon entering. Initially, she thought little of it, but the noise grew louder, becoming clear enough for her to discern their words. How was one supposed to sleep under such circumstances? Angrily, Chu Mengyao opened her door to confront her neighbors. However, as she did so, she was stunned. The doors of several neighboring units stood wide open, with a few menacing figures lingering outside, while several flamboyantly dressed women lured them inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them. Realizing the implications and recalling the peculiar glances she had received downstairs, Chu Mengyao understood there was something seriously wrong. She opened her phone and searched for her building on a nearby student forum. The information revealed that this apartment complex was notorious, dubbed Kunlong. It was predominantly occupied by women, most of whom were engaged in live streaming, often leading double lives. Even delivery men had a part with 600 yuan during their brief visits. Faced with this revelation, Chu Mengyao grasped that Du Jie had deceived her. Ignoring Chunya's protests, she furiously dialed Du Jie. Du Jie, what do you take me for? If the school finds out I'm living here, What will they think of me? Duja chuckled. It's just Kunlong. Besides, don't you think there are students from your school living here too? What? Chu Mengyao was bewildered. In such a chaotic environment, how could there possibly be students from Binhai Theater Academy? Duja scoffed, clearly amused by her naivety. This ignorant girl has no idea how dire the job market is for performing arts graduates. Each year, countless theater students graduate. Do you think every single one becomes a star? Thankfully, the rise of live streaming has offered them an alternative path. There are plenty like you, convinced that admission to a drama academy guarantees stardom, yet ultimately crushed by reality. You, Chu Mengyao, are merely a pretty face. Why assume you'll become a celebrity or marry into wealth? Regardless, I've already paid 3 months' rent for you, $5,000 a month. Whether you choose to stay is entirely up to you. With that, he hung up. Chu Mengyao was infuriated to the point of tears. How dare he insult her so? Yet, after contemplating, she realized that rent in Binhai was exorbitant, and there were scarcely any decent alternatives near the school. This place seemed the best option, especially since Duja had already covered 3 months' rent. It would be foolish not to stay. Otherwise, her expenses would only escalate, compounded by her school fees, clothing, and accessories. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself with resolve. Tomorrow, she would purchase soundproofing materials to cover every wall, ensuring she would never again have to endure such vile noises. After hanging up, Duja felt a wave of delight wash over him. Unfortunately, he couldn't witness the expression on Chu Mengyao's face. However, it mattered little. In a few days, he would personally attend to her business. White Qingqing's villa was not far from Duja's spacious flat. Within mere minutes, he arrived home. Upon entering, he discovered that the living room lights were still on. Lin Qingning, bleary-eyed, rubbed her tired eyes. Duja, you're back. Are you hungry? I can make you something to eat. Seeing that Lin Qingning had waited up for him so late stirred a pang of sympathy in Duja, and he embraced her gently. Qingning, I'm not hungry. It's quite late. You should have gone to bed by now. Blushing, Lin Qingning murmured, I couldn't sleep. The house is too big, and I feel a little scared alone. She fidgeted with her hands, her toes twisting against the floor, appearing rather shy. Duja chuckled warmly, choosing not to tease her further. Well, you could always find Aunt Lon. You two could sleep together, couldn't you? Lin Qingning bit her lip, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Duja. He found her expression irresistible, and without further jest, he took her hand and led her toward his room under her bashful gaze. Aunt Lon lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had already tested the soundproofing in the afternoon. Even at maximum volume, she could hear nothing from the neighboring apartments. Each room was impeccably insulated, rendering even the living room's sounds inaudible. Burying her head in her pillow, she sighed. What was she to do? She would hear nothing in the future. Did she truly need to consider finding a boyfriend? Yet, at over 30, who would still find her attractive? Alas, what a disheartening thought. Chapter 93. The jealous Aunt Lon. The following morning at 7. Duja was already awake and noticed that Lin Qingning had yet to stir. He gently kissed her forehead before rising. As he opened the bedroom door, he was taken aback to find Aunt Lon sitting at the dining table, having prepared breakfast for the three of them. Good morning, Duja, she greeted with a smile. Wash your face and come eat. Duja was zulmavat astonishit. For over a month, neither he nor Qingning had shared breakfast, and Aunt Lon had only prepared meals for herself. Why, then, had she made breakfast for 3 today? All right, I'll be there after brushing my teeth, he replied, heading toward the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Aunt Lon rose with a smile and remarked, It's already 7. Why is Qingning still in bed? This laziness won't do. She then prepared to push open Qingning's bedroom door to wake her. Duja's heart raced at this sight. Qingning was not in her room. He quickly positioned himself in front of her door, grasping Aunt Lon's hand. Aunt Lon, let Qingning rest a bit longer. There is no need to rush her up so early. Feeling the warmth of Duja's hand, a strange current coursed through Aunt Lon, causing her cheeks to flush. She had felt that the soundproofing in the rooms was somewhat unfair, and she felt a twinge of jealousy. This morning, her intention was merely to tease Duja, but she expected him to hold her hand. As he was about to release her, Aunt Lon smiled and said, That one do, Duja. This is your home, and Qingning can't keep lazing around like this. She moved closer, tugging at his arm to nudge him aside. The warmth of her presence stirred something within Duja, making his heart race. If this were a football field, it would certainly be a foul. Yet he could not bring himself to step aside. They remained in a stalemate before Qingming's door for some time. Finally, Aunt Lan pouted and said, Duja, you really spoiled Qingming. Embarrassed, Duja scratched his head. No matter what Aunt Lan said, Auntie let her open the door. With a resigned smile, Aunt Lan stepped back, her face still tinged with pink. Fina, if you're going to coddle her, I want to disturb Qingming. As the warmth of her touch faded, Duja felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Thankfully, Aunt Lan no longer insisted on entering. If she discovered that Qingming was in his room, it would be quite the embarrassment. Soon, Duja finished his morning routine and sat down for breakfast. Lang, seated across from him, took small bites of her meal. The dining table was an elegant high-top, a popular choice in luxurious architecture, and he found it quite different from the tables in his former home. Aunt Lan often felt uncomfortable eating at such heights, so she straightened up and leaned over the table, finding it much more comfortable this way. Satisfied, Aunt Lan nodded in approval while sipping her porridge. Discretely observing du et ses expressions. He was almost taken aback by the sight before him, realizing that one could eat in such a manner. Perhaps he could try this with Chunya later. Before long, Duja finished his meal and headed downstairs to drive to meet Chu Mengyao and Chunya. It appeared that the places he frequented were all within this vicinity. The flat and apartments were all near Binhai University, less than 5 kilometers apart, and Bai Qingqing's villa was within 10 kilometers. They formed a triangle, which, due to the principle of stability, would hardly attract attention. 20 minutes later, Duja arrived near the apartment, parked in an underground garage, and called Chu Mengyao. What else with the early call? I'll be at your doorstep in 10 minutes. Get ready. Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyao snapped out of her groggy state. So early? I haven't even gone out to get the medicine yet. Duze replié coldly. Whether you take your medicine is your business. Hurry up. I'll be there soon. With that, he hung up the phone. Fuming, Chu Mengyao slammed her fist into the blanket. That infuriating Duja only thought of his own convenience, completely disregarding their safety. Yet, despite her irritation, she would forego the money. After all, it was 1,000 each time. She quickly dressed and knocked on Chunya's door. What is it? Chunya's sleepy voice came through. Duja will be here in a few minutes. You entertain him while I go buy some medicine. Upon hearing that Duja was coming, Chunya instantly perked up. Then hurry and go. Bring back some ointment too. Duja must have missed her. Hence his quick arrival. As Chu Mengyao dashed downstairs to buy the medicine, 5 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Chunya just finished applying her lipstick and eagerly opened the door, her heart racing at the sight of Duja's tall and handsome figure. Duja, you're here. Mengyao went to buy medicine. I'm all alone at home. Ignoring her, Duja stepped inside, surveying the surroundings and nodding in approval. It resembled his previous abode perfectly. Chunya, blushing, followed him closely, wanting to speak but fearing he would think her immature, leaving her anxiously silent. Duja sat down on the sofa and asked, Have you eaten breakfast? Chunya quickly replied, Not yet. I was busy getting ready because Mengyao said you were coming. I didn't have time to cook. Are you hungry? I can whip something up for you. Duja smiled and said, No need. Since you haven't eaten, I'll make some porridge for you. He truly cares for me. Knowing I hadn't eaten, he is going out his way to make porridge for me. Chunya's heart blossomed with joy as she responded, All right, I'm actually a bit thirsty too. Meanwhile, Chu Mengyao had spent nearly an hour downstairs. She first purchased a costly medicine and a blood circulation ointment, ensuring quality for her regular use. After searching for some time, she finally found the soundproofing material she desired. Once she applied it to the walls, she wouldn't have to hear the irritating noises from the surroundings anymore. Despite her grievances, she was quite satisfied with the apartment, though the numerous men around made her uncomfortable. While she was also in the business, at least she only served Duja, which felt much more respectable. With her purchases in hand, Chu Mengyao ascended the stairs. Upon entering, she found Chunya washing up, dressed in a tank top, her hair slightly disheveled. Has Duja not arrived yet? She inquired. Chunya, brushing her teeth, pointed upstairs, indicating that Duja was indeed there. He was here to bring me money. Chu Mengyao felt a surge of excitement and hurried up the stairs. Duja, wait a moment. I need to take a pill first. The effect will be the same whether I take it now or later. All right. Is it a necklace you're wearing? Yes, it's quite expensive. It cost me over 10,000. Is it durable? What? Nothing. You don't need to tie your hair today. Let me see your necklace. Chapter 94. The cool and alluring Xia Wanjun around 11 o'clock a.m. Chunya, adorned in a figure-hugging black pencil skirt, descended the stairs with a swaying gait. Harboda. Tender feet patted softly against the steps. She coughed deeply, repeatedly patting her chest before exhaling a long breath. You guys rest for a bit, she called upstairs. I'm going to buy some groceries to cook. She then slipped into a pair of high heels and headed out. Duja playfully tapped Chu Mengyao on the back of the head. Still hustling? Don't you want to take a break? Chu Mengyao responded with unwavering determination. Of course I'm hustling. A break is enough time for me to earn 1,000 yuan. Time is money. How can I waste it? By the time Chunya returned with the groceries and finished cooking, Chu Mengyao had already amassed an additional 2,000 yuan, elevating her mood considerably. Her appetite had even grown, and she continuously helped herself to the dishes. Chunya, why aren't you eating? She asked, noticing Chunya propping her arms up on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Startled by Chu Mengyao's voice, Chunya snapped out of a reverie. She glanced at Duja's face and lowered her head bashfully. You guys eat, she stammered. I'm not hungry. I already ate. Chu Mengyao frowned slightly. If you don't eat, where will you get the energy to work this afternoon? What if you lose out on tens of thousands of yuan? She was about to offer more encouragement when something suddenly dawned on her. She turned to look at Duja, who was eating, then back at the demure Chunya. It was then that she understood. She nodded knowingly, finally grasping the situation. She had completely forgotten about that aspect. Without further prompting, she merely touched the faint marks on her neck. That scoundrel, Duja, he nearly broke her necklace. At 2:30 p.m., Chu Mengyao hastily grabbed a short-sleeved top and threw it on. She even rushed downstairs without bothering to put on shoes, intercepting Duja at the door. You're leaving now? It's only 2:30. Chu Mengyao was utterly bewildered. Duja usually stayed until after 4 o'clock p.m., sometimes even 5 o'clock p.m. Why was he leaving so early today? Duja, who had just finished wiping lipstick off his neck with a tissue, chuckled. What's this? Are you reluctant to see me go? Chu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him and retorted playfully, Of course. Today I've only earned less than 50,000, not even half as much as before. Duja checked the time. It was exactly 2:30 p.m. He had scheduled a meeting with the operations team he had recruited for 3:30 p.m. He only had an hour left. However, seeing the expectant look in Chu Mengyao's eyes and noticing her slightly lowered neckline, he paused to consider. He then pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xia Wanjun. Duja, come directly to the company. We'll meet there. In less than half a minute. Xia Wanjun replied, Okay, we're on our way. Okay, that would save him at least half an hour. He put away his phone and said with a smile, All right, since you're so insistent, I'll spare half an hour to spend with you. Chu Mengyao exclaimed with delight. Really? Duja, I didn't know you were so considerate. She hadn't expected Duja to actually agree to stay. After all, he was usually a man of his word. It seemed he still cared for her. But soon, Chu Mengyao found herself at a loss for words. Duja had already left. He had to drive to the company building to meet Xia Wanjun's operations team. On the drive, he received a message from Chu Mengyao. Chu Mengyao, Duzi, are you sick in the head? I just wanted to earn another 1,000 yuan. And you used it for free? Are you even human? Rules were rules. The previous didn't count. She had wasted half an hour and earned nothing. Duzi scoffed, ignoring le message. Being willing to stay with her was already a favor. And she still wanted to earn another 1,000 yuan? Why did all the good things have to happen to her? He silenced his phone and continued driving towards the company building. The building was not far from Bai Qingqing's villa. After more than half a month of intense renovations, the company was taking shape with only the live streaming equipment left to arrive. When selecting properties, Duja had specifically chosen several large villas and these 2 floors of office space. These 2 floors alone were worth over 50 million. After all, most people would rent a single floor for an office. Who would be extravagant enough to buy 2 entire floors? Soon, Duja arrived at the building. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator on the 25th floor, he saw 5 strikingly beautiful women waiting for him. At the head was a stunning, cool, and collected woman with long, straight black hair, dressed in professional attire. Xia Wanjun stared at Duja, slightly taken aback. Was this person really their boss? He looked far too young. Xiao Wanjun had imagined Duja to be at least 30 or 40 years old. But looking at him now, he seemed to be only in his 20s. The other female operators behind her also had varying expressions, as it was rare to see a boss as young and handsome as Duja. Duja walked forward, extended his right hand, and said with a smile, "You must be Xiao Wanjun?" Xiao Wanjun quickly shook Duja's hand and nodded. "Yes, Mr. D, you're much younger than I expected. Let's talk inside." Duja took out his access card and opened the door to the largest office, which had been specially prepared for him as the chairman's office. Once inside, Duja sat on the sofa and asked, "Some time ago, I asked everyone to prepare some business plans. How did those turn out?" With just a few words, his demeanor shifted. It was a change brought about by his position and the confidence that came from holding hundreds of millions of yuan in cash. Money emboldened a man. Wealthy people exuded an air of confidence wherever they went. If Duja had previously seemed like a cheerful young man, he now appeared as a wealthy and influential boss with a firm grasp on his company. This transformation immediately impressed Xiao Wanjun, who couldn't help but be captivated. Duja was different from her previous lecherous boss. This was a man with real skill and the ability to accomplish great things. The women then took out the plans they had prepared from their bags. Apart from Xiao Wanjun, the other four women seemed somewhat restrained. After all, Duja exuded an immense pressure, giving them the feeling that a multimillionaire was looking over their resumes to select a concubine, or rather, an employee. Duja took the printed plans from each of the five women and reviewed them carefully. He found that they were indeed as capable as the headhunting company had claimed. They had outlined each stage of the company's development. The most thorough and detailed plan was the one prepared by Xiao Wanjun. It not only detailed the preparations required in the early stages of the company's development, but also included the company's regulations and salary requirements. She had even planned the main types and styles of the company's live streams. Duja looked up at Xiao Wanjun, his eyes filled with admiration. This woman was the perfect vessel for business. He couldn't possibly devote all his energy to the media company in the future, and she was the one who could help him manage the company's growth. Sensing Duja's gaze, Xiao Wanjun unconsciously straightened her posture, her ample chest thrust forward, like a true career woman. Chapter 95. Bewildered by Jia, after perusing 5 planning documents, Duja began to grasp the intentions of the group. Their primary focus revolved around nurturing small-scale streamers, including dancers, chat hosts, and gamers, employing collaborative strategies to enhance visibility. This indeed reflects the prevailing methodology among contemporary streaming companies, particularly beneficial for smaller enterprises. However, it was evident that they remained oblivious to the true extent of their assets. If the company were to embark on this venture, it must strive for greatness and brilliance. Otherwise, what was the purpose of investing such substantial capital? Duja first affirmed their capabilities, but then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "How many streamers do you believe the company should recruit initially?" Upon hearing his question, the 5 pondered momentarily. Xiao Wanjun raised her head and responded, "Mr. Du, I believe that if the company is launching an ideal team of streamers would comprise around 20 individuals. Cultivating an exceptional streamer requires considerable financial and temporal investment. Crafting their personal IP is no simple feat. We should selectively promote the most promising among them to become signature streamers. The current trend in streaming companies suggests that from a roster of 20, one may emerge with some notoriety. In fact, 20 is already somewhat excessive. However, upon witnessing Duja's willingness to lease an entire floor of office space for the streaming company, she recognized that he was not one to engage in trivial endeavors. He genuinely aspired to establish a distinguished streaming enterprise, which emboldened her to propose such a figure. It must be noted that the salaries, operations, and promotional expenses for these individuals would collectively require a minimum of 300,000 per month. Furthermore, the initial stages of streaming are fraught with challenges regarding visibility and monetization. Duja had to prepare for the possibility that his entire investment in these 20 individuals could ultimately yield no returns. She had anticipated that Duja might hesitate, given the substantial amount involved. However, he merely chuckled and stated, "That number is far too low. It appears I have yet to convey the scale of our company." Xiao Wanjun and the others were taken aback. How could 20 be considered insufficient? Current major companies only manage around 50 to 60 streamers. Then, amidst their astonished gazes, Duja slowly revealed, I have acquired the 25th and 26th floors of this office building, valued at nearly 100 million. My aim is to create a truly representative large-scale streaming company. Please devise a detailed plan based on this specification. Upon realizing the magnitude of Duja's assets, Xiao Wanjun was overjoyed. This was indeed a company that would test her skills and abilities. She promptly revised her planning document to align entirely with the standards of a major corporation. The others joined her in formulating the plan, and within half an hour, a new proposal emerged. Duja reviewed it and expressed his satisfaction with the overall development strategy, though he found some of the streaming formats in need of modification. Firstly, 4 dance streams. In addition to several outstanding streamers, a dance troupe of around 10 members should be included, each capable of standing out independently to conduct vibrant group streams. The chat host would be replaced with late-night sleep aid streamers, dedicated to lulling viewers to sleep. Additionally, he suggested an increase in singing streamers to engage in competitive duets. After implementing these adjustments, Duja was thoroughly pleased with the proposal. Though Xiao Wanjun felt a twinge of confusion regarding the dance troupe and sleep aid streamers, she refrained from voicing her concerns, recognizing Duja as the owner. As time drew near, Duja stood, stating, We shall proceed with the general plan as you have drafted. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the purchase and installation of all necessary streaming equipment. You are to begin recruiting streamers and notify me when it is time for a joint recruitment effort. Xiao Wanjun nodded, her exquisite face alight with eagerness. Such a substantial company would provide her with ample opportunity to showcase her talents. Following a brief discussion of various matters, Duja departed, intending to visit Qing Qing later that day. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Duja arrived at Bai Qing Qing's residence. Upon entering, he found Bai Jie alone, tidying the room. Her face brightened with joy upon seeing Duja, and she pressed her voluptuous form against him. Where's Qing Qing? He inquired, wrapping his arms around her. Bai Jie, momentarily shy due to Duja's advances, replied, Qing Qing is resting upstairs. Xingli's gone out to buy groceries. She clung to his waist, her luscious lips playfully biting. Would you like to go see Qing Qing first? Duja lifted her into his arms and approached the sofa. He placed his hand before her face, laughing. Given the situation, are you certain you want me to see Qing Qing first? Bai Jie blushed deeply, hastily pressing his hand down. Yet, Duja persisted. Bai Jie bit her lip, softly protesting, No, I haven't bathed yet today. Let me freshen up first. Oh, how embarrassing. However, in the face of Duja's insistence, she found it impossible to muster any resolve to refuse. Half an hour later, Bai Jie whispered, Is it all right now? Duja responded contentedly, It's fine. You may go. I will wait for you here. Relieved, Bai Jie sprang up, feeling the heat of embarrassment wash over her. Nevertheless, for Duja, she could accept it. Duja gazed into Bai Jie's tearful eyes, seemingly on the verge of tears. He quickly embraced her and carried her to her room, retrieving a first aid kit to tend her knee. Bai Jie winced in pain, prompting Duja to pull her closer, offering comfort as she lay against him, her smile sweet. He cares for me. Duja's heart is not solely for Qing Qing. I am part of it too. With her delicate form nestled in his embrace, Duja felt a stirring of desire. However, Bai Jie took his hand and tightened her clothing's buttons, reminding him, Xingli will be back soon, and you still need to accompany Qing Qing. Perhaps next time, all right? Duja nodded reluctantly, his spirits dampened. Observing her man's demeanor, Bai Jie felt a pang of sympathy. Taking a deep breath, she pursed her lips. This is the most I can offer. Duja nodded eagerly in agreement. You little rascal, Bai Jie playfully chided, her gaze fluttering, enchanting and bashful. Oh, Chapter 96. The stubborn Qing Qing, when Bai Qing Qing awoke, her first sight was of Duja seated beside her. Overwhelmed with joy, she disregarded her disheveled state, and, without donning any clothing, sat up and embraced him. Duja, you came to see me. Sensing the delight radiating from Bai Qing Qing, Duja's gaze softened, and he replied with a gentle smile, Indeed, I couldn't sleep last night for thinking of you, tossing and turning, yearning to find you. Bai Qing Qing, already bashful by nature, felt her cheeks flush crimson at Du's teasing, rendering her all the more endearing. In a low and shy tone, she countered, "You're just joking. Surely last night you were with your girlfriend. How could you possibly think of me?" Duja tenderly tucked the blanket around her delicate form. "Of course. I think of both of you. You both hold immense significance in my heart." Upon hearing his sweet words, Bai Qingqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Nestled in his embrace, she dared not hope to be as openly acknowledged as Duja's legitimate girlfriend, yet it sufficed for her that he held her in his heart. They lingered in a tender moment until Bai Qingqing suddenly lifted her head to inquire, "Duja, has your live streaming company been established yet?" She recalled that during his last visit to Benhai, he had set out daily to manage the registration process and had already engaged a renovation team to craft the company. Given that over half a month had passed, it seemed reasonable to assume the company was nearing completion. Duja hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Bai Qingqing's inquiry. He had intended to keep her out of the live streaming venture, for with his current financial status, there was no necessity for her to earn money through live streaming. Furthermore, considering that she was now his woman and still recovering from leukemia, he worried about overburdening her. He then smiled and said, "The company is still in its early stages. Many processes remain incomplete. Focus on your recovery first, all right?" To his surprise, Bai Qingqing responded earnestly, "Duja, please do not exclude me from work simply because I am your woman. I owe you so much that it might take a lifetime to repay. If I cannot contribute in some way, I would feel unworthy to remain by your side." Seeing her determination, Duja felt a sense of helplessness. Although Bai Qingqing appeared frail, her spirit was remarkably resilient, having endured her illness alone for 4 long years. He gently stroked her face, conceding, "All right, when the company officially opens, I will take you to see it, but I have one condition. You may work no more than 3 hours each day. No more. Not even a second." Bai Qingqing beamed with delight, embracing Duja and planting a fervent kiss on him. "As long as I can assist you, I am willing to do whatever it takes." The blanket slipped, revealing her soft, fair skin. Duja lifted Bai Qingqing into his arms and playfully kissed her lips. "Oh, Duja, put me down. It's almost time for dinner. How annoying." Meanwhile, downstairs, Tian Xingli had returned after diligently purchasing a plethora of groceries. She often volunteered for this task, relishing the opportunity to drive the Maserati around. Clad in elegant attire, she basked in the envious glances of passers-by whenever she parked by the roadside. Thankfully, being with Duja had afforded her experiences she could never have imagined otherwise. After parking downstairs, Tian Xingli heaved the bags from the car, one large bag in her left hand and another in her right, along with 2 additional bags she had brought. The weight was exhausting, leaving her breathless as she ascended the stairs. "What's wrong? Why isn't by Jie?" answering her phone. Panting, she pushed open Bai Jie's door, and her eyes fell upon the sight of her in a thin dress. Her complexion flushed as if she could be squeezed for water. Bai Jie was startled, rising to meet Tian Xingli's breathless presence. "Xingli, you're back." Tian Xingli scrutinized Bai Jie, her nostrils flaring as if scenting something. Noticing her friend's odd behavior, Bai Jie asked, "Xingli, what are you doing?" Within 30 seconds, Tian Xingli's expression shifted to one of excitement. "Duja has been here." She hurriedly grasped Bai Jie's arm, shaking it animatedly. "Bai Jie, did you have an affair? What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Jie replied, playfully swatting at Tian Xingli's rounded form. She had clearly just spritzed herself with perfume. Yet Tian Xingli had managed to detect it. How had she never realized her friend possessed such an ability? With a pitiful expression, Tian Xingli lamented, "Oh, Bai Jie, you didn't tell me you were having an affair. Do you know how miserable I was yesterday while Duja was on the phone for ages? I couldn't eat at all. I'm so hungry." Bai Jie felt dizzy as Tian Xingli continued to shake her, calling me one tea help. "Duja is with Qingqing, and he'll likely leave after dinner." Upon hearing this, Tian Xingli's face lit up with a grin. "No worries. I'll cook right away. I'll just follow him when he leaves." With that, she bounced down the stairs to prepare the meal. Bai Jie, with nothing to do, followed suit to assist her friend. If they finished early, perhaps she could enjoy a meal with Tian Xingli. "Qingqing, dinner is ready." Bai Jie knocked on the door. "Coming," came Bai Qingqing's muffled reply. With a click, Bai Qingqing opened the door, her cheeks flushed, revealing a tall figure behind her. Bai Jie feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Duzi, when did you arrive? You act as if you didn't know. Duzi retorted playfully. I merely came to see Qingqing and will be leaving shortly. So I didn't intend to intrude. Nevertheless, Bai Jie insisted that he stay for dinner, and Bai Qingqing, wishing to spend more time with Duzi, looked at him with pleading eyes. Reluctantly, Duzi agreed. As Bai Qingqing delightedly made her way downstairs to serve the food, Duzi sidled next to Bai Jie, casually nudging her. Bai Jie blushed, tightening her clothing and whispering, "What are you doing?" Qingqing just went downstairs. What if she sees? Duzi gazed ahead, descending slowly, a smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you just have dinner? Aren't you still hungry? Bai Jie stifled a laugh. Some are still hungry, while others haven't eaten a single bite. She pointed downstairs, and Duzi followed her gaze, spotting Tian Xingli emerging from the kitchen, winking at him. Forgot to feed you. My mistake, she said. As they all gathered for dinner, Duzi and Bai Jie continually served Bai Qingqing, while Tian Xingli barely touched her food. Her eyes fixated on Duzi's car keys. Duzi felt her gaze but chose to remain silent. After finishing their meal, he bid farewell to Bai Qingqing. Duzi, drive carefully on your way home. Bai Qingqing called out at the door. Understood. You should head back soon as well. I'll be home in 10 minutes. He replied, rolling up the window as he drove away. After watching Duzi leave, Bai Qingqing ascended the stairs with Bai Jie's assistance. Meanwhile, Tian Xingli remained behind, biting her lip. 10 minutos. After anxiously waiting at the door for 10 minutes, she finally spotted a Rolls-Royce gliding toward her. After signaling with its hazard lights, the window descended, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. Duzi smile, get in. Chapter 97. The restless Zhou Jing. When Tian Xingli left for an hour, Bai Jie felt no unease. After all, she had erred first. It would be utterly unjust to curtail Xingli's time. However, as time passed and another hour slipped by, Bai Jie began to feel anxious. Could she return on her own? Just as she pondered this, Duzi called within 10 minutes, his voice laced with exasperation. Come to the garage and bring Xingli back. All right, I'll be there shortly. Bai Jie swiftly changed her shoes and hurried to the garage. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Tian Xingli's bashful visage. Bai Jie, I'm sorry for the trouble. Next time, I'll help you home. Bai Jie chuckled softly. I'd rather not become this way. Duzi, seated beside them, helped Tian Xingli into her shoes and remarked, the seats have automatic heating. You take her home. I fear if I drop her off, Qingqing might spot us. With Bai Jie's assistance, Tian Xingli slowly exited the vehicle. Observing her dear friend, Bai Jie playfully chided Duzi. Look at the predicament you've caused. Duzi wrapped an arm around her shoulder, grinning. Next time, let her help you, shall we? I certainly will not. With a farewell kiss to Duzi, Bai Jie departed. Inside the car, Duzi first activated the rear seat's heating function. After a brief drive home, he returned with a substantial piece of genuine leather seat cushion now occupying the trash bin. Upon arriving home, it was already past 10. Duzi opened the door and immediately spotted Lin Qingning seated at the counter, engrossed in writing. Qingning, what are you working on? Lin Qingning sighed, setting down her pen as she approached Duzi, wrapping her arms around his waist. Duzi, I feel as if I've grown dull over the past month. Learning nothing. Now, picking up my notes feels like deciphering hieroglyphs. At this rate, I might forget even the elementary knowledge. Hearing her distress about academics, Duzi gently caressed her hair, offering solace. It's all right. University is merely a playground. We are well off. There is no need to exert yourself excessively. Lin Qingning swayed in his embrace. I can't just spend your money indefinitely. I must study diligently, graduate, and secure a good job to support the family. Foolish Qingning. Our family doesn't require your support. You and Aunt Lon only need to enjoy yourselves. Despite believing that Qingning's studies were inconsequential, Duzi refrained from dampening her enthusiasm. He looked around and inquired, where is Aunt Lon? Lin Qingning playfully restrained his wandering hands with her arms, blushing. Auntie went to bed early. Upon learning that Aunt Lon had retired for the night, Duzi lifted Lin Qingning, planting a kiss on her flushed cheek. I can't teach you university-level knowledge, but if you've forgotten elementary concepts, I can certainly assist. Lin Qingning wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering, I was merely using that as an example. How could I forget such simple things? I was just making a comparison. Do you know what a homophone is? A homophone? What is that? I'll tell you shortly. At 6 in the morning, Lin Qingning was roused from her slumber by Duja's voice. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she murmured, Duja, what S with the early wake-up call? Duja paused for a moment before affirming, all right. Lin Qingning, oh? At 6:30, Duja gently opened the bedroom door, confirming that Aunt Lan had yet to rise to prepare breakfast. He then allowed Lin Qingning to slowly return to her own room. It seemed he would have to seek Qingning out himself in the future, as Aunt Lan Auntie enter his room as she would Qingning's. After dressing, Duja drove out, first visiting the Rolls-Royce showroom to have a new set of genuine leather seat cushions installed. He scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Linyu. She must have gone home. Though Duja was quite busy, he still carved out moments to converse with Linyu. The mayor's daughter was somewhat naive. No matter what Duja said, she listened intently, often sharing amusing anecdotes from school. Despite his lack of experience in conversing with girls, he found it easy to engage with Linyu, who had not yet tasted the world's harsh realities. Almost daily, Linyu would share picturesque photos with him via WeChat, occasionally sending lovely selfies. Glancing at their chat history on his phone, Duja smiled. Soon, school would commence, and he would have the chance to see her again. In a villa, Linyu lounged on the living room sofa, joyfully scrolling through her chat history with Duja. School would begin in a few days, and she would see him once more. She wondered if he had a girlfriend and whether her frequent conversations might inconvenience him. To Linyu, Duja was merely a close male friend, exuding a different aura from the wealthy heirs and officials' children who were drawn to her father's influence. His gaze held no ulterior motives, radiating the warmth of genuine friendship, akin to how Ziyuan looked at her. Speaking of Ziyuan, it seemed she was being pressured by her family to marry someone. As her good friend, Linyu felt compelled to offer her comfort. Just as Linyu decided to message Gong Ziyuan, a sleek black figure briskly passed by her towards the exit. Auntie, where are you off to? Linyu inquired, puzzled by Zhou Jing's recent aimlessness and her incessant mutterings, as if searching for something, often taking strolls. Zhou Jing turned back, smiling. I'm just going for a walk. Your father is perpetually busy, leaving me little time for companionship. If I don't get out, I fear I'll rust. Linyu chuckled awkwardly, recalling her previous assumption that the relationship between her father and Zhou Jing had softened. Clearly, she had misjudged. They still behaved as if indifferent to one another. I'll accompany you. I have nothing to do at home. Zhou Jing quickly dissuaded her. No need. You should spend time with your friends. I'm just meeting up with some old acquaintances. Very well then, I'll prepare dinner tonight for when Dad returns. Linyu nodded. I understand. I'll see you later. Zhou Jing waved her hand. I'm off now. She then drove away in a Rolls-Royce identical to Duji's towards the bar from that fateful night. Upon entering, as was customary, she found no trace of Duja. Sighing, Zhou Jing lamented her recent routine of visiting the bar almost daily for several hours, yet always failing to encounter him. The memory of their last encounter ignited warmth in her cheeks and a whirlwind of emotions within her. What a predicament! She had left him at the hotel after dropping a hefty sum. Did he truly lack financial means? She drove an extravagant Rolls-Royce to convey to Duja that she was not in want of money, but rather the presence of someone to share her time with. After an hour in the bar, Zhou Jing left, disappointment heavy in her heart. It appears that today I shall not encounter that man after all. I shall simply meander about for a while and take the opportunity to service my vehicle. In the showroom on the sofa, Duja sipped his coffee while perusing the newspaper. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out before him. It's you. What a delightful surprise to find you here. I have been searching for you. Duja raised an eyebrow and lowered the newspaper, revealing a beautiful and elegant face adorned with light makeup, radiating astonishment. She possessed a slender figure, yet was undeniably alluring. In an instant, Duja recognized her. She was the distinguished lady he had encountered at the bar and subsequently escorted to the hotel. How did she manage to find this place? And, judging by her expression, could it be that she is unaware of the unspoken rules from the bar to the hotel? Chapter 98. The conditions agreed with Zhou Jing in the Rolls-Royce lounge. The manager had prepared a private room for the two. Zhou Jing nervously intertwined her small hands. Her head bowed, uttering not a single word. Although she was already in her 30s, she exuded a certain shyness reminiscent of a young girl. Duzha observed the manager's departing figure, took a sip of coffee, and remarked, "That person seems quite obedient to you." Upon hearing Duzha's words, Zhou Jing straightened up, meeting his gaze briefly before instinctively lowering her head again. In a soft voice, she explained, "It's because of my family background." Understanding dawned on him. She was indeed from a wealthy family. Duzha watched as she nervously shook her leg, finding it rather amusing. Although he was aware of her intentions, such a person's identity could prove to be quite troublesome. It was far more convenient at the hotel when everyone mindlessly attended to their own affairs, waking up and leaving without interference. But now she had sought him out. What was this all about? Are you not going to set restrictions on this game? Duzha lightly tapped the table. Stop shaking. Startled, Zhou Jing quickly pressed her thighs together, her delicate teeth biting her lower lip as she gazed at Duzha with lingering affection. The tone she used was strikingly similar to that day, leaving her, who was usually so proud, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Duzha regarded the beautiful woman before him, noting that she was different from Aunt Lan, Bai Jie, and Chunya. She was not of the voluptuous type, yet she remained undeniably enchanting. Are you unaware of the bar's rules? Zhou Jing covered her lips, astonished. What rules? I merely wish to find you for some companionship. Did I violate something? Duzha replied sternly. Everyone comes out to have fun. The next day, no one recognizes anyone. You seeking me out at this moment only complicates matters. Zhou Jing, too shy to look up at Duzha, quietly extracted a bank card from her bag. This is my supplementary gold card. It has 10 million in it. You can take it. There is something I need to discuss. Duzha scrutinized the stammering beauty. Are you trying to instruct me on what to do? Zhou Jing hurriedly waved her hands. No, I meant, this money is for you. The money you gave me the other day, consider this my repayment. You even paid for the ticket? Duzha raised an eyebrow and pushed the card back to her. I'm not in need of money. It is my principle to pay after the fact. Do not think of attaching yourself to me. I have no interest in you. It would be best if we did not meet again. With that, Duzha stood, preparing to leave. Zhou Jing panicked. What if she could never see Duzha again? She immediately blocked his path, wrapping her arms around his waist. Desperately, she implored, "What do you want? I can give you anything, money, a car, or a house." Feeling her soft form against him, Duzha remained undeterred. Zhou Jing blushed, the atmosphere around them seemingly thickening. Duzha gently moved her aside, smiling as I said, "I do not lack for money. Please do not seek me out again." Seeing him attempt to leave once more, Zhou Jing's mind raced. If a man of his caliber showed no interest in money, then what could possibly captivate him? Just as Duzha was about to open the door, she called out, "I know many high-ranking officials in Binhai. If you want to meet anyone, I can help." Upon hearing this, Duzha halted in his tracks. High-ranking officials in Binhai? That statement carried considerable weight. He was not well-versed in the political landscape of Binhai, his only connection being through Lin Yu to her mayor father. If he could glean some information from this woman, it would indeed be a valuable opportunity. Turning back, Duzha inquired, "Just how high-ranking are these officials you speak of?" Seeing his interest piqued, Zhou Jing stepped closer, her voice softening. "In Binhai, they are very high. Could they be higher than Lin Yu's father?" Duzha wrapped his arm around Zhou Jing's waist, chuckling. "How high is very high?" Zhou Jing, entranced by his masculine energy, gazed at him with doe-like eyes. "They can resolve most of your affairs." Her breath quickened, as if she were becoming utterly spellbound. Seizing the moment, Duzha pressed, "What if I want to know about some business collaborations?" Though Zhou Jing longed for him, she held her ground. "As long as it doesn't involve secrets, I could find out." Duzha's eyes sparkled as he regarded her bashful visage. It appeared this woman possessed some redeeming qualities. She was indeed a noble woman, though he wondered who was so foolish as to let such a wonderful partner go. "Rest assured, I only wish to inquire about some simple matters." Zhou Jing, panting, said hesitantly, I also have conditions. You must promise me some things." Duzha laughed. "I know what you desire. How about I visit you once a week?" "That won't suffice. It must be 3 times a week." Zhou Jing tightened her hold on his shirt. "Once a week is hardly enough." Duzha teased, "So, do you want 1 visit to count as 3, or 3 visits to count as 1? Hearing this, Zhou Jing lowered her head in thought before raising it again. Let us agree on once a week at that hotel we visited last time. Agreed. Remember to take your medication. What medication? You know what I mean. Oh, my apologies. It's been so many years. I seem to have forgotten. Make it a little stronger. This table is rather low. Then when will you be leaving? I will leave only when you're able to walk on your own. Zhou Jing responded with a playful expression. So I'll wait until you can walk on your own before I leave? Indeed. Did you bring any extra clothes? No. Next time, bring a few more sets. Okay. Chapter 99. Entrusted with heavy responsibilities in the reception room. Zhou Jing gradually regained her composure after consuming a large glass of water. Her gaze drifted towards Du Zhou on the sofa, becoming increasingly enamored. It had been over a decade since they had shared the intimacy expected of a married couple. It was only after that fateful day that she truly understood the experiences a woman should go through. Zhou Jing meticulously gathered the hair scattered on the floor and reproached Du Zhou. Look, you've nearly pulled all my hair out. Du Zhou shuckered. Wasn't it you who tied it up yourself? Zhou Jing felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite Du Zhou's accurate observation, she thought he could be a little more considerate. She moved to the opposite sofa, crossing her lovely legs, and propped her chin in her hand, asking, "What business news are you interested in? Fund, stocks, or perhaps a government project? As long as it's not too classified, I can assist you." Du Zhou shook his head, pulled out his phone, and added Zhou Jing on WeChat. He sent her a message. "Help me investigate the background and assets of this company. Let's see what you're capable of." Upon reading the message, Zhou Jing murmured, "Jing We Company. I don't seem to have heard much about it. Is it a small enterprise?" It puzzled her why someone like Du Zhou would concern himself with such a minor company. Upon noticing his serious expression, she agreed to take on the task. Investigating a small company was a trivial matter for her. Seeing Zhou Jing's agreement, Du Zhou nodded. This company was not particularly significant to him now, but in his previous life, it had been one of the main culprits that plunged him into a debt crisis. After years of struggle, he had managed to establish a small company. Just as it began to stabilize and grow, Jing We Company arrived, eager to invest. For Du Zhou, burdened by bank loans, the prospect of investment was a welcome relief, an opportunity to expand. However, he was unaware that the company's leader was the financial backer orchestrated by Chu Mengyao and Chunya. They invested a mere $3 million, acquiring a substantial share of the company and sending a manager to assist in operations. Yet, business dealings soon revealed numerous issues: empty orders, malicious refusals of goods, and quality-related claims, among others. Clients who owed money could only pay through secure bank acceptance, but they were deceitfully switched to commercial acceptance, with guarantors either missing or deceased, leaving Du Zhou with nothing. Ultimately, in a time of crisis, they absconded with all the assets, leaving him with a mountain of debt, obliterating years of hard work. Thus, the first priority was to tackle this treacherous company, and sending Zhou Jing to investigate served as a test of her capabilities. If she succeeded, it would broaden his sources of information, particularly since connecting with her mayor father on Lin Yu's side posed some difficulties. The two lingered in the room for a while longer. Once the air conditioning had dispelled the room's scent, Du Zhou stepped out first. Zhou Jing, after applying some cosmetics on her knees and ensuring she looked presentable, followed suit. Du Zhou's car had already been fitted with new seat covers, and the manager had even provided a thoughtful maintenance service. Driving the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Du Zhou arrived near the apartment rented by Chu Mengyao. After knocking, he was met with the surprised face of Chunya. Entering, Du Zhou surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where's Chu Mengyao?" Chunya, cheerfully pouring a glass of water, replied, "Yao Yao went shopping at the mall, wanted to learn about the latest coastal fashion trends." Du Zhou smiled non-committally. It seemed she was indulging in retail therapy. The vain little minx. However, this was advantageous. As long as Chu Mengyao had the desire to spend, he could maintain control over her. His gaze shifted to Chunya, whose eyes were misty and filled with anticipation. This expression prompted Du Zhou to sigh. There was no need to exert pressure here. She appeared to be entirely compliant. Wrapping his arm around Chunya's soft waist, he remarked, "I was quite busy today, yet I still made time to come see you. What will you do to express your gratitude?" Chunya's face turned crimson, and she fell silent, simply taking Du Zhou's hand to convey her appreciation through her actions. After receiving a phone call, Du Zhou departed. It was news from the media company. Xiao Wanjun informed him that all the live streaming equipment was in place and being installed. She wanted to discuss recruitment and the allocation of company functions. He anticipated their efficiency. It seemed he had indeed recruited some capable individuals. Less than 5 minutes after Duja left, Chu Mengyao returned, her arms laden with shopping bags and a beaming smile. She had spent nearly 40,000 that day, acquiring numerous fashionable items, lipsticks, clothing, and accessories. Upon entering, she spotted Chunya rinsing her mouth at the sink. With her disheveled hair, flushed cheeks, and an indescribable scent, it was evident that Duja had paid a visit. Chu Mengyao placed the shopping bags on the sofa and observed Chunya, who was still rinsing her mouth, with a puzzled expression. If she didn't know better, she might have thought someone from home had arrived. Patting Chunya on the back, she asked, "How much did you earn today to be drinking like this?" Chunya's face turned beet red as she wiped her mouth and awkwardly replied, "Not a single penny." The brevity of her response left Chu Mengyao utterly flabbergasted. Not a single penny? So she had squandered all her earnings. Goodness, what a disastrous business venture. A mere 10 minutes later, Duja arrived at the company building. Taking the elevator to the 25th floor, he saw several workers transporting equipment, while some bespectacled professionals were busy with adjustments. Members of the operations team were directing the workers to various rooms. Only Xiao Wanjun approached him, her high heels clicking on the floor. Dressed in a fitted black blazer over a white V-neck top that showcased her delicate collarbone. Paired with a black pencil skirt and seductive stockings, she exuded both casual charm and allure. However, her expression bore a hint of frostiness, blending sophistication and temptation seamlessly. "Mr. Du, you've arrived," Xiao Wanjun greeted softly. "Du no dead, follow me." He then turned and headed towards the office, with Xiao Wanjun retrieving her statistical documents to accompany him. Upon entering the office, she showcased her outstanding capabilities. She had meticulously organized a recruitment announcement based on the types of streamers Duja had outlined days prior, detailing the requirements, selection processes, and contract matters for each type. Presenting it neatly before him, Duja casually skimmed through it, nodding in approval. "You have performed admirably, adhering to the criteria you established for selection. However, bear in mind that one must not be overly fixated on academic credentials. As long as individuals possess capability, talent, and commendable moral character, we shall provide them with an opportunity to showcase their abilities." Xiao Wanjun nodded in agreement, as she had held a similar perspective. To her surprise, before she could voice her thoughts, Duja had already anticipated this notion. It appears he has some familiarity with this field as well. By the way, Duja turned his gaze back to Xiao Wanjun. "I intend to assign you the financial responsibilities of the company, and I will double your salary. What are your thoughts on this?" Xiao Wanjun felt a measure of astonishment, as she was merely the head of the operations team. The fact that Duja would assign her financial responsibilities seemed rather burdensome.